Chapter 1 is Straight Broadcasting Room Battle. Ding! Divine Magnificent Pretender System activating. On the bustling streets, Xinyu was walking aimlessly, when suddenly, an ethereal mechanical voice appeared in his mind, causing his pupils to instantly dilate. His ordinary pore was actually selected by a system. The voice of system binding in progress echoed in Xinyu's mind. System? He muttered to himself in confusion, his heart filled with surprise and curiosity. Immediately after, a clear beep told him, system binding successful. Host, Xinyu. This was followed by a series of system level and strength information. Looking at the illusory attribute panel in front of him, Xinyu's mood was difficult to describe in words. Although the so-called strength seemed weak, he knew that this was just the beginning. System introduction. The voice continued. In daily life, if you can successfully act like a bully, the system will give you a score out of 10. After accumulating 100 points, the system can be upgraded to level 2, upgrading to level 3 requires 1000 points, and so on. After every time you pretend to be a bully, you will have one chance to draw a prize. Tip, as the system level rises, the prizes will be even more generous. Hearing this, Xinyu's eyes flashed with determination and anticipation. He understood that this was not just a game, but also a career. He had to work hard to carry forward this pretentious cause. The success of the first binding brought about the opening of the newbie pack. The gift pack is open, said the system voice. Within the next hour, all your spending will be doubled. Xinyu opened his cell phone to check his balance, which was only $400. He frowned, his heart felt a little bad, but on second thought, any consumption anywhere can be doubled back. He quickly thought of a way to quickly increase his consumption. Go to the live streaming platform to reward gifts. He quickly opened the Tiger Claw live broadcast platform, took a deep breath, and filled all of the only $400 into the platform. Then without hesitation, he entered the live room of the star show anchor Muwanyu, whom he had been concerned about. Muwanyu was a rising anchor with a marvelous figure and a fresh style. Her dress was not conservative but never revealing, and she attracted viewers by singing and interacting with her fans every day. Although she had been broadcasting for most of the year, the number of fans was only 10,000 or so. Xinyu had followed her for a long time, but had never sent a gift. At this moment, he took a deep breath and clicked on Send Gift to send his first gift for Muwanyu. Although it was only a virtual gift, it was of great significance to him. When Muwanyu saw Xinyu's gift, a wet glint flashed in her eyes. She knew that every fan's support was valuable, especially those old fans who had always been with her. And this gesture from Xinyu had undoubtedly brought her no small surprise. Her eyes were slightly red, and in the live broadcast room, many fans were gently comforting her. Her family conditions were not favorable, and after graduating from high school, she had worked in a factory for several years. Just half a year ago, her father accidentally fell and hurt his leg at work, requiring a large sum of medical expenses. In order to relieve her family's financial pressure, she stepped into the live broadcasting industry. Unlike other anchors who were good at pleasing the audience and catering to Big Brother, she stuck to her principles and was unwilling to engage in overly catered behavior. The guild gave her an ultimatum. Tonight's live broadcast must go all out to participate in PK and bring benefits to the guild. If her performance is poor, not only will her salary be deducted this month, she may even be expelled from the guild. In order to attract popularity and Big Brother's gifts, playing PK required some strategy and dedication. However, it required seeing which anchor's live room swiped more gifts within a set period of time. When Muwanyu saw many people comforting her in the live broadcast room, she wiped away the tear tracks in the corner of her eyes and said with a choked voice, "Thank you all for your concern. I'm fine. Perhaps this is my last day of live broadcasting." At this moment, a visitor called Night Dream Rendezvous entered her live room, which made Xinyu feel a little surprised. He didn't even have a fan card, yet he was able to be named into the live room, which made him feel a bit flattered and strengthened his determination in the live broadcasting field. The connection between the two live streaming rooms opened, and a female anchor named Siren May appeared. She was heavily made up and her foundation was a few shades whiter than a dead corpse. Nonetheless, she had a hot and sexy body, wearing a lace halter top and tight black super short pants, with a pair of silver high heels adding a bit of glamour. As soon as she appeared on stage, she drew longing looks from the people in the live broadcast room. Even in Muwanyu's live broadcasting room, some fans began to waver and chose to mutiny on the verge. When Demon May saw that Muwanyu's attention span was only 10,000 or so, a disdainful look flowed from her eyes. "Big sister, don't waste time. Start piking. If you lose, swipe a sports car for me." After saying those words, she directly closed her mic and turned on PK mode. She was immersed in the music, her body involuntarily swaying to the rhythm. At first, Muwanyu's live broadcast progress bar was almost imperceptible, yet the enchanting progress bar filled up quickly. "Old friends, after listening to Xiao Wan's song for so long, isn't it time to help out? Gift away a wave." The fans in the live broadcast room were calling out in all directions, but unfortunately, most of them could only send out free food gifts. There was nothing they could do to call for more people to help Muwanyu. At this moment, Demon May let out an excited scream in the live broadcast room. Thank you Brother Xiong for gifting a Porsche. Thank you Brother Jian for a treasure map. Demon May loves you all. However, Muwanyu felt incomparably lost. Her eyes that were as black as obsidian were filled with a look of resignation as she realized that there were no real Big Brother viewers in the live broadcast room to support her, which meant that she would lose her paycheck and her job, and her family's expenses would become a problem as well. Just then, all of a sudden, ding, of a sound, Night Dream Rendezvous sent 2 limousine gifts. At this instant, Muwanyu's eyes widened and she was filled with surprise. She couldn't believe that an audience member without a fan card had so generously sent 2 sedans, and the value of each gift was $200. Joy was overflowing, and it allowed her to regain her confidence. Thank you for the sedan gifts from little brother Nightmare Rendezvous, but no need. This should be my last live broadcast. However, Xinyu was not affected by the atmosphere in the live broadcast room. He stared at his cell phone's text message with full concentration, and sure enough, he saw that $800 were instantly transferred into his bank card. He did not hesitate to charge this amount into the live broadcast. Ding! Night Dream Rendezvous has once again sent 4 sedans. Ding! Another Porsche sent. Each Porsche was worth up to $1,600. Seeing this scene, Muwanyu's fans immediately became excited. Brother Knight is so powerful. Brother Knight, you must help little Wan. We'll all point our attention for you. Gifts continued to pour in the live broadcast room. Night Dream Rendezvous sent 2 Porsches. Night Dream Rendezvous sent another treasure map. Such a scene caused the entire live broadcast room to boil over. Wanyu had originally planned to open her mouth to stop the unbelievable scene in front of her, but the sight in front of her completely shook her. She was wide-eyed and jaw-dropped, unable to speak, and could only watch as the gifts kept brushing out. And the number was actually growing exponentially. A minute later, the screen of the live broadcast room flashed up with eye-catching red words. Night Dream Rendezvous sends treasure map X50. Night Dream Rendezvous' name began to appear in all the live rooms in the entire Star Show area, showing that he had generously sent 50 treasures in Wanyu's live room. Instantly, many anchors and viewers flocked to Muwanyu's live room. Each treasure map was worth 5,000 Chinese coins. 50 would be 250,000, and it was a one-time swipe. This sudden huge amount of gifts caused the original demonic progress bar to be instantly crushed by a blitz, almost bottoming out, which caused the face of someone who had originally planned to show off to look exceptionally embarrassed. She had originally wanted to show off her charms and attract the support of some thugs, but at this moment, she was viciously slapped in the face. Deep envy, jealousy and hatred flowed from her eyes. Mu Wanyue, however, had done nothing before a tycoon strongly supported her, and one person easily surpassed her. A trace of unwillingness flashed in her eyes, her heart tightened, and she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. She looked down at the viewers who had come close to the screen, the 2 small clusters on her chest looming large, causing countless people's reverie. She said in her dainty voice, which revealed a unique charm, Brother Xiong, Brother Jian, Brother Luan, are the 3 big brothers still online? Urgently need support. Come help me. Immediately afterward, a shocking message popped up within Muwanyu's live broadcasting room. The Night Dream Rendezvous has generously gifted treasure map X100. Instantly, it was as if the sky of the Star Show area was lit up as a brilliant golden banner spanned across all the live rooms. This wasn't just a lavish throw of $500,000 Chinese dollars. It was also a subversion of the regular rewarding habits. In the Tiger Claw platform, although there is no lack of large sums of money, but a one-time such a huge amount of reward is rare. Only a few of the platform's top heroes can be comparable to it. More staggering is that before the Chinyu, Night Dream appendage, has contributed 250,000. The two together, close to 75 million mark. News like wildfire, instantly attracted a huge number of viewers flocked to Muwanyu's live room. The number of people from 800 suddenly increased to 1 million people. The server was overloaded due to a brief lag. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the response of Xiong, Jian, and Luan in the live broadcast room of Demon Beauty, possibly another anchor or character, carried a few moments of teasing and disdain. Brother Xiong taunted, "Who do you think you are? The opposite side is a godly man who can casually throw out $750,000. This money, how many of your kind can I find at night?" Brother Jian chimed in. "You, 2 treasure maps are enough. How dare you think of more?" Luan then advised. "Demon, the opposite side is too strong. Admit defeat." However, the story was far from over. The banner, Night Dream Rendezvous, gives treasure map X200 again, resounded like thunder across the Tiger Claw platform, and every live room witnessed this historic moment. 2 million Chinese coins, touching the ceiling of the platform's single recharge, triggered an unprecedented sensation. The audience flooded in like a tidal wave, and even the Tiger Claw officials were moved by this. quickly equipping Qinyu with exclusive customer service. Mu Wanyu was knocked off her feet by this sudden happiness. In just a few minutes, her accounts seemed to be filled with magic, and the actual earnings of nearly $700,000 made her both surprised and terrified. Originally thought that the live broadcasting career will draw to a close, but at this moment she jumped from the abyss of despair to the peak of hope. Her father's medical bills, family expenses, rent, everything seems to have turned a corner. Tears and smiles were intertwined on her face. She choked and said, "Thank you, Brother Nightmare, PK has won. Don't brush it off. It's really enough." As the night fell, a shocking spectacle was staged in Mu Wanyu's live room. The Night Dream Rendezvous generously threw an X200 treasure map, instantly triggering the whole scene, and the huge sum of $1 million was jaw-dropping. Inside the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen is like a tidal wave. The audience have marveled. Today I know the true face of the god hero. A throw of $1 million. Nightmare big brother. Do you lack a handbag little brother? I'm willing to do my best. Lord Nightmare. From this moment on, I swear to be a member of the Night Family Army. Qinyu's account. Originally silent. In an instant, the number of fans soared, breaking through the 300,000 mark. Unstoppable. The fans were so enthusiastic that they all took a stand. Lord Nightmare, we are willing to be your most solid backing. No matter where you set foot in the live broadcast room, we will be right behind you, sworn to follow you to the death. The Night Family Army will march out, invincible, not leaving an inch of grass behind. There were even mocking voices directed at the opponents. The one opposite, wasn't he high and mighty just now? Why is he speechless now? How dare he provoke Lord Nightmare's majesty with his mere strength? In the face of this situation, many fans are not willing to lag behind, have to offer a small contribution, although each share is only a few cents a few pieces, but converged into a river, is also not a lot of money. 300,000 Night Family Army's contribution instantly accumulates to more than 100,000 of the huge. Qinyu continued his generosity, recharge gifts, every second, but the platform restrictions, each time $1 million cap, making him slightly inconvenient, sighing in his heart, time is money, why this recharge threshold? Let me miss how many good opportunities. Star Show Area, female anchors see the situation, all red heartbeat, have backstage private message, eager to get Qinyu favor, stationed in its live room, but they were all met with a cold reception. Demonic anchor, in the audience's verbal attacks, face lost, and ultimately unbearable, hastily shut down the live broadcast, fleeing from the place of wrongdoing. There are even fans teasing, Lord Nightmare, I would like to carry your shoes for you, just to see the style. PK dust settled. Qinyu totaled more than 10 million swings, only regret that the hand speed is not enough. Recharge operation to Hansor. Would Wanyu was grateful, got up and made a deep bow, and said sincerely, Brother Nightmare, thank you very much. Your kindness, I will remember it in my heart. Qinyu smiled indifferently, his fingertips danced lightly, replying, no need to bear in mind, just a small token. Besides, this investment has doubled back to the capital. With the fall of 10 million rewards, Qinyu's nickname turned into a bright golden aura, but also won the Supreme Emperor title. Its status instantly climbed to the pinnacle. No matter who stepped into the live broadcast room, can enjoy the system privileges of the respected tips. Nightmare God's bravado is really breathtaking. 16 million to him as if it was just a drop in the bucket. The realm of the rich and powerful. It is indeed difficult for mortals such as me to reach simply doubling the rhythm of profit. Night Dream God, can you reveal your industry secrets? Seeking to embrace your thighs and reach for glory together. I give full marks for this show of wealth operation. No suspense. Qinyu looked at the PK match coming to an end and couldn't help but ask, Anchor, is there a PK next? If there is, hurry up and arrange it. I'm here to help. Time is precious. Inside the live broadcast room, a group of water friends couldn't help but exclaim, calling out asterisk. 16 million is not enough to throw. Even want to fight again PK, this family has a mind of play. Truly let people cannot understand Big Brother's world is really extraordinary. Would Wanyu that pair of bright eyes again rounded a few points, after a short stunned, hastily discouraged, Night Dream Brother, really do not give me brush gift. She was afraid that Qinyu would continue to be generous. That huge sum of $16 million, even if it was her share of the proceeds, made her heart apprehensive and decided that she would return all of that money. Since no longer PK, continue to brush the gift also lost meaning, Qinyu decided to exit Mu Wanyu's live room. At the time of exit, he found that his private messages had been filled to 999 plus, and there are many female anchors with outstanding face value who sent enthusiastic invitations. He picked one at random, stepped into her live room, and without saying a word, 200 precious treasure maps and gifts worth millions of Chinese dollars were instantly sent out. This female anchor named Pure Pure was presenting a dance for another generous big brother, and when she saw Chinyu arrive, she immediately paused her dance, her face overflowing with surprise. Warmly welcome, Supreme Emperor Nightmare Brother's visit. Immediately afterward, she was even more delighted as Chinyu's million reward had quietly arrived. Chapter 2 Pleasantly surprised with a McLaren 720S. Thank you very much for the generous gift, Brother Night Dream. Which song would you like to hear, or which dance you want to see? I can present it for you anytime. Pure Pure's words could not hide her excitement, and even had some misplaced word order. After the rain of gifts, Chinyu did not hesitate for a second. Knowing that time is precious and an hour passes by in an instant, he quickly moved on to the next live room, continuing his direct and efficient rewarding pattern, and then seamlessly moving on to his next target. Nightmare Big Brother is truly magnificent. Every live room is not spared. A huge $1 million in one go. Breathtaking. This is the true tycoon style. Even the legendary Principal Wang is hard to reach. Big Brother is mighty. I really hope that one day I can be like Nightmare Big Brother and flaunt it openly. The pop-ups were flying and the praises were endless, but Chinyu's attention was always focused on the mission, turning a deaf ear to the surrounding comments. In the blink of an eye, half an hour had passed, and Chinyu was surprised to find that within the Star Show live zone, all the anchors that caught his eye had been rewarded by him one by one. Although he is not judging people by their appearance, but beautiful things can always bring him pleasure. The next half an hour, Chinyu's eyes turned to the city anchors. Continue his thunderous reward trip. Every place, Chinyu's night army will follow frantically. The rhythm of the flying, his fan number like a rocket soared from 1 million straight to 2 million mark, almost to catch up with the popularity of those first-tier anchors. At this time, a female anchor named Aoeko's City attracted Chinyu's attention. There are only a few more than 200 people in her live room, but she is still singing vigorously. Chinyu did not hesitate to send a treasure map. Aoea, a beautiful woman with bangs and a standard goose egg face, dressed in a white lace shirt with a denim skirt. Her legs are long and charming, and her eyes are glittering with light. Thank you Brother Sniper, Chinyu's pseudonym, for the treasure map, Onithingo said gratefully. However, the request that followed made her blush. Brother, don't make me sing. I'm tired of singing. Why don't I do a pole dance? But I have to say first, I didn't prepare the paper towels. This was obviously a joke, but it also made Oa's cheeks instantly redden with embarrassment. In the face of such a big gold master, although she felt uncomfortable, she had to force a smile. After all, this sniper girl's reward of 5,000 right out of the gate was an amount she could hardly reach in one night. Brother Sniper, I'm really not good at dancing. How about I sing another song for you? Anyway, she tried to dissolve the embarrassment with a song. The sniper girl, on the other hand, responded in an almost provocative tone. Listening to you sing? Then I might as well just swipe the treasure map for air. The words reveal a bit of uninhibited and playful. If you have no intention of participating, there is no harm. Just return the $5,000 to me. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast room exploded. The power of wealth. It's really enviable. Sniper girl, you are too frivolous. A mere $5,000 in exchange for the anchor's favor? Anchor, just refund the money and ignore him. I'm afraid to pour out all the income of this month, and even need to fill the gap out of their own pockets. Supreme Emperor Nightmare Rendezvous Glory descends. A line of bright and dazzling golden text jumped out of the screen, followed by a tidal wave of viewers. Originally only 200 or 300 people in the live broadcast room, instantly filled to 100,000 people, and the number is still rising. Night Dream Rendezvous generously donated Treasure Map X200. The Night Family Army is on the march. Invincible, leaving no room for error. Humph, a mere treasure map and you want to exchange it for an anchor to pole dance? It's really delusional. Who is this sniper girl? Look at our Nightmare Big Brother, throwing away millions of dollars. You want to learn how to pick up girls for $5,000? Get lost, Oanchiro, guarded by our Night Family Army. The sniper girl was dumbfounded by the anger of the crowd and quietly exited the live broadcast room. Anyway, the joy in her heart was indescribable. Not only did she defuse the crisis, but she also accidentally harvested a huge reward of 1 million. She hurriedly got up and bowed deeply to thank her. Thank you for the generous reward from Brother Nightmare. However, Chinyu also left in a hurry after the reward, without staying for a moment. Such a large sum of money, reward that is to go. Undoubtedly a low-profile god ho. Although she aspires to change her fate with live broadcasting, but if she can get the help of this nobleman, what worries about the future? Moreover, a woman needs a home. Why not take this opportunity to exchange for a more realistic future? So, she quickly sent a private message to Chinyu. Little brother, thank you for your reward. Can I have the honor to add you as a friend? Being from the same city, I would like to treat you to a meal to show my appreciation. Chinyu, on the other hand, was busy with his rewarding journey, and for a while, His name was rumored on the Tiger Claw platform, and no one knew about it. Nightmare Rendezvous. The super rich man's reward amount is about to break through the $1 billion mark, and this brilliant achievement was actually forged in just 1 hour. Stepping into the world of live broadcasting, he is $1 million, just like the god of wealth. Generous. Female anchors have cast their attention, took the initiative to offer contact information, looking forward to the god of wealth to patronize their live room. To know, such a move in their body is rare, unless they need the generosity of a large sum of money. In the live feast is about to come to an end, Yingguo inadvertently stepped into the game area, headfirst into a King of Glory live room, once again waving money like dirt. Millions of bounty instantly light up the screen. Anchor shocked. Will teammates collective teleportation to the enemy tower? And then put down the phone. To Yingguo bowed deeply, gratitude overflowing. Thank you for the 200 treasure maps generously given by Brother Nightmare Rendezvous. The anchor said excitedly. Big Brother Night Dream. From now on, you're my own brother. You're the only one I look up to. I'll fight wherever you point me. Inside the live broadcast room, fans also responded, and words of praise for Big Brother Nightmare scrolled across the public screen. The anchor even couldn't wait to send a private message to Yingguo in the background, attaching his contact information and promising to be at his beck and call, pledging his allegiance to the end. Subsequently, Yingguo switched to the live broadcast of another popular game, Jedi Survival, and also shocked the audience with 1 million rewards. The anchor was so excited that he almost shouted dead, and even went so far as to use a grenade to accidentally injure his teammates in order to show his admiration for Yingguo. Just at this moment, the system beep sounded. Host, the newbie gift package is ready. When Yingguo heard this, he couldn't help but sit on the side of the road, his hands slightly weak from frequent operations. He then realizes that the system's evaluation of his strength only being able to compete with elementary school students is not an empty claim. Having no time to think more, Yingguo was eager to check his account balance, opening his cell phone's text message, only to see the balance displaying more than 237 million. His heart can't help but sigh at the Tiger Claw platform's harsh recharge restrictions. If you can recharge $100 million at a time, I'm afraid that the amount of bounty in just 1 hour has already exceeded the 10 billion mark. More headache is that the cell phone power is also in this series of crazy reward quickly consumed. In the face of the private messages swarming around him, Yingguo had no time to reply to them all. As night falls, he hurriedly rushes to the cell phone store that has not yet closed, ready to charge his cell phone, while calculating the next plan in his mind. As his wealth accumulated, Yingguo naturally had the idea of exchanging for the newest cell phone. At this time, the system beeps. The host has made a big splash on the Tiger Claw platform, raking in 3 million fans with a rating of 8 points, and has been given the opportunity to draw a prize once. Is it instantly extracted? He was overjoyed in his heart. This will not only increase his income, but also show his style, so he chose draw without hesitation. Congratulations to the host, happy to pick up a new McLaren 720S. The key has been placed in the pocket. The vehicle information and formalities are stored in the armrest box inside the car. The vehicle is parked in the neighboring streets. Yingguo reached into his pocket, and indeed touched a well-designed, show luxury sports car keys. This new car market price of more than 4 million. In the small city where he lives in the third line is undoubtedly a symbol of top luxury. His heart surging with inexpressible joy. After all, every man's heart hides a sports car dream. Yingguo nature is no exception. Step into the next street. Is the night shopping boom? This dazzling white sports car instantly attracted the attention of many young people, including a few fashionable women. They have raised their cell phones from various tricky angle to capture the sports car and their own photo, quickly edited the graphic to share to the circle of friends, eyes full of envy, fantasizing about having a partner who drives a sports car. Right at this moment, the LED light strip at the rear of the vehicle suddenly lit up, dazzlingly bright, and the crowd's eyes then focused on Yingguo. Please make way. Yingguo held the key and gracefully pulled open the door of the vehicle. Yingguo, just as he was about to step into the car, a familiar exclamation came from behind him. Turning to look, he only saw a woman with long, slightly curly hair and deep eyes walking quickly. Her eyes-wearing pupils were even more soulful. She was wearing a strappy one-piece ultra-short dress with high-heeled shoes. Her legs were long and slightly plump, sexy and charming. This person is precisely Yingguo's colleague Chu Yanzi, the star of the company's personnel department. With its outstanding appearance and fashionable dress, enjoys a very high popularity in the company, especially among male colleagues, and is even privately rated close to the existence of a perfect score. Although Yingguo did not have many encounters with her, he also knew that she was favored by a number of executives. Chu Yanzi trotted over with her delicate figure, her eyes flashing with surprise and excitement. Yingguo, it's really you. Her voice was filled with disbelief. The corner of Yingguo's mouth hooked into a faint smile. Softly, he said, I thought I recognized the wrong person. Xu Yanzi's gaze was instantly attracted to the McLaren on the side, her eyes flashing with fondness as she tentatively asked, "Is this your car?" Xinyu smiles faintly, understanding, and gently nods his head to confirm, yes. Despite holding the car keys in her hand, Xu Yanzi still had a trace of doubt in her heart, worried that it was rented or borrowed. After receiving the exact answer, a hint of surprise and excitement flashed in her eyes. "Xinyu, I really didn't expect that you are actually a hidden rich second generation, and are so low-key in the company. This car is so cool, it's worth a lot, right?" She fixes her eyes on the McLaren once again, her eyes full of eagerness. Xinyu smiles and responds, "Actually, it's not that exaggerated. The landing price is just over $4 million. Xu Yanji sniffs, the light in her eyes even more, secretly thinking in her heart, with a car of more than $4 million, her family must be extraordinary, and she is afraid that her family's wealth has long exceeded $100 million. The corner of her mouth outlined a charming smile, turned to ask, "Xinyu, so late, where are you going?" Xinyu frankly told her, planning to go to a cell phone store to buy a new cell phone, while it's still open. Xu Yanzi's eyes flashed a hint of cunning, proposing, "I know a cell phone store is open late, it just so happens that I also want to change my cell phone. Why don't I drive you there together?" Xinyu secretly rejoices in his heart, sighing the charm of money, and at the same time, he is also pleased with Xu Yanzi's initiative to invite her. After all, he also has quite a good feeling about Xu Yanzi. "Good, then I'll trouble you." Xinyu readily agreed. Xu Yanji's face was overflowing with undisguised joy. She was about to get on the car, but then she stopped. "Wait, I'll take 2 pictures first. This car is just too attractive." She leaned on the hood, changing positions, quickly edited a circle of friends, titled "A Night with Friends," instantly harvested many likes and comments. Friends have asked whether her boyfriend's car, hoping to have the opportunity to see the real appearance. Xu Yanzi skillfully blocked Xinyu from this dynamic. Around her, many young women cast envious gazes, and Xu Yanzi enjoyed the satisfaction that this vanity brought. Boom! With the roar of the engine, Xinyu started the McLaren, carrying Xu Yanzi, and drove towards the cell phone store in the night. The McLaren roars with a shocking engine sound, instantly focusing the surrounding gazes, and then it swept through the streets like a bolt of lightning. And finally, under Xu Yanzi's guidance, it steadily stops in front of a cell phone store. Inside the store, the employees were busy wrapping up their work, ready to end the day's hard work. Xinyu and Xu Yanji step in hand, driving the eye-catching sports car. The store manager sees this, tactfully signaling the crowd to pause the business at hand, and personally steps forward to greet the 2 honored guests with a big smile. "Both of you, welcome to the store. Which cell phone do you want to choose? Let me introduce it for you in detail," the store manager said enthusiastically. Xinyu pondered briefly and then spoke, "Please show us the newest and most expensive models in the store." The store manager immediately responded, showing those high-end cell phones one by one, secretly admiring Xinyu's youthful and extraordinary temperament. Especially that sports car is a plus, making her service more dedicated. However, thinking of Xinyu as a good companion, she only secretly regretted that she did not have the opportunity to exchange contact information. Xinyu's eyes quickly locked on a domestic high-end cell phone with a price tag of breaking 10,000, and he nodded with satisfaction. "It's it." He then turns to Xu Yanji and notices that she is staring daggers at the latest model of the fruit cell phone, her eyes flashing with desire. "You like this one too?" Xinyu softly inquired. Xu Yanji shyly nods. "Well, when I get my paycheck, plus my previous savings, I should be able to afford it." Xinyu glanced at the price tag, which was just over $9,000. He smiled faintly. "This is it then, wrap it up and give it to you." Saying that, he completed the payment with alacrity. Xu Yanji received the phone and was filled with joy. She had no more doubts about Xinyu's identity and was sure that he was a rich second generation who was generous. She said gratefully, "Xinyu, thank you for the cell phone." Xinyu smiled bashfully, "Don't be polite, it's just a cell phone." Xu Yanzi's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light. "No, this $10,000 may not be much to you, but to us ordinary people, it's a lot of money. In order to thank you, let me treat you to a late-night snack. I know a very good store." Saying that, Xu Yanzi deliberately moved closer to Xinyu. A fresh scent mixed with light perfume quietly invaded his breath. Xinyu looks sideways and sees that her collar is as white as jade and her skin is as delicate as fat. These 2 words involuntarily come to his mind. He realizes that this is not just an invitation, but also a subtle hint. The corner of Xinyu's mouth hooked into a smile and he readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. He smoothly embraces her into his arms, as if a warm current quietly flows through his heart. Xu Yanji's face instantly dyed scarlet, sneaking a glance at Xinyu, acquiescing to this intimate move. Sitting in the car, Xinyu inadvertently glanced, once again deeply appreciate the subtle meaning of horizontal look into the mountains. The heart secretly praised the unique charm of the chubby woman. Cannot help but exclaim, really a charming little demon. Noticing Qin Yu's blazing line of sight, Xu Yanzi gently stroked the loose hair in front of her forehead. The blush on her cheeks increased, and shyly blamed, Qin Yu, where are your eyes glancing to? Qin Yu sniffs. Instead of hiding, he frankly says, looking at his girlfriend, is there anything wrong with that? The two gazes meet in the air. Qin Yu clearly feels an inexplicable gravitational force that seems to pull him tightly towards Xu Yanzi. Xu Yanji's eyes flashed a few flashes of panic, despite the fact that in the company she often showed herself in a cool outfit, talked and laughed with her male colleagues, and even attracted a lot of high-level competitors, but there had never been anyone who could be so close. This sudden intimacy made her a bit at a loss for words for a moment. Seeing this, Qin Yu's movements involuntarily slowed down. His brows slightly furrowed as he asked with concern, what's wrong? Uncomfortable? Chapter 3 Taking down Xu Yanji and owning the entire property rights of the neighborhood. Xu Yanji's big bright eyes showed worry, fearing that Qin Yu would be upset by her motives. She had dressed up carefully just to meet a partner who was both rich and handsome, and Qin Yu's appearance undoubtedly far exceeded her expectations. It was far more desirable than the options available to those seeking a mature older man. Don't worry, Qin Yu, that cell phone store seems to be closing soon. She tries to change the topic. Qin Yu then realizes that it's still early and the streets are still crowded with people, so he starts the vehicle and drives into the underground parking lot. Finding a remote parking space to stop, he looks sideways at Xu Yanji, only to see her cheeks blushing, a different kind of flavor. Qin Yu, she called out softly, a hint of shyness and anticipation in her voice. Are you still hesitating for anything? Qin Yu closes in on her ear and whispers tenderly. Xu Yanji feels the warm breath around her ear. Her body involuntarily relaxes and her nervousness gradually dissipates. A few moments later, Qin Yu sits on the driver's seat, suddenly realizing that the space inside the car is constricted, secretly deciding to change to a more spacious business car or SUV in the future. Are we still going to eat something? He inquired Xu Yanzi, his tone dripping with concern. Xu Yanzi looked at him tenderly. It was obvious that he was also feeling hungry and tired. Eat, but for a change of scenery, go to a hotel, Qin Yu proposed. Xu Yanji's eyes flashed a trace of resistance, but then relieved. Things have come to this, going to a hotel won't hurt. At best, she will bear the reproach of her parents tomorrow. She lowers her head to check her clothes and realizes that they are already somewhat torn. My clothes, she said softly, realizing his negligence. Qin Yu hurriedly apologizes and pulls out his phone. Don't worry, I'll buy you new ones tomorrow. He quickly transfers the money. Xu Yanzi's cell phone then rings a beep, showing that the account balance has increased by 100,000. Her eyes widen in surprise. Qin Yu, what did you transfer so much money to me for? She asked in disbelief. Qin Yu smiles and replies, a little something, to buy a few more sets of clothes. How can my woman condemn herself? A warm current surged in Xu Yanji's heart, and her eyes glittered with joy. She felt that her choice was correct, then looked at Qin Yu seriously and said, Qin Yu, I know that you come from an extraordinary background and may have a door-to-door partner in the future. I don't expect you to be with me all the time. I only wish to have a place in your heart. Just take the time to meet me when I am missed. Xu Yanji, an easy-to-meet the woman. From an ordinary background, after graduation into the workplace, the salary is not generous. She is aware of such characters as Qin Yu. The emotional world may be vast. Not her alone can be exclusive. So do not fight, not grab. Only wish to occupy a warm place in his heart. Qin Yu gazed at her. His heart could not help but sigh. Xu Yanzi is undoubtedly the ideal companion in the hearts of many men. She not only possesses heartwarming charm, but also knows how to move in and out at the right time. When needed, that is. When not needed is hidden. Can be called the model of the perfect companion. Please rest assured, no matter what happens in the future, your position in my heart will always be irreplaceable. Even if there are others in my life, you are equally important. Qin Yu's words caused Xu Yanji to instantly glisten with tears, moved to tears as she softly thanked him. Thank you, Qin Yu. Qin Yu lightly laughed, slightly flirting. You are really silly and cute. Well, I'm hungry. Let's go to the hotel and chat while eating. Saying this, he quickly starts the vehicle, shunning the humble rental house. Now that the conditions have improved, he is naturally unwilling to return. Yueli Hotel, a 4-star luxury landmark in Songcheng, is undoubtedly the highest-end enjoyment in this third-tier city. In the parking lot, the security guard saw Qin Yu driving the McLaren coming from afar, and immediately raised the railing in a smart manner. This professionalism is admirable. Stepping into the lobby of the hotel, the front desk greeted with a professional smile. Sir, may I ask which type of room you need to book? Qin Yu does not think twice. May I ask if the deluxe presidential suite is still available? The receptionist is slightly stunned at his words. then politely informs, yes, but the presidential suite costs $8,880 per night. Chu Yenji secretly marveled at its high price in her heart. If not for traveling with Qinyu, she might not have the chance to experience it in this life. Qinyu pulls out the card from his wallet and hands it to the receptionist, uttering a shocking statement, I want a yearly package. When the receptionist heard this, she was shocked and could hardly believe her ears. Confirming again, she said, Sir, are you saying that the presidential suite is a yearly package? Qinyu frowned slightly, feeling slightly helpless about his words being questioned. His words are clear enough. Are you sure you heard correctly? The other party asks back, a hint of doubt in his tone. Don't they offer annual rentals here? The receptionist sniffed and snapped back to her senses, barely squeezing out a smile, hastily apologizing, I'm really very sorry. Sir, I was a bit lost in thought. After all, few people here make requests for annual hotel rentals, so I've made you laugh. If you really intend to rent it annually, I can try my best to get you a favorable rate. Qinyu then handed over his bank card, his tone firm, discounts are not necessary, just swipe the card directly. The receptionist took the bank card, as if she was in a dream world, and began to calculate the cost, then said, Sir, the total annual rental cost is $3,241,1,200 at the end of this. I have made the decision to waive it for you, and the final cost is $3,244,000. When she said this, the receptionist herself felt incredulous that someone would be willing to spend such a huge amount of money just for the annual rent of the hotel. Chu Yenji, who was on the side, was stunned when she heard this, thinking that in Songcheng, such an amount would be enough to purchase 3 ordinary residences. Qinyu, how could you think of renting a hotel annually? This expense is also too big, she asked in disbelief. Qinyu turns his head to look at her and smiles slightly. How convenient it is to live in a hotel. There is someone to clean it every day and the living facilities are complete. As for the house, it's not too late to acquire it in the future. The receptionist finally breathes a sigh of relief after completing the card swiping procedure. Fearing that this is just a joke, she hands the room card to Qinyu and says respectfully, Sir, this is your room card. Qinyu receives the room card and walks towards the elevator with his arm around Chu Yenzi. Ding, the host has successfully demonstrated extraordinary style. The system score is as high as 5 points, and is hereby granted 1 lucky draw opportunity. Is it an immediate lucky draw? Hearing the system prompt, Qinyu's heart surged with a wave of joy, secretly thinking that this exaggerated behavior could really get him a higher rating. He chose the raffle without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. The lucky draw obtained the property rights of an entire apartment in Yingguo neighborhood. The relevant procedures have been prepared at the property. Please go to the host for processing. Learning the result of the lucky draw, Qinyu could not help but sigh at the generosity of this system. A whole block of apartments in the Yingguo neighborhood is undoubtedly a huge fortune. In Ying equipment, its value is even closer to $1 billion. This kind of apartment is mostly for students or single noblemen's habitat. Because of its space limitations, rarely become the first choice of the family. After all, a family of several mouths crowded in the apartment inevitably seems to be short. Looking at the entire neighborhood, there are 5 such apartment buildings, the total value of which jumps to a staggering $5 billion. Most of these apartments exist in the form of leasing. The tenant group is generally higher quality, and the age of the younger generation, including many female college students and the beginning of the working world of young talent. Qinyu is in a particularly happy mood at the moment, because he is about to become a real Mr. Landlord. In the future, only need to collect rent regularly, and if he meets a single woman, he may also be able to give generous rent concessions. The moment he stepped into the presidential suite, Qinyu deeply realized what is luxury enjoyment. The suite has all the facilities, from the quiet study to the open-air balcony, to the computer equipped with gaming configuration. Each and every part of the suite is extraordinary. The decor was both delicate and colorful, with huge colorful chandeliers decorating the space like a dream, and the table carefully arranged with various fresh fruits. Hello sir, your reservation is for our hotel's top-class presidential suite. We provide free exquisite meals daily, including a late-night snack of 2 meat, 2 veggies and 1 soup. May I ask if you need it? On the display screen on the door, a waiter politely inquired. Just as Chu Yenji was about to respond, Qinyu jumped ahead. No need, I'll order the meal myself. The presidential suite provides an all-day ordering service, but of course, this requires an additional fee, while the complimentary meals do not require any additional expenses. Yes, sir. The waiter didn't sound the slightest bit surprised. After all, guests who chose the luxurious presidential suite tended to be more inclined to personalize their order, not to mention that this guest had already begged the right to use the suite for the entire year. Chu Yenji blinked in confusion and asked, Aren't you hungry? And 2 meat and 2 veggies is not bad. Why don't you want it? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooks into a smile. How can a complimentary one be as fresh as a freshly ordered one? You can order any time here. Whatever you want to eat, my treat. Saying this, he leisurely sat on the sofa and skillfully swept the code to enter the ordering system. I'm fine with it all. I'll eat whatever you order. Xu Yanzi's reply was simple and easygoing. Qin Yu's gaze inadvertently skimmed over her slender and charming legs. A hint of playfulness wells up in his heart. Then he smoothly pulls her into his arms and laughs. Then guess what I want to eat the most right now? You should know this all by heart. The two of them met their gazes. Xu Yanzi's cheeks flushed and she shyly hung her head. How about we focus on ordering first? Qin Yu agrees and quickly browses through the menu, mentally calculating how long the chef will take to prepare. Deciding to savor this special dinner later, he ordered 8 or 9 delicacies without stinting and added a bottle of red wine. Moving fluidly, Xu Yanji glanced at the bill and couldn't help but be jaw-dropped. These dishes plus the red wine, the total price was up to tens of thousands of dollars, especially the bottle of red wine, which was worth more than $60,000 alone, making her exclaim that this was not a meal, but simply the art of consumption. Qin Yu, this is too extravagant, right? She asked softly. Qin Yu smiled indifferently, having his own plans in his mind. The mission given by the system had destined him to embark on the path of the world's richest man, which was not only a respect for the system, but also a motivation for him to pursue the full level of the system in anticipation of unknown surprises. In his opinion, the value of the meal was in the enjoyment, not the price tag, not to mention the fact that he had a full account balance and had just been given $1 billion Yingguo neighborhood apartment. Expensive for a reason, but I am indeed hungry. There was a hint of playfulness in his words as their gazes met again, a subtle sentimentality filling the air. The furniture in the presidential suite, especially the sofa, seemed to be adding to the atmosphere. After some intimacy, the waiter duly pushes in a food cart full of food. Qin Yu had long been famished, and in the face of king crab, pike crab, Australian lobster and other delicacies, he nonchalantly feasted on them. Thinking back to the past days when he scrimped and saved for a meal of crayfish, the satisfaction at this moment was hard to describe. Yanzi, you come and try some too, he greeted enthusiastically. Xu Yanzi was equally immersed in this unprecedented culinary feast, especially the expensive caviar, which made her deeply realize the luxury of the rich and noble life. After the meal, Xu Yanji steps into the bathroom. A bath towel gently surrounds her delicate body. Her wet hair adds a bit of charm to her. For the first taste of love, Qin Yu, such temptation is almost irresistible. The next morning, Xu Yanji woke up early and went out to bring back breakfast for the two of them, while Qin Yu was still sleeping soundly in the dreamland. Last night's passion had almost exhausted his physical strength, and he was currently enjoying a rare moment of peace and recovery. I can't help but laugh bitterly. This physique is really poor. No wonder he can only compete with children. Qin Yu, wake up. Breakfast is ready. We still have to go to work afterward. Xu Yanji's words carried a hint of subtle smirk upon detection, adding, oh, it's my negligence. You are now a veritable rich second generation. Going to work is naturally not on your schedule. Qin Yu, this former experienced life person, had now regained his status as a wealthy family member. So naturally, he did not need to run around the workplace to make ends meet. He would have had no desire to continue that job of getting up early in the morning and working late at night. Monthly salary of only $2,500 of hard work, if not forced by life, has long been withdrawn. He frowned lightly, looking at Xu Yanji in disbelief. Do you still want to insist on going to work? Xu Yanji gently nodded her head and hurriedly explained. I came to work in Songchang after graduating from university. I don't have many friends, and they are all still struggling in the workplace. If I also stop, I'm afraid I will feel empty. Don't worry, as your partner, I will keep a proper distance from my company colleagues and will not do anything that crosses the line. Qin Yu hears this and most of the doubts in his heart dissipate. Since she has this will, let her be. After the meal, Xu Yanzi embarked on the road to the company, leaving Qin Yu alone in the house, and soon fell into a deep sleep, until a sharp ringing of the phone woke him up violently. Hello? The moment he picked up the phone, the head of the department, He Runhua, came from the other end of the deafening rage. Qin Yu, you dare to be late and absent from work for no reason. Do you not want to do it? This month's salary deduction you half a month. Half an hour must be to the company, otherwise the consequences. Qin Yu instantly energized. This fat man, a district supervisor, but always loved to put on a vice president of the faction. The subordinates call and shout, either sent to buy tea is to buy water. The official addiction is deep. What's more annoying is that he also often steals the subordinates' hard work to develop customer resources. Its behavior is disgraceful. In the face of this sudden rebuke, Qin Yu only have no choice but to accept, quickly prepare to go to the company to deal with the storm. Chapter 4 Become Hongyuan Chemical, chairman of the company. As the head of the department, I have never signed a client independently by virtue of my personal ability, and the existing clients in my hands are all from the hands of others to skillfully fight for. Fatty he, late to deduct half a month's salary? This is the company's explicit rules? Manhwa smiled contemptuously and asked back with an arrogant attitude. No, this is my ad hoc rule for the department, aiming to warn the people. I purposely increased the punishment. Do you have any objections? Yingguo leisurely stretched his back, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sarcastic smile as he responded. Fatty he, this half-month's salary. I'm afraid it's gone into your private vault. These words hit Manhwa's sore spot, and he was instantly enraged, using a growl to hide his inner panic. What are you babbling about? Yingguo, how dare you? How dare you talk to me like this? It seems like you don't want to do it anymore? Manhwa threatened angrily. As his words changed, he seemed to have remembered something and his tone became even more stern. What did you just call me? Yingguo, immediately come back to the company and apologize to me. Otherwise you won't be able to keep your job. Yingguo smiled bashfully and responded. Apologize to you? Fine. Fatty he, you'll see. As for resigning, I can do it now. Don't disturb my beauty sleep. Manhwa froze at his words and incredulously pursued. What did you say? Resign? Even if you resign you have to come back, without a formal resignation letter. This doesn't count. Also, the customer resources and work handover in your hands must be completed. Otherwise you won't be able to take that half-month's salary. Yingguo responded with a cold smile. That half-month's salary. Go ahead and deduct it. As for the handover, go find those customer resources yourself if you're capable. In his heart, he secretly thought, with a salary of $2,500 a month, he couldn't even afford a fraction of a lobster. So what's the big deal? In the past 6 months, fed up with Fatty he's bullying, now that he had the strength, he naturally wanted to seek justice. After saying that, he hung up the phone without hesitation. In this society, although money is important, contacts, resources and power are even more crucial. Yingguo was determined to turn the money in his hands into these valuable resources, and starting a business became his inevitable choice. This not only allows him to accumulate contacts and resources, but also allows him to go home and give an explanation to his parents. After all, how can you put them at ease by driving a luxury car and carrying a huge amount of money, but not being able to explain its source? Ding, the host bravely resigned, bravely challenged authority, unafraid of oppression, and dared to say no to his superiors. The system scores 7 points, and comes with one lucky draw opportunity. Is it an immediate lucky draw? Yingguo's heart bursts with ecstasy. The system is really sweet to the core. Lucky draw feast, glory revealed. The host is lucky to have won a huge prize of 75% of Hongyuan Chemical's equity. The equity involved is the parent company of Hongyuan Chemical's sales department, which is the place of his daily cultivation, and is a giant that ranks among the top 10 enterprises in Songcheng, with a valuation of more than $1.3 billion. Holding 75% of the shares is like holding the rudder of Hongyuan Chemical, the chairman of the board, not his. Manhwa, your end has come, and see how the wind and clouds change. Ding, the message is coming. The cell phone shook. The prestige interface jumped out. New news. Hongyuan Chemical Chairman Assistant Shuai Shi's name is listed. Shuai Shi, the loyal right-hand man, just learned from the former chairman of the company's change of ownership of the Thunderbolt News. She knows that the stability of his position and the new chairman of the board of directors is closely related to the recognition. Thus, she quickly adjusts her mindset and decides to show her favor to the new helmsman Yingguo at the first opportunity in order to keep her rice bowl intact. Your Excellency Chairman, regarding the company's recent situation, I am eager to report to you in detail. In the message, Shuaishi's respect and eagerness coexisted. Yingguo smiles indifferently as his fingertips lightly dance, sending out the coordinates of the hotel and inviting Shuaishi for an interview. Subsequently, when he was bored, he remembered the mountain of unread private messages on the Tiger Claw platform, so he logged into his account, wanting to find out what was going on. Exclusive service, immediate response, just stepped into the platform. Exclusive customer service will be like a shadow, waiting for a long time. Your Majesty, I'm your all-weather attendant, so speak up if you need anything. The words of the customer service were full of humility and enthusiasm. Yingguo pondered briefly and tapped the keyboard. The recharge limit is slightly restrained. I hope it can be adjusted. This statement, customer service heart slightly shocked. Million recharge is still suspected of insufficient? Even the industry's famous principal Wang has not touched this limit. But on second thought, Yingguo threw 100 million gold in the past. They feel that this request is reasonable. After all, this god of wealth's every reward is a powerful engine for the platform's profitability. And last time, he even directly contributed to the brilliant performance of $50 million. Yes, Supreme Emperor, Your wishes will be conveyed to the top management immediately. The customer service reply could not hide the excitement, knowing that Yingguo is not only the gold master of the platform, but also the super engine that pushes it to leap. In the tiger's claw, this virtual sea, Yingguo is undoubtedly the most dazzling lighthouse, leading countless waves in splendor. Tiger Claw's executives paid great attention to Yingguo's feedback. They acted quickly and instructed the technicians to open a special permission for Yingguo's account, enabling his account to complete a one-time recharge operation of up to $100 million. Yingguo did not show any particular concern about this. His attention then shifted to the next private message. The private message came from a user named, who politely greeted and thanked Yingguo for his reward, and then expressed her wish to add him as a friend, on the grounds that they were in the same city and she hoped to have the opportunity to treat him to dinner. Yingguo found the name Oa pleasing to the ear. Coupled with the convenience of the same city, he did not hesitate to share his letter number. Shortly after, Aoaa replied. She thought that Yingguo would not pay attention to her request, but now finally received his message, and told him that he had added him as a friend, and asked him to go through the verification. Among the many private messages from the anchors, Yingguo had no interest in the others' messages and could no longer even remember what they looked like, except for Muwanyu and Aoaa, who had left him with a slight impression. Muwanyu also sent a private message. She affectionately called Yingguo Nightmare Brother, and expressed her gratitude to him, saying that if it were not for his support, she might have lost her job. She also asked Yingguo to share her Weixin number, and Yingguo again generously provided his contact information. After browsing through the screen full of private messages, Yingguo slid straight to the bottom and noticed two more familiar anchors, Ball and Han Xin. Ball is an expert in the game of chicken. The technology is exquisite, while Han Xin has a notable performance in the field of King's Honor, and his bragging skills are perhaps better known than his gaming skills. The contents of the two men's private messages were similar, both thanking Yingguo for his reward and hoping to become close friends via WeChat, promising to do their best to help in any future needs, considering that he was also playing these two games. Despite his mediocre skills, Yingguo thought it would be a good idea to let these two highly skilled anchors serve as companions. So, he sent his micro signal to them. Almost simultaneously, both of them quickly replied to the message, stating that they were looking forward to further exchanges with Yingguo. Yingguo's cell phone screen was suddenly flooded with several friend application notifications from the four of Han Xin, Ball, and Muwanyu, and he confirmed through them one by one. Just at this moment, the doorbell rang crisply. Yingguo quickly put down his cell phone and went to answer the door. Outside the door, there stood a woman wearing a simple white shirt with a short black skirt. Her long hair was elegantly pulled up, and a pair of glasses rested on the bridge of her nose, adding a bit of intellectual temperament to her. Chairman, hello, I am your newly appointed assistant, Shui Shi. She introduced herself, a trace of undetectable surprise flashing through her eyes, clearly surprised by Yingguo's youthfulness. Shui Shi secretly pondered in her heart that the person behind the Hongyuan Chemical Company's 75% stake, valued at more than 900 million, which was finally sold for $1.2 billion, she originally thought that it would be a senior, but she never thought that it would be the young and elegant youth in front of her. Hongyuan Chemical market value of up to $1.3 billion, and Yingguo can easily mobilize such a huge amount of cash, which is rare in the industry. Usually, even if the market value of 1 billion companies, its liquidity is often limited, can one time take out $1.2 billion cash. Non-large listed companies, and these companies usually do not invest in non-core business in such a large amount. Therefore, Shui Shi cannot help but guess, Yingguo may be from a prominent. This move is just part of the family experience. However, Yingguo knew nothing about the ripples in Shui Shi's mind as he just blandly scrutinized the new assistant, sensing a strong professionalism and competent temperament from her attire. Assistant Shui, please relax a bit. Although I have become the new owner of Hongyuan Chemical, I still know very little about the company's operations, which is exactly where I need your assistance. I believe in your abilities and look forward to us working together to manage the company better. Please rest assured that I am not someone who changes teams easily. Yingguo's words revealed his trust and expectation of Shui Shi. Shui Shi finally breathed a sigh of relief after hearing these words. After several years of hard work in Hongyuan Chemical, she had successfully been promoted to assistant to the chairman of the board with her excellent management skills. She knew that if she changed to another company, she would need to start over. She respectfully said to Chairman Yingguo, "Thank you, Chairman. Then let me first report to you about the current status of our company." However, Yingguo waved his hand to indicate that she didn't have to. "It is not necessary. Just go back and organize the company's information and send it to me. I will check it out in my free time," he explained. As a product salesperson of Hongyuan Chemical, Shui Shi knew the product materials like the back of her hand, and she thought that she only needed to know the general data of the company. She was more interested in relaxing and enjoying the rewards she deserved for her hard work. and didn't want to be overworked. So, she respectfully replied, "Yes, Chairman. When I return, I will immediately organize the company data and send it to you." Seeing her serious and formal appearance, Yingguo could not help but smile. "Handsome assistant, you don't have to be so nervous. We are not in a company. You can relax a bit. Regarding the company's information, just give it to me within this week. In fact, I'm looking for you to come here because I want to find out about the major you studied in college." Shuaishi is slightly surprised, and after a little contemplation, she replies, "I studied business management." Yingguo's eyes lit up after hearing this and said excitedly, "I am preparing to set up a group company and I need an assistant to advise me." "Assistant Shuai, are you interested in becoming an assistant for my group company?" These words made Shuaishi's eyes widen as her expression became frenzied. As a career-minded person, she was currently still single despite being 28 years old. The group company, even if it was not listed on the stock market, was a stage that far surpassed Hongyuan Chemical. Yingguo's invitation for her to become an assistant of the group company had undoubtedly given her a chance to realize her dream. She nodded firmly and said with determination, "Dong Qin, if you trust me, I couldn't ask for more. I will definitely do my best to live up to your expectations and make the company the best it can be." Yingguo smiles faintly and expresses his belief in Shuaishi's ability. "I also trust you, Assistant Shuai. Your outstanding performance at Hongyuan Chemical makes me have full confidence in you. Please see the rewrite below. Looking for a trustworthy partner to take over my position. You will bring him then so that I can finalize my decision. When you return, please write up a detailed plan proposal on the group company and organize it into a thorough report for me." Shuaishi's heart was filled with eagerness and anticipation. She had always dreamed that a boule would appear, giving her the opportunity to enter those large listed companies and unleash her light so that everyone in the industry would know her name. She had been conceptualizing her plans for the group of companies in her mind for many years. Yingguo was the heir of the family, and she firmly believed that as long as she performed well, she would definitely be able to enter the Yingguo family's company and show her value. She confidently said to Qin Dong, "Qin Dong, please don't worry. I can bring you the program tonight." Hearing this, Qin Dong couldn't help but marvel in his heart that this was a woman of honor. He was well aware that his group of companies needed to develop, and with the system in hand, the industry was bound to grow gradually as long as it was run properly. He replied, "Okay, then I will wait for your good news." Shuaishi couldn't wait to return to the hotel to prepare the relevant information and programs, and then left. Qin Dong, on the other hand, still felt a bit tired in his body, so he continued to lie down on his bed to rest. He opened the Tiger Claw platform, only to find a screen full of private messages that he ignored. He turned to a gaming zone to watch the live broadcast of a national-ranking Lanling King anchor. At this moment, a Supreme Emperor tip appeared in the live broadcast room, and the entire live broadcast room boiled over. It turned out to be a divine hero who had rewarded more than 100 million in one night, becoming the first place on the Tiger Claw platform's tycoon list. This god's nickname is Night Dream Rendezvous, and his reward amount is not only unrivaled in the Tiger Claw platform, but even unrivaled in all live broadcast platforms. The Nightmare Rendezvous god's reward has attracted the attention of everyone in the live broadcast room. Whether it was the anchor or the fans of the Tiger Claw platform, they all knew about the existence of this godly hero. Some people commented that with $100 million, it would be an excellent choice to either find a model or an actress to talk about their lives, but he chose to put a reward in the live broadcasting room. "Big Brother Night Dream is here. Anchor welcome," someone shouted excitedly. The anchor also revealed an excited expression as this godly man's reward started at 1 million every time and he had to capitalize on this opportunity. However, Yingguo was not disturbed by all of this as he focused on the live game broadcast. This anchor's skills were truly outstanding. He was able to stealthily capture people in the early stages of the game, and even though he was only at level 4, he had already single-killed Hou twice, which undoubtedly showed his strength. Yingguo watched this game live and couldn't help but have more thoughts and expectations in his mind. Yingguo was experiencing great distress in the game. He always chose Hou as his character when he played King Pesticide, but every time he would be targeted by King Lanling and other assassin players. This made him deeply hate those players who were good at sneaking and sneak attacks, and he even blurted out when he was emotional, "These guys are so insidious." As he looked at the Hou player on the opposite side of the table, who had suffered 2 defeats right out of the gate, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy in his heart. He then decided to offer the player some help while watching the live stream. He quickly gave the anchor a gift, a supercar model. He requested to the anchor, "Anchor, send 10 heads to this Hou to see if it can change the situation a bit." When the anchor saw the gift, he originally thought that this godly player would throw millions of dollars at it, but instead, he only received a sports car model worth $1,000, and was a bit puzzled in his mind. The anchor politely thanked Yingguo for the gift, but said that as a player with professional ethics, he could not victimize his teammates for personal gain. He even stated that he would return this gift. However, Yingguo did not give up. He flicked on his phone and gave out 2 treasure maps worth $5,000, for a total of 20 treasure maps worth 100,000. The anchor was jaw-dropped and thrilled when he saw this move. The anchor thanked Yingguo again for his generosity and said that he could not live up to his expectations. He decided to make some contributions to Hui players in the game. At this point, the live broadcast room was filled with voices of teasing and snickering. "Anchor, where's your modesty?" Yingguo and the other viewers teased. The anchor responded with humor. "You know what? The secret to success in life is to be shameless and then shameless again. What is modesty? Can you eat it?" With the help of the anchor, the game situation gradually changed. Yingguo and the other viewers witnessed the process, and although the process was full of flirting and jokes, everyone enjoyed the fun of this game. Chapter 5: Obtaining the amount 10 billion. In today's age where materialism reigns supreme and moral judgment tends to blur, the power of money has been infinitely magnified and has become the yardstick by which success is measured. You may have laughed at the moral flaws of others, but you have not scrutinized the thickness of your own wallets. Yingguo heard the anchor of these remarks. Deeply resonant. Thought, in this laugh at the poor, not laugh at the social climate, you laugh at others bottomless. Others may be secretly laughing at your shyness in the bag, that a little lonely posture, and how much life can be exchanged for food and stability. The anchor skillfully maneuvered Lan Ling Wang silently approaching Hui. The latter saw the situation. Heart tightened. Crisis. The auxiliary is far below the first tower, and he is awkwardly stuck between the 2 towers, facing the surprise attack of Lan Ling King. Even if the gods come down to earth, it is difficult to escape. However, Lan Ling King's big move accidentally landed, revealing his whereabouts. Hui saw this and was so happy that he thought the turnaround had come that he hastily utilized his flash to pull away and decisively released his big move. Anchor secretly shook his head in his heart. This Hui's technology is really not complimentary. Even the big move is so inaccurate. But do not know, this is the anchor deliberately for the enemy's plan. Lan Ling Wang not only do not hide, but also take the initiative to meet Hui's move, was stunned, and then became the target of Hui's crazy output, and finally regret to return to the city. This scene made the team's shooter Lu Ban couldn't help but question, "Lan Ling Wang, what's wrong with your operation? The economy is so high. Sneak attack Hui can be counter-killed. Assassin's dignity?" Anchor did not respond. Just control Lan Ling Wang turn to battle the big dragon. Although dangerous, but still do not forget to do the same trick. Once again to the cost of the big move empty, to Hui gift head. After the resurrection, the anchor continued this send warmth action. 3 consecutive times to give away the head, finally caused the teammates' dissatisfaction. Zhong Kuei took the lead. "Lan Ling Wang, what the hell are you doing? As an assassin, you were repeatedly single-killed by a shooter. Are you giving us points?" Zhong Wuyan was even more outspoken. "What ATM? This Lan Ling King is clearly giving away heads on purpose. He's almost out of blood, and he's still going to Hui for a one-on-one. How can we fight this battle?" Daji also agreed. "That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. His big move never hit. Definitely an undercover. After this game, I'll be the first to report him." Facing the accusations and misunderstandings of his teammates, the anchor had mixed feelings in his heart, but for some unspeakable reason, he could only suffer in silence and continue to carry out this seemingly ridiculous task. With Hui's super god in the anchor's 10 kills achievement, Daji has completely given up resistance. And the anchor, in the money and responsibility of the double pressure, continue his helpless but firm send head journey. "You can slowly consume it yourself. I withdrew. Waiting for your report." "Oh." Zhong Kuei sighed. "I've been on my knees all night, just trying to figure out how to win. King Lan Ling, can you stop giving away so much? Seeing as how you're still on the national service list, this ranking was paid for, right?" Lu Ban complained continuously. "Zhong Kuei, you're also sorry. I'm not going to continue either. That Hui has all 6 godly suits, and if such a vegetable can become a god, I can't block it at all." Lu Ban shook his head helplessly. The anchor laughed bitterly. He wanted to please the big brother, but ended up in this situation. "Brother Nightmare, the head count has reached 10. Yingguo was quite satisfied after hearing this, and then his eyes lit up. "Anchor, aren't you a national service god? The technology is outstanding. If you can bring us to turn the tide against the wind, I'll immediately brush you with 100 treasure maps." The anchor heard this, and his withered color was swept away. His eyes rounded, and he scanned the battle record 18-31. Not optimistic, but the middle mage and Lu Ban had hung on. Zhong Wuyan is also disillusioned. Only Zhong Kuei is still struggling. The power of the auxiliary is ultimately limited. "Brothers, don't be discouraged. It was my sister who messed up her game just now. I'm really sorry. Believe me, pull yourself together. We still have a chance to flip the game." The anchor quickly typed to boost morale. Daji, however, mocked. "Flip the game? Flip your big head. You fed the opposite side into 2 big evil kings. What's the point of flipping the game? Lu Ban also joined in spitting. I've seen this kind of excuse many times. When you play badly, you say it's played by your sister. Why don't you say it's played by aliens? The anchor was embarrassed. His teammates were demoralized. And even though he had the ability of the heavens, it was still difficult for him to support himself. At this time, Xinyu smiled indifferently. Input text, tell them, win this, each person 10,000 cash. WeChat to me. First transfer 1,000 deposit. Anchor's WeChat also give me instant transfer. The moment these words came out, the live broadcast room boiled. Night dream Big Brother mighty. I'll come. 500 on the line. I'll go to abuse the opposite side. Nightmare Big Brother really know how to play. The world of rich people is different. Wonderful ah. The anchor quickly asked his assistant to prepare WeChat, and Xinyu quickly completed the transfer. Seeing this, the anchor rekindled the fire of hope in his heart. This match is of great significance. If we can win, I promise that each person will instantly transfer $10,000 as a reward. Dodgy sniffed and said disdainfully, you're sleepy, aren't you? $10,000? Find a more reliable one for bragging. Lu Ban responded with contempt. Humph, do I look like someone who lacks this small amount of money? Zhang Kuei interjected at the right time. Stop it. If you keep this up, you'll be sanctioned by the system. Immediately after, Zhang Kuei's words changed. Brothers, send a micro signal first. I'll transfer 1,000 deposit per person. Zhang Wuyan sneered. Transfer? Think we're easy to fool? But, 6,674. I want to see how you're going to put on this show. Lu Ban was also not willing to show weakness. Yo, Zhang Wuyan, you say you don't believe in it on your mouth, but your hands are quite fast. 1,239. I'll add it too. Zhang Wuyan confessed. I just want to see how King Lanling sings this one-man show. Added WeChat, and gave him likes every day. 4 people quickly exchanged microsignals. Almost at the same time, the cell phone tone sounded. The transfer has arrived. Dodgy immediately changed her attitude. Brother Lanling Wang, I will give you a head start and be your most solid backing. Zhang Kuei also expressed his loyalty. Whoever dares to touch you, step over my corpse first. Lu Ban was even more excited. Protect Big Brother Lanling Wang. Everything is under your command. Let's abuse the opposite side into a dog together. The incentive of money made the 4 people's fighting spirit high. Dodgy and Lu Ban were the first to charge, following King Lanling's tactical deployment, quickly locking and killing the opponent's shooter. At the critical moment, Lanling Wang encountered Zhuge Liang's big move threat. Lu Ban did not hesitate to step forward, blocked the fatal blow, and then returned to the city to resurrect. Lu Ban said, want to move Lanling Wang Big Brother? I am your exclusive auxiliary. Zhang Kuei is also not willing to show weakness. Get out of the way. I'm the authentic auxiliary. Due to the enemy's mismatch, our side quickly seized the opportunity to counterattack and eventually destroyed the opponent's crystal, winning the victory. Zhang Wuyan exclaimed, Brother Lanling Wang, you are really awesome. I will hang out with you again next time. Lu Ban also actively volunteered. Big Brother, remember to bring me along next time. After the battle ended, the anchor's assistant quickly completed the transfer of the remaining $9,000. The corners of Qinyu's mouth sketched out a smile as he boldly waved his arm, and in an instant, 100 precious treasure maps were sent out like flowing water. This was not just a simple 100 maps, its value was as high as 500,000 gold coins, causing him, who was a game master, to be agitated inwardly. He stood up fiercely, his posture erect, as if he were a soldier standing at attention, and exclaimed in a loud voice, Nightmare Big Brother, your elegance is unrivaled. In the future, if I have any orders, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Come on, let's go for a wave of Nightmare Big Brother's mighty and overbearing on the public screen. As soon as the words fell, the screen was instantly flooded with pop-ups of Nightmare Big Brother's mighty and overbearing. Qinyu's heart stirred. There was really something he wanted to ask Big Brother Nightdream for help. In that case, I'll be polite. Can you please help me get on a king segment? I'll send you an account in a private message, he sincerely requested. The anchor sniffed without the slightest hesitation. Don't worry Big Brother, I will do my best, day and night, to help you get to the top of the king. Feeling that his body had recovered as good as new, Xinyu exited the live broadcasting room and prepared for a new day. Just at this moment, the system beep sounded. Ding, host in the Tiger Claw platform shine. Perfect interpretation of the true meaning of money can make the devil push mill. Pretending skills full points. The system score of 7 points. The special gift of a lottery opportunity. Whether immediately. This sudden system reward made Qinyu's eyes light up and his pupils flashed with excitement. He didn't expect that one of his spontaneous actions could once again trigger the pretentious achievement, and the points had accumulated to 23. 5 points, only one step away from the system level 2 upgrade. Without hesitation, he chose the lottery. Ding, congratulations host, you have drawn a random amount red packet. Will you open it immediately? Xinyu was curious about this unexpected gift and decisively chose to open it. Congratulations, host. You have successfully opened the red packet and obtained an amount of $10 billion, which has been automatically transferred to your account. The phone vibrates and a text message notification follows, showing that the account balance has soared to 10,200 million. Xinyu cannot help but sigh. The system is really extraordinary. A red packet is such a huge amount. Just to solve his preparations for the urgent need of the group's shortage of funds, this is undoubtedly a double surprise. Under the good mood, Xinyu began to prepare for his new image. He plans to go shopping for a few sets of high-end clothing. After all, once he could barely buy a month of cheap clothing. In the face of the desired brand, clothing can only be deterred. Now, he has enough capital. Every day to change the new clothes is no longer a luxury. Just as he was ready to go out, the cell phone beeps constantly. The original is a number of friends sent applications. He passed them one by one, and one of the messages from Mu Wanyu was particularly striking. Big Brother Nightmare. How are you? I'm flattered by your bounty and I can't thank you enough. I was able to obtain 30% of the commission, and when the platform and guild finish settling at the end of the month, I will definitely return it to you as much as I can. Almost as soon as the words fell, Mu Wanyu's message came one after the other. For such a huge sum of money, she appeared to be unusually anxious, unable to sleep at night and unable to eat. Xinyu replied, no need to be concerned. Just a small amount has been given. There is no reason to take back. Immediately after, Aweka's message jumped on the screen. Nightmare brother, you finally passed my friend application. Thank you so much for your generous reward. I am deeply unable to reciprocate. Can I have the honor of inviting you to lunch? I noticed that we share the same city in Pine City. Is that convenient? It was almost noon. Xinyu was planning to enjoy lunch after shopping, so he readily agreed, secretly happy to have the company of a good person in his heart. How could he refuse? He replied, of course, see you at the Huaxing shopping center. See you later. Even she had only been there once and had not spent any money. For this meeting, she carefully selected clothes, determined to give Xinyu a deep impression. After all, the person who rewarded her with millions of dollars must be an extraordinary tycoon, and she naturally did not want to miss this rare opportunity. Despite her ordinary family's circumstances, she also harbored the dream of finding a good match, but her choice was not frivolous, and she needed to observe carefully. After bathing and dressing, Xinyu leisurely stepped out of the hotel and drove there. As the vehicle approached the exit, the security guards had already had the good sense to raise the bar and let the car pass, as they had been instructed by the hotel's internal staff that the owner of the car was one of their valued permanent guests. Soon after, a roar cut through the tranquility and a McLaren sports car elegantly parked beside AOA. Xinyu lowered the window of the car and softly inquired, is it MS? AOA no? Although she did not know how much the car cost, she could conclude that it was worth a lot of money, not to mention the fact that Xinyu himself was young and handsome, just like Prince Charming in a fairy tale. A far cry from all her previous concerns, she smiled and nodded her head, responding with an even more charming smile. Good day, Brother Nightmare. My name is Okino. Xinyu also responded with a scrutinizing gaze to A with grave A with ring above, secretly praising himself for his unique vision. Although the details of last night's bounty were blurred, the beautiful person in front of her undoubtedly proved the correctness of the choice. Not only did she have a pretty face, but she also had a marvelous figure that could be called an 8-point beauty, and with the careful dressing, she was straight out of a 9-point stunner. Skin snow, graceful body, long hair like waterfalls, hanging shoulders, a semi-transparent silk blouse, chest clever slits. The design is both sexy and attracting reverie. Lower body with black ultra-short hot pants, legs long and attractive, white sneakers, thighs wrapped in a black belt adds a few points of charming flavor. Xinyu could not help but ignite a hot flash in his heart, immediately converging his mind and responding with a smile. Please don't call me Brother Night Dream. My name is Xinyu. After hearing this, her long eyelashes lightly trembled. Then she changed her tone. Brother Yu. This intimate address caused a warm current to well up in Xinyu's heart, doubly pleasing him. Come on, get on the car. Let's go up from the underground parking lot. Xinyu leads the way. Anyone who is lightly seated is immediately surrounded by a multitude of envious and jealous gazes, and many men secretly fantasize about how good it would be to drive a sports car and have this beautiful woman as their passenger. Huaxing Shopping Center is a towering shopping mall with 6 floors, each of which covers an area of 15,000 square meters. Stepping into a fashionable clothing store, AOA's outstanding charm once again attracted the attention and envy of the surrounding men. Xinyu was in a good mood. The corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, carefully selected 7 or 8 sets of clothes. Each piece of clothing on the body looks extremely well-fitting and comfortable. The price is not expensive but value for money. He nodded his head in satisfaction and ordered the attendant to pack all the clothes and send them to the car later. Huasheng Shopping Center provides a thoughtful delivery service to ensure that customers can shop without worrying about the inconvenience of carrying. Faced with a bill of over $200,000, Xinyu paid it without hesitation, without the slightest hint of hesitation in his eyes. Witnessing this scene, Aoa could not help but stare in awe, a strange light flashing in her eyes, followed by the resilience that resurfaced on top of her countenance. After completing his clothing shopping, Xinyu stepped into the Audemars Piguet watch boutique, which was adjacent to a store specializing in ladies' handbags. Oa's gaze was instantly attracted to a handbag in the store, but when she caught a glimpse of the price tag, which was as high as over $800,000, she was so shocked that she quickly averted her eyes. Chen Oa, it's really you. I didn't expect to meet you here. At this moment, a woman dressed rather revealingly and exuding a sexy aura approached. After fixing her eyes on it, her eyebrows furrowed slightly and a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. Sister Chen Lian, she softly called out. This Chen Lian was nominally her cousin, but the two of them had actually been separated by several generations and had an estranged relationship. Chen Lian was known for being showy and flamboyant, and always loved to display her achievements in front of everyone. Her parents often mentioned in her ear how Chen Lian had distinguished herself by purchasing luxuries for her parents, even a car, and how she was seen as a role model for the young people of her generation. Chapter 6, Limited Edition Sports Car. Over 100 million? A look of self-importance surfaced on Chen Lian's face as she glanced at the store inadvertently, the corner of her mouth hooking into a faint smile. Anyway, it seems like you've gotten quite a bit more generous with your money, to the point where you're able to shop in this kind of store? Could it be that you are interested in the bags here? Okan Lian responded by gently shaking her head. No, I'm just casually strolling around. Chen Lian gently stroked over her long hair, her eyes revealing a few moments of disdain. Indeed, things here are expensive, not something that anyone can easily consume. Look at this bag of mine. I bought it here. $58,000. I thought you were going to buy a bag. After all, I am a regular customer in this store. Okanoi chimes in with a polite smile. Odd thank you, Sister Chen Lian. I was just taking a casual look. Chen Lian's smugness increased, her sense of superiority overflowing. You're right. The cheapest bag here costs tens of thousands of dollars. Your parents would have to work hard for a year to afford one. Don't spend money recklessly. At this time, a middle-aged man with a slightly convex stomach approached, and Chen Lian's age gap is obvious, estimated that at least 10 years more than. Chen Lian 26. He is at least 40 outside. Chen Lian immediately became tender and held onto the man's arm, introducing him in a delicate voice. Hubby, this is my cousin, Chen A with grave A with ring above. The man's gaze lingered on Chen Oai. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he recklessly surveyed her delicate figure. Obviously, whether it was her appearance, figure, or age, Chen Ooaao was far superior to Chen Lian. Anyway, this is your brother-in-law. Chen Oya's eyes moved slightly, and out of politeness, she softly called out brother-in-law. The corner of the man's mouth hooked up with an impish smile. Baby, this sister of yours is really standard. Do you have a boyfriend? Chen Oakao's eyebrows knitted slightly and shook her head. Not yet. The man's eyes lit up and he seemed to have found a topic. Oaka. Brother-in-law is a person who has been there. I have to remind you, you have to find a boyfriend who is older. That kind of person has the strength. Love, it is all floating clouds. Life is the hard way. That's right. Aoa. Look at this bag of mine. It's a gift from your brother-in-law. And there's more than one of them. Chen Lian proudly shook the bag in her hand, continuing to flaunt, and this place is not something that ordinary people can easily wade into, and the items inside are all worth a lot of money. Once there is some damage, the responsibility of compensation is not something that you can bear. Do not follow the example of those shallow people, just to show off and here, take pictures and upload, to create a false prosperity. Chen Lian pretended to be surprised, her eyes widened as she looked around, her words full of sarcasm. Oh, accompanying a friend? Could it be that you have found a good match? Quickly summon to let my sister for you to advise it too. Even a bag cannot afford. How to talk about love? Not a boyfriend, just a friend. He is helpful to me, so I invited him to share a meal as a token of appreciation. The man beside her suddenly interjected, sneering with a bit of disdain. A man letting a woman pay the bill. This kind of behavior, it's really hard to agree with. To bring you here when you are so shy, you must be careful not to be cheated. As your nominal brother-in-law, why don't I treat you? And by the way, add a WeChat, so that you can find me in the future, the man said as he took out his cell phone, intending to show his generosity. Chen Lian saw this, the heart secretly shocked, and hastened to hold on to the man's arm, pretending to be petulant. Dear, is not said that today only belongs to the world of the two of us? Let's invite her next time, and take her to see a real upscale restaurant then. The man took the opportunity to give Chen Lian's buttocks a light pinch and laughed. As a brother-in-law, it's only right to treat her for the first time. Oh hot, do you think? Anyway, Xinyu was about to politely decline when he appeared at the right time and looked firmly at the man. Sorry, she already has an appointment with me today. At that moment, Xinyu had already chosen his favorite watch in the Audemars Piguet store, and the waiter was looking for it for him, and he happened to witness this scene outside the door. The man's face suddenly changed, his displeasure overflowing, and he looked askance at Xinyu arrogantly. And who are you? The corner of Qinyu's mouth hooked up with a playful smile, and smoothly swept the slender shoulders of Aweka into his arms. A light fragrance lingered on the tip of his nose, and the soft touch was refreshing. I am her partner for today. This scene is undoubtedly a silent mockery of the man. Oh, I am precisely her companion. Aoa. Her body involuntarily trembled lightly. Her gaze involuntarily turned to Qinyu. Her cheeks instantly flushed crimson. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions. She was well aware that Qinyu's move was to relieve her, so she did not defend herself much. As a male, even buying a bag for his partner is stingy. Still have the nerve to call yourself her boyfriend? The man froze, then sneered back. The corner of Qinyu's mouth hooked up into a playful smile as he asked rhetorically. Acquiring a bag for your girlfriend is a matter of duty, so I'd like to ask if you're willing to be generous for your partner as well? The man responds with a cold smile. If you buy it, I am naturally not willing to lag behind. Qinyu turned around, his gaze sharply sweeping over the waitresses who were watching from the sidelines. His fingers gently traced over the bag that was previously eyeing, as well as the other 4 equally eye-catching bags in the display case. These 5, all packed. His words were concise and forceful. The attendant was shocked at his words. These 5 models are all the latest models, with a high value. The total is actually as high as more than $4,600,000, and it is rare to buy 5 pieces at one time. First, sir, are you sure you want all 5 models? She repeated incredulously. At this moment, Chen Lian on the side couldn't help but let out a snort, her tone full of sarcasm. Oh, this boyfriend, I'm afraid he's bragging without a draft, right? Do you know how much these bags add up to? And you still buy them all? Xinyu ignores the surrounding chatter and blandly hands the bank card to the attendant. Swipe the card. The waitress quickly returns to her professional state and enters the store to complete the transaction. When she receives the notification that the transaction is successful, she can't hide her joy. The commission from this transaction is also a considerable amount for her. She respectfully returned the bank card to Qinyu and promised to pack the goods immediately. Sir, your card. We will prepare the package for you immediately. The crowd was dumbfounded and shocked, especially Chen Lian and the man. It was unbelievable that Qinyu could be so generous, not hesitating to throw down a huge sum of more than $4 million just for 5 packages. This kind of stroke is rarely done even by billionaires. Qinyu's sharp gaze straight at the man, tone with a hint of provocation. Your turn. The man. To their own women to buy a bag is natural. Don't let people laugh. The man's face suddenly changed, embarrassed to the extreme, coupled with the strange gazes cast around him, more so that he was sitting on pins and needles. Originally, he and Chen Lian had planned to sneer at Qinyu and Chen Oai, but now he had been humiliated instead. He was just a small business owner, with total assets barely in the tens of millions. The total assets are barely tens of millions of dollars, and the liquidity is even more stretched, only about $5 million. If he really take out nearly half to buy bags, the enterprise may be in trouble tomorrow because of the broken capital chain, unless he is crazy to do so. Just at this time, Audemars Piguet boutique attendant holding a unique design, exquisite craftsmanship of the watch elegantly arrived, respectfully recommended to Qinyu. Mr. Xin, our store this popular watch has been prepared for you. The price of $5,866,000. You see, before the words were finished, Qinyu had already pulled out his bank card again and said cheerfully, that's it, swipe the card. The attendant quickly put on the watch for Qinyu, and then stepped into the store with the card to complete the formalities. This scene, so that the man in Chen Lian's face more gloomy, just a few million bags can barely accept, and in a flash is more than 5 million of the table. Around the waiter also secretly snickering, just like a bystander of this luxury purchase. The man behind the cold sweat beaded, realized that Qinyu so squandered, its liquidity must be far beyond the imagination of ordinary people, at least is also counted in billions. In addition, Qinyu's age is young, can have such financial strength, not the noble family. Offending such an existence would undoubtedly be the doom of his small business, and remorse was born. Why don't you buy it yet? Chen Lian was furious, stomping her feet and urging, shaking the man's arm, hubby, buy one, don't let them look down on you. The man was enraged. The root of all this was Chen Lian's vanity. He indignantly shook off her hand and a loud slap landed on her face. Splat! With a crunching sound, Chen Lian's face was left with 5 distinct fingerprints. She looked in shock at the furious man in front of her as he growled, "Buy your mom. You're asking me to drop over $4 million to buy a bag? Do I look like I'm sick to you?" After saying that, he turned around angrily and left with large strides, leaving Chen Lian alone. In her eyes, she was nothing more than a short-lived plaything of his. In order to get her, he had merely spent a measly $100,000 on 2 bags, and now that the novelty had worn off, he was eager to smoke a pile. A trace of imperceptible loss flashed in Chen Oao's eyes, but she quickly returned to normal. Her gaze turned to the 5 exquisite bags, and tentatively asked the waitress, "May I ask, can these bags be returned?" The waitress sniffed and was stunned. Her mouth micro $4 million, and it was given to her so easily. Her heartbeat accelerated. Her eyes flashed with complex emotions. Both into the car. Xinyu started his McLaren sports car, accompanied by a crisp ding. The system beep sounded. The host successfully purchased high-priced goods for the object of desire. To show extraordinary charm, pretending skills reached. Inside the car, Chen Ooa's mood is just like this speeding vehicle, both excited and full of anticipation as it sails into the unknown future. Xinyu heard this and was slightly surprised in his heart. This judging mechanism is also novel. Only the 5-point evaluation seems to be slightly stingy. On second thought, he couldn't help but ponder over the meaning of Chen Oao's heart is at his feet. Could it be that she has already fallen in love with him? This thought made the corner of his mouth unconsciously rise, and he looked sideways at Chen Oakai, only to see her cheeks flushed, adding a little more delicate, the line of sight downward. He suddenly realized the near and far, high and low different the beauty of the scenery. The heart cannot help but swing. Convergence of mind. He decisively chose the system lottery. System tip: congratulations to the host for winning a Bugatti Veyron 16. For grand sport, in view of the host's temporary lack of fixed residence, the vehicle will be delivered directly to the ULI hotel. Please check at that time. Knowing that the prize was such a rare Bugatti convertible, Xinyu was overwhelmed with excitement. This handcrafted, limited edition sports car, of which there are only 5 in the world, is valued at well over $110 million, and is a treasure that countless car enthusiasts can only dream of. He couldn't wait to drive the steel Mustang straight to the hotel. Seeing this, Okino's beautiful eyes flashed with curiosity and incomprehension as she softly inquired, "Brother Yu, where are we going?" Xinyu replied without thinking, "ULI Hotel, to receive our new car." At these words, a hint of panic and shyness flashed through Chen Oao's eyes. Going straight to the hotel on their first meeting made her heart both nervous and full of anticipation. As a dance anchor, although she had no lack of suitors, but the real experience of love was only a few. At this moment, her hands unconsciously twisted the corner of her coat. Her heart mixed feelings. Arrived at the ULI hotel, only to see the parking lot outside is already crowded. The crowd have raised their cell phones, aimed at the dazzling sky blue Bugatti photographic souvenirs. Xinyu stepped out of the car full of excitement. The scene in front of him made him more convinced that today's fortune was extraordinary. Chen Oaka, on the other hand, watched silently from the sidelines, with the apprehension of the unknown journey in his heart, as well as the longing for a new chapter to unfold. Chapter 7, a separate villa in the draw. Bugatti, this rare luxury car, in the global scope is only a handful, not to mention in the Songqing, such a small third-tier city. Its appearance naturally attracted the crowd cast envious eyes. Xinyu witnessed this scene. The heart is also difficult to hide the love for this sports car worth more than $100 million, knowing that no matter where it is, it will be the center of attention. Please make way. A staff member appeared at the right time, and after quickly confirming Xinyu's photo with the one on his profile, he enthusiastically came forward to greet him. "Mr. Xinyu, hello, I was specially sent to deliver the reserved Bugatti for you. All the formalities are complete. Please sign here to confirm." Xinyu readily agreed and signed his name in a dashing manner. On the side of the Oaka, whose eyes are as clear as the moon, although not know all the models like the back of her hand, but she has heard of the great name of Bugatti long time ago. She knew that the only label of this kind of world's top sports car was expensive, even if she was not sure of the exact price, but she also expected its value to be in the tens of millions of dollars. The McLaren that Xinyu drove not long ago was still a new car, and now that he had added this luxury car, she couldn't help but feel surprised. Unbeknownst to her, the actual value of this Bugatti is already worth $110 million. The gazes of envy and jealousy thrown around him made Xinyu's mouth couldn't help but hook up a smug smile. He lightly opens the door and sits in this Bugatti, and with a roar of the engine, a beast-like roar resounds through the clouds, shaking the hearts of the people. Xinyu beckoned to Aoa. Only then did he regain his senses from the shock, his cheeks slightly flushed as he quickly got into the car. Xinyu lightly stepped on the gas pedal. The Bugatti instantly like an arrow off the string and sped out. Its amazing acceleration performance is breathtaking, even if it is a little bit. The car speed can easily break through the 90 or even 100 kilometers per hour. Along the way attracted countless pedestrians of the attention of the salute. The thrill of driving a new car intoxicated Yingguo, especially as he traveled through this bustling city, allowing him to enjoy unprecedented attention and satisfaction. "Oh, not going straight back to the hotel?" Yingguo asked casually as he was immersed in joy. An unusual light flashed in his eyes as he heard this. Then he replied warmly, "Brother Yu, I know a restaurant with a very good flavor. It's just that the location is a little out of the way. If you don't mind, we can dine there. If it's inconvenient, we'll just change to another one." On the way to the dining place, she had long calculated the delicacy she would invite Yingguo to taste, but after the interlude of the Huasheng shopping and the appearance of the Bugatti, she could not help but worry that Yingguo, who was from an illustrious family, would turn his nose up at the roadside stalls, and even feel disgusted with them. However, Yingguo's reaction was out of her expectation. As the corners of his mouth grew a bland smile and he said softly, "Don't worry, I favor roadside stalls, as long as it tastes good. It's a delicacy." His words revealed his sincere love for ordinary delicacies, even though squatting on the roadside, selling only $10 of fast food, which he had tasted countless times and was happy to do so. He firmly believed that many roadside stalls had unforgettable delicacies. Hearing Yingguo's words, the worries in her heart instantly dissipated. Her eyes glittered with joy, and she then began to guide the way for Yingguo. They arrived at the old part of Pine City. The presence of the Bugatti instantly attracted the attention of the people around them. The women raised their cell phones to take pictures, casting both envious and jealous gazes at the Bugatti, fantasizing about being the one to sit in that co-pilot seat. Only of his beauty, figure and age, none of them made people ashamed of themselves and became the center of attention. "Brother Yu, I'm really sorry, this is a remote location and cars can't get in," she said slightly nervously, while Yingguo was amused by this excessive caution of hers. "Oh, you don't need to be so formal. I'm not as delicate as you think, and I often patronize places like this." His words carried a bit of relief. After a walk of about 50 meters, a narrow alleyway came into view, lined with a variety of food and snack stalls and restaurants full of homely atmosphere. Anyway, she led Yingguo into a risotto restaurant and said slightly shyly, "Brother Yu, this is the place. What do you want to eat?" "I'll order," she added with a touch of embarrassment. "After my platform reward settles, I will definitely treat you to a big meal." It should be known that Yingguo had previously given her a reward of up to $1 million. And although she was still able to reap 300,000 after layers of deductions, this money needed to wait until the end of the month for the guild to settle before it could arrive. Yingguo looked at the colorful and fragrant risotto in front of him. His appetite increased greatly, and at a glance, he knew the authenticity and deliciousness of this risotto restaurant. He smiles and responds, "No need to be polite. This kind of deliciousness is already enough. It's been a long time since I've tasted this flavor." Yingguo for spicy dishes has always been a happy acceptance. In the past, although the heart wants to, but because of the high price of meat, do not dare to enjoy. This time, he vowed to satisfy the appetite. Straight to take a roast duck, and add a variety of meat in the risotto. It's bold move to make Chino a unspecified currency 3/4 a unspecified currency unspecified currency 3/4 a unspecified currency 3/4 a unspecified currency degree. "Brother Yu, so much, can you finish it?" Okan couldn't help but ask. Yingguo smiled indifferently and glanced at her. "No harm, if there is any left over, just pack it." When the delicacies were served, Yingguo instantly feasted on them, eating with relish. Seeing this scene, Chino a unspecified currency 3/4 worries in her heart gradually disappeared. Although initially surprised by Yingguo's willingness to come here to dine, but also picked up chopsticks and joined the food feast. In the end, Yingguo alone enjoyed most of the risotto. The amount of food, staggering. One of them, wearing studs in his ears, his eyes revealed an unsavory intent, and the corner of his mouth hung an evil smile. "Pretty girl, how about adding a wiener?" he said frivolously. The man smiled even more, his tone frivolous. "Yo, quite a personality. My name is Ding Kong. Would you like to join me for a drink?" Okino again firmly refused. "Sorry, we don't know each other. Please make way." The man raised his eyebrows, provokingly said, "Want to make way? Simple. As long as you promise to go for a drink together, I will immediately let you go." Okino's brows were locked tightly. The worry in her eyes increased. She tried to look in Yingguo's direction for help, but was blocked by the three men. Looking around and seeing the crowd bustling about, she plucked up the courage to say, "I don't have the time, I still have friends." Hearing this, Ding Kong sneered disdainfully and glanced at Yingguo contemptuously, as if he did not place him in his eyes. Just as Okino's mind was in a quandary and her heart was at a loss, a warm and firm voice rang out like a spring breeze. "Proposing to change your boyfriend? Do you think you have that qualification?" Yingguo appeared at the right time, squeezed through the crowd and stood steadily beside Chino. Seeing this, the provocative man's face suddenly changed, so gloomy that it could drip water. Kid, if you're sensible, get the hell away from me. Otherwise, I'll let you see my Ding Kang's methods and inquire about my name in this territory. He threatened arrogantly, and the two accomplices behind him were even more ferocious and stupid. Ding Kong, stop fooling around here. The boss, wearing an apron and full of worry, walked out of the store and tried to dissuade him, but Ding Kong merely glanced at him with contempt, turning to point viciously at Qinyu. I'll remember that. Subsequently, Ding Kong and his group left angrily, but stopped at the entrance of the alleyway, staring at Qinyu with a torchlight gaze as the atmosphere was tense with swords. The boss looked at Qinyu and smiled bitterly with a bit of sympathy. Young man, how did you mess with him? Ding Kong is a gangster in this area. I have some friendship with his parents, so he gave me some face. By the looks of it, this won't end easily. You guys should be careful. He adds, these people are so rogue. Before they make a move, the police can't do anything about them, and the police station is like a family affair to them. Qinyu sniffed and was also helpless. He had no intention to provoke right and wrong. He could only secretly sigh at the impermanence of the world, and then expressed his gratitude to the boss. Boss, thanks for the reminder. I will pay attention. The boss shook his head, casting a look of self-seeking, and the surrounding crowd also cast sympathetic gazes. Okino's heart was filled with anxiety and guilt. She looked at Qinyu, her eyes filled with apologies. Brother I'm sorry, why don't we call the police? Qinyu gently shook his head, a few moments of teasing in his eyes. They haven't done anything yet. What can the police do? Chen Oeka, her beautiful eyes widened roundly, and for a moment she didn't know what to do. Seeing this, the corner of Qinyu's mouth hooked up a faint smile. Don't worry, it will be resolved soon. Saying this, he takes out his cell phone and dials Shuaixi's number. At this moment, Shuaishi was buried in the writing of the company's plan, and when she received Qinyu's call, she immediately answered it. A seemingly unresolvable conflict seems to be quietly brewing under Qinyu's calm response. Mr. Qin, what are your instructions? Qinyu's gaze swept over the three men wearing earrings not far away, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. I'm experiencing some minor trouble at the moment. There are 3 uninvited guests who have come to my door. Please arrange for someone to deal with them. Later, I will send you their photos and location information. As for the fee, I will transfer it directly to you. Shuaishi sniffed, her eyebrows furrowed slightly, her eyes revealing an unquestionable determination. Understood, Mr. Qin, I'll do it immediately. After the call ended, Qinyu quickly captured the figures of the 3 men, took a clear photo, and sent it to Shuaishi with specific location information. Shuaishi received the instruction and immediately contacted several managers, mobilizing them to use their respective human resources, while promising that the expenses could be reimbursed, a move that would not only solve the problem, but also win the chairman's favor. For a time, the crowd responded positively and acted quickly. As a pivotal enterprise in Songcheng, Hongyuan Chemical contributes a large amount of tax revenue to the local community every year, and Shuaishi naturally has interactions with many high-level people. What's more, this time, there was also a generous reward as an incentive. Qinyu directly transferred $500,000 to Shuaishi, causing many people to scramble to ask for help, hoping to participate in it. And at the entrance of the alley, Ding Kong and his trio were condescendingly smoking cigarettes and staring viciously at Qinyu. Soon after, a commercial vehicle quietly pulled up at the entrance of the alley. 7 aggressive men dressed in black surged out of the vehicle, and after looking around, they approached Ding Kang's trio straight away. Before Ding Kang's trio could react, they were already firmly controlled by these black-clothed men. A hint of panic flashed in their eyes, realizing that these 7 people were by no means idle, and were not at all on the same level as street gangsters like them. Brothers, we don't offend each other. We shouldn't have formed any conflicts, right? Ding Kong tried to get close. The black-clothed man in the lead sneered. It's true that you haven't directly offended us, but you've offended someone you shouldn't have. Come with us. Ding Kang's trio immediately felt a cold, sharp blade against their waists, understanding that if they did not comply, the consequences would be unimaginable. The black-clothed man was secretly pleased in his heart. Dealing with such punks was as easy as a slap in the face. This $500,000 was too easy to earn. Subsequently, Ding Kong 3 people were escorted to a dead-end alley. Waiting for them will be unknown fate. 6 men dressed in black quickly stepped forward and executed a round of fierce attacks on their targets, resulting in each of them being counterattacked and injured in one arm each. One of the men then generously left $30,000 for their medical expenses, before leaving with the crowd in an unassailable manner. After the matter was taken care of, Shuaishi quickly dialed Qinyu's phone. Mr. Qin, the problem has been solved. Is everything alright on your side? On the other end of the phone, the corner of Qinyu's mouth hooked into a bland smile as he responded softly. It's fine. Amazingly, Shuaishi had successfully completed her task in a short period of time, before even a bottle of drink reached the bottom, and her execution efficiency and mobility was commendable. Ding host wins with wisdom. The power of money is played by you just right. The system score is 5 points, specially given a chance to draw a prize. Whether to draw a prize immediately? Qinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, and in his heart, he said, can this be considered showing off? The system is really considerate. Fearing that his upgrade path will not be smooth, he chose the lottery without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. You have won an independent villa in Tianfu City. All the formalities have been prepared at the property management office. Please go and collect it. Tianfu City. This top second-tier city that was about to be ranked amongst the first tier. The value of its independent villa was self-evident. It was at least $1 billion asset. However, for Qinyu, money was no longer the main pursuit, and he was more eager to enhance his self-protection skills or aptitudes. After experiencing the Ding Kong incident, he had a deeper understanding of personal security. Regrettably, the system did not provide abilities beyond the norm as he had hoped. It seemed that no immortal cultivators existed in this world, and he had to consider hiring a bodyguard, preferably a beautiful personal bodyguard. After all, he now had enough financial resources to support such a decision. The surrounding crowd cast envious and curious gazes, and many even took out their cell phones to take pictures. Under the envious eyes of the crowd, Xinyu was about to get on the car, when a man's admiration came from the side. Brother, your car is a Bugatti Veyron 16, for grand sport, isn't it? It's really cool. Upon hearing this, Xinyu curiously turns his head to look at the man who made the sound. Chapter 8 Tang Family. Tang Ming, a man of about 27 or 8 years of age, stepped into the field of vision. He had a decent appearance. His entire body was decorated with brand-name clothing. Immediately on his side was a woman, her hair slightly blonde, casually draped over her shoulders. The bag in her hand was also from the ranks of famous products. Obviously, this man is not a pool of things. Otherwise, in the surrounding many onlookers, only he dared to take the initiative to go forward, and the crowd did not dare to act rashly. The corner of Qinyu's mouth gently hooked up a smile, slightly nodding in response. The man appeared unusually excited. His face was full of excitement as he cast a blazing gaze at the Bugatti sports car, as if he had been coveting it for a long time, before reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. My name is Tang Ming, from the Tang family in Pine City. I've always been attracted to all kinds of sports cars, especially this Bugatti, which is even more coveted, but rare to see. This car is a limited edition, and there are only a handful of them in the whole country, so it's really admirable that you can have it. Brother, mentioning the Tang family, we have to mention its prominent position in Songqing's high society. Together with the Zhao family and the Li family, they are known as the three great families of Songqing, each possessing tens of billions of assets. The Tang family was the best of the best, with a market capitalization of nearly $40 billion. Tang Ming is the eldest son of the Tang group. Since childhood, along with his father, has seen a lot of the world. For the Bugatti, such a limited edition sports car, know that the degree of its preciousness, not the general financial resources can reach. Therefore, he naturally regarded Qinyu as the heir of a large family enterprise from a second-tier top or first-tier city. The only way to have such a luxury car is to have such an identity background. Tang Ming secretly calculates in his heart, not only to make friends with the same love of sports cars of the same people, but also hope to take this opportunity to attach some favorable relations, especially when he noticed the Audemars Piguet watch on Qinyu's wrist, which was worth more than $5 million. He was even more determined to this idea. So young to have such luxury goods is by no means an idle generation. So, he deliberately waited here just to see the owner of the Bugatti with his own eyes. Upon seeing Qinyu, he hurriedly handed over his business card and said enthusiastically, "This is my contact information. Brother, you don't look like a local of Songqing, do you?" Qinyu took the business card and knew a little about the Tang family in his heart. Tang family to building materials, real estate development and road engineering as the main business. Since the reform and opening up before the Songqing is a powerful family, after several generations and not decline. He knows that the strongest dragon does not suppress the snake. Since Tang Ming initiative to show goodwill, naturally, we must also give a corresponding response. After all, in the land of Songqing, one more friend is better than one more enemy. My name is Qinyu, is not a native of Songqing, but adjacent to Songcheng, a corner of the small county origin. This statement, Tang Ming eyes more eager. His guess has been confirmed. The Tang family is facing a bottleneck in development. Want to break through? The only way to join hands with the giant. If Qinyu came from a prominent family in a first-tier city, it would undoubtedly be a heaven-sent opportunity for the Tang family. Brother Qin, although the Tang family doesn't dare to compare with your family, but in this part of Songcheng, there are still a few thin faces. If Brother Qin needs anything, just ask, and Tang will definitely be of service. Tang Ming's words are humble, but in his heart he is calculating. This kind of rich family, even in Songcheng, its energy cannot be underestimated. Under the money, all things are possible. Personally, save a lot of trouble, is really a wise move. Xinyu smiled slightly, his eyes revealing his recognition of Tang Ming's wisdom. In his heart, he secretly thought that this Tang Ming did have exceptional qualities. Unlike those profligate playboys, to be able to treat people with such humility was rare. In that case, I will not be polite. Xinyu took the business card. Tang Ming's heart was delighted, knowing that he had successfully hitched a ride on this line, and hastened to strike while the iron is hot. Brother Qin, it's noon. I wonder if you've already had your meal. I would like to host. Recommend a restaurant with a unique flavor. Xinyu politely declined. Thank you for your kindness. I have already had my meal, and I still have important matters to deal with. Tang Ming's gaze inadvertently skimmed over Chin A with grave A with ring above on the side. Attracted by her beauty that surpassed others, his heart couldn't help but ripple. The corner of his mouth hooked up with a playful smile. Brother Qin is busy with his affairs. I understand. Waiting for good news. Looking forward to your call. Tang Ming's words carried a few unspoken implications, causing Xinyu to furrow his brows slightly and a trace of revulsion to arise in his heart. He glanced sideways at Chin Oaoa's delicate figure, and although there were waves in his heart, he understood that this was not the right time for this moment. Upholding the principle of honesty, Xinyu started the vehicle and went straight to the hotel. Chin Oaoa's face was like a ripe fruit, crimson and shy. Her eyes gently trembled as she shyly avoided Xinyu's gaze and inquired in a delicate voice, Brother Yu, are we going back to the hotel now? Xinyu sniffs, his brows knit slightly as he asks, what's wrong? Mistakenly believing that he was displeased, Chen Oaioai hurriedly explained, Brother Yu, I want to come over again at night. My original place expires tomorrow. I found a new house and I plan to go check it out and sign a contract this afternoon. She had just stepped into the live broadcasting world not long ago. Her popularity was few and far between. Her income was meager, and it was already not easy for her to have 2,000 a month. The previous residence was remote and simple, with a complicated environment that was full of safety hazards for a woman like her. She was planning to end her live broadcasting career at the end of the month and return to her hometown to find another way out. However, Xinyu's appearance and the million reward, she can share 300,000, but to be settled at the end of the month, completely changed her plans. Right now, she is shy, only more than $1,000. Even the rent is stretched to the limit, so she plans to negotiate with the landlord today, to make up the difference at the end of the month. Xinyu looked at her with a sideways glance, then turned around and proposed, I'll go with you. Okino's beautiful eyes widened in surprise as she heard this. Ah, Brother Yu, you want to join me? Xinyu asked in confusion. What's wrong with that? Sheno shook her head hastily, like a rattle drum, explaining, no, it's just that I'm worried about Brother Yu that you're busy with your day-to-day work. Xinyu laughed lightly and said in relief, no matter, I happen to be free lately. Under the guidance of Chen Oaanf, the Bugatti slowly drives into the gate of the Yingguo neighborhood. Xinyu looked at the neighborhood in front of him, his surprise overflowing. Your new rented house is here. Unbeknownst to him, this Yingguo neighborhood was one of Xinyu's properties. Chen Oya's choice had invariably brought him business, and he couldn't help but laugh dumbly at the thought. Okay, you go in first. I'll wait for you here. He parked the car securely on the side of the road. At this time the road was sparsely traveled. The Bugatti was parked quietly and did not attract any attention. Chen Oaa stepped into the neighborhood property management office and was led by the security guard to the supervisor's office. Talking about the rent, it was still the same familiar figure, 2,500 per month. Supervisor Zhang, look, can I pay half of it first and make up the rest at the end of the month? I'm really a little short on cash right now, but I promise to pay it in full at the end of the month, and I'll even give you an extra 200 as a thank you then, Okino said sincerely. When Supervisor Zhang heard this, his eyes wandered over her body for a while, and the corner of his mouth hooked into an impish smile. Oh Miss Chen, you should be well aware that our Yingguo neighborhood is the top apartment area in Songcheng, and this price is already the minimum standard set by the above. This half of your difference, I really can't explain it to my superiors. Okino's brows were locked tightly, a trace of anxiety flashed in her eyes. I can write you an IOU, and pay it back immediately after payday at the end of the month. The supervisor grinned, revealing uneven teeth, his eyes revealing greed. Miss Chen, it's not that I'm not being reasonable, but the company has rules. I can't just take an IOU and turn it in, right? At that time, in case you don't pay it back, we can't take drastic measures, right? Okino's face became even more unsightly, her eyes filled with resignation and pleading. Supervisor Zhang, I really beg you. Supervisor Zhang squinted and glanced at her legs, pretending to be contemplative. Ms. Chen, it's not that I'm not willing to help, it's really because the company has explicit rules. However, since you have said so, I am not an unreasonable person. Let's do it this way. I'll help you advance the other half, and you'll pay me back at the end of the month. By the way, how about we add a waiver and have dinner together in the evening? Okino's eyes instantly widened. A flash of disgust flashed in her eyes. She knew all too well about Supervisor Zhangguo's intentions. She had already decided in her heart that she was Qin Yu's person. Naturally she would not agree to such a request. Even without Qin Yu, she had her own bottom line. Supervisor Zhang, thank you for your good intentions, but I think I'd better find another place to stay. He quickly stood up and blocked her way, his tone carrying a few hints of persuasion. Miss, you have to understand that good housing is scarce right now, and once you leave the Yingguo neighborhood, I'm afraid that it will be difficult to find such a desirable apartment again, especially since you're still in such dire need. We are simply getting together for a meal and a few drinks, nothing more. A flash of panic flashed in Chen Oeka's eyes. Taking advantage of Supervisor Zhang's inattention, she quickly rushed out of the room. There were still pedestrians traveling outside the door, and she knew that if she delayed any further, she was afraid that something untoward might happen, and that it would be difficult for her to cope with it on her own. Qin Yu happened to stand leisurely in front of the neighborhood, hand in hand into the convenience store next to the purchase of a bottle of drinks and a pack of 9 to 5 cigarettes. He has not a deep addiction to smoking, just occasionally enjoy it. In the past the salary limitations, $20 of cigarettes have felt satisfied, but now the situation is different. The 9-5 can also be arbitrary. Seeing this, Qin Yu frowned and asked with concern, Oeka, what happened? Chen Oaoanf shakes her head gently, a hint of trembling in her voice. It's nothing, brother Yu, I want to rent a room in a different place. Qin Yu immediately realized that the process of renting a room might not have gone well, but her reaction was far beyond normal. There must be a hidden agenda. As the new owner of the Yingguo neighborhood, he could not just sit back and do nothing, not to mention the fact that Okino's relationship with him was very shallow. The Yingguo neighborhood has an elegant environment, perfect for a girl to live in. You wait for me here for a while. Even though Chen Oekawa was unwilling to trouble him, she could not refuse this care and did not resist Qin Yu's words in the slightest. Qin Yu then dialed the phone number of the person in charge of the neighborhood, and not long after, a middle-aged man in formal attire, Pan Shui, appeared in front of him with a smile on his face, looking both nervous and respectful. Pan Shui has been anxious since he learned of the change of ownership of the district, for fear that the new boss will be dissatisfied with him. He knows that the Yingguo neighborhood has been acquired by a huge sum of money. The arrival of the new owner will undoubtedly bring radical changes. Yingguo district, a huge community worth up to $5 billion, was actually Qin Yu in the bag at the cost of an additional $200 million. Its strong financial background, undoubtedly indicating its extraordinary status. Witnessing Qin Yu being so young and promising, onlookers could not help but be more curious and convinced of his identity. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth slightly hooked. His gaze coldly swept over Manager Pan and slowly opened his mouth. Manager Pan, I'm curious as to how professional is the management team of our neighborhood? With these words, Pan Shui couldn't help but thump in his heart, speculating whether Qin Yu's trip was intended to be a surprise inspection. However, directly asking about the quality of the management personnel instead of an on-site inspection, this unusual opening made him puzzled, especially because of Qin Yu's inscrutable eyes, which made him even more bottomless in his heart. Mr. Qin, the overall quality of our management team, although we don't dare to say it's top-notch, but it's definitely capable of doing the job without any major oversights. Pan Shui responded cautiously. When Qin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a cold smile as he asked rhetorically, oh, is that really the case? Pan Shui frowns, foreboding, secretly speculating that Qin Yu may have grasped certain situations. Although he thinks that there is no major obstacle in his management, he can only continue with a stiff upper lip. Mr. Qin, there may be some minor flaws, but there are by no means any major problems. Qin Yu's smile instantly freezes and his tone is firm. The monitoring facilities in the small area should be complete, right? Please take me to your office and let the security department retrieve the surveillance video from the property office just now. Pan Shui sniffs. His heart is greatly dissatisfied with the property supervisor's dereliction of duty, realizes the problem, does not dare to have the slightest negligence, immediately arranges for the head of security to prepare the monitoring information, and leads Qin Yu into his office. Yingguo neighborhood, in addition to the rental residences scattered throughout, also stands an independent office building. In Marshal Pan's office, Qin Yu unceremoniously took the master's seat. Soon, the security chief arrived with the copied surveillance data. The surveillance setup in the property office was originally to avoid disputes with tenants, but now it has become a tool for Qin Yu's investigation. Pan Shui, hands slightly trembling, will be stored in the surveillance video of the disc to Qin Yu, the heart of mixed feelings. Qin Yu only smiled blandly and did not take it directly. The atmosphere was subtle for a moment. Chapter 9, This Yingguo neighborhood, is it even yours? Don't you boast that you know everything about all management? Then, please take a look. This is the latest surveillance video from the property office. Pan Shuai's brows wrinkled tighter as he sniffed. After exchanging a meaningful look with the security chief, he quickly plugged the USB flash drive in his hand into the computer, and the image was then projected onto the huge screen in the office. Xinyu then dialed Chen Oaoa's phone and briefly informed her to come to the manager's office. Soon, the attention of the three of them was coincidentally attracted by the surveillance video on the screen, and Supervisor Zhang's unsightly behavior was once again revealed to no end. Brother Yu, Okan Oaio pushed the door and entered, wanting to exchange pleasantries, but slightly startled by the unfamiliar faces in the room and the sight of Xinyu sitting on the general manager's seat, she couldn't help but call out. Pan Shuai and the security chief's eyes were attracted to her, and immediately recognized that this is the woman in the video, and even more surprised that she called Xinyu as Brother Yu. Obviously a very shallow relationship. Pan Shuai's heart shook, suddenly realized, finally understand why Xinyu so angry. The head of the property department dared to molest his boss's woman, which made him burn with rage, and his dislike for Fatty Zhang reached its peak. The Yingguo neighborhood was known for its superior living environment and abundant resources of single women. Not only was the living experience superior, but the rent was even higher, coupled with the profitability of the surrounding stores, making this general manager's job almost a beautiful job. However, soon after the new boss took office, Fatty Zhang was so bold that Pan Shuai knew that if Xinyu was angered by this, the entire team could face a reshuffle. Xinyu nodded slightly to Okino, and then turned his gaze to Pan Shuai with an undeniable majesty in his tone. "Oh, Manager Pan, is this what you call confident management? I'm afraid this supervisor's behavior is not a one-day thing, but you didn't even notice it? If a customer is really victimized, what will happen to the reputation of Yingguo district?" Pan Shuai's forehead seeped out fine beads of sweat. His heart was mixed, and he hurriedly defended. "Mr. Xin, I really have no idea that Fatty Zhang would do such a thing." Xinyu glanced at him coldly without saying anything more. Observing his facial expression, it clearly reveals ignorance of the situation. "If not, I would not have considered replacing him. For such a long time, you failed to notice the problem. This is undoubtedly a dereliction of duty as a manager." Pan Shuai sniffed and bowed his head, without the slightest intention to defend himself, but instead nodded his head firmly, accepting the accusation openly. "Mr. Xin, I admit that this is my negligence. If not for your personal presence today, I'm afraid that this issue would have been ignored for a long time." Seeing his sincere attitude, Xinyu's anger in his heart is slightly reduced. He knew that making a mistake was not scary. What was scary was refusing to admit mistakes after making a mistake, and just plain sophistry. Pan Shuai's initiative to admit his mistake made it appear that the mistake was not unforgivable, so he decided to give a chance to reform himself. "Manager Pan, since you have recognized your dereliction of duty, a corresponding punishment is necessary. For the next half a year, your monthly salary will be halved and restored after half a year. At the same time, you need to give me a clear solution to this matter. I don't want to be disappointed again, but remember, this is the only time. If you commit another offense, you will no longer be suitable for this position." Xinyu's eyes were firm and unquestionable. "If you have any objections, you can tender your resignation now." At these words, Pan Shuai looked up sharply, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He had originally thought that he would face a harsher punishment, or even be removed from his position, but he hadn't expected that he would be given the opportunity to change his ways. As for the halving of his salary, it wasn't an unbearable burden for him. His years of savings were enough to support it. He quickly states, "Thank you for Mr. Xin's tolerance, I will live up to my expectations." Xinyu gently nodded his head with a serious expression. "Manager Pan, I'll give you 3 hours. I hope to receive a satisfactory solution by then. Also, please pick a suitable apartment and transfer its title to her name." 3 hours, that should be enough, right? Pan Shuai nodded his head even harder as he heard this. "Don't worry, Mr. Xin, I will give you a satisfactory answer within 3 hours. As for the apartment transfer, I will handle it as soon as possible, and I will personally fund the process to speed it up if necessary." He calculated in his mind that it was more than enough to deal with Fatty Zhang's matter, and the apartment transfer was nothing more than a show of hands. Pan Shuai and the security chief stepped straight out of the office, the doorway slowly closing behind them. The moment he stepped out of the office, Pan Shuai's face was so gloomy that it seemed to be able to drip water. He knew that he was able to sit in the general manager's position, and was by no means an idle person. He turned his head sideways, swept his eyes sharply to the security chief beside him, and commanded in a deep voice, "Immediately notify the heads of all departments to gather in the conference room in 20 minutes. At the same time, ensure that the conference room monitoring signal is connected to my office TV. Mr. Xin needs to monitor the whole process. For those who fail to show up on time, Let them consider whether to submit their resignation on their own. The security chief was shaken when he heard this, and quickly released this urgent notice within the WeChat group. At the same time, inside the general manager's office, Chen Oika's eyes widened with incredulity as she gazed at Qinyu, her voice trembling slightly. Brother Fei, this Yingguo neighborhood, it's actually yours? Qinyu smiled faintly, his tone calm. It's one of my properties. Surprised? Brother I can't afford an apartment right now, she said softly, with a hint of helplessness in her tone. When Qinyu heard this, the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified, carrying a few moments of teasing. Who said that I want you to pay for it? This apartment, I'll give it to you. This sudden surprise had completely tilted the scales in her heart. All previous hesitations instantly vanished, as if she had already made up her mind to become an indispensable part of Qinyu's life. Seeing this, Qinyu, without any further ado, took her hand and gently brought her gently into his arms. A faint fragrance came to her nose, accompanied by her soft body and the vaguely visible skin under the translucent silk shirt, causing an inexplicable wave of anticipation to well up in Qinyu's heart. A flash of panic flashed across Chen Oa's eyes, but it was quickly concealed by her, replaced by a flash of scarlet on her cheeks as she shyly lowered her head. Her voice was as thin as a gnat. Brother Qinyu sensed her dissimilarity and his gaze became unusually serious as he gazed into her eyes. Slowly, he said, "Owned from the moment I saw you, I was deeply attracted to you, but there is one thing I must be honest about. I already have a girlfriend, and there may be more than one in the future. I don't want to hide anything from you." These words caused layers of ripples to rise in the lake of Chen Oa's heart, but she didn't back down. She just snuggled even more firmly into Qinyu's embrace, as if she had already made all the preparations. "If you are willing to become my companion, I vow to treat you wholeheartedly and never let you suffer the slightest bit of aggravation. If your heart belongs to someone else, we will also be able to maintain a sincere friendship. Please rest assured that even if your answer is no, this apartment and today's gift are all yours. No need to feel embarrassed or pressured by this." This was no small shock to any woman. However, she quickly adjusted her mind, her thoughts clearing. Qinyu, he was not from the pool, and she, herself, was merely from an ordinary background, with only a few points of beauty, and in this world of flowers, beauty was never scarce. Qinyu, such a proud son of heaven, around the natural lack of admirers, how would she expect to monopolize its heart? What's more, Qinyu is so generous to her. Apartments are given to each other, the famous bag to follow. Even if the fate of the end, she has already harvested a lot. Compared to those who have nothing to lose, she is undoubtedly lucky. After a few moments of contemplation, urgently breaking away from Qinyu's embrace, she stood still and looked at him with a firm gaze. "Brother can you really make sure that you won't let me down?" Qinyu's eyes are filled with sincerity and determination. "Of course, I will honor my word." The doubts in her heart instantly dissipated as she nodded her head vigorously, her eyes glittering. "Brother in fact, I am also interested in you." When Qinyu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a gentle arc, and he once again embraced her tightly into his arms. At this moment, the TV screen in the office had been connected to the surveillance, and the scene in the conference room jumped out at them, attracting the duo's attention. On the screen, the managers of the security department, finance department, legal department, property management department and the neighboring stores of the Yingguo district gathered in a huge lineup. Seeing this, the corner of Qinyu's mouth slightly raised, quite satisfied with Pan Shuai's ability to do his job, and at the same time, he also realized that perhaps this comfort has made Pan Shuai a bit slack, and his initiative this time not only solved Fatty Zhang's problem, but it was also a public warning, intended to rectify the atmosphere and deter the crowd. Pan Shuai's face was grave, looking around, and finally his gaze locked onto the Minister of Property, Lin Mao, with a few hints of sarcasm in his tone. "Minister Lin, your property department is really managed in a well-organized manner." Minister Lin's heart flinched at his words, naturally hearing the strings in Pan Shuai's words. "General Manager, the property department I'm responsible for does have many deficiencies, and once I find out the problems, I'll definitely start solving them immediately." When Pan Shuai heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Oh, since that's the case, then please resolve this matter in front of you immediately." With those words, he flicked the button and projected the surveillance video onto the screen of the conference room. The crowd witnessed the image and instantly comprehended the cause of Pan Shuai's anger, after which, all eyes coincidentally focused on Supervisor Zhang's slightly bloated figure. Supervisor Zhang was so shocked that he stood up violently, his eyes widened, and he hurriedly defended himself. "General Manager, please listen to my explanation. It was a complete misunderstanding, and I've already apologized to that lady." However, Pan Shuai turned a deaf ear to this, his face grim. "Supervisor Zhang, your defense ends here. I'm formally informing you that in light of your misconduct, The company has decided to terminate your labor relationship. Supervisor Zhang heard the words and was so shocked that he froze on the spot like a statue. The atmosphere in the conference room instantly froze. Everyone looked at each other with unbelief in their eyes, as if to say, this manager is to really come up directly fired. The previous lazy atmosphere was swept away, and after the meeting ended, everyone secretly decided to act more cautiously. Pan Shui didn't pay any more attention to Supervisor Zhang, and his gaze turned to Minister Lin. Minister Lin, is this the property department under your leadership? His problem is by no means a one-day problem, and you, as a superior, are oblivious to it? Minister Lin's heart tightened. This job was well paid and easy for him, far beyond that of an average civil servant, and he was naturally unwilling to be implicated by Supervisor Zhang's faults. Manager, I really don't know. The rental contract and daily management are all his responsibility. Pan Shui didn't give him a chance to explain more and directly handed down the decision. Minister Lin, your ministerial position will no longer be retained, and you will be responsible for tenant affairs in the future. Demoted to supervisor. If you have any objections or dissatisfaction with this, you may submit your resignation immediately. Minister Lin's eyes widened, full of resentment. The gulf in treatment between minister and supervisor was difficult for him to accept, but on balance, keeping his job was better than being unemployed. He could only hang his head and say, Manager, I have no objections. This statement, the conference room once again set off waves. Even the minister was treated in this way. Everyone was shocked, realizing that the company's determination to reform has been unshakable. As a manager, if you want to be demoted to minister, which is never easy, must get the boss's approval cannot. In view of the company's new helmsman, Pan Shui's move has obviously gained the tacit approval of the new boss. The news came out. The company's internal heart suddenly fluttered. Supervisor Lin, regarding your former supervisor, I understand that this is not a first offense, and that he is suspected of engaging in inappropriate behavior towards women. I request that within 24 hours, you thoroughly examine the property department's surveillance footage and make sure to find conclusive evidence, which will then be immediately submitted to the local police. Pan Shui's eyes turned to the legal department, where only one lawyer was present. Minister Yang, I'll leave the next task to you. Please start preparing the relevant materials, and once Zhang Fulin is dismissed, immediately arrange for him to be transferred to the police station, and you will be responsible for filing a legal action against him for molesting a woman. Once Supervisor Lin's evidence has been collected, present it together. At these words, everyone was shocked and looked at each other, secretly speculating about the grudge behind this. Zhang Fulin, known as Fatty Zhang, at this moment full of stunned face, as if foreseeing his miserable fate of the destruction of his future. Security Department, take immediate action. Bring him to the exit formalities, and immediately contact the police to receive. Before the police arrive, make sure that this person is not allowed to escape, so that he doesn't continue to jeopardize society. The head of security quickly responded, dispatching 2 security guards into the conference room via walkie-talkie to take Fatty Zhang away from the scene. Inside the conference room, everyone felt a chill down their spine, and a wave of fear welled up in many people's hearts. Although it was unfortunate to be dismissed, if this left a criminal record, it would be a lifelong stain with far-reaching effects. For a while, the atmosphere became grave and serious, and the previous laziness and slackness disappeared. Witnessing this scene, Pan Shui secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, while unconsciously glancing in the direction of the camera. He knew that all these actions were carried out under Qin Yu's authorization, and if not handled properly, his position as the general manager would be in jeopardy. Chapter 10, Mission Requirements. Spend 10 billion? Witnessing this scene, the corner of Qin Yu's mouth could not help but outline a smile, his heart secretly praising Pan Shui's ability to do things, especially since he had accurately grasped his own mind and knew the weight of Chen Oao in his heart. Therefore, the treatment of Fatty Zhang will never be soft. Fatty Zhang's fate, in fact, is his own fault. A number of single women in the district by his intrusion, and even more were lured to the hotel. His behavior is outrageous. In order to collect solid evidence, Lin's supervisor made a decision on the spot, leaving the entire property department to work overtime to review the surveillance video. He made a military order that if he failed to find Fatty Zhang's misdeeds within a day, all the staff's bonuses for that month would be in vain. However, before the official review began, a person in the know came forward and exposed Fatty Zhang's misdeeds. After the meeting, Pan Shui stepped into Qin Yu's office with trepidation, humbly stood in front of him, and cautiously asked, Mr. Qin, the matter has been dealt with according to your instructions. I don't know if you're satisfied with the result? Qin Yu gently nodded. His tone was calm but with unquestionable majesty. Manager Pan, since I entrusted this matter to you, there is no need to consult me again. I only hope that this kind of incident will not be repeated, and not to let a single moth spoil the reputation of the whole team. Upon hearing this, Pan Shuai's heart dropped to the ground. Although Qin Yu was young, his majesty and decisiveness made him feel deeply in awe. He secretly made up his mind. He then stated, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin. From now on, I will personally supervise and check the character of the employees one by one. And once problems are found, they will be removed immediately to ensure that this kind of incident will never happen again. If there is any further negligence, I would like to take the initiative to take responsibility and resign." Qin Yu smiled with satisfaction and solemnly urged, "Remember your promise." Pan Shuai nodded his head in agreement with a grave expression, and then respectfully handed a copy of the real estate information and title certificate to Chen A with grave A with ring above. "Chen, this apartment is now yours." Qin Yu turned to Pan Shuai and said, "Please arrange for the staff to move the items in the original rental house to the new apartment and give the moving staff an additional 10,000 RMB subsidy. This is considered a small token of my appreciation." Pan Shuai immediately agreed, but in his heart, he secretly marveled at Qin Yu's meticulousness and generosity. This new boss is really out of the ordinary. Moving with a wave of the hand is 10,000 yuan bills. To know, even a professional moving team, moving a set of 3-bedroom furniture, the cost is far less than this. Not to mention Chen, such a weak woman. "Mr. Qin, let me see you off." Pan Shuai attentively escorted Qin Yu and Chen Oao to the entrance of the neighborhood, and when his eyes touched the Bugatti, his shock overflowed. He had long heard that the new boss was rich and powerful, but when he saw it today, he was simply rich beyond imagination. This car he had glimpsed on the network, worth at least more than 100 million, and not money can be easily purchased. Its rarity is even more staggering. Pan Shuai's eyes flickered, secretly swore in his heart, must go all out to manage the Yingguo district, with excellent performance to win Qin Yu's favor. Perhaps take this opportunity to leap onto a higher career ladder. These years of laziness and decadence, it is time to completely change. He must go all out. Qin Yu drove the valuable Bugatti, speeding towards the hotel. Just at this moment, the familiar voice of the system rang in his head. "Ding host to thunderous means to clean up the company's internal assholes. For the partner to seek justice. This operation is perfect." The system's score of 7 points. The special gift of the lottery opportunity once. Whether to immediately draw? Qin Yu heard this. The corner of his mouth couldn't help but rise up and burst out laughing. His heart filled with the unexpected joy brought by the system. The dream of upgrading to a secondary system seemed to be within reach. On the side, Chen Oaanf, her beautiful eyes rounded up, looking at him full of puzzlement. "Brother Yu, why are you suddenly smiling?" Qin Yu then realized that he was a bit out of character. His gaze swept over her delicate S-shaped curves. A throb surged in his heart, and the corner of his mouth hooked up a playful smile. "Because of the imminent arrival at the hotel, I am in a good mood." Okino's cheeks instantly flushed as she heard this and shyly lowered her head, her heart rippling with layers. Seeing this, Qin Yu's smile intensified. Then he collected his mind and prepared for the system draw. "Ding, congratulations to the host for winning 50% of the shares of Manhwa Supermarket." Manhwa Supermarket, a commercial giant in Tianfu City, with a market capitalization of up to 40 billion. In recent years it has been expanding at an amazing rate, with stores all over the province and even the country, and is expected to become a member of the top 500 companies in the country. Qin Yu was excited. This 50% of the shares undoubtedly let him become the real helmsman of Wanhua Group, chairman of the throne in his case, since it is unquestionable. But to realize the absolute control, you need to hold at least 75% of the equity. When the company's major decisions, although the shareholders meeting to decide, but with the majority of votes in his hands, enough to influence the overall situation, but also cannot be arbitrary. For this reason, he had a plan in mind, vowing to add another 15% of the shares, so as not to be subjected to too many constraints by the shareholders meeting. It just so happens that the system has generously given him a set of single-family villas in Tianfu City, which suits him just fine, and he has decided to go to Tianfu City to find out what's going on. The system beeps, new mission is released, completion of which will be given 10 points, carefully prepared prizes and a chance to draw a prize. Do you accept? Qin Yu heard this and was surprised in his heart. This system even hides the function of releasing tasks? System reply, tasks are randomly generated. Faced with the temptation of the lottery, the exquisite prizes, and the tantalizing points, Qin Yu accepted the task without hesitation. Mission requirement, host needs to spend $10 billion. Qin Yu heard the words, inwardly could not help but lose a smile. This system out of the real extraordinary. Consumption of 10 billion even into the task. On second thought, although he has a lot of assets, but the cash is only 2 billion, after this consumption of only 200 million. However, this is only one hair on the head for him. What he was looking forward to was the unknown prize and the 10 points that would be coming his way. In which case, his points would increase to 49. 5 points, just one step away from promotion. In a good mood, Xinyu drove fast and returned to Uli Hotel. In the parking lot, the security guards saw the Bugatti coming from afar and quickly raised the railing and bowed respectfully. Parking stable seat, Xinyu looked at the side of the McLaren. The heart of the dark thought, long-term will be parked here in the end is not a long-term solution. The matter of purchasing a house sooner rather than later. Not to mention the system has just given the task of 10 billion consumption. Worrying about no place to play. Step into the hotel lobby. Front desk personnel have to professional smile and respectful attitude to greet Xinyu. As the hotel's top VIP, he not only long-term package of presidential suites, it's generous is impressive. At this moment, Xinyu has a new plan in mind. Today, Mr. Xinyu purchased a limited edition Bugatti, a move that undoubtedly once again highlights his extraordinary status and position. The night was low. Good evening, Mr. Xin. The voice of greeting rang out. He smiled faintly at the visitor, and walked straight into the elevator with Chen Oaa, leaving behind a group of lobby attendants with eyes full of envy and subtle psychological imbalance. Yesterday he just brought a beautiful woman to this place. Today there is a new person, and the beauty of the new companion is not reduced at all. So people cannot help but sigh. Wealth really can easily reach the beautiful, beautiful women surrounded by never stop. Stepping into the presidential suite, Chen Oaa's eyes instantly enlarged. She looked around and marveled at the luxurious space, which she had never experienced before. The spaciousness of the space was beyond imagination. Brother Yu, this room is really magnificent. Staying for one night must cost a lot, right? She asked softly. Xinyu sniffs. The corner of his mouth hooks up a gentle arc, his eyes flashing with a star-like light. Money is nothing more than what's outside of your body. What's important is that this place is worthy of the one and only you. Saying that, he naturally took her slender fingers and gently embraced her into his arms. She shyly lowered her eyes, her cheeks flushed with a different flavor. You, brother you, I'm a bit nervous, she whispered softly. Xinyu sniffs and gently picks her up, their gazes meeting as if there is an electric current flowing through the air. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lying on that large bed that was said to be of superior quality, Xinyu secretly marveled at the hotel's intentions in his heart. On the other hand, Okino closed her eyes nervously, her long eyelashes fluttering gently, revealing both anticipation and nervousness. After some warmth, Xinyu sat on the edge of the bed and lit a cigarette, while Chen Oaka was curled up tiredly under the covers. He unintentionally glanced at the marks on the bed sheet, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. Are you hungry? I'll order some food. Is there anything you want to eat? He asked gently. Xinyu picked up his cell phone, walked to the living room sofa and opened WeChat while ordering food. The message beeps kept coming, mostly from the anchors on the Tiger Claw platform, and a few messages from Chu Yenji. Xinyu, have you eaten lunch yet? Xinyu, will I still come tonight? Are you busy with affairs at the moment? Xinyu replied quickly and succinctly. There are matters at hand. No need to visit tonight. He then turns to browse through the newly added contacts. Hello Mr. Xin, I am Jia Meng, assistant of Manhwa Group. With special regards. The message came to his eyes. Xinyu had one half of the shares of Manhwa Group due to the lottery, and the former chairman had retired. He naturally became the new helmsman. Jia Meng quickly responded and took the initiative to contact the newly promoted boss. Xinyu tapped the screen and entered Jia Meng's circle of friends, muttering in his heart, it seems that business leaders all have something in common. Their assistants are all beautiful people. He then passed the friend request. Mr. Xin, first time in charge, do you have any instructions you need to give? Jia Meng's message came again. Xinyu mused for a moment and replied, I will be visiting the company in person next Monday. Before that, please organize the company overview and give a detailed report when I arrive. He knows that he has many industries under his name, so it is difficult to inspect them one by one, not to mention enjoying leisure and socializing, as well as accumulating material for system upgrades. A general understanding would suffice. Understood, Mr. Xin. I'll inform the team immediately and make sure everything is ready. Also, I'll pull you into the company's executive group later. Jia Meng quickly responded. Almost at the same time, Xinyu's cell phone screen flashed as group messages followed. Assistant Chairman, welcome Mr. Xin. Marketing Director, welcome Mr. Xin. Sales Director, welcome Mr. Xin. This group of executives brings together directors, general managers and regional managers and other high-level, many members, which shows the huge scale of Wanhua Group, spanning several provinces. The total number of managers is afraid to be more than 1,000. Xinyu smiled slightly, then issued a large red packet in the group. Although limited by the platform rules, each person capped $200, but the number of people, the total amount is also considerable. He would have liked to be more generous, but he had no choice but to limit it. Logistics Director, thank you for Mr. Xin's generosity. the group was jubilant, although some people regretted that they only grabbed a few dozen dollars. But on second thought, Manhwa Group as a listed company, the executive's annual salary was generous, so this small amount of money naturally didn't matter. In an instant, the crowd was stunned, only to see Yingguo once again throw out a red packet. Not waiting for the crowd to finish scrambling, the next red packet full of surprises has come, each worth 17,000 huge. In a flash, the group boiled. As a place where executives gather, no one dares to easily ignore any piece of information. The arrival of the red packet rain is to make everyone's spirit for a revitalization. Those who are a little slow, but also had to be patient, in the chat records climbing stairs, one by one to receive this unexpected wealth. Yingguo, as if tireless, continuously issued more than 20 red envelopes. The momentum does not decrease, until the total number reached 50 before giving up, although he has the intention to continue. But physical strength and patience are limited. The original plan of more than 80 red packets, finally set at 50, making the per capita harvest from the expected 17,000 shrink to more than 8,000. At this moment, Yingguo secretly thinking, perhaps should hire a personal secretary, in order to share this kind of trivial but no loss of fun tasks. Inside the executive group, there was an uproar. 50 red envelopes, totaling a whopping $850,000. This move by the newly appointed chairman Yingguo undoubtedly demonstrated his extraordinary generosity and bravado. This is not the company's routine welfare, but Yingguo's personal generosity. Let the crowd deeply shocked. The channel director was the first to speak out. Mr. Yingguo is mighty, truly a great man. For a while, even the usually calm executives could hardly hide their inner excitement, praising Yingguo and sighing that it was rare to follow such a leader and enjoy such a red packet feast after work. Yingguo looked at the cell phone screen. The corner of his mouth unconsciously rose, and then announced, next Monday I will personally visit the company. The specific matters will be responsible for the arrangements by Assistant Jia. System tip, host in the executive group. A single distribution of 850,000 red envelopes, successfully installed X, won the admiration of the crowd. The system score of 8 points. Special gift lottery opportunity once. Whether to use it immediately? Chapter 11, owning 30% of the shares of a movie and television company. Yingguo's eyes instantly flashed with light. His unanticipated small action actually won him points again. This time the system generously gave 8 points. Immediately after, the system threw out a challenge, the task of consuming $10 billion. Yingguo thought that it was naturally good to consume more, but he never thought that this action would unexpectedly gain points. Immediately, he excitedly chose the lottery, and the results on the screen surprised him. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30% of the shares of Yinghua Film and TV Company. In the face of this sudden share of Yinghua Film and Television Company, Yingguo could not help but be stunned, realizing that he seemed to be about to step into the threshold of the entertainment industry and have a more intimate contact with the stars. A trace of excitement welled up in his heart. However, for him, this 30% of the shares, although not insignificant, but considering the Yinghua Film and Television Company's market value of only $2 billion, and the special characteristics of the film and television industry, heavy assets are concentrated in equipment, vehicles and intangible assets such as scripts and artist contracts. The actual realizable assets are limited. The actual value of the shares did not make him overly excited. At this time, the hotel waiter happened to send dinner, so Yingguo got up and stepped into the bedroom. Yingguo gently kissed her forehead, then the eyelashes fluttered gently like butterfly wings, then slowly opened. The two gazes met in the air, as if there was an electric current passing through. The atmosphere was subtle and cozy. Half an hour later, the two were sitting opposite each other at the dining table. Chen Oaao looked at the luxurious seafood feast in front of her. King crab, Australian prawns, coconut snails and tomahawk steak and other delicacies. Her eyes were full of amazement. These delicacies that were usually only seen on the screen were now literally in front of her eyes, leaving her staggered, and it was obvious that the value of these dishes far exceeded her imagination. Seeing this, Yingguo just smiled bashfully and explained, actually, it's not too expensive. Together with this bottle of wine, it's around 70,000. However, if they were to be replaced by the top restaurants in Magic City, these dishes without the wine would cost at least $100,000. After a night of intense exchanges, the two of them sank into an early sleep, and in the early morning, Yingguo and his partner woke up early. Brother Yu, waking up so early, don't you want to squint for a while? She asked softly. The corner of Yingguo's mouth sketches out a smile as he glances at her tenderly with a sideways glance. Replying, he said, no, I have to go to work. Okino's beautiful eyes widened roundly at her words, filled with disbelief and surprise. Brother Yu, you still have to go to work? Ah? Yingguo smiled lightly, his eyes full of favor. Of course, how can I afford you if I don't work? You can drive this car. Looking at the keys in her hand and the dazzling McLaren in front of her, a warm current surged in her heart. inexplicably feeling at ease. On the other hand, Xu Yinji was wearing a black halter dress, the skirt cleverly designed to extend from the calf to the thigh split, outlining her long and sexy legs. She was as charming as she could be when she was hidden. Her plump and curvy body was particularly attractive in the crowd, and her long hair was like a waterfall, which made her a unique scenery line in the company. Yanzi, you are really radiant today. A man around 30 years old, with a slightly convex abdomen and eyes revealing a greedy color, Runhua quickly stepped forward and fawned and praised. Xu Yinji politely smiled slightly, responding softly, "Thank you, Supervisor He." Runhua's gaze wandered over her delicate figure, the light in his eyes intensifying. "Yanzi, it's so early. You haven't eaten breakfast yet, right? There's a new breakfast place across the street. Let's go and try it together." "I haven't eaten either. I'll treat you." Xu Yanzi's eyes flickered gently, barely squeezing out a smile as she said to Runhua, "Supervisor He, I've already had breakfast. I heard that the new chairman will come to inspect our department today, and I still have some urgent matters to take care of, so I have to hurry to finish them." Seeing this, Runhua hurriedly stepped forward and blocked her way. "Yanzi, don't be in a hurry. I can arrange for other people in your department to help share the work at hand. I still have this face. As for the new chairman's side, as long as we don't say anything, how would he know? Have a breakfast. It'll be quick." Saying that, a hint of smugness surfaced on his face. "Supervisor He, I appreciate your good intentions, but I think you should understand what I mean. I do have some matters that I need to deal with personally." Xu Yanzi's brows frowned slightly, a trace of undetectable disgust flashing in her eyes. Then she regained her composure. "Moreover, I already have a boyfriend, so I'm afraid your proposal isn't quite appropriate." When Runhua heard this, his eyes snapped open, surprise and anger intertwined. "What did you say? There's a boyfriend? You were single last week. How is this possible?" "Supervisor He, just recently, I established a relationship with my boyfriend," Xu Yanzi calmly replied. Runhua's face became gloomy, his eyes full of resentment. "Yanzi, you should choose carefully. Most of these young lads nowadays are unreliable and don't have much of a financial foundation. How can they take care of you?" Xu Yanji's brows tightened once again, and the disgust in her eyes intensified. "Supervisor He, as far as I know, you're married yourself, right?" Runhua choked on these words, his face instantly becoming stern. Xu Yanji's face suddenly chilled as she declared in an icy tone, "That yellow-faced woman. Sooner or later, I will part ways with her. The love between us has long since ended, but as long as you nod your head, from now on, all of my monthly salary will go to you, and I guarantee that your days in the company will be smoother and smoother." When Runhua heard this, his face instantly grimaced and he sternly warned, "Think twice before you act. Don't be blinded by your so-called boyfriend." Before the words fell, a handsome figure leisurely stepped in, with a few moments of teasing. "What? Is this boyfriend of mine that bad in your eyes?" Runhua's gaze instantly focused on Qinyu, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Xu Yanzi looked sideways at this sudden figure, a subtle sentiment flickering in her eyes. "Your boyfriend? It's him?" Runhua's eyes widened in disbelief. A trace of joy flashed in Xu Yanji's eyes, and Qinyu's acquiescence caused her to gently nod her head. "Aha!" Runhua froze, then broke out into a mocking laughter, his eyes filled with disdain, especially in front of Qinyu. His sense of superiority came to life. "Yanzi, you're really confused. Actually choosing him to be your reliance? He's only been on board for 3 months. His internship period hasn't even passed yet. What can he do to support your lives? He might even have to rely on you to subsidize him." He proudly looked askance at Qinyu and continued, "I thought you would escape, but now that you're here it won't help. Your salary for this month has already been deducted by me. Don't even think about getting a penny." Qinyu has not yet opened his mouth. Xu Yanji has already locked her eyebrows, her eyes full of unwillingness. "Supervisor He worked hard for a month. Why not even give his salary?" Although she knows that Qinyu's family is prominent and does not worry about money, but as his girlfriend, she still feels that this move is unfair. Runhua looked arrogant and snorted coldly, "Because I am the supervisor, I say no, then no." Xu Yanzi's anger was completely ignited. Like a lioness protecting her cubs, her eyes widened. "Why? The company's rules and regulations are not your word. What gives you the right to deduct all his salary?" At this time, the surrounding colleagues also cast their attention. The scene was a little awkward for a moment. Everyone knows that Runhua is a person. There was a lot of discussion. There is no lack of Qinyu to hold the injustice, but there is nothing that can be done. After all, he is the one who offended the narrow-minded people. However, more surprising to the crowd is that Qinyu, a small sales has not yet been corrected, can win the company's recognized beauty Xu Yanji's favor. We must know, even a number of management are on her heart, but failed to do so. Runhua cast a sidelong glance. A strange light flashed in his eyes as he spoke contemptuously. "As a supervisor, I have the right to act in such a manner. However, if the two of you break up, I can consider bestowing this month's salary on him. When Xu Yanzi heard this, her eyebrows knit tightly and her eyes opened roundly. She was about to have a fit, but she was gently swept over Qin Yu's shoulder. He pretended to be indignant. Supervisor, you're afraid that you've made a mistake in your calculations with this plan to break up. Qin Yu will not for a month's salary give up true love? You'd better find another way. Runhua froze, and then laughed coldly. Good. I would like to see, when you are burdened by this true love, you can't even afford to pay the rent, and your life is in trouble. How will you deal with it? I'm done talking. If you beg me and break up with her immediately, I can consider giving you half a month's salary more. Qin Yu does not hesitate and cuts through. Fatty, I won't take a penny of that salary, and you don't want to break us up. After saying this, he raises the breakfast in his hand, gently placing it into Chu Yanji's hands. He smiled. Yanji, breakfast is ready. Work well. I don't want that salary. I'll come back to pick you up when I get off work. After speaking, Qin Yu turned around and left, his back looking extraordinarily spontaneous. Chu Yanji's heart surged with a warm current. Originally thought that this rich kid would only show up when needed. Never thought that he would purposely send breakfast for her. She looked at the breakfast in her hand and cast a cold glance at Runhua, then stepped straight into the company. Chapter 12, Mr. Qin, our new chairman? Runhua's face was appallingly gloomy. He never expected that he would lose to Qin Yu. This result was like a thunderbolt from a clear sky for him. It was hard to accept. Supervisor, the general manager has an order. Please prepare all the staff immediately. The new chairman will be coming soon. This news came. Runhua quickly turned around and hurriedly stepped into the company gate. Hongyuan Chemical Factory, a place where technology, production, research and management elites were gathered. The sales department, due to the business characteristics, specially rented a building here and set up offices for several departments including sales, finance and logistics. Facing the inspection of the new chairman, every employee was on standby, eager to impress the new leader with the best condition. In the spacious conference room, all the staff have been neatly lined up, waiting for the arrival of the new chairman. At this moment, Shuai Shi, dressed in a white small suit with a competent professional skirt, stepped into the meeting room with an aura that could not be underestimated. Assistant Shuai, a man in a straight suit with a professionalized smile on the corner of his mouth, quickly greeted him. Assistant Shuai, has the chairman arrived? Shuaishi's face was expressionless as she gently nodded her head in response. General Manager Kang, the chairman is already waiting outside the door. General Manager Kang's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he heard this. Then he looked around and announced in a loud voice, "Welcome the chairman's visit. Please applaud warmly." As he led the way, the conference room thundered with applause. However, the entire scene instantly freezes when Qin Yu, dressed in casual attire, leisurely steps into the meeting room. Runhua's eyes were wide open, shock overflowing. Not only him, everyone present was incredulous. Although the company is small, with only 40 to 50 employees, even if they are not familiar with Qin Yu, they have at least heard of him. Xu Yanzi even froze in place, unable to react for a moment. Qin Yu, what are you doing here? You're not welcome here. You've been fired from the company. Leave now. Runhua was the first to come back to his senses and angrily went forward in a bid to expel Qin Yu. Qin Yu glanced at him contemptuously and turned to look directly at General Manager Kang, who was at the helm of the sales department and the person in charge of this place. General Manager Kang, it seems that our supervisor is quite critical of me. Seeing this, Shuaishi's brows tightened and he immediately stopped it sternly. Stop it. This is our new chairman, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. These two words were like a thunderbolt that exploded in the hearts of the crowd, and many people stared in disbelief. Qin Yu's identity had suddenly jumped from a trainee to the chairman of the board, a scene that caused the crowd present to look at each other in disbelief. There was a lot of exchanging of words and discussion. Xu Yanji's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She never expected Qin Yu to be her top boss. Mr. Kang was the first to regain his composure, glaring angrily at Runhua and questioning sternly. Supervisor, what are you doing? He is our new chairman. Runhua's eyes widened, full of shock and resistance, obviously having difficulty accepting this fact. Mr. Kang, I know him. He's just a small employee in the company who hasn't passed his internship yet. How could he possibly become the chairman of the board? This was definitely an imposter. He's usually late for work and leaves early, and he often goes out to socialize on the pretext of sales, so I've already fired him. Shuaishi's face sank as she heard this, glancing sideways at Mr. Kang with a scolding tone. Manager Kang, is this the ethos of your team? Mr. Qin's identity is beyond question. Manager Kang's face also sank as he fiercely tugged on Runhua and droned. Supervisor, calm down. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a smile as he slowly walked towards the crowd. Everyone has worked hard. I'm sure you're not strangers to me, and I know everyone. After all, we've been working together for more than 2 months. I have seen everyone's work ethic in my eyes. When these words came out, the crowd had mixed feelings, both joyful and worried. Those employees who worked diligently on weekdays felt that they had finally been recognized, while those who were accustomed to speculating and currying favor with their superiors began to feel apprehensive. Qin Yu's gaze turned to Manager Kong, his tone calm but with deep meaning. Manager Kong, although we did not have a deep friendship before, you should remember that I have been working here for more than 2 months. Sweat beads oozing from Manager Kang's forehead. He smiles awkwardly, his eyes flickering as he hastily explains. Mr. Qin, you are making a private visit in a microcosm, experiencing life at the grassroots level. It's because I had the eyes to not recognize you. I failed to recognize you in time. This compliment did not move Qin Yu. In Manager Kang's eyes, perhaps I am indeed insignificant. Manager Kong is horrified and terrified at these words. Mr. Qin, it is my dereliction of duty. The company has been managed so poorly by me. I feel deeply guilty. Qin Yu lightly hummed. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he looked straight at Runhua. In a firm tone, he said, the first and foremost thing I'm going to do when I visit today is to announce a few personnel adjustments. Supervisor I regret to inform you that you have been dismissed from the company and your salary for this month will be fully deducted. At these words, Runoa's face turned pale, his eyes widened, anger and unwillingness intertwined on his face. On what grounds? Even the boss has no right to deprive me of my full month's salary. This is illegal delinquency. I will definitely ask for an explanation from the relevant authorities. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooks into a cold smile as he responds calmly. Very well, Assistant Shui. I remember that the company always hires a legal counselor. Please notify the team of lawyers to prepare for possible legal challenges. If Hongyuan Chemical lost the case as a result, the lawyer team was afraid that they would not be able to absolve themselves of the blame. At the same time, the finance department needed to check in depth whether Supervisor He was suspected of embezzling employees' salaries and misappropriating public funds during his time in office. Whether it was used in the name of whatever, whether it was for legitimate entertainment or for private use, and all needed to be cleared up one by one. Handsome she sniffed, looked grave, nodded solemnly and said, Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I'll arrange it right away. When Runhua heard this, he was shocked and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. He was well aware that he had been using public funds in the name of his own personal reality over the years. Not only did he squander money without restraint, but he also deducted his employees' salaries, the amount of which was large enough to make his heart tremble with fear, especially the nearly 100,000 customer return money. Once traced, he will lose all his money. What makes him even more terrified is that if he is really prosecuted, the legal sanctions will be difficult to escape. And, Qin Yu's eyes turned to the treasurer, tone with unquestionable majesty. The financial department need to self-examination. Why such a large amount of money flow can be hidden in the long term outside the supervision? This statement, the treasurer's legs are soft, behind the cold sweat beaded, know that they cannot escape the responsibility. Manager Kong, if my memory is correct, that supervisor he is your son-in-law, right? The trouble he is causing you at the moment makes you, who has struggled for many years to sit on the throne of the sales manager, feel doubly bitter. The whole company knows about their relationship without any concealment, and you can only nod helplessly to confirm it. Mr. Qin, please allow me to explain. It is true that because Runhua is my relative, I made an exception to promote him, but I never expected that he would commit such acts, deducting employees' salaries to enrich himself, and even privately embezzling money from the company, all of which I was completely unaware of. Please believe me. Manager Kong eagerly defended that the loss of his position was bearable. After all, with his sales experience, he had no worries about his livelihood, but if he was involved with the embezzlement of public funds, that would be the bottom line of the law's severe punishment. The anger and disappointment in his heart towards Runhua was hard to express, and he secretly decided that he would ask his sister to sever her relationship with him. Qin Yu sniffed, the corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, his tone cold. Your position as general manager will be terminated with immediate effect, and you will be demoted to sales supervisor. Within a month, if the performance fails to reach 1 million, even the position of this supervisor will not be guaranteed. If you feel that it is unfair, you can submit your resignation. Manager Kong took a deep breath, although there is reluctance in his heart, but he also understands that this is a test he must face. After all, he had come from the sales supervisor step by step. There is no lack of customer resources in his hands, and although the $1 million performance is not easy, it is not an impossible task. If he really left because of this, everything would start from scratch. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for the opportunity. He gave thanks in a low voice. At this moment, Qin Yu's gaze turned to Chu Yenzi. The corners of his mouth rose once again as he announced, I officially announce that the company's new general manager and sales manager is Chu Yanzi. The crowd outside the door had witnessed Qin Yu and Chu Yanzi's closeness, coupled with Qin Yu's new boss status. The general manager's position falling to the Chu family had long been expected. Several female sales eyes flashed with complex emotions, both envy and jealousy, secretly regretting not being able to recognize pearls like Chu Yanzi, missing the opportunity to become the boss's wife. Chu Yanzi instantly froze on the spot, disbelief surging through her heart. She was ready to leave her job because of offending He Runhua, but she did not expect a sharp turn of fate. She jumped to become the company's general manager. All of these twists and turns are derived from Qin Yu's power rating of 7 points, rewards, and he secretly resolved to reach it as soon as possible. Qin general manager, are you okay? Chu Yanzi saw Qin Yu's sudden silence. A trace of worry flowed between her eyebrows and she softly inquired. Qin Yu came back to his senses, looking at the two people in front of him, especially Chu Yanzi. The corner of his mouth hooked up a gentle smile. Yanzi, we are the only ones here. No need to be formal. Just call me Qin Yu. Chu Yanzi's eyes flashed through several complex emotions, which eventually turned into a hint of helplessness. Qin Yu, I am worried that I am unable to handle the position of general manager. I lack experience. Qin Yu gently smiled. His tone was firm. Don't worry. The work of the sales department is not complicated. I believe you are competent. Moreover, I don't feel comfortable handing it over to someone else. If there is really something you don't understand, we can solve it together. You can ask the handsome assistant, Shuaishi, to see if we can exchange contact information. Handsome, she keenly captured the subtle atmosphere between the two. The corner of her mouth hooked into a smile, and she took the initiative to extend her hand. Manager Chu, please teach me more in the future. Chu Yanzi was slightly stunned. Then she reported a warm smile and gently shook Shuaishi's hand. Assistant Shuaishi, it should be me who should ask you to take care of me more. If there are any unanswered questions in the future, I will have to rely on your help. Qin Yu interjects bashfully from the side. Alright, the two of you should stop being polite. Both please take a seat. Qin Yu interrupts the politeness of the two at the right time and turns to Shuaishi. Assistant Shuai, you mentioned that there is a preliminary plan for the company's affairs and you are ready to report to me today. So let's get started. Upon hearing the word company, Shuaishi was instantly refreshed. Her eyes glittered as she sat down on the opposite side of the desk. Chu Yanji also sat down with a bit of curiosity, secretly surprised in her heart that her understanding of Qin Yu was so limited, other than knowing that he was rich. Mr. Qin, regarding the establishment of a group company, I would suggest that the place of registration be chosen to be in Tianfu City or a first-tier city, especially the imperial capital, so that when expanding to the local area in the future, it will reduce a lot of unnecessary troubles. Shuaishi elaborated in an organized manner. Qin Yu nodded his head in agreement. He was well aware of this. If one were to register in Pine City, they would inevitably be subject to many restrictions from the local departments, while higher cities such as Tianfu City would still have jurisdiction. However, if it was registered in the imperial capital, the situation would be very different, and the Song City department would have no right to interfere, and at most could only report the problem to the relevant departments in the imperial capital. However, the registration threshold of the imperial city is extremely high. Not only the land price is expensive, the rental of office space is a small expense, not to mention the cumbersome registration process, office decoration and the purchase of office equipment. But Qin Yu has his own calculations in mind. He opened the company for multiple purposes. One is to enhance the system level. The second is to make the source of income more reasonable and legitimate. The third is to take this opportunity to join a higher level of social circle and accumulate a wider range of human resources. And the imperial city was undoubtedly the best place to realize these goals. As for the issue of funding, he wasn't worried because he had the system as his backing. Then we'll decide to register in the imperial capital. Qin Yu decisively made the decision after a brief reflection. Chapter 13, You Are My Woman. It's normal to treat you well. Handsome She's eyes instantly widened as she heard this, a flash of amazement flashing across her eyes. Mr. Qin, if you decide to register your company in the imperial capital, renting an office building and initial operating capital will be a considerable expense. Qin Yu sniffs. The corner of his mouth hooks up into a faint smile, appearing quite calm. Assistant Shuai, you can rest assured about the capital issue. In these 2 days, please organize the work at hand and follow me to Wanhua Group in Tianfu City next Monday, after which we will head to the imperial capital to deal with the subsequent matters. Shuaishi's eyebrows knitted slightly, a trace of incomprehension surfacing on her face. Mr. Qin, Wanhua Group is the premier supermarket chain giant in our region, and it doesn't seem to be directly related to the new company we're preparing. So what's the purpose of this trip? She secretly muttered in her heart. Manhwa Group has a market capitalization of tens of billions of dollars and has been listed on the stock market. The intention of this trip is really puzzling. Xinyu smiles lightly, gently lifting his teacup, leisurely, because I hold 50% of the shares in Manhwa Group. At these words, Shuaixi's eyes instantly glared round, full of unbelief. Only after a long time did she come back to her senses from this sudden shock, secretly marveling in her heart, this new boss is so deep and hidden, owning half of the shares of a listed company with a market value of tens of billions of dollars. No wonder he can easily acquire Hongyuan Chemical. On the side of Chu Yenji is also jaw-dropping. Although the specific market value of the Manhwa Group is not very clear, but the popularity of Manhwa supermarkets throughout the province is far from Hongyuan Chemical can be reached. Xinyu is only 20 years old. Will be able to have such a huge industry? The efforts and strength behind it can be imagined. Seeing this, Xinyu nodded his head in satisfaction, enjoying the gaze that turned from shock to admiration. Assistant Shuai. Now, the issue of funding should no longer be a concern for you, right? Shuaishi quickly adjusts her mindset and her eyes become more determined, knowing that Xinyu's powerful background will provide her with a broader stage. Mr. Xin, I was the one who was overly concerned. No harm done. Now let's talk about your vision for the company. Xinyu lightly sips a mouthful of tea and leisurely leans back in his chair. Shuaishi immediately enters the work state. The expression is focused and serious. Mr. Xin, regarding the preparatory information for the group company, I have already prepared it and sent it to you via email. As for the company's strategic planning and development direction, although I have thought about it, I still need you to decide on our main area of focus in the end. Xinyu sniffs, his brows slightly knit. Regarding this point, he indeed does not have a clear idea yet. Assistant Handsome, the company is currently in the exploration stage. The network module and the investment field are our current two major focuses. As for the future diversification, if there is an opportunity, we will naturally go hand in hand. Xinyu's words caused Shuaixi's eyes to once again roundly open. Gazing at him with disbelief, she wondered in her heart, is this the boss's rhythm to fully blossom? The early stages of every industry are thick with thorns, and the capital demand is so great that it can't be easily afforded? Was this an investment or a pure capital game? Mr. Xin, if we casually venture into every industry, the capital pressure will be unimaginably huge. Shuaishi raised with worry. Xinyu responds with a confident smile, his eyes revealing a stabilizing strength. Assistant Shuai, you always have the capital problem. If the company casts its net so widely, I'm afraid that my previous planning will be difficult to apply. My planning focuses more on the expansion of Hongyuan Chemical's product lines and factories but maintains its independent operation. As for Hongyuan Chemical, I own 75% of the shares, so I can consider integrating it into our system and operating it as a subsidiary. As for the remaining shares, you are responsible for contacting the shareholders to discuss the acquisition. Shuaishi quickly flipped open her notebook and carefully recorded every instruction. Understood, Mr. Xin. Xinyu continued. In addition, the Yingguo neighborhood and its property company are also my assets, and in the future, they can also be considered to be included in the scope of subsidiaries to explore the development potential of the property management field. At these words, Shuaishi and Xu Yanzi looked at each other with surprise in their eyes, as if to say, where is Mr. Xin going to spend his money before it is enough? Buying the entire neighborhood along with the property company. Is he going to transform into a landlord? Handsome She hurriedly records this new instruction as well, and then Xinyu summarizes. These are the current arrangements. Assistant Handsome, you are responsible for arranging the hotel meal at noon, and remember to notify them to prepare a sumptuous seafood dinner. Handsome She sniffs. Although there are many questions in her mind, she still responds quickly. Okay, Mr. Xin. His eyes skimmed over Chu Yenji. Xinyu closed his notebook heartily and said steadily, please rest assured, Mr. Xin, everything is properly arranged. After saying that, he got up and left his seat, smoothly bringing the door gently with him in a sharp movement. Xinyu then walked towards Chu Yenji. This action made Chu Yenji's cheeks instantly blush, shyly lowering her head, her eyes flushed with layers of redness. Xinyu, what are you? She whispered softly, with a few moments of incomprehension and shyness. The corner of Xinyu's mouth hooked up a playful smile. His gaze inadvertently skimmed over the slender legs that were vaguely visible between the hems of her skirts. The temptation was self-evident. He leans down close to her ear, lightly exhales his breath and whispers, guess, what do I intend to do? Chu Yenji, delicate body slightly trembling, raised his head to meet with winks. Smoothly sit back in the chair. The atmosphere is delicate. A few moments later, Chu Yenji began to organize the cluttered desk, appearing somewhat overwhelmed. Xinyu, what should I do next? She finished organizing, bitterness written all over her face. After all, She had only graduated from high school and studied through a vocational school's junior college, knowing very little about management matters. Seeing this, Xinyu gently consoled, "As the general manager, you don't need to do everything yourself. Just let the department heads report to you daily and give you guidance when you find problems. There is no need to work too hard." These words are like a warm current surging into Chu Yanji's heart. Her eyes can't help but be slightly moist. "Xinyu, you are so kind," she said with heartfelt gratitude. Xinyu enjoys the praise from his lover and is in a good mood as he gently caresses the top of her hair. "You're my woman. It's only natural to treat you well. Now, Manager Chu, familiarize yourself with your new surroundings. I need to go out for a few moments." Chu Yanzi's eyes flashed with a trace of reluctance. "You're leaving here?" she asked softly. Xinyu turned around, a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. "I woke up too early this morning. I have to go back to the hotel to catch up on my sleep. Just wait for you guys to come over at the hotel." He secretly thinks in his heart, if not to deal with Fatty he, how would he have gotten up so early? Is the comfort of the presidential suite not comparable to this place? Dealing with these trivial matters is simply a great waste of sleep time. Okay, be careful on the road. Stepping out of the company's door, I drove the Bugatti slowly to the hotel. Driving a sports car in a busy city, too fast and lose the ease and comfort. So I simply put the open top away. Strolling on the street, enjoying the attention of passers-by and the sound of cameras clicking, passing by a commercial building, an eye-catching billboard caught my attention, Fight Club. Given that one's physique is yet to be strengthened, this might be a good opportunity to exercise. Not to mention, what man does not have a martial arts stream in his heart? What interests me more is that there are female coaches on the advertisement. It was only 10 o'clock in the morning. The hotel was still early, so I parked the car and stepped into the elevator to the Fight Club. The club was newly opened, and there was a festive atmosphere around, with flower pots and baskets dotted around. The entire building spanned 5 floors, and the scale was so large that it was unique in Pine City. "Sir, welcome." At the entrance, a professional welcoming lady with a smile warmly greeted her. She then introduced the opening offer. "Sir, we have a special offer for these days. Are you interested in applying for a membership card?" I looked around. Treadmills, bars, dumbbells and other fitness equipment are available. Deeper is the combat area. Bright lights. The environment is both professional and elegant. "How much does a membership cost?" I asked. A hint of joy flashed in the eyes of the welcoming lady, clearly seeing my spending potential in my outfit. "The lowest we have is a monthly card, originally priced at 2018, now at a discounted price of 2005. However, most customers tend to favor the annual card, which is 28,000 during the event and resumes at 32,000 afterward." I frowned slightly, pondering in my mind that the price was indeed not expensive, but considering the professionalism of the coaching team, it made sense. "What services are included in the annual card?" I inquired further. She explained, "The annual card covers not only combat training, but also comprehensive physical training and sculpting guidance. We are equipped with professional coaches to meet your needs, whether it is combat or fitness. In addition, there are 5 open classes every weeknight, so you can freely choose to participate in either combat or fitness classes." Upon hearing this, the corner of my mouth curled up into a faint smile, and my mind had already made up its mind. The corner of his mouth sketched out a smile. Xinyu leisurely asked, "Doing the card naturally does not matter, but I am quite concerned about the strength of the coaching team of your museum is actually how. Is the cost worth it?" The welcoming lady sniffed, her eyebrows knit lightly in her eyes. This woman was tall, wearing tight yoga clothes that perfectly outlined her delicate curves, none of which showed the harmonious coexistence of strength and beauty. Her long hair was carefully pulled up, revealing an exquisite face that was pleasing to the eyes. Xinyu secretly praised in his heart, "This red coach really lives up to her name, with a lithe physique and smooth lines. Every part of her reveals professionalism and charm." "Sir, this is our highly respected Coach Red," the welcoming lady introduced. Coach Red, who was in fact Pan Xiao, responded with a charming smile and extended her hand that was as delicate as white jade. "Hello, Mr. Xin, I'm Pan Xiao, who works as both a combat and fitness coach." Xinyu got up to welcome him, and as the two of them shook hands, he even felt that the other party's hand was as warm and soft as jade, with skin as delicate as fat, and could not help but secretly marvel at it. "Coach Pan, hello, I'm curious, why does everyone call you Coach Red?" Xinyu asked curiously. Pan Xiao laughed lightly and took back her hand before gracefully taking her seat, explaining, "That's just an alias for publicity purposes. If Mr. Xin becomes our member, whether you call me Coach Pan or Coach Red, I will be more than happy to do so." Pan Xiao not only had an outstanding appearance, she also had a unique temperament and mannerisms, which made Xinyu feel that her charisma was no less than anyone else's, and was even more outstanding in some aspects. So if he were to take 10 out of 10 as a perfect score, he would be willing to give her a high rating of 9.5 points. With a decision in mind, the corner of Qin Yu's mouth rose again and asked, Coach Pan, regarding your private coaching service, how is the cost calculated? In the fitness gym and combat gym, although members are free to use all kinds of equipment, the unique value of private lessons is obviously more valued by Qin Yu. Daily specific time. A number of coaches take turns to open public teaching courses. At the same time, each coach also provides personalized private tutoring services. The fees for private lessons are set by the trainers themselves, most of which go directly to the trainers, while the fitness and combat centers only take a small management fee. Obviously, the popularity of personal training courses is closely related to the professional ability of the trainers, and it is difficult to attract students if they are not skillful. Therefore, during the open class, members have the opportunity to experience the teaching styles of different coaches, and then choose to enroll in further personal training courses after they are satisfied. Pan Shio was not surprised when Qin Yu directly inquired about private tutoring courses. After all, those members who had witnessed her strength, especially male members, had mostly chosen her private tutoring services. Mr. Qin, I work 5 days a week, with 2 public lessons scheduled and 3 private lessons. Regarding the private tutoring fee, it's 12,000 per month. Pan Xiao's private tutoring price was not expensive. The annual total could reach as high as $120,000, causing many who heard about it to be deterred. When Qin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a playful smile, his gaze filled with curiosity. Coach Pan, the cost aspect is not a problem, but what I am more concerned about is whether you have the appropriate strength. His words carried a hint of a challenge. Pan Xiao's brows furrowed slightly as a strange light flashed in her eyes, and then the corners of her mouth also sketched out a smile. Mr. Qin, I specialize in combat arts. If you're interested, why don't you experience it for yourself? There was a hint of provocation in her offer. Qin Yu was secretly shocked in his heart, knowing that he was by no means Pan Xiao's opponent. The assessment given by the system made her self-aware. Coach Pan, don't mind me, I was just casually mentioning it just now. In fact, I'm more flexible with my time and would prefer to receive exclusive one-on-one instruction, so naturally the cost is not a problem. Qin Yu's words were not false. He did hope to improve his self-protection ability by learning combat arts, and even fantasized that if he could win Pan Xiao's favor and make her his personal bodyguard, it would be the icing on the cake. Chapter 14, Personal Trainer Pan Xiao. Pan Xiao was slightly stunned by what she heard. In the past, when she proposed one-on-one teaching, she naturally understood the reason for it in her mind. After all, in Pine City, she had many admirers. Since Mr. Qin has this intention, then I will provide one-on-one service, 2 hours per lesson, and the fee is set at 100,000, she said as such. When Qin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile, his mind quickly calculating, 1 lesson of 100,000, 3 lessons a week would be 300,000, a month would be 1,200,000. If it lasted for 10 months, it would be a staggering 12 million. Huge deal. I expect to learn real skills from Coach Pan. This 10-month course, plus a 1-year membership, please swipe your card. Saying this, he calmly drew his bank card from his pocket and handed it to the attendant next to him. This scene made both Pan Xiao and the waiter stare in disbelief. A huge spending of $12 million was simply astronomical in their eyes. Who would dare to splurge like this if not for their family's wealth to the core? This, Mr. Qin is really out of the ordinary. Pan Xiao was secretly shocked in her heart. She originally intentionally raised the price with the intention of letting Qin Yu know the difficulties, but she never thought that the other party would really promise to come down. And the strength of his wealth was so strong that even the top-rich second generation of Songcheng would find it difficult to reach, and she could not help but be interested in Qin Yu's identity. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the waiter quickly regained his professionalism, received the bank card, and after some operations, successfully completed the payment, and then returned the bank card to Qin Yu with both hands in an incomparably respectful manner. Mr. Qin, please keep your card. Qin Yu received the bank card with a bland expression, as if all this was expected of him. After all, the task given to him by the system was going to cost tens of billions of dollars. Compared to that, this 12 million was just a drop in the bucket. Thanks a lot, he said softly, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over the Audemars Piguet watch on his wrist. That was worth more than $5 million, inadvertently adding a few more points of the rich kid's aura to him. Pan Xiao's eyes also unconsciously fell on that watch. His heart is more convinced that Qin Yu is not a pool of things. Within the Songcheng, there must be no such person. Is likely to be from the more prosperous Tianfu city. Mr. Qin, regarding our course schedule, how do you think it will be between 7 and 10 o'clock in the evening? Of course, I have public classes on Monday and Friday nights, so I may not be able to schedule them. She tried to calm down and regain the professional attitude of a coach. Very well, then it's settled. Coach Pan, can you leave a contact information for future communication? Xinyu smiled and made a request. The two of them then exchanged contact information, and an encounter due to money seemed to be quietly evolving into an unusual mentor-protege friendship. Mr. Xinyu, since there is still a meeting to attend on the coach's side, I'm afraid I have to go upstairs first. Xinyu smiled bashfully at his words, expressing his understanding. Feel free to go about your business, Coach Pan. I'll just take a casual walk. Eyeing Pan Xiao's departing silhouette, Xinyu praised in his heart that this was indeed a rare beauty. Mr. Xin, perhaps we can add a WeChat. Although I am not a professional coach, I am quite familiar with fitness matters. Usually I'm also free, so if you have any questions, feel free to find me for advice. It's more convenient. A welcoming lady next to her stepped forward at the right time, handing out her own cell phone with an expectant glint in her eyes. She secretly calculates in her heart, being able to casually throw out $12 million, and with a handsome appearance, he must be a rich second generation. Even if he can't become a partner, it would be excellent to become his confidant. Xinyu natural insight into her mind, but he is not frivolous. However, it wouldn't hurt to add a contact information. After all, it's not appropriate to refute someone's face in public. Of course, my name is Xinyu, he responded politely, while remembering the welcoming lady named Song Mei. Okay, Mr. Xin, I'll go exercise for a while. Xinyu started the treadmill and set it to the lowest speed. Before half an hour, he felt physically exhausted, sighing in his heart at the weakness of his physique, and resolved to strengthen his workout. Afterwards, he strolled to the combat area, only to see two coaches on the ring are practicing fiercely against each other, evenly matched, hard to distinguish between them. At that moment, Pan Xiao stepped in, and the two coaches immediately paused and leapt down from the stage. Xiao, has the boss finished talking to you? A man inquired with an expectant face. Pan Xiao responded bashfully, nodding her head gently. Xiao, Coach Sun and I are discussing a lunch gathering. As combat coaches, we can communicate more. Why don't you come along as well? It's my treat today. The other coach also warmly invited. Yes, Coach Pan, I heard that you and Coach Lei have a great friendship. He often mentions you. Today, I finally got to see your true face, so be sure to come at noon, so we can get to know each other better as co-workers. Pan Xiao's eyes turned slightly, and after a little thought, she nodded her head and agreed to the invitation. Wonderful! Coach Lei and Coach Sun couldn't hide the ecstasy within their hearts, and the light flickering in their eyes grew hotter and hotter. Coach Pan, today is free, so why don't you set off immediately and still grab a good seat? You wait for a moment, we'll quickly go change. After saying this, the two of them were filled with excitement and ran towards the locker room at a brisk pace. Xinyu witnesses this scene. The corner of his mouth hooks up a faint smile and turns around to leave. He knows that with the system at his side, there is no need to bend over for any good person. Stepping into the entrance of the parking lot, the scene in front of him makes him slightly surprised. Crowds of people, a Ferrari glittering, the ground covered with flowers, forming a heart-shaped pattern, a young man holding a bouquet of flowers, inlaid with a diamond ring, apparently brewing a romantic confession. This young man is about 25 years old or so, dressed in designer labels, hairstyle carefully tended to, all show noble. That Ferrari 488, worth more than 4 million, in terms of Songcheng, is undoubtedly the best of the luxury cars. See, his status is distinguished. Peng Xiao, go for it. Behind him, several youths shouted in unison, cheering for him. Xinyu glanced at the time and felt that it was time, so he stepped into the parking lot and prepared to start his Bugatti. However, the crowd was getting denser and the Ferrari happened to be blocking the exit not far away. The way out was blocked. He frowned slightly and wanted to get out of the car to ask the security guards to assist in the evacuation. But unexpectedly, when he approached the security booth, he saw that the security guards had also joined the onlookers. Peng Xiao, Pan Xiao has arrived. When this news came, Xinyu's movements were stuttered and his original plan to have the security guards clear the passageway was put to rest. He turns to a watching position, knowing that this second-generation rich man's target is precisely Pan Xiao. Pan Xiao and Coach Lei had just stepped out of the gate when they were deeply shocked by this sudden romantic scene. Immediately afterward, the rich second-generation's minions, like magicians, quickly unfurled a banner and hung it up high, with large letters that read, Xiao, I love you, and would like to spend the rest of my life with you. Be my girlfriend. Xiao, my admiration for you is sincere and incomparable. Ever since that encounter, my world has been filled with you, and all I think about day and night is you. Please allow me to be your companion. I will pour out everything I have to guard you for the rest of your life. Saying that, a well-dressed rich boy with flowers in his hand slowly stepped forward, knelt down on one knee, and handed over the flowers respectfully. Promise him, the youngsters around echoed, and the clamor in the crowd rose and fell, creating a sea of enthusiasm. However, This scene caused Coach Lei and Coach Sun's faces to change abruptly. They felt that they were being blatantly ignored, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. Young man, aren't you going a bit overboard and putting pressure on Xiao? Coach Lei finally couldn't hold back. His tone carried a bit of anger and questioning. His hands clenched into fists, revealing the fluctuations within his heart. The rich second generation glanced at him contemptuously, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, his eyes revealing an undeniable determination. I was merely expressing my emotions. What's the point of pressurizing? On the contrary, it is you, as a coach, who seems to have overstepped the boundaries. If you say more, I'm afraid your position will be in jeopardy. Coach Lei was enraged when he heard this, but he had to hold back his anger in the face of these words that clearly carried a threatening connotation. He was well aware that this young man's background was not trivial, and once the conflict escalated, the consequences would be hard to predict. How can a district coach be worthy of our goddess? Only a status like Pang Xiao's is worthy of her. If you're sensible, get out of the way. A small youth behind him even mocked recklessly. Coach Lei was seething with rage, but glancing at the rich youngster's valuable Ferrari, reason told him that he had to remain calm. He knew deep down that confronting such a force was tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg, and might even jeopardize his livelihood. Thus, he helplessly lowered his head and stepped back. Coach Sun also chose to remain silent. They understood that without sufficient strength to back it up, any heroic move to save the girl would pale in comparison. Seeing this, the rich second generation once again turned his gaze towards Pan Xiao, repeating with deep emotion, Xiao, I truly love you. Please accept my feelings and become my girlfriend. Pan Xiao's eyebrows slightly knitted. Those bright eyes flashed with complex emotions, seemingly weighing something. The rich second generation, on the other hand, patiently waited for her response. Xiao, I solemnly swear that my love is sincere and incomparable. I have already had a deep conversation with both of your parents, and they have given me their tacit approval. If you are still unwilling to accept it, I will kneel down here and vow to exchange my heart for yours. Zhao Peng, the son of a rich family, had the confidence of a sure thing on his face. A trace of revulsion swept through Pan Xiao's eyes. She knew that Zhao Peng's move was actually forcing, in full view of everyone. Rejecting him was not only refusing his face, but also touching the majesty of the Zhao family. Her father's career is closely linked to the Zhao family, and the project is mostly dependent on it. Once the Zhao family is displeased, the consequences are unimaginable, and may even jeopardize the family business. She was alone, and no one in Pine City seemed able to stand up for her against the Zhao family. However, accepting Zhao Peng was like falling into an abyss for her. Zhao Peng is notorious in Songqing's upper-class society, and today's sensational courtship may just be a merciless abandonment after he gets tired of playing with her. What's more, she only had a deep loathing for Zhao Peng. Qinyu was on the sidelines, his brows furrowed as he gained insight into Pan Xiao's plight and helplessness. He was deeply offended by Zhao Peng's behavior, believing that a true man should be open and honest and treat people with sincerity, rather than using such despicable means as threats and moral kidnapping. In his opinion, Zhao Peng lacked even basic respect and demeanor, and was simply not worthy of being called a man. Just at this moment, an impulse surged in Xin Yu's heart as he slowly walked through the crowd and stood at the very front. Pan Xiao's gaze was instantly attracted by Xin Yu, as if she had seen the dawn of hope. Her eyes flickered with complex emotions, as if she was seeking some sort of support. After a moment of silence, Pan Xiao gathered her courage. Her voice was light but firm. Zhao Peng, you are indeed outstanding, but I know I am not worthy of you. In fact, I already have someone in my heart. When these words came out, Zhao Peng's face suddenly changed, so gloomy that it could drip water. A touch of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth barely pulled out a cold smile. Xiao, this kind of excuse, do you think I will believe it? Your parents both revealed the news that you don't have a boyfriend yet. Pan Xiao unconsciously glanced at Qinyu with her afterglow. Zhao Peng, I didn't lie to you. We did just start not long ago and we haven't had time to inform our families yet. Zhao Peng's face grew more and more gloomy as he stood up with a few sneers in his tone. Xiao, I'm really curious. Within Pine City, who can match you? Pan Xiao's eyebrows knitted lightly. A few threads of determination flashed through her eyes, as if she had made a decision. Walking straight towards Qinyu, Qinyu looked at the oncoming her, his brows frowning imperceptibly. He had originally planned to help her out as a friend, deeply displeased with Zhao Peng's behavior, but he had never expected that Pan Xiao would directly involve him in it, which undoubtedly drew Zhao Peng's anger towards himself. If he hadn't been prepared, I'm afraid it would have been difficult for him to retreat in one piece. This is my boyfriend, Qin Yu. As Pan Xiao's words fell, Zhao Peng's face instantly turned iron blue. The occasion he had carefully set up had now become a joke. His heart burned with rage as he walked straight towards Qin Yu, his eyes filled with contempt. Xiao is the goddess in the hearts of many men in Song City. What qualifications do you think you have to stand beside her? Zhao Peng prided himself on knowing the rich second generation of Song City's high society like the back of his hand, and Qin Yu's unfamiliar face allowed him to conclude that the other party did not have an illustrious background, so he became even more condescending. On the other hand, Pan Xiao's heart was flooded with a trace of worry. She was in a hurry, thinking of Qin Yu's Audemars Piguet watch and his big spending in the club, thinking that he might be able to help himself, before deciding to take a chance. But at the moment, facing Zhao Peng's aggressiveness, she couldn't help but worry about Qin Yu. As the youngest master of the Zhao family, Zhao Peng had always acted ruthlessly, and she was afraid that Qin Yu would suffer an undeserved disaster because of himself. Chapter 15, 100% Equity in Panda Hotel. Qin Yu originally intended to reveal certain things about Pan Xiao, but when he glanced at Zhao Peng's condescending demeanor, he couldn't help but feel a surge of defiance in his heart. After all, the current him had long since ceased to be the poor kid that was bullied by others in the past. I know I'm not a good match for her, but what qualifications do you have? Please also move your luxury car out of the way. I want to have dinner with my partner. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooks up a playful smile, pretending to gently swept over Pan Xiao's slender waist. The touch was soft and slippery, as if an electric current had passed through. A warm current instantly spread all over his body, mesmerizing him. Pan Xiao's eyes widened roundly, her cheeks quickly colored with two red clouds. She fiercely glared at Qin Yu, but seeing that he was oblivious, she could only force herself to endure the shame and anger in her heart. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hung a smug smile, and in his heart, he said, "If you want to count on me, you have to pay a price." This touch is indeed unforgettable. Zhao Peng saw the situation, his eyes instantly bloodshot, burning with anger. He has never been so provoked. Not to mention someone dared to call his car broken car. The surrounding crowd also glanced sideways, shocked at Qin Yu's arrogance. After all, that was worth more than $4 million. Song City's top luxury car. Ah, kid, I'll park my car here today. I want to see what you can do to me. Zhao Peng was completely enraged, his eyes red, his voice full of provocation. Qin Yu, on the other hand, had already walked towards the parking area with Pan Xiao. Ignoring Zhao Peng's threats, Pan Xiao looked back at Zhao Peng, her eyes full of worries, wanting to speak but stopping. In the end, she just silently looked at Qin Yu's resolute side face, her heart both curious and puzzled, not knowing what exactly he had to rely on. Please make way. Qin Yu politely signaled to the crowd of onlookers and walked straight towards that Bugatti. Pan Xiao's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Although she has never seen it with her own eyes, the iconic car logo is enough for her to recognize what kind of luxury car it is. Daughter-in-law, get in. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooks up a gentle arc, reluctantly releasing Pan Xiao's waist, elegantly sitting in the driver's cab. Pan Xiao froze in place for a moment. Then she came back to her senses and quickly got on the car, her gaze full of curiosity and inquiry towards Qin Yu. She had never heard of any rich second generation in Songcheng who could own a top-of-the-line sports car like a Bugatti Veyron. My god, this is the legendary B-word sports car, Bugatti Veyron. Inside the car, Pan Xiao's exclamation rang out as she finally understood why Qin Yu could have such a bottom line. This car is worth a lot of money. It's by no means unusual. Among the crowd of onlookers, the sounds of exclamations rose and fell, and they finally realized the deeper meaning of Qin Yu's previous evaluation of Zhao Peng's vehicle. The Bugatti in front of him was worth at least $10 million, enough to be worth 10 ordinary luxury cars. Zhao Peng's eyes were wide open, full of disbelief. He knew that in such a small place as Songcheng, it was already a miracle to see a Bugatti, not to mention that it was a limited edition, with no more than 5 in the country, and each selling for more than $100 million, which was not something that could be easily purchased with money. Boom! A deafening engine roar sounded. The crowd involuntarily dispersed to both sides, eyes full of envy and desire for this luxury car. Qin Yu faces the Ferrari in front of him. The corner of his mouth hooks up a smile, his foot steps on the gas to the end, and the Bugatti instantly erupts into a beastly roar. Bang! Bang! After successive crashes, the Ferrari is mercilessly pushed aside by the Bugatti, which is like a reined-in wildebeest, rolling up dust and going away. The cockpit side is badly damaged. Qin Yu heart although pain, but also helpless. This is after all the system given the treasure. Repair. I am afraid to go far away to the magic city. He sighed softly, realizing that in the short term he will no longer be able to drive this wild horse, but the cost of repairs is just a numbers game to him. Sitting in the co-pilot, Pan Xiao witnessed all this, shocked more than puzzled. Bugatti, the country's top luxury car, so easily collided. Repair costs can easily be millions, but Qin Yu seems so light-hearted. Don't you feel sorry for your precious car? She finally couldn't help but ask, complex emotions flashing in her gaze. Qin Yu smiled faintly and answered easily, car, when it's broken, fix it. If not, replace it with a new one. As soon as the words fell, the system prompt sounded in time. Congratulations to the host for successfully showing off. Rating of 6 points. Rewarded with a lucky draw opportunity. Is it an immediate lucky draw? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth smiles even more. The $12 million spent and the collision of vehicles are all for this moment's harvest. Drawl. He chooses without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for drawing 100% of the shares of Sancheng Yuan Hotel. The relevant documents have been placed in the hotel's presidential suite. The system once again delivers happy news. Qin Yu's heart secretly rejoices as the Yuan Hotel becomes his own property, and the enjoyment of the presidential suite is the icing on the cake. Pan Shiyao sniffs and a flash of sincere gratitude flashes through her eyes. Thank you. Qin Yu gently glanced at her and laughed. Coach Pan, I wouldn't dare to take this thanks. We are just taking what we need. You're clearly utilizing me by doing this. Although he scoffed at Zhao Peng's actions, a wave of displeasure still flooded his heart when he realized that he had become a pawn. Pan Shiyao's eyes flashed with a few glimmers of light, filled with apologies. I'm really sorry. I had no choice at that time. Zhao Peng's temper is violent. No one dares to easily offend him. He is a person who is vindictive. Qin Yu sniffed, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. What about me? Should I be the bearer of his anger? Pan Shiyao's eyes were slightly moist and she gently lowered her curtains, full of self-blame. I'm sorry. I was too flustered at the time and didn't think deeply. If this causes you distress, I am willing to go to Zhaopeng to explain the truth and clear your name. Qin Yu looks at her pathetic appearance, and the anger in his heart subsides for the most part. That's just it. Since I've already made a connection, I won't mind it anymore. That said, what exactly is Zhaopeng? Since you don't like him, why don't you just rebuff him? He's the heir to the Zhao Group, while my father is engaged in commercial property development. The Zhao Group is none other than a giant in the real estate world. My father needs to rely on Zhao's projects. If I refuse on the spot, Zhao Peng will definitely lose face and take it out on me, even spreading to my father's company. Qin Yu heard the words. His heart understood. Zhao Group is one of the 3 big families in Song City, ranked 3rd, associated with Tang Ming. He could not help but sigh that the reason why the Tang family can be steadily in the 2nd place. In reality, it is because Tang Ming is not comparable to Zhao Peng. Qin Yu, once again, I apologize for my behavior. If this causes you any inconvenience, I will definitely go and explain clearly to Zhao Peng, and will never let you be implicated. Qin Yu was about to open his mouth when Pan Shiyao's cell phone suddenly rang sharply, and after answering it, her expression became anxious and embarrassed. Qin Yu, I wanted to treat you to a meal as a token of appreciation, but my father has been summoned on an urgent matter. Can you park here? My uncle will come to pick me up soon. No harm. We have plenty of time. After all, you are my coach. Qin Yu smiled bashfully, then pulled over and Pan Shiyao hurriedly got out of the car. Qin Yu, on the other hand, drove the Bugatti and accelerated in the direction of the Yuan Hotel. The moment he arrived at the parking lot, the guards quickly stood upright, performed a military salute, and respectfully shouted, "Good day, Chairman." The news of the hotel's change of ownership was immediately known to the general manager, and upon checking, he realized that the new chairman was staying in the presidential suite. He then informed all the staff of the information of Qin Yu, and Qin Yu's car, Bugatti. Its logo is even more noble and extraordinary. Qin Yu gently lowered the window and responded to the security guard with a warm smile, then handed out a pack of 9 to 5 cigarettes. Hard work, short words, but let the security guard's eyes flashed with surprise and gratitude. He had not expected. This chairman is not only easygoing, but also so sympathetic to subordinates, gifting himself this unexpected gift. Stepping into the lobby of the hotel, Shuaishi and Xu Yinji had already led the staff to wait for a long time. Mr. Qin, please take a look. What dishes should we order, or how to arrange the budget for this gathering? Shuaishi greeted her and asked with concern. There has always been an established standard for company dinners out, especially in a 4-star hotel like this. If there is no restraint, the expenses will be incalculable. Qin Yu heard, noticed that the time is nearly noon, and the menu has not yet been determined, then laughed. No harm. Today there is no upper limit of consumption. Everyone despite the selection of preferred food. Want to drink wine also please feel free. In the afternoon, we will find a place to have fun, and all the expenses will be borne by the company. Since we are out to relax, we should let everyone return with pleasure. At these words, some among the employees could not hold back their joy and cheered loudly. Mr. Qin is mighty. The crowd was in high spirits. It was a blessing to be able to freely order food in a 4-star hotel and follow such a leader. Mr. Qin, can we order seafood? Someone asked tentatively. With a beaming smile, Qin Yu nodded his head in agreement. Of course. He then signaled to the waiter and bashfully ordered. For each table, come with 4 Australian lobsters, 4 coconut snails, 4 tomahawk steaks, and 4 emperor crabs. As for the wine, 50,000 bottles of Lafite, to ensure adequate supply. With these words, the atmosphere of the scene was even more boisterous. Most people had never tasted such expensive wine, and today's experience was enough to become a talking point for them to enjoy in the future. As for the other dishes, everyone is free to order according to their personal preferences. But please remember, do not waste. Sheen Yu added. The employees responded, Mr. Sheen is mighty. We will do our best for the company. Mr. Sheen is really generous. With 5 tables of employees, seafood delicacies and dishes of their choice in abundance, a feast was about to begin. This feast, the cost of dishes alone will exceed 80,000 mark, not to mention the legendary 50,000 a bottle of Lafite red wine. Sheen Yu generously promised that such fine wine can be tasted. This table alone is estimated to cost no less than 100,000. 5 tables together, forcing the huge 15 million. When the seafood delicacies and Lafite Rothschild wine one by one, the people are not eager to move chopsticks, but have raised their cell phones, scrambling to capture this rare scene. Share to the circle of friends. A time, the circle sensation, the sound of admiration. The company dinner can be so luxurious. Lafite, seafood feast, attracted the outside world have envied. Asked the company whether there are still vacancies, even if it is to do the cleaning also have no hesitation, just to be able to participate in this annual feast. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. After taking pictures, the crowd raised their glasses and offered their sincere thanks to Sheen Yu. Sheen Yu smiled indifferently and responded, It's good to enjoy yourself. After the meal, there are also mountain trekking, bonfire party and KTV night. Those who stick to the end will even have night snacks. The whole process is worry-free. This statement, the employees were in high spirits, and their admiration for Sheen Yu was overflowing. In the meantime, the newly promoted general manager Chu Yanzi shuttled through the crowd and became the focus. The crowd competed for the toast. After a few pushes and swaps, her cheeks were flushed, adding a few points of drunkenness and charm between her gait. The tight dress outlined a delicate figure, attracting people's side eye. I'll help you to rest. Seeing this, Sheen Yu quickly steps forward to assist. Chu Yanzi softly said, Sheen Yu, I seem to be a bit drunk. Sheen Yu looked at her shy blush. A hint of playfulness flashed in his eyes as he said softly, Don't worry, I'll help you sober up. Chu Yanji sniffs. A strange light flashes in her eyes, then turns to a soft and weak demeanor. Sheen Yu smoothly encircles her thin waist and steps into the restroom. A few moments later, the two of them return to the banquet hall and continue laughing and joking. After the meal, Shuaishi has been arranged. The manor trip is ready to go. The bus waiting, Sheen Yu generously, 500,000 directly into the company account, to ensure that everyone returned to enjoy themselves, and he himself, choose to stay back, did not follow the crowd peer. He still has important matters to deal with. The damaged Bugatti has been arranged to be transported to the field for repair. Sancheng local cannot afford to repair work. Therefore, he intended to use this time to purchase a new car in order to complete the task assigned by the system as soon as possible. After all, he needed to travel to Tianfu City 2 days later, and without a means of transportation, many inconveniences would ensue. After the trip to Tianfu City, he also needed to go to the imperial capital to deal with company registration, and when everything was ready, he would be able to return to his hometown without any worries and transfer his elderly parents from the countryside to the city to share the joys of family life. If the company was not yet registered, it would be difficult for him to explain his professional status to his parents in the face of the many new businesses that had emerged. Once the group company is established, he can proudly tell his parents that all this is the result of his hard work, so there will be a reasonable explanation. Xu Yinji, as the general manager of the company, also plans to take this opportunity to deepen her communication with the staff, while Shuaishi returns to Hongyuan Chemical Factory. Facing the heavy workload, she still needs to find a suitable successor. Sheen Yu quickly stopped a cab and went straight to the largest auto sales market in Songcheng, Hualong Auto Sales Market, which maintains a close relationship with a number of automobile manufacturers. Stepping into the spacious and bright lobby, a professionally dressed saleswoman, Xiao Fu, greeted her with her trademark professional smile. Good day, sir. I'm Xiao Fu. May I ask what models are of interest to you? I'm happy to provide you with professional advice. She wore neat bangs. Her long hair fell silky smooth over her shoulders, and her standard googly egg face looked especially clean. A white lace-trimmed shirt with black tight jeans and silver high heels, outlining a striking S-shaped figure, especially the high-waisted double-breasted jeans, which showed off her long and slender legs to the fullest. Sheen Yu's gaze freezes in an instant, and a trace of imperceptible fluctuation flashes through his pitch-black eyes. Fu Mengyao? He softly called out. Upon hearing this, Fu Mengyao's pair of beautiful eyes glared round and looked at Sheen Yu with a face full of doubt, then cried out in surprise. Sheen Yu, surprisingly, it's you! Sheen Yu responded with a bemused smile, and the reunion of the two added a few unexpected colors to this car-buying trip. Chapter 16 Class Flower. Fu Mengyao, long-lost old friends, the years rush by, never expected to be reunited here today. Fu Mengyao, the former junior high school to high school classmates, but also recognized in the class of the school flower. I do not know how many young men's heartstrings, Qinyu nature is also one of them. Just then he, poor, obscure, can only bury that sentiment deep in his heart, fantasizing that one day can be with her side by side. However, the high school graduation bell rang. That sentiment also turned into a regrettable bubble. After all, in youth, beautiful girls always seem to favor those unruly teenagers, rather than the scholar with excellent grades. Fu Mengyao now shows smile, words with a few teasing, indeed, since high school graduation will go their own way. Have not met. Qinyu, look at you nowadays, you still have the same elegance, famous brands, and you are also planning to buy a car. Must be a successful career, earn a lot of money, right? Quickly say, favorite which model? I can not only give you recommendations, but also can strive for a not small discount. Oh, her eyes inadvertently swept over Qinyu, finally fixed on the Audemars Piguet wristwatch on his wrist. Eyes flashed a trace of amazement, although I do not know its specific value, but the brand name is enough to explain its high price, at least is also the level of 10,000 yuan of luxury goods. Qinyu slightly pondered, then spoke, I intend to get a top-of-the-line Maybach, plus a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and if it's suitable, then add a cross-country vehicle. As soon as these words came out, Fu Mengyao's eyes instantly widened, as if she was shocked by something, and she was unable to return to her senses for a long time. When she regained her normalcy, her voice was tinged with disbelief. You are saying that you want to buy a Maybach and Rolls-Royce? Qinyu gently nodded his head, then lit a 9-to-5 cigarette, a bland smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Is there any problem? After confirming that there was no mistake, the shock in Fu Mengyao's heart gradually subsided, but the waves in her heart were difficult to calm down. As a sales executive, she knew that these kinds of luxury cars were not something that ordinary people could handle, and the buyers were often giants in the corporate world, usually directly connected by the top management. Such customers, for her, is undoubtedly an unattainable upper-level resources, easily will not fall into the hands of their grassroots sales staff. However, if they were able to indirectly facilitate such a deal, they would be able to share the same joy of success and commission. At this moment, Fu Mengyao's eyes had quietly changed as she looked at Qinyu, a touch of unusual luster flickering in her eyes. To be able to easily buy such a top luxury car, Qinyu's financial strength is self-evident, and the friendship between the two students more let her realize that this may be a rare opportunity. After all, close to the water, such an opportunity, how can one easily miss it? In the long river of life, perhaps such an opportunity would only come once, not to mention that Qinyu was so handsome and extraordinary. The scales in her heart have long been tilted. The commission from the sale of the car becomes insignificant. The only thing that lingers in her mind is the emotional state of Qinyu, whether he already has a heart to belong to. For her own body and face, she has always held full confidence. As long as Qinyu has not yet found a partner, she is confident that she can win 7 points of victory. Old classmate, long time no see, do you have a favorite model to recommend? Fu Mengyao's thoughts were pulled back to reality. Her eyes flashed with a gentle light. The corner of her mouth outlined a sweet smile. Of course there is. Qinyu, you are the best in our class. Being able to drive a top luxury car at such a young age is really enviable. For the sake of old classmates, you have to take care of me more. I've been on a roll for a while now, and even eating is almost a luxury. Her words carried a few hints of flirting. Hearing this, the corners of Qinyu's mouth rose slightly as he responded. Hey classmate, don't tease me. Back in those years, you were the class flower of our class and had an endless stream of suitors. Nowadays, you are even more graceful, so I'm afraid that the queue of suitors is even more spectacular, lining up to become your escort. Fu Mengyao's eyes flashed through a subtle change. She gazed seriously at Qinyu, her tone carrying a few points of seriousness and expectation. Qin, I am actually single now, and have not met the right person. On the contrary, you are young and promising. There must be no lack of admirers around you, right? Fu Mengyao quietly started her probing strategy. The corner of Qinyu's mouth sketched out a smile as his gaze gently fell on her. Fellow student Fu, let's focus on the vehicle in front of us first. Fu Mengyao smiles slightly in a rushed manner as she explains. Student Qin, I'm really sorry, I don't have direct sales privileges for this type of top-class luxury cars. I'll contact our general manager right away. Please sit down for a moment. Subsequently, the group moved to the parlor. Fu Mengyao quickly made a cup of hot tea and naturally sat beside Qinyu. The air is filled with her faint body fragrance, and when she sits down, those long and slender legs are even more charming inadvertently, leading Qinyu to admire them with sideways glances. Please wait for a while, I have informed the general manager. He will come over soon, Fu Mengyao said softly, while Qinyu reported a bashful smile. The only thing in his mind is to complete the purchase of the car as soon as possible, so that he can drive his car away today. No harm done. General Manager Wang Wenhao was skeptical after receiving Fu Mengyao's message. After all, it was not uncommon for customers to inquire about luxury models such as Maybach, Rolls-Royce and off-road vehicles all at once, especially when the other party was a student who claimed to have recently graduated. He secretly speculated that even if he was a second-generation rich man, his family might not easily agree to such a large purchase plan for a car. General Manager Fu Mengyao saw a man in his 30s step into the parlor, and hurriedly rose to greet him respectfully. Wang Wenhao's gaze instantly focused on Qinyu as a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. As the head of the Songcheng branch, he knew the local celebrities like the back of his hand, but Qinyu was an unfamiliar face. However, he did not belittle Qinyu's purchasing power because of this. After all, Qinyu's attire and accessories, the clothes that were worth a lot of money, as well as the Audemars Piguet watch on his wrist that was worth more than $5 million, were enough to prove his extraordinary status. Wang Wenhao knew that his ability to run the store in his 30s was due to his exceptional vision and talent, especially in recognizing people. At the first sight of Qinyu, he realized that this was a character worthy of deep friendship, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that he had personally come to deal with this matter. Mr. Qin, hello, I am the general manager of this store, Wang Wenhao. He took the initiative to extend his hand, and Qinyu responded politely. Good day, Manager Wang, I am Qinyu. The conversation between the two heralded the beginning of a new partnership. I have understood your intention. I wonder if there is a car available in the store for immediate pickup. Wang Wenhao had originally planned to start the conversation with a cordial opening to draw the relationship closer, but unexpectedly, Qinyu's straightforwardness caused his eyes to change slightly and flicker for a moment. Mr. Qin, regarding the Maybach model you inquired about, which is worth $12 million, we currently do not have any in stock at the moment, but I can urgently allocate one from Tianfu City. However, the Rolls-Royce Phantom here too is in ample stock, and I am more than happy to take you to personally appreciate it. Qinyu sniffed and quickly got up to respond. Good, then it's settled, but please allow me to bring her along. After all, we are old acquaintances and it was she who received me. At these words, Wang Wenhao was slightly surprised. Then the corner of his mouth hooks up a meaningful smile, casting a I understand look at Qinyu, and turning to Fu Mengyao, he says, Xiao Fu, the commission for this transaction for Mr. Qin will all go to you. When Fu Mengyao heard this, her eyes instantly lit up and a wave of excitement surged in her heart. If Qinyu really decided to purchase these two vehicles, the commission would be a considerable income for her, far beyond imagination. She had not expected that Wang Wenhao would be so generous this time, giving away the entire commission. Thinking back to the past, even if it was a high-value transaction facilitated by a colleague, the commission was often split in half by Wang Wenhao, and this move was really rare. Qinyu, thank you so much. Fu Mengyao's heart was filled with gratitude, and her eyes showed her deep appreciation for Qinyu. Qinyu, on the other hand, smiled bashfully and responded, no need to be polite. I need to purchase a car anyway. It's the same for whoever earns this commission, so why don't we just fulfill your good fortune? He inwardly appreciated Wang Wenhao's move, believing that it was both a sign of respect for himself and generosity towards his subordinate employees, which inadvertently added a few points of goodwill. Afterward, the three of them shuttled between several showrooms and finally arrived at the deepest showroom. There, a Rolls-Royce Phantom was quietly parked. The double-pieced body highlighted the extraordinary taste and style. The smooth sliding back line extended from the front to the rear, dynamic but not losing elegance, and the unique logo made it stand out among the many two-door coupes. Fu Mengyao was also deeply attracted by this car. Although she worked here, she had never stepped into this showroom, and at this moment she couldn't help but fantasize that she would drive this car and become the center of attention. Mr. Qin, let me give you a brief introduction. Wang Wenhao took the initiative but was interrupted by Qinyu. No need to bother. Just tell me the final price directly. Wang Wenhao froze once again, secretly confirming in his heart that Qinyu's background must be something other than a pool. Being able to talk about a multi-million-dollar luxury car so lightly, the total price is expected to be around 6 million. If Mr. Qin is interested, we can set the deal at 6.5 million. Qinyu sniffed without the slightest hesitation. Good. Can all the formalities be completed this afternoon? I wish to pick up the car immediately. Wang Wenhao was secretly happy in his heart. With this briskness, not only could Fu Mengyao get a sizable commission, he himself could also earn a lot. Mr. Qin, please rest assured. I guarantee that I will complete all the formalities for you within 2 hours. Qinyu gently nods. No problem. There's also that Maybach with a price tag of $12 million, as well as that Maybach GLS 600 off-road vehicle. When it arrives tomorrow, please send it to my place as well. Please calculate the total price. Wang Wenhao sniffed and quickly did some mental math. The GLS 600 lands at around $3,800,000, plus the previous 2 cars, totaling $22,300,000. Qinyu calmly pulls out his bank card. Swipe it. Wang Wenhao is surprised, but his gaze is full of admiration. Such a customer is rare. He turns his head to Fu Mangyao, who is also frozen. Xiao Fu, quickly help Mr. Qin swipe his card, prepare the contract and notify the logistics department to handle the Phantom's transfer immediately. Fu Mangyao came back to her senses, took the bank card and quickly walked towards the cashier. Wang Wenhao, on the other hand, invites Qinyu to his office to wait for a while. Mr. Qin, the formalities will take some time. Please move to the office and have a seat. Qinyu agrees. After entering the office, Wang Wenhao hurriedly took out a box of high-grade Big 9 cigarettes from the drawer. Mr. Qin, please accept. Then, he brews a pot of treasured Westlake Longjing. Mr. Qin, please enjoy the tea. Soon after, Fu Mangyao returns with the contract and hands the bank card back to Qinyu. Mr. Qin, this is the contract. Please take a look. Phantom's transfer procedures are already underway and will be completed soon. Qinyu takes the contract and gently nods. Good. After hurriedly skimming through the contract, Qinyu signed his name in a dashing manner. Afterward, Fu Mangyao took the initiative to propose. Qinyu, it's an unexpected pleasure to see you after so many years. Let's add a WeChat, so that we can easily contact each other in the future, and we can also communicate in time if there are any problems with the car. Saying this, she took out her cell phone. Qinyu heard, the corner of his mouth hooked up a gentle smile, quickly responded. The two exchanged contact information. Wang Wenhao was at the side, his eyes glittering with laughter as he said cheerfully, Mr. Qin, since the formalities are almost done, and seeing that it's going to be late, why don't you let me do my duty as a landlord and invite the two of you to dinner? Xiaofu also come along. Qinyu secretly marveled at Wang Wenhao's carefulness and thoughtfulness in his heart. This ability to detect words and colors was indeed admirable, invariably adding a bit of warmth to tonight's gathering. Fu Mengyao's eyes glittered with anticipation as she gently asked Qinyu, Student Qin, I wonder if you could have the honor to dine with us. Qinyu responded with a smile, I can't refuse an invitation from an old classmate. At the time of dinner, the friendship between Wang Wenhao and Qinyu seemed to have deepened by another layer. As they raised their cups and drank together, talked freely and left more in-depth contact information with each other, Wang Wenhao reveals that he has connections in Songcheng and promises that Qinyu can contact him at any time if he needs anything. With the Phantom's car purchase procedures successfully completed, Wang Wenhao personally drove the SUV, while Fu Mengyao sat in the Phantom's passenger seat with joy. Under Wang Wenhao's leadership, the group arrived at a high-class private customized restaurant in Songcheng called Shanhaijin. This restaurant is known for its mysterious behind-the-scenes boss and strict membership system. It is difficult for non-upper-class people to set foot in, and the membership card is of great value, with a minimum recharge of 100,000 yuan, which is particularly rare in third-tier cities like Songcheng, but it also highlights the powerful strength behind it. The restaurant's private rooms are lavishly decorated, and there is also an open-air balcony, allowing guests to enjoy the food while also enjoying the night view of Songcheng. Fu Mengyao excitedly recorded all this with her cell phone, her heart filled with gratitude, knowing that all this chance originated from Qinyu. Wang Wenhao handed over the private customized menu, carefully asking Qinyu about his taste preferences and recommending a few signature dishes. Qinyu took the menu and carefully browsed through it, while not forgetting to ask Fu Mengyao and Wang Wenhao about their preferences, and together they selected the delicacies for dinner. Everyone's taste buds have different preferences. Chat. I'll drink first. After saying that, he drank it all in one go and swept his gaze meaningfully over Fu Mengyao. Little Fu, Mr. Qin is our honored guest. You accompany him well and enjoy yourself for me. I'll take my first step. Wang Wenhao left these words and left the restaurant straight after paying the bill. When Fu Mengyao heard this, her cheeks couldn't help but blush, and she secretly speculated in her heart about the deeper meaning in Wang Wenhao's words. Qinyu, on the other hand, gently shook the wine cup in his hand and laughed. This wine, it seems to be more easily intoxicated than usual. Fu Mengyao involuntarily moved closer to Qinyu, and the distance between the two instantly closed. The corner of Qinyu's mouth outlined a smile as he asked softly, Fellow student Fu, aren't you a bit drunk? How about we stop here today? When Fu Mengyao heard this, she firmly shook her head, her eyes flashing with excitement. No, it's such a pleasure to see my old classmate. Tonight, we're going to enjoy ourselves to the fullest and not get drunk. Her words were tinged with a bit of emotion. Qinyu, you probably don't know, when I was in school, I trusted people too easily, and didn't put my heart and soul all on my studies. Instead I went after those illusory love. As a result, a few years of relationship is gone when I say it's gone. Qinyu sniffs and looks at her sideways with tenderness in his eyes. Mengyao, you were the class flower of our class back then. and there were countless people who had crushes on you. Now, your charm is even increasing day by day. I believe that more suitors will soon appear. Fu Mengyao's eyes flashed with a glimmer, but then dimmed. What's the point of having more suitors? I don't have any feelings for any of them. Qin Yu's gaze became deep as he looked straight into Fu Mengyao's eyes and asked, then what kind do you like? The gazes of the two men met at this moment, as if 1,000 words were being transmitted silently. Fu Mengyao's cheeks reddened due to the effects of alcohol, adding a bit more flirtatiousness. Of course it's like you, young and talented. A warm current surges in Qin Yu's heart, as if he seized the hope of making up for his regrets back then. He approached Fu Mengyao's ear and said softly, Mengyao, are you sure you know what you're talking about? No regrets? Warm breath brushed against her ears, causing her to feel a tingle, and the disorientation in her eyes increased. Regret what? We're both adults, she replied firmly. Having received Fu Mengyao's confirmation, a satisfied smile appeared on Qin Yu's face. He took her delicate and soft hands and left the restaurant without hesitation. Coming outside, he stopped a cab and generously threw out a wad of money to the driver, asking him to arrive at the Panda Hotel within 15 minutes. This money, to Qin Yu, was just to make this journey smoother and more unhindered. Driver master, as if possessed by the soul of the race car, in the busy city veins between the shuttle, with a realistic version of the speed and passion, accurate and error-free 2 people to the destination. When the night is already deep, the streets are sparse pedestrians, more quiet. Stepping into the ULI hotel, the receptionist immediately rose, with a smile, respectfully shouted, Mr. Qin is good, obviously. Qin Yu's identity as the chairman of the hotel had long been spread up and down the hotel, and the receptionist was naturally no exception. Qin Yu, on the other hand, responded with a gentle smile and stepped straight into the elevator. Fu Mengyao's eyes flashed with a glimmer of surprise and joy, secretly confirming in her heart Qin Yu was indeed the helmsman of this hotel, coinciding with her earlier guess. Thinking back to her student days, Qin Yu's seemingly ordinary and unimpressive appearance, she couldn't help but speculate that at that time, he might have just deliberately kept a low profile, and was in fact a wealthy second-generation man with deep pockets. Mr. Qin is truly admirable, having a beautiful woman with him every night, the receptionist heartily exclaimed. At this moment, another receptionist glanced at her playfully and joked, if you're really interested, you can try it out. You've been staring at Mr. Qin's picture all day, but I know exactly what's on your mind. Chapter 17, taking off work to spend on Fu Mengyao. Stepping into the luxurious space of the presidential suite, Qin Yu fiercely Fu Mengyao soft and boneless waist tightly into his arms. The two gazes intertwined in an instant. Fu Mengyao with her pair of slender arms around Qin Yu's neck, each other as if there are 1,000 words need not say more. With the melody quietly ringing in their hearts, they forgot about their surroundings and danced lightly until the pair of high-heeled shoes were casually abandoned on the side. From the entrance to the bedroom, the pace of staggering, the two finally embraced each other lying down, immersed in each other's warmth. A few moments later, Qin Yu sat up, lit a cigarette on the bedside. The smoke lingering, seems to be able to dispel a trace of fatigue. At this moment, Fu Mengyao, wrapped in a quilt, half covered, eyes flashing with light, softly asked, Qin Yu, will you attend the class reunion next month? Qin Yu sniffed and looked at her sideways, a hint of incomprehension flashing in his eyes. Classmate reunion? I haven't even heard of it. I think no one remembers me. Going there would just add to the embarrassment and be meaningless. He knew that the so-called reunion was just a feast of vanity, competing over whose career was more successful, whose appearance was more outstanding, whose love partner was more charming, and whose car was more luxurious. But to him, they were all just floating clouds. What was even more chilling to him was that he had not even been invited, which was undoubtedly a slight of some sort. A trace of a strange emotion flashed across Fu Mengyao's eyes as she responded softly, in that case, I won't be going. When Qin Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint smile as he turned to ask curiously, who is the organizer of this party? It's Zhou Lei, Fu Mengyao replied. Once Qin Yu heard this name, the smile at the corner of his mouth intensified, his eyes revealing a few points of playfulness. I remember that Zhou Lei was quite fond of you when he was in school. This party, I'm afraid it was specially prepared for you, right? When Fu Mengyao heard this, a trace of panic flashed in her eyes, and she hurriedly clarified, that's all in the past, and now he and I have long since lost touch with each other, as I already have someone else in my heart. Qin Yu gazed at her deeply and said seriously, Mengyao, if I can't give you the promise of marriage, will you regret it? Fu Mengyao stared at him for a long time, a trace of bitterness flashed in her eyes, but she firmly shook her head. Qin Yu, we are both mature people. I am responsible for my own choices and have no regrets. Qin Yu smiled even more warmly as he heard this. Mengyao, you can rest assured that I will never fail you. It's just that I must be honest. I may not be able to belong to only you in this life, because my heart, has already been divided into multiple her. These words caused a warm current to well up in Fu Manyao's heart. She originally thought that after this night, their relationship might change, but Qinyu's honesty made her realize that his excellence and charm doomed him to not belong to her alone. However, this understanding and acceptance made her feel more at ease and happy than ever before. What's more, he had no intention of getting married, which invariably gave her the same status as other women. The value of honesty and openness far exceeds the piling up of lies, and as a member of the sales world, I know the inner workings of those emotional entanglements like the back of my hand. Xinyu, with your words, my heart is content. After a night of warmth, Fu Mangyao got up early and stepped into the workplace. As soon as she arrived at the company, Wang Wenhao announced that she was honored to be the sales champion of the quarter and was promoted to sales manager. And the driving force behind all of this, she knew in her heart, was Qinyu. Chen Oaoaoa told her that she had moved to a new apartment and was looking forward to his visit, and that she wanted to cook for him. Xu Yanji was concerned about him and asked him how he was doing. She reminds him of his upcoming trip to Tianfu City and then to the imperial capital, and urges him to have a safe trip and not to forget to visit when he returns. He replied to the two in unison, promising to contact them on the way back. So the length of the business trip is still uncertain. Idle lying on the bed, Xinyu is not happy, want to borrow the game for recreation, but conscious of the skills are not refined. So the idea of looking for experts to team up, he stepped into the Tiger Claw platform, went straight to the popular chicken game anchor area, and finally stopped in front of the live room named Balls. As the best on the platform, sitting on millions of fans, the influence is extraordinary. The announcement of Supreme Emperor Nightmare Rendezvous coming to the live room instantly triggered the live room. With banners hanging high and pop-ups flying, Nightmare Big Brother is here. The light of the tiger's claw, the godly man reappears. The legendary figure who had thrown away more than $100 million in one night and repeatedly offered large rewards, was enough to become the center of attention every time he appeared. Seeing this, the ball was overjoyed, and hastened to warmly welcome Big Brother Nightmare. What are your orders? Little brother will certainly be of service. Xinyu is blunt, anchor. I have nothing to do. I want to find a few experts to go to the battlefield together. Ball sniffs and instantly responds. Brother Nightmare, please private message me your ID. I'll instantly add it and gather my teammates. Considering the millions of viewers in the live broadcast, Xinyu chose to pass the ID privately to avoid unnecessary strife. Night Dream Rendezvous offers Treasure Map X20 again. This move surprises Ball again and again. His heart secretly praises the divine hero's demeanor, and the 100,000 bounty is an understatement. Thank you for the generosity of Brother Night Dream. I am ready, just waiting to fight alongside you, waiting for you to come, and Big Brother side by side to fight a game. Instantly throw 100,000. This experience is not simply live can be compared. What's even better is that the live broadcast is synchronized, with a mysterious tycoon in attendance. The heat of the live broadcast room is instantly explosive. The Nightmare Legion is here. Lord Night Dream, give me 10,000. I'm willing to be your most solid shield. Lord Night Dream, just 1,000. I'll be on standby 24/7 and be at your beck and call. Xinyu is well aware that it would be too much to let someone play with him without expressing his feelings. Logging into his account, a friend request from Seek appeared in his eyes, and he immediately joined the team. Brother Nightmare, these two, Evening Shade and Pippi, are my guild's elites. Their skills are outstanding. Can we start now? You're the captain. You command. Xinyu slightly rushed. After all, just casually play a couple of games, but also pulled on the two anchors as a companion. So he got up and went to the hotel computer. Start the configuration of the extraordinary presidential suite of exclusive computers. 4-second speed start. Smooth and incomparable. Login Tiger Claw live platform. Xinyu did not hesitate to recharge 10 million. Thanks to the previous communication with customer service, his account enjoys the privilege of a single recharge limit raised to 50 million, which is the limit, and then more than that touches the legal red line. Tiger Claw platform, this once tens of billions of live broadcast giant, now the market value of the shrinking. To Xinyu this generous reward more than 100 million of God, since is regarded as a life-saving straw, even if the risk is not willing to do. Taking advantage of the game warm-up, Xinyu slipped into Evening Shade and Pai's live room. Each gifted 20 precious treasure maps. The in-game voice was instantly filled with the two men's voices of surprise. Thank you for the generosity of Nightmare Big Brother. 20 treasure maps. It's shocking. The heat of the 3 live streaming rooms instantly soared to the extreme. The number of viewers swelled dramatically, more than half of which were actually water armies who flocked in just to witness the extraordinary style of the divine hero Xinyu, while the remaining viewers really focused on the game broadcast itself. Nightmare Big Brother's outburst is really extraordinary. The moment he comes up, it's $100,000 per person's bravado bounty. While Ball was surprised, He secretly pondered in his heart that such a large sum of money must be entertained with all his might. Pippi and Evening Shade also had a heart-to-heart, and unanimously decided to closely follow the pace of this big brother. As the game horn blows, Ball can't wait to ask Chinyu, "Brother Nightmare, which drop point do you prefer?" Chinyu pondered for a moment, although he used to hide in the wild area, waiting for the time to break into the final round. But the thrill of a head-to-head battle has always fascinated him, despite repeated defeats, almost synonymous with landing that box. Today there are 3 anchors accompanied by him. How can he follow the old routine? How you usually jump, how we will come. 4 people together, its benefit breaks the gold. I believe we can do it. Chinyu responded confidently. The 4-member squad quickly became the first players to land on that flight, and Chinyu quickly drilled into the container to search for equipment, luckily picking up a single-shot shotgun. Facing the players swarming around the harbor, it was obvious that this gun alone was not going to do much good. Nightmare Big Brother, there are 2 people heading your way. Be careful and take cover. I'll back up immediately. Pai Pai anxiously shouted while speeding up to go. Pai Pai, you left. I'll go right. Let's split up and make sure to save Big Brother Night Dream. Evening Shade also quickly joined the fray. Balls, on the other hand, approached Chinyu silently and fired decisively, instantly killing 2 people. His calmness and precision was admirable. Big Brother Nightmare, I have an AK here. You can take it, Ball says as he hands over the AK in his hand. Evening Shade and Pai Pai follow suit. Evening Shade contributes a M416 rifle with excellent stability and a level 2 bulletproof vest. Pai Pai is even more generous. Even a level 2 backpack and helmet are also offered along with it. Chinyu instantly well equipped. The 3 of them combined their efforts to clean up the scene, and each of them changed into new equipment. Ball holding a grenade, and the remaining 2 were equipped with submachine guns and shotguns. The morale of the 3-person squad was high, and they headed towards a new target. Soon, they were able to kill several enemies again through tacit cooperation, and the team's resources were once again enriched and their morale was even higher. The hostile forces in the harbor quickly dissipated before everyone's eyes, being removed one by one, while Chinyu followed closely behind, focusing on collecting the loot, and in the blink of an eye, he was equipped with a Tier 3 helmet, Tier 3 armor and backpack, wielding a top-tier weapon with a full load of ammunition. Hey, can you leave some chances for me? Up to now I haven't even touched a single person. The game experience is 0. Chinyu smiled bitterly. Balls and the other 3 sniffed and immediately forced the last 2 enemies to the open area and drove them out from the cover of the container. Nightmare Big Brother, these 2 couriers are yours. Chinyu was hidden in the shadow of the container, waiting for the right moment, and the 2 men were oblivious to his presence. With such a close distance, even a novice can easily get his hands on him. He decisively probes and pulls the trigger. A series of gunshots rang out, but only let the other party lost half of the blood. The last moment, the gun even went out of control upward. Bullets flying. Ball's 3 people looked at each other. This level of gun pressure, simply disrespect for the game. Instead of failing to build up their strength, they exposed their position and were then counter-killed by the enemy. Quickly protect Big Brother Nightmare. Don't let him get mopped up. Balls made an immediate decision and rushed out from the flank, taking away 1 person with a barrage of bullets, but also fell to the ground due to exposure. Evening Shade and Pai Pai acted quickly to take care of the other enemy, while calling out urgently, "Save Nightmare Big Brother first." "I'm fine," Ball cries out anxiously, as Evening Shade and Pai Pai quickly pull Chinyu up, and then save Ball as well. Chinyu smiled bitterly, having been out of the battlefield for a long time, even the basic gun pressure was rusty. "Nightmare Big Brother, get in the car. Let's go grab the airdrops and get you over the top." Ball drove the vehicle straight to the airdrop. Upon arrival, the 3 of them opened fire, crushing the teams that came to fight for the airdrop one by one and laying heavy smoke bombs around them. Chinyu, on the other hand, leisurely collected the airdrop materials. Afterwards, the 4 of them set up an ambush on the spot, and when the 2 players drove up, the 3 balls did not directly kill them, but skillfully destroyed the vehicles and circled around with the other side. At this time, they are well equipped, especially Evening Shade, sniping skills out of the ordinary. However, they deliberately slowed down the pace, knocking down the enemy and then giving it time to rescue, seemingly enjoying this game of cat and mouse. After a continuous battle of bullet depletion and about 10 minutes of intense exchanges, Ball excitedly exclaimed, "Nightmare Big Brother, the time has come. Those 2 are running out of ammunition. It's a good opportunity to strike. They are hiding behind the hill." Chinyu heard this and unprecedented excitement surged in his heart. After all, in so many intense and exciting games, he had never achieved the feat of killing more than 2 people in a single game. Without hesitation, he charged into battle, holding his firearms and sweeping them indiscriminately, forcing those 2 to flee in haste. However, their path of retreat had long been blocked by the minefield laid by Ball and his group. and they could only turn back helplessly. Immediately afterward, the notification of defeating the enemy finally popped up on Qin Yu's screen, and he couldn't help but laugh. Hey, what are you guys playing at? You have to wait for them to run out of ammunition before you make your move. Even the poison circle is chasing us, is that so? Did you steal your girlfriend? Although the other party had already turned into 2 corpses, they still roared angrily through the voice channel, accusing them of despicable methods. Why do you guys have to do this? It's just a game. Why do you have to take it so seriously? Just wait for the report letters. The response was full of teasing, but the 3 balls ignored this and quickly drove forward. Nightmare Big Brother, get in the car. More than 20 minutes sped by, and the 4-member squad successfully made it to the final round. Evening Shade, the teammate known as the Sniping God, proved his strength once again, reaping lives noiselessly from thousands of miles away. Ball, on the other hand, was virtually undefeated with his skillful melee raids, while Pippi showed remarkable accuracy in long-range point-blank shooting. Nightmare Big Brother, I'll leave the last 2 opponents to you. The 3 began to work closely together, once again launching ammo depletion tactics against the remaining 2. It's now, Nightmare Big Brother, go! They're out of ammo. The 3 of us will be your logistics. A few thousand rounds of ammo. Don't believe we can't take them. Saying this, the 3 balls emptied their backpacks and carried ammo exclusively for Qin Yu. They were well aware of the power of Qin Yu's marksmanship, and it would be difficult to ask for the title without sufficient ammo support. Every player in the final round is not an idler, and their operating skills are of the highest caliber, so adequate ammunition reserves are especially important. Qin Yu shuttled between the bushes, crazy strafing, before a pike of bullets run out. The system has declared that they have achieved the ultimate victory, chicken success. Chapter 18, Starry Media Company, 100% holdings. Under the night curtain, there was a continuous stream of exclamations, as Ball and Evening Shade praised Big Brother Nightdream's marksmanship, saying that his skills were extraordinary. Even the battle-hardened ones had never witnessed such a precise strike and instant double kill. Ball even couldn't hide his curiosity, and asked how Big Brother Nightmare could see the light of day and pinpoint the hiding place of the 2 men. Qin Yu, that is, Nightmare Big Brother himself, in the face of this continuous praise, but inwardly a bitter smile, secretly slandered, if you know the truth. I am afraid to fall through the eyeglasses, but it is just a lot of bullets, randomly sweeping. Luck is just. Nightmare Big Brother's marksmanship, simply divine. If not witnessed, I'm afraid to suspect that he opened perspective hangars. Once this statement was made, above the public screen, the screen was full of admiration. Ding system tip, congratulations to the host for inadvertently completing the achievement of pretending. Rating of 6 points, specially given the opportunity to draw a prize. Whether to use it immediately? Qin Yu heard the words. His heart was ecstatic. Never thought that a game could bring such unexpected joy. That 300,000 reward instantly worth its weight in gold. Drawl. He responds without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for winning the lottery for the Tianfu City Starry Media Company. Realizing 100% holding. Relevant documents have been prepared in the hotel's presidential suite. Starry Media, although its market capitalization was only over $100 million, its core value was much more than that. The company is located in a luxury office building, but also brought together many star show hostesses and 3 top anchors. These are its real treasure. Coupled with the signing of a number of self-media netroots celebrities, its influence cannot be underestimated. Qin Yu secretly speculate, the system at what cost from the original owner of the hands of this company. After all, such assets, non-billion hard to move its heart. Nowadays, with the booming development of short video and live broadcasting industry, the net-red economy is in full swing. The top net-red annual income easily broken billion. This business trip, Qin Yu knows that the return date is difficult to determine. After all, the name of the industry is numerous. Need to patrol one by one, to be able to rest assured. Qin Yu returned to his senses and noticed that Ball and the other 3 were still waiting in the line, looking at him expectantly. Night Dream Big Brother, how do you feel? Do you want to play another painful game? He glanced at the time and felt that it was almost time, so he laughed and said, let's call it a day. We'll get together again next time. I'll withdraw first. Exiting the game interface, he turned to the 3 people's live room, and each generously gifted another 20 treasure maps. The WoW-like influx, Nightmare Big Brother is too good. 600,000 just to play a game. This money in our small county can buy a suite. It's really trenchless. We don't understand the world of the rich. 600,000 to hire someone to play with you. Nightmare Big Brother, do you still need a bag carrier? I'll do it. Some fans even teased. Nightmare Big Brother, please teach me the secret of getting rich. I also want to be like you. I can go out with my own halo. After completing the reward, Qin Yu quickly exited the Tiger Tooth live broadcast. A look at the time, has nearly 10 o'clock. At this time, Shuaishi's phone rang at the right time. Mr. Shin, is it convenient to come to the company? Shin Yu was slightly surprised in his heart. Assistant Shuai, what's the matter? Mr. Shin, regarding the matter of looking for a new assistant that you mentioned earlier, I have already screened a group of candidates and arranged for an interview in the afternoon. Considering that this is your personal assistant, I think it's better for you to be the gatekeeper yourself. In addition, there has been progress in the transfer of shares of Hongyuan Chemical. Several shareholders have agreed to sell them at a total price of 400 million, and the information has been organized. Shin Yu briefly thought about the afternoon free, then promised, good, I'll be there in a moment. In fact, his mind is still calculating to recruit another personal assistant. After all, there are many industries, daily mails and statements are piling up, and he never has time to look at them carefully. If he had a personal assistant, these trivial matters could be left to the other party to deal with, and he would only need to listen to the key information, so that he could spare more time to enjoy his life, and at the same time accumulate points for the system upgrade. Currently, he has accumulated 66.5 points, one step closer to his next goal. After completing the 10 billion consumption target, Shin Yu's score reached 76.5, signaling that the system upgrade was close at hand. Early in the morning, the hotel manager had thoughtfully prepared lunch, and after Shin Yu hurriedly ate, he drove Phantom to the factory. Arriving at the factory, in front of an independent office building, Shuaishi and several managers have been waiting for a long time. Greeting in unison, good day, Mr. Shin. Shin Yu gently nodded. His eyes swept over the watch, smiled and said, it's already noon. All of you should be on your lunch break. Why are you waiting here? Go dine quickly. Shuaishi responds with a professional smile. Mr. Shin, these are the general managers of our factory, and knowing that you are visiting for the first time, they all wish to meet you. Shin Yu thinks briefly. As the owner of the factory, it is only right to make a tour. Just as well, at this moment, the workers should already be off work and eating in the cafeteria. Assistant Shuai, let you lead the way and we will go to the cafeteria to see the living conditions of the employees. All of you will also go along, just in time to dine in the cafeteria. Hongyuan Chemical Factory. Apart from the main factory, there were still several branch factories, and the main factory had as many as 2,000 employees. The cafeteria was grand in scale, with an area of over 2,500 square meters. Stepping into the cafeteria, only to see the employees enjoying their lunch, the arrival of Shin Yu and his party instantly attracted everyone's attention. Although the employees did not know Shin Yu, they were quite familiar with Shuaishi and several general managers. The cafeteria management quickly handed over the microphone. Shuaishi took it and said softly, please be at ease and take up a few moments of your mealtime. Today, our Hongyuan Chemical ushered in the first inspection of the new chairman, Mr. Shin, who specially took out mealtime from his busy schedule to visit you all. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Shin. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause erupted in the cafeteria, and Shin Yu instantly became the center of attention. Next, please ask General Manager Shin to deliver a few important remarks for us. Shin Yu took the microphone and said to the crowd with a smile, colleagues, you've all worked hard, please relax a bit, I'm just here to take a casual look around. Besides, it's the lunch break now. I'm really sorry for delaying everyone's meal. He continued, I would like to emphasize that as long as we all work together, our benefits will become more and more generous. In the meantime, I welcome any suggestions or dissatisfaction with the factory to be raised openly and honestly, so that we can improve together. As soon as these words came out, the crowd began to mingle and talk. Many people had many opinions in their minds, but they were apprehensive, fearing that they might encounter injustice if they raised them. The other part of the young people, on the other hand, were full of envy and unwillingness, secretly wondering why Mr. Shin could be so young and capable, but he himself could only labor here day after day, receiving a meager salary. Among the young women, there was no lack of people casting adoring glances at Shin Yu, privately discussing his handsome and single status. Look, the chairman is really young and promising. I wonder if he already has a beautiful woman with him. Simply a real-life version of Prince Charming. Compared to the others in the factory, it's a world of difference. Shin Yu also noticed the youthful female employees in the factory and secretly lamented in his heart. He then walked towards the center of the cafeteria, where a brave employee plucked up courage and asked aloud, Mr. Shin, can we really give our opinions without fear? This employee was about 25 years old, just the right age to be outspoken. Shin Yu looked at him gently, secretly praising the young man's courage and forthrightness in his heart. He replied, of course you can, but please make sure that these opinions are out of consideration for the development of the factory. The man heard this and with an excited gleam in his eyes, he continued, Mr. Shin, what I want to say is that the working environment in our workshop is too hot and I hope that more electric fans can be installed. I've also reflected this to the workshop director before, but he said that it was reported and not approved. Xinyu sniffs and turns his head to Shuaishi on the side, inquiring about the authenticity of the matter with eye contact, ready to further understand and solve the problem. The atmosphere was slightly tense as Shuaishi gazed at the two general managers of the production and logistics departments. Seeing this, the manager of the logistics department hurriedly stepped forward to clarify, Mr. Shin, the situation is true. Last year, I had already reported this matter to the former chairman and purchased an additional batch of electric fans, but as you know, we have numerous workshops in the factory. The summer heat is unbearable. On the one hand, purchasing a large number of electric fans is costly. On the other hand, the workshop circuits may not be able to carry an excessive load. Therefore, the former chairman decided to make only a moderate amount of additions. Xinyu sniffed and instantly realized that the predecessor was motivated by cost considerations. He then picked up the microphone and faced the crowd. Just now, a colleague mentioned the problem of summer heat in the workshop, right? The more than 2,000 employees instantly held their breath, their eyes focused on Xinyu. This is indeed a topic of general concern. The high temperature not only affects the efficiency of the work, but also directly related to their piece rate wages, which in turn weakens the motivation to work. Xinyu continued, I believe that the factory is our common home, and without a good working environment, it is naturally difficult to improve efficiency. Therefore, I announce that starting tomorrow, all workshops within the factory will be installed with large central air conditioners. For non-sealed workshops, each employee will be equipped with an electric fan. At the same time, all workshop circuits will be replaced with the optimal configuration if there are any hidden dangers. Please monitor the progress of the logistics department's work, and if you find anything that has not been implemented, feel free to give me feedback. At these words, more than 2,000 employees boiled over, with surprise and excitement flashing in their eyes. Each workshop will have central air conditioning, which is simply office-level treatment. From now on, the workshop would also become a summer resort during the hot summer days, and they even began to look forward to the time when they would enjoy the air conditioning inside the workshop instead of escaping from the steam-like external environment. Mr. Shin is mighty. Long live Mr. Shin. Mr. Shin is the best boss. I don't know who took the lead in cheering. And instantly, the entire scene was surrounded by a warm atmosphere as people danced and expressed their inner joy and gratitude. The general manager of the logistics department, on the other hand, was stunned, and then cautiously inquired, Mr. Shin, in the face of such a large number of workshops, fully replacing the wiring and installing central air conditioning, the cost is undoubtedly astronomical, not to mention the subsequent burden of monthly electricity bills. Xinyu sniffed and smiled sideways, his eyes revealing confidence. Manager Yang, you don't need to worry about the funding issue. This expense will not be borne by the logistics department. You only need to ensure that you procure the optimal quality equipment. He then turned to Manager Tan, the finance manager, with a hint of unquestioning in his tone. Manager Tan, as the finance manager, can you estimate the approximate cost of the entire workshop wiring renovation and the installation of the large central air conditioner? Manager Tan sniffed, his face showing a difficult expression, revealing a hint of helplessness in his bitter smile. Mr. Shin, I'm afraid this requires the logistics department to research the price of the equipment first before we can give a more accurate report. Shinyu's brows gently knit up, his expression turning cold. Manager Tan, it seems that you did not fully comprehend what I said just now. What I need is a rough budget. As the general manager of finance, such an ability to estimate should be a basic quality, right? The implication was that if he could not even do this, Xinyu would not rule out the possibility of replacing the candidate. Manager Tan hastily collects his expression and quickly turns over his notebook, his fingertips jumping on the paper surface, and soon comes to a conclusion. Mr. Shin, after a preliminary estimation, the total cost of installing large air conditioners for all the workshops and replacing the old wiring is around 15 million. As soon as these words came out, the original joy of the employees around them due to the possibility of improving the working environment was instantly halved, and many of them showed consternation and apprehension. A huge investment of $15 million is a considerable burden for any factory, and they could not help but feel apprehensive about Shinyu's decision. However, Xinyu only nodded his head bashfully, his tone firm. Good. I will transfer $20 million from my personal account to the company's account later to ensure sufficient funds. Finance and logistics departments, start preparing immediately and launch this work this afternoon. The cafeteria once again erupted with cheers from the employees, who all threw words of praise at Xinyu. A number of employees who had originally planned to submit their resignation letters silently tore up the resignation reports in their hands, secretly rejoicing in their hearts. After all, to be able to enjoy air conditioning in the workshop is a rare sight in any factory, and wise people naturally know how to choose. Manager Tan and Manager Yang, both of them, with grave and determined faces, assured Qin Yu in unison. Mr. Qin, we will do our best to not dishonor our mission. After touring around the workshop inside and outside, Qin Yu specially instructed Manager Tan to set up additional air conditioners and fans in the cafeteria to cope with the scorching weather. Subsequently, he stepped into the well-decorated chairman's office, turned on the air conditioning, sat leisurely on the comfortable seat, instructed Shuaishi and several other general managers to go to dinner first, and stayed alone in the office to enjoy a moment of coolness. On the street, the hot sun, few pedestrians, a tall beauty dressed in a white t-shirt with black denim ultra-short pants, patiently waiting for the arrival of the bus in the hot summer sun. The woman named Su Jingyi had just graduated from the prestigious Imperial Capital University with excellent grades and full of confidence. She originally dreamed of entering one of the nation's top 500 companies as an assistant general manager or assistant to the chairman, but was repeatedly rejected for lack of background and work experience. Su Jingyi, who came from a rural area, was unwilling to add to her already strapped family's burden after graduation, and faced with the plight of long-term unemployment, even rent became a problem. She had to lower her requirements and return to Songcheng to look for opportunities. However, the companies in Songcheng also valued work experience, and despite the reputation of Imperial University, it was difficult to dispel their doubts. Su Jingyi's situation is becoming increasingly difficult, and even basic living has become a problem. All she wants is to be able to find a job that pays over $10,000 a month, and then she will be satisfied. However, even this wish has been slow to materialize. Now, the assistant recruitment information released by Hongyuan Chemical has brought a ray of hope to Su Jingyi. She prayed silently in her heart, hoping that this time she would be able to successfully apply for the job. Otherwise, she might really face the predicament of not being able to make ends meet. Sitting on the bumpy bus, Su Jingyi's mood was restless. As the only senior student from Imperial University in the village for many years, her journey to school had gathered countless efforts and loans from her parents, and the burden on her family had put her under pressure. She knew that this opportunity was crucial for her. There is no shortage of friends in the village who studied at non-branded colleges and universities, who now earn more than $10,000 a month, while she has not yet been able to find a stable job. If her search for a job is unsuccessful again, she may even think of going to a factory to do basic assembly work. With the bus stopping steadily, she took a deep breath, stepped out of the door, and walked straight to the gatekeeper's office of Hongyuan Chemical Company to complete the registration formalities, and then stepped into the personnel department, ready to meet the new challenges. Chapter 19, Chairman's Personal Assistant? After taking a short nap in his office, Qin Yu was awakened by Shuaishi, informing him that the interview was about to begin. Mr. Qin, these 3 candidates were carefully selected by me, and their abilities are quite recognized by me. In addition, the personnel department has also screened out a dozen alternatives. Qin Yu flips through the information in his hands and expresses his satisfaction with the educational background and professional abilities of these 3. Both the graduation institution and the level of education are quite outstanding. You may begin, he commanded. Shuaishi then arranged for the personnel department to lead the candidates into the office. The first to enter was a man around 30 years old, whose gaze flashed a hint of surprise when he touched Qin Yu, clearly surprised by the chairman's age. Hello, Chairman. I'm Duan Feng, here to apply for the position of assistant to the chairman. Qin Yu quickly found Duan Feng's resume in the pile of resumes and could not help but frown slightly. Mr. Duan, what kind of work were you previously engaged in? I was a contractor before, but my business was not going well in recent years, so I wanted to find a job to pay off my debts. Qin Yu's frown tightened. Then your education is? High school graduation. Duan Feng answered frankly. Then do you know how to operate a computer? Qin Yu pursued. The man thought for a moment and answered a little awkwardly. I can turn on and off the computer. Qin Yu could not help but be dumbfounded. For the position of applying for the position of assistant to the chairman of the board, such computer skills were obviously far from enough. He looks curiously at Shuaishi, who also reveals a puzzled look. Qin Yu decisively decided. I'm sorry, this position may not be suitable for you. Please next. He did not want to waste any more time on basic skills training. After all, this was hiring an assistant, not adding to the burden. Duan Feng is clearly unwilling and eagerly argues. Chairman, although I used to be a contractor, I have rich management experience. Qin Yu impatiently waved his hand. I know, go back and wait for the notice first. Duan Feng left the office with a face full of resentment. Inside the personnel office, a dozen candidates, including Su Jingyi, were anxiously waiting for the results. As soon as Duan Feng returned, someone couldn't wait to ask about the situation. How was it? Was the interview difficult? Were there any special tests? Duan Feng shook his head and laughed bitterly. Didn't ask anything, just let me go home and wait for the notice. I can't believe this management experience of mine didn't come in handy. At this time, the HR manager came over and shouted, Huamin, it's your turn. Go up. The tense atmosphere filled the air once again. Xinyu flipped through Huamin's resume. His gaze filled with surprise as he looked up and looked straight at her and asked, "What's your major?" "I majored in early childhood education with a wide range of skills and management experience, having managed a kindergarten class independently." Huamin is wearing a hanging neck sleeveless ultra-short dress, the hem of which almost touches the root of her thighs, making her look exceptionally short, and she sits in a chair, twisting her body from time to time, looking a bit flirty. Xinyu's heart is mixed. Is this looking for an assistant or a partner? The experience of managing a kindergarten seems so out of place at this moment. Even if he has a need, it is by no means something that such mediocre people can fulfill. The position of assistant to the chairman of the board of directors, the first month's salary is as high as 25,000. In Songcheng can be said to be generous, and there is still room for future salary increases. Naturally attracted the crowd to compete for the competition. Xinyu shook his head helplessly and signaled Huamin, "Please go back and wait for the notice." Subsequently, 5 consecutive applicants failed to meet his eyes. He asked to continue to interview the next one. Su Jingyi stepped into the office with trepidation, silently praying for the blessing of her ancestors in her heart, hoping to successfully obtain the job. Otherwise her life would be in dire straits, and she would even have to throw herself into factory labor. Her arrival instantly attracts Qin Yu's attention, the pair of long and slender legs, coupled with the beauty that is hard to hide without powder, almost comparable to Chu Yanzi. While Su Jingyi only slightly applied light makeup, the natural beauty is refreshing. Facing Qin Yu, Su Jingyi's eyes also flashed a trace of surprise. She had not expected the chairman to be so young and handsome. She politely introduces herself. "Hello chairman, I'm Su Jingyi. I'm 23 years old this year, graduated from the Imperial Capital University, majoring in business administration, involving enterprise management, project management and administration and other fields, currently still pursuing graduate studies." Xinyu sniffs and realizes why Shuaishi holds her in especially high esteem among the recommended 3. The only regret was the lack of real-world experience, but if it came to potential, she was by no means inferior to an assistant in any Fortune 500 company, and might even surpass Shuaishi herself. Handsome, she spared no effort in recommending her, which shows her loyalty and insight. The reason why those large enterprises did not dare to easily hire, precisely because of the fear that she has not been tested in the field. Once the management of deviation may bring incalculable losses to the enterprise. For the position of assistant to the chairman of a small company, her high education may seem too extravagant, and many of the original intention of choosing an assistant is often mixed with the consideration of the assistant's appearance, with the intention of cultivating her as a personal companion. However, she had also stepped into such an interview field, and in the face of the chairman's subtle hints, she firmly chose to refuse. With your academic background, isn't it a bit of a big deal to serve as the chairman's assistant at Hongyuan Chemical? Chairman Qin's words carried a few hints of temptation. When Su Jingyi heard this, her clear eyes instantly widened, flashing a trace of undetectable panic. Thinking back to her previous job search experience in a top 500 company, although she failed to directly become the chairman's assistant, she had also obtained olive branches for other positions, but she was convinced that her strength was enough to find a more suitable position, so she resolutely gave up. At this moment, standing on the threshold of Hongyuan Chemical, she knows that there is no way back, and the salary of this job is extremely favorable for the fledgling her. The salary of this job is extremely favorable, far from other companies of the same level. She did not want to let the pressure of life force her to the streets. She shook her head firmly, dispelling the shakiness in her heart. "No, I don't feel aggrieved at all. In my opinion, regardless of the level of education, one should start from the grassroots and work steadily. I believe that under the wise leadership of Mr. Qin, Hongyuan Chemical will surely be among the top 500. The platform provided here is broad enough." Her reply was loud and clear. When Xinyu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then asked curiously, "Are you really willing to serve as the chairman's assistant in Hongyuan Chemical only?" Su Jingyi hurriedly nodded her head, as eagerly as a chicken pecking at rice, expressing her determination. Seeing this, Xinyu's face showed a hint of regret. "In fact, I originally prepared a more compatible position for you. The trial period salary that is up to 100,000. After the transfer is based on your ability to grow without upper limit. I did not expect that you were so obsessed with the position of the chairman of the board of directors' assistants." The words, Su Jingyi instantly froze in place, the heart mixed feelings, as if struck by lightning in general. She secretly said in her heart, "Chairman, your operation is also too catching people off guard." On the job posting, it was clearly written that it was the assistant to the chairman of Hongyuan Chemical Industry. When did the other position appear again? This is simply not according to the rules. With a monthly salary starting at 100,000, and an annual salary that easily breaks $1 million, Even the assistant positions in certain Fortune 500 companies are hard to reach, and she can't help but ask herself what kind of great opportunity this is that she's missing out on. Chairman, if the company has a higher position that suits me, I'm willing to try the challenge. May I ask, what exactly is this position you mentioned? Will I be able to fulfill it? Yingguo sniffed and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a light smile. It's similar to the position you're currently applying for, but it's the position of my personal assistant. But the workload may be relatively heavy. Su Jingyi's eyes instantly widened when she heard this. Personal assistant? Wouldn't that mean that the intensity of the work was no different from that of a private secretary? A trace of doubt flashed through her mind. Could it be that this chairman was also intent on finding a right-hand man who could work around the clock? But on second thought, compared to the chairman of other enterprises, this one in front of her was not only young and capable, but also handsome, so even if she took on more, it would not be a blessing. You misunderstand, Chairman. I just want to understand as your personal assistant, what specific duties do I need to undertake? Su Jingyi's eyes flashed with curiosity and anticipation. Yingguo replied after a little thought. There are indeed quite a few tasks, the primary one being the operation status of Hongyuan Chemical, which you need to organize and report to me. You can selectively report on important matters or those that require my decision-making, while the rest of the matters can be decided in consultation with Hongyuan Chemical's newly appointed assistant. In addition, there is our Yingguo neighborhood in Songcheng, managed by a property company, which again requires you to summarize your report. The Yuan Hotel and the Manhwa Group, in which I hold a 50% stake, also require your close attention. Currently, I am also the chairman of the Manhwa Group. Su Jingyi's eyes widened, finally realizing the true meaning of Yingguo's words. The workload may be a bit much, which was clearly handing over a lot of affairs to her to coordinate and manage, while she herself seemed to intend to take a back seat. At the same time, she was shocked by Yingguo's youthful vigor in huge business territory, especially since he was the chairman of Manhwa Group, a listed conglomerate. What's more, I also own 30% of the shares of Starry Media Company and Yinghua Film and Television Company in Tinfu City. Yingguo continued to add, his tone still calm. Su Jingyi's eyes were filled with incredulity as she asked in surprise, Chairman, you actually own so many industries? Yingguo only smiled faintly, and that smile seemed to harbor endless depth and confidence. Indeed, the ones currently involved are mainly smaller industries. Your core duty in the future will be to coordinate the operations of the head office and its subsidiaries. I plan to form a conglomerate with its headquarters in the capital. Given that you graduated from Capital University and are quite familiar with the environment there, coupled with your business administration background, the heavy responsibility of registering the company will be entrusted to you. When Su Jingyi heard this, her eyes immediately flashed with light. The conception of the group company undoubtedly foreshadowed the company's grand blueprint for the future, which was the perfect stage for her to display her talents and realize her dreams. As if a 1,000-mile horse had finally met its match with a bull, she was excited and emotional. Mr. Sheen, don't worry, I will do my best to live up to my promise. However, registering a company in the capital requires an office location. I wonder if you already have an office building there. Yingguo gently shakes his head in response. I will properly handle the matter of the office building. After today, you make some preparations. Tomorrow we will travel together with Assistant Shui to discuss whether to travel to Tianfu City or the capital first. Su Jingyi's spirit was refreshed. It was rare for her to be given the opportunity to go on a business trip when she first entered the workplace, and what was even more exhilarating was that she had encountered a bull who appreciated her. She secretly vowed that even if she didn't have an illustrious background, she would prove herself to be no less than anyone else and speak with strength. Although Yingguo's industry was apparently diversified and complex, Su Jingyi firmly believed that in time, she would be able to sort out the veins of each company and make the management orderly by effectively communicating with each person in charge. As you wish, Mr. Sheen. Yingguo was quite satisfied with Su Jingyi's performance, compared to Shui Shi, although the latter also has loyalty and ambition. But in terms of knowledge, ability and vision is slightly insufficient. Su Jingyi's management strategy, as shown in her resume, has demonstrated her extraordinary vision and strength. For the future management of the group, Yingguo has already decided in his mind that Shui Shi is suitable for the role of a loyal executive of the head office. He turned to say, don't always call me chairman. My name is Yingguo. This name seems old-fashioned. Your internship period will last for 1 month, and your annual salary will be set at $3 million after you are regularized. Of course, the greater your contribution, the higher your salary will naturally rise. Su Jingyi's body trembled slightly when she heard this. The joy in her heart was hard to express. From the monthly salary during the internship period to the annual salary after the regularization, every step signaled that her career would step onto a new height. The annual salary is as high as $3 million. And this is only the starting point. If the ability is excellent, it is expected to climb to the peak of $4 million or even $5 million. Back in the past, before entering Hongyuan Chemical, she had faced the dilemma of unsustainable rent. Now, she is about to be among the millionaires at the end of the year, and this sudden change makes her feel a touch of dream and unreal. She was full of joy, excitedly stood up and bowed deeply to Qingyu. Her eyes reddened with gratitude. Mr. Qin, thank you from the bottom of my heart. I will do my best for the company and spare no effort. Seeing this, Qingyu responds with a smile. Assistant Su, this is what you deserve. Your ability is enough to match this salary. There is no need to say thank you. Subsequently, Su Jingyi wanted to leave. Qingyu proposed, I'll add you to WeChat. I'll notify you of the specific arrangements in the morning. After the two added each other's WeChat, Su Jingyi was about to turn around, but suddenly stopped in her tracks, showing a difficult expression, looking back at Qingyu, wanting to speak again. What's wrong? Is there still something wrong? Qingyu inquired. Su Jingyi looked quite embarrassed and stammered. Mr. Qin, there's something that I'm having trouble saying, but, let's forget about it. Qingyu sniffs. The corner of his mouth hooks into a playful smile. As my personal assistant, if even the expression is so ambiguous, then I may have to consider replacing someone. Oh. As soon as these words came out, Su Jingyi immediately straightened her back and gathered her courage. Mr. Qin, it's not that I'm intentionally vague, it's really difficult to speak. I haven't been able to find a stable job since I graduated, and now the rent is about to expire. The time of this business trip is undetermined. I am worried that I will be homeless when I come back. So, I want to advance a little bit of my salary for emergency. Not much, just $1,500. After saying that, her cheeks were slightly red, obviously embarrassed by such a request. After hearing this, although Qingyu was somewhat helpless, he understood her situation and gently shook his head in understanding. I originally thought it would be much of a big deal. Since it's no big deal, I'll transfer it to you directly from my private account, Qingyu said as he picked up his cell phone and quickly completed the operation of transferring $100,000. Su Jingyi stares at the amount of money transferred on her cell phone screen. A hint of surprise flashes through her eyes glaring round. Mr. Qin, I actually only need $1,500 and that's enough. Why did you transfer so much to me? Su Jingyi asked, somewhat at a loss for words. Qingyu smiled easily and responded without a care in the world. It's fine, just think of it as an advance on your salary for this month. As my assistant, maintaining a good image is also part of the job, so use this money to purchase a few sets of decent clothing. Chapter 20, Black Silk Beauty. Applying for personal assistant? Su Jingyi was stunned and couldn't help but blurt out. Mr. Qin, aren't you afraid that I'll take this $100,000 and walk away? When Qingyu heard this, the corner of his mouth sketched out a confident arc, responding, I have never doubted your character. Giving up your credibility for a mere $100,000 is not your style. Furthermore, if I can give you this amount of money, I naturally have a way to ensure that it won't go down the drain. Now, go deal with your personal matters, and we'll officially start tomorrow. These words caused warmth to well up in Su Jingyi's heart, her eyes glittering with gratitude as she gently smiled. Mr. Qin, you're very kind. See you tomorrow. She then left the office full of gratitude. Qinyu's gaze turned to Shuai beside him and said approvingly, Assistant Shuai, your vision is truly unique. It is rare to discover a talent like Su Jingyi. It's really out of my expectation that she's right here in our Pine City. Shuai smiled humbly and replied, Mr. Qin, it is my duty to identify talents for the company. Su Jingyi's abilities are indeed outstanding, especially her unique insights into business management, which I deeply admire. She graduated from the Imperial Capital University and also has an in-depth study of business management. I believe that if she is in charge of the affairs of the head office, her efficiency will definitely surpass mine. When Qingyu heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, and he expressed his high appreciation for Shuai's humility and knowledge of people. After Su Jingyi left the office building, she couldn't wait to dial home, excitedly informing her parents that she had found a high-paying job with a salary of $100,000 per month and had received the first month's salary, planning to transfer $50,000 to the two old men. Meanwhile, in the office, Qingyu ushered in the second candidate recommended by Shuai, a woman in her 30s, dressed in a white shirt with a black professional skirt, with long and sexy legs, made even more attractive by the black silk and high heels. Her demeanor revealed maturity and stability with voluptuousness and sexiness, perfectly illustrating the unique charm of a 30-year-old woman. Hello Chairman, I'm Yu Mengshi, 29 years old, and I've come to apply for the position of Chairman's assistant. She introduced herself. Qingyu carefully reviewed her resume and inquired about her professional background, and after learning that she majored in business management, he couldn't help but have a few more points of anticipation in his eyes. Although Yu Mengshi graduated from a non-top school, her career has shown extraordinary experience. After graduation, She entered the hospitality industry, starting with an internship in a management position and gradually rising to become a highly regarded lobby manager. She then moved to the manufacturing industry and rose to the position of production manager with her strength in another factory which is not as large as Hongyuan Chemical. This series of achievements is undoubtedly a strong proof of her personal ability, which makes Yingguo can't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly, his heart praising. I have a question. I hope it won't make you feel uncomfortable. Yingguo politely raised it, while Yu Mengshi reported a serious nod, waiting for the following. You're already close to 30, and usually people of that age are more inclined towards career stability. As for you, you have rapidly grown from a grassroots employee to a production department manager. Why did you choose to give up this seemingly favorable position and set out on the path of job searching again? Yingguo's inquiry revealed a strong interest in and respect for Yu Mengshi's past experiences. Yu Mengshi's ability to manage a factory might not be a difficult task for her, as she had been fully demonstrated in her rapid advancement across fields. However, the assistant that Yingguo pursues is not only a supporter, but also a role that can take charge and actually steer the ship, so he desires to understand her motives more deeply. In the face of the inquiry, Yu Mengshi's eyes flickered, and after a moment of silence, she softly confided, because my ex-husband and I were in that factory together. After the divorce, in order to avoid embarrassment, I chose to leave. As for the salary, it is actually not as generous as the outside world thinks, only 12,000 only. Chairman, I am well aware that my education may not be dazzling enough, but I am willing to work twice as hard. The opportunity of this job is vital to me, and I need it to support my life and that of my daughter. When she divorced, she gave up almost everything just to make her daughter's future secure, not realizing that her ex-husband had remarried and neglected her daughter. Now, facing the heavy pressure of life, she has to be stronger. The job posting of Hongyuan Chemical was like a ray of hope. Although she knew that her academic qualification might be an obstacle, she decided to give it a try for the sake of her daughter. Even if the starting point of her monthly salary was as high as $20,000, she was willing to give it a try. This courage and determination made her story even more moving. Yingguo's brows unconsciously tightened as he slowly spoke. You should have some savings after working all these years, right? Yu Mengshi's eyes instantly reddened as tears flashed, full of resignation and self-reproach. It was me who was too naive. He said at the time that he would break up peacefully. The house, car and money would all belong to him, and he would be responsible for raising the child. I gullibly believed him, and as a result, not only did I lose everything, he also pushed the child onto me. Yingguo's eyes flashed a sharp, secretly indignant in his heart. This is no longer a simple betrayal. It is simply the degeneration of human nature. Even his own children can be abandoned. What puzzles him even more is that Yu Mengshi is so outstanding that she would also encounter betrayal. He can't help but think of the old saying, family flowers don't smell as good as wildflowers, but he swallows back when the words come to his mouth, and his complexion changes slightly. Assistant Yu, congratulations, you have passed the interview. 1 month probationary period, monthly salary of $30,000, after regularization up to $50,000. Yingguo's words break the heaviness in the room. Yu Mengshi's eyes instantly lit up at the words. Tears mingled with her smile as she excitedly stood up and bowed deeply to Yingguo, her voice choking. Thank you, Mr. Qin. I will never let you down. This salary was undoubtedly extremely generous in Songcheng, making her hopeful for her daughter's future and secretly deciding to give her best to live up to her promise. Assistant Yu, no need to be polite. You can start tomorrow. For specific work matters, Assistant Shui will butt heads with you. You guys exchange contact information first. Yingguo finished speaking and added Yu Mengshi's contact information together with Shuishi. Shuishi recommended a total of 3 people this time, and one of them was arranged by Yingguo to assist Yu Mengshi in managing the factory affairs due to both education and experience. At this time, a man pushes in the door and greets respectfully. Good day, Chairman. I'm here to apply for the assistant position. Yingguo's brows knit lightly once again as he takes the resume and scans it, unable to help but feel a little helpless inside. May I ask what your education and specialty is? The man's voice is loud and clear as he replies. I graduated from secondary school and majored in mechanics. Yingguo tried to restrain himself as he secretly pondered in his mind. This educational background of yours and the specialty you studied are obviously very different from our recruitment requirements. Ah, the man rounded his eyes, his tone carrying an unquestionable firmness. Where does it not match? Isn't it clearly written on the recruitment notice that those with management experience are preferred? Yingguo was already burning with rage inside, but on the surface, he tried to remain calm, secretly deciding to straighten out the personnel department after the interview. Then, may I ask where your management experience specifically lies? I held the position of team leader in a machine shop, the man answered rather confidently. Then, as a group leader, how many employees did you manage under you? Yingguo continued to pursue the question. The man replied without thinking. I was just promoted to team leader not long ago, and currently there are no employees under my direct management, and I am only responsible for my own work for the time being. But seeing that this side pays well and emphasizes on management experience, I decided to give it a try. Yingguo secretly slanders in his heart. I really admire you to the core. The recruitment conditions obviously have 3, but you only focus on that one: management experience. The educational and professional requirements are completely ignored by you? Alright, the interview ends here. Please go back and wait for the notification. If you don't receive any news by this time tomorrow, then please look for another place. Yingguo's words carried an unquestionable determination. The man still wanted to argue, but seeing that Yingguo had already given his expulsion order, he could only leave resentfully. Yingguo turned to look at the next resume. His brows locked. Finally couldn't stand it anymore. Angrily said, Shui assistant, notify the remaining interviewees do not need to continue. Today's interviews immediately end. And ask the personnel department manager to immediately come to my office. Handsome, she sniffed, her eyebrows slightly knitted, equally dissatisfied and angry with the quality of today's interviewees. She knew that the HR manager was not such a rash person, and with more doubts in her heart, she immediately went to the HR department to notify the remaining 2 interviews were cancelled, and went to her office. The HR manager was busy with his work, and when he heard that the chairman had summoned him, he hurriedly put down the business at hand and rushed over, looking at Shui with a bewildered expression. Assistant handsome, the chairman is suddenly looking for me. Is there something urgent? Shui glanced at him coldly, her eyes filled with disappointment. Manager Wu, take care of yourself. In all these years, I never thought you would act like this. When Manager Wu heard this, his eyes were round and full of incomprehension and anxiety, pulling Shui's arm to ask after him. Assistant Shui, for the sake of years of friendship, please tell me what is going on here. After a short period of contemplation, Assistant Shui said in a grave tone, the quality of the people who came to apply for the job today is worrisome. These people can be carefully selected by your personnel department, but the results of the interviews are generally substandard. The chairman of the board of directors is furious because of this. You should be able to appreciate his feelings. When Manager Wu heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk, and in his heart, he secretly cast aspersions on the person in charge of this matter, fearing that his position would also be implicated. With trepidation in his heart, he stepped into the office after Shui. Mr. Qin, he shouts respectfully. Yingguo's gaze slanted towards him with a few hints of displeasure. These candidates, they are all recommended by your personnel department, right? Go through them yourself. Saying this, Yingguo casually throws a bunch of resumes in front of Manager Wu with a scolding tone. Manager Wu, scrutinize it properly. Is this the result of your department's screening? Manager Wu flipped through the resumes and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. There was no shortage of ridiculous to the extreme management experience. For example, a certain candidate had been a big farmer and had managed hundreds of sheep. He cursed in his mind. How could this be compared to managing factory employees? With fine beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and a wet patch on his back, he did not dare to look directly at Yingguo's stern gaze. Mr. Qin, I bear the responsibility of poor supervision. I never expected that they would dare to be so perfunctory. This is clearly a direct submission of resumes without careful screening. Yingguo sniffs and frowns. He knows that it is impossible for the HR manager to do everything himself. But the outrageousness of this resume is rare, and it is obvious that there are employees who are working perfunctorily. Manager Wu, even if there is a situation of muddling through, when these resumes came to you, did you not review them? Yingguo questioned. Manager Wu looks ashamed and lowers his head to admit his mistake. I'm sorry. Mr. Qin, the recruitment work was just launched not long ago, and these materials were only handed over to me this morning, and the colleague in charge of this matter before has always performed reliably. So I did not expect to make such a mistake. Manager Wu, no matter what, you have an unshirkable responsibility. Call that person in charge of the recruitment audit to the office. Our factory will never tolerate this kind of perfunctory work attitude. Yingguo said sternly. Manager Wu hurriedly nodded his head and wiped away the sweat on his forehead with the back of his hand as a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He quickly pulls out his cell phone and names a person in the group chat of the personnel department and stares at the screen, his face growing more and more somber. In the end, Yingguo's eyes revealed disbelief, his forehead once again densely covered with fine beads of sweat. He squinted at Manager Wu, a trace of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Manager Wu, this office is obviously cool and pleasant. Why are you still covered in sweat? Yingguo's words carried a few moments of teasing. When Manager Wu heard this, his body involuntarily trembled. His eyes filled with fear and anxiety as he looked towards Yingguo. With a trembling voice, he said, Mr. Qin, I am sorry. I wanted to call Han Fei to come up, but the personnel department gave feedback that they hadn't seen him since the morning. I asked the security guards at the entrance and they told me that Han Fei left shortly after arriving at the factory in the morning. I tried to send him a message, but I realized that he had already pulled the plug on me. When Qin Yu heard this, his heart was flabbergasted. Manager Wu's expression did not seem to be forged, but the behavior of a personnel employee puzzled him. Why would he pull the blackout on his own boss? And why did he leave his post without authorization during working hours? Did he not even care about this month's salary anymore? Just at this moment, the office door was gently knocked on, and a woman who was about 30 years old and wearing a work badge, with a flushed face, stood outside the door out of breath. Mr. Qin, Manager Wu, Assistant Shuai, she greeted politely before stepping into the office, her eyes darting between the three. Little Song, what have you learned about Han Fei's situation? Qin Yu asked directly. The woman entered the office and looked around before replying. Manager Wu, regarding why Han Fei suddenly left, I really am not sure of the exact reason, but I had a colleague who was on good terms with him ask about it in an aside. Han Fei said that he's about to take a career leap, and that he's already gone to take up a personnel position at the Zhao Group, where the benefits are far superior to what we have here. Speaking here, a few glints flashed in the woman's eyes as she continued. Mr. Qin, Manager Wu, Assistant Shuai, I think the reason why Han Fei intentionally messed up the applicants is most likely because he's about to join the Zhao Group. After all, Zhao's Group is an industry giant in our Song City. Manager Wu and Assistant Handsome looked at each other in disbelief as they heard this. It was hard for them to imagine why a behemoth like Zhao's Group would poach from a small company like theirs. Not to mention that Han Fei was just an ordinary employee with deeper qualifications but nothing special. The world was full of experts, so why did they have to poach him? Even if they lose such a talent, the other party can easily recruit new people to fill the gap. This Zhao Group's move is really puzzling. At the mention of Zhao Group, a strange light swept through Qin Yu's eyes that were as deep as the night, and he vaguely had an answer in his heart. Perhaps it was because of Pan Xiao's matter that he had unintentionally angered Zhao Bin, the heir of Zhao Group. Hongyuan Chemical Factory was located in Songcheng. As the chairman of the board, if Zhao Bin had the intention to investigate, his identity would naturally have nothing to hide. However, Qin Yu's cards are much more than that. He is not only the owner of the Yingguo neighborhood, but also the helmsman of the neighborhood's property company, and what's more, he is also the navigator of the manhwa group. The first two identities might not be enough to draw too much attention from Zhao Bin, but the manhwa group, a business giant whose market capitalization was on par with the Zhao Group, such an identity was enough to make anyone think twice before acting. Could it be that Zhao Bin really hadn't explored this aspect of his identity? Thinking about Zhao Bin's playboy style, Qin Yu smiled in his heart that the other party might really be so reckless. However, for him, Qin Yu, the threat of the Zhao Group did not seem to be enough to constitute a major obstacle. If Zhao's really dare to act rashly, he has his own means to let the other side understand that he is not a soft persimmon to be pinched. How can an ordinary player dare to provoke him as a strong person with a plug-in? This is simply a joke. Chapter 21 owns Walking Street, 100% equity. Manager Wu, today is indeed due to your negligence. Han Fei submitted his resume. You failed to review it in time, no matter how time critical. This is your responsibility as a manager. Therefore, we have decided to deduct half a year of your bonus as a punishment. If this kind of situation happens again, your position as a manager will not be guaranteed. Manager Wu heard the words and quickly nodded his head in agreement, and in his heart, he had a little bit of respect for the newly appointed boss. He knew that the boss had purchased Hongyuan Chemical with a huge amount of money. His strength was extraordinary, and he could be replaced at any time if he made a slight mistake. After all, for the boss, losing a manager was nothing more than the cost of rehiring, whereas if he lost this job, it would mean losing everything. Unlike the former chairman, Qin Yu's style of behavior left him with no way to negotiate, and he could only accept it silently. Thank you for Mr. Qin's tolerance, Manager Wu said sincerely. Qin Yu, on the other hand, gently waved his hand, signaling that there was no need to be polite. Manager Wu secretly vowed that he would rectify the personnel department to prevent such negligence from happening again. Subsequently, Shuai Shi, with a hint of apology, reports to Qin Yu on the progress of the acquisition of the remaining 25% of Hongyuan Chemical's equity. Mr. Qin, these three shareholders insisted on asking for $500 million, and I have tried my best to negotiate. Her eyes reveal helplessness and self-reproach. Qin Yu, however, appeared. No matter, 500 million is 500 million. 1 or 200 million more is not a problem. Please give me their account number and I'll immediately arrange for a transfer. With the support of the system, transferring large sums of money becomes a breeze, without the need for red tape. Qin Yu quickly completes the transaction. Witnessing this scene, Shuaishi could not help but feel shocked by Qin Yu's financial power. The transfer of $500 million seemed like a casual gesture. His wealth and generosity was staggering. Xinyu signed his name on the transfer of equity, and arranged for lawyers to go to the notary to handle the relevant procedures, so that all the shares of Hongyuan Chemical formally under his name. However, for Xinyu, this equity acquisition only cost 500 million, but far from touching the system set the target of 10 billion consumption. He looked at the equity book in his hand, and couldn't help but feel a hint of worry in his heart. These days, whether it is the purchase of a car or other consumption, have not been able to consume too much money, and it is still far from completing the task. She received the equity book, and her heart was also secretly worried about Qinyu's grand plan. Mr. Xin, I'll go and deal with equity-related matters. Xinyu gently nodded his head as a spiritual light suddenly flashed in his eyes. Hey, that handsome assistant, wait a moment. You inform the logistics department to book a hotel immediately and inform the entire factory staff that I will be hosting a banquet in my personal name tonight, so that everyone can relax. He thought in his heart, the speed of spending money always feels not fast enough. The only way to consume it quickly is through a get-together. You can't let the funds go unused. But he is a person who emphasizes both effectiveness and frugality. In the end, the consumption level of Songcheng is ultimately limited. To be transferred to Tianfu City and the Imperial City, the goal of 10 billion will be able to reach. She heard the words and froze in place, her beautiful eyes wide open. Qin, General, are you saying that the entire factory of over 2,000 employees should be invited? Xinyu's tone was firm. Naturally, how can we only invite the management? The grassroots employees work the hardest, they should be invited even more. Let the logistics department find a hotel of sufficient size. It's late now, make sure they prepare the ingredients in advance. There is no need to worry about the cost, just refer to the standard of the last sales department dinner. Thinking back to his own time as a grassroots employee, Xinyu is well aware of the difficulties of those neglected grassroots employees. He is determined to change this bias, to achieve true equal treatment. Shi was once again shocked and secretly calculated in her mind that according to the standard of the last time, a table of 100,000, with more than 2,000 people, that would be an astronomical amount, more than $20 million. This was simply waving money around. Even the helmsman of a listed company might not dare to be so generous. She couldn't help but feel heartfelt admiration for Qinyu's generosity and deep affection for his employees. Mr. Xin, but hotels usually need to be booked in advance. It's already afternoon and with so many people, I'm afraid it's too late to prepare the ingredients. Upon hearing this, Xinyu quickly took out his cell phone and dialed the general manager of the Yuan Hotel, which happened to be one of his properties. After a few inquiries, he learned that even ordinary ingredients would be difficult to meet such a huge demand. In that case, let's think differently and find a large-scale farmhouse or mountain village. The dinner party is scheduled for 7 o'clock in the evening, so there should still be time for preparations. Xinyu decisively decided. Good, then let's do it. The logistics department should step up their actions and tell the farmhouse that money is not a problem. The key is to make sure everyone has a good meal and is well prepared. For the fuel costs of each bus, we will cover the full amount and give each bus an additional subsidy of 10,000 yuan. And no matter when the dinner party lasts, make sure to ensure that the pickups and drop-offs are on time. In addition, I asked the logistics department to immediately start purchasing flying mutai and Lafite red wine, and all related expenses will be borne by me personally. Shuishi quickly put away the equity documents and immediately gave detailed instructions to the logistics department. Her heart filled with pride at being able to follow such a generous boss. She knew that this announcement would make all the employees grateful and loyal. The news spread rapidly in the factory, like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up ripples. Not only all workshops will soon be cooled by air conditioning, a sumptuous dinner party will also be kicked off soon. The logistics department was even excited to announce that unlimited supplies of mutai and Lafite would be served at the dinner party. A news that made the crowd excited and in high spirits. It should be known that more than half of the grassroots employees have never tasted the richness of mutai, and most of them are shouldering the heavy burden of their families. Mortgage, children's education and other expenses have made it difficult for them to bear, and they are even more deterred by the thousands of dollars of famous wines, not to mention the luxury goods such as Lafite, and undertake the activities of the farmhouse also rejoice. In the face of a sudden increase in traffic, they did not hesitate to send additional chefs, and this part of the cost and the additional 100,000 yuan of service fees are generously donated by Xinyu. The barbecue stalls and snack stalls on the street also responded by choosing to suspend business for a day and shifting their positions to the Nongxia, only to bring a unique barbecue feast to the employees of Hongyuan Chemical. Even the barbecue grill of these stalls, Xinyu also carefully arranged and sent people to transport to the scene. Inside the Nanjiale, in the midst of laughter, a stage temporarily built on the lawn quietly took shape, and according to Qinyu's instructions, a number of resident singers from the bar were invited to come and sing, adding a little bit of musical magic to the feast. At first, the bar had some reservations about the proposal, but Xinyu generously paid $1 million directly. The condition is that the bar suspended business that night. The owner gladly accepted. No need to open the door to welcome customers. Sitting at home can reap millions of dollars, and even the bar's sound facilities and the resident band together at Xinyu's disposal. As for those who originally performed every night, income of only a few hundred, up to $1,000 of resident singers. Xinyu is not stingy. Each generously gifted 12,000 yuan as a reward. This news quickly spread among the factory employees, who could not hold back their excitement. In the circle of friends and the sun, this sudden welfare, a time, everyone's social dynamics are lively and extraordinary. Hongyuan Chemicals' recruitment attraction soared, and many job seekers were attracted by its favorable conditions, air-conditioned workshop, but also have the opportunity to taste Mao Tai, Lafite and other high-end wines. To know, even self-employed entrepreneurs may not have the opportunity to taste the Lafite, such a good wine, and work in the factory can enjoy such treatment. People cannot help but marvel at its degree of luxury. For many people, the level of wages is no longer the primary consideration, and being able to take this opportunity to show off in the circle of friends and become the envy of all is what they value most. System tone rings out. Congratulations to the host for successfully displaying extraordinary strokes, showing deep concern for the people's sentiments through a huge banquet for the grassroots staff. System score of 6 points. Special gift of 1 lucky draw opportunity. May I ask if the lucky draw will take place immediately? Hearing this, Xinyu sketched out a smile, his heart secretly leaping. The moment of the lucky draw had arrived. Yes, immediately after, a crisp system beep rings out. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You have successfully extracted the full property rights of the Pine City Pedestrian Street. All the relevant documents and formalities have been properly placed in the hotel's presidential suite, waiting for you to check and receive. Xinyu flashed a trace of amazement. To know, Pine City Pedestrian Street is the best of the city's busy section. Within the stores, the total valuation of close to 6 billion huge. And now, the management of all this and the stores all to him. What is even more gratifying is that his points have accumulated to 72. 5 points, only one step away from the 82. 5 points after the completion of the mission, and the vision of upgrading the system to the second level is within reach. However, Xinyu also secretly pondered in his heart that this rate of spending seemed to be too conservative. It was time to study how to spend efficiently. He unlocked his cell phone. On the WeChat interface, Chu Yenji and Chen Oaoas inquiring messages jumped out at him. Both of them were concerned about whether or not he had any time to spare tonight, and obviously both knew that he was about to travel far tomorrow. Xinyu thought for a moment and decided that he needed to save up tonight, so he politely declined their invitation and transferred $5 million to them as a token of his appreciation. After receiving the money, she was surprised and asked why, but Xinyu downplayed it and said that it was just a small token of his hope that she would be able to treat herself well in his absence and shop without any worries. On the other hand, Chu Yenji was also shocked by this huge sum of money. She incredulously checked if the transfer was wrong, but Xinyu firmly told her that it was specially prepared for her, encouraging her to enjoy it and not to worry about it. Chu Yenji was deeply touched. This gift of $5 million was undoubtedly astronomical for her, making her deeply feel Xinyu's generosity and sincerity. Recalling that what she received from Xinyu was not only material support, but also promotion in position, her heart was filled with gratitude and admiration. Xinyu's generosity makes Chu Yenzi realize that in this materialistic world, it is rare to meet someone who is so sincere. She secretly decided to work harder to live up to Xinyu's expectations and trust. Monthly salary easily exceeded 20,000 mark, accumulated to the end of the year. Chu Yenji's annual income fell steadily at more than 200,000, all of which originated from Xinyu's generous gift. Chu Yenji softly said, "Xinyu, this amount is too huge for me." She knows the principle of stopping at the right point. Greed without limits will only lead to resentment. After all, there are countless women in the world who have excellent beauty and posture. Xinyu sniffs and gently responds, "No harm done. During my absence, if you have leisure, you may wish to consider whether you need to acquire an additional residence. If you have a favorite month of accumulation." Chu Yenji also carries such a dream in her heart, longing to find a place for her parents to settle down in the city. Thus, she proposes, "Xinyu, the $5 million you gave me, I intend to use it to purchase a home." Xinyu, however, shook his head and laughed, "No need. Pick a more spacious one. You go and look at it first. Let me know when you're done. I'll do it when I'm back." Chu Yenzi is filled with gratitude. "Thank you, Xinyu." After dealing with Chu Yenji's matters, Xinyu does not forget another deep love. The same to Fu Mengyao transfer 5 million. In his opinion, every partner deserves the same care and respect. There should not be the slightest bias. Fu Mengyao received the transfer. Surprised, could not help but ask, "Xinyu, why give me so much money?" Xinyu informs Fu Mangyao that he is about to travel for a week and generously gives her a sum of money to use as she pleases, urging her to take care of herself. Fu Mangyao accepts it gratefully, and her heart doubles in joy, as she has just received a promotion and a pay raise, and with Xinyu's generous gift, she instantly feels as if she has stepped into a well-off life. In the evening, Xinyu decided to contact Pan Shui to arrange follow-up matters. Since the last incident, Pan Shui had carried out a drastic reform of the property management of the Yingguo neighborhood. The results have been remarkable, and the entire team does not dare to slack off due to Xinyu's strict requirements. Receiving Xinyu's call, Pan Shui quickly picked it up with a respectful attitude. Hello, Mr. Xin. Manager Pan, please go to the ULI hotel immediately. I need you to organize copies of the management rights of the walking street and the details of all the stores. From now on, the management of the walking street and the collection of rent from the stores will be handed over to you, so I hope you'll do your best and live up to your responsibilities. As for your salary, it will be doubled, and for the salary adjustments of the other managers, please have the finances organize them and submit them to me for review. Pan Shui heard the words, his eyes flashed with surprise, his heart was overwhelmed with excitement, thinking that he not only doubled his salary, but also obtained the full management rights of the walking street. He couldn't help but secretly marvel at Xinyu's strength and vigor, as if the entire walking street had been put into Xinyu's pocket. Mr. Xin, don't worry, I will do my best to live up to your trust. I'll go to ULI hotel now. After hanging up the phone, Xinyu drove the Phantom to the hotel. Upon arrival, the security guard at the entrance recognized Xinyu at a glance and immediately rose to salute with a respectful attitude. Xinyu is impressed by this security guard, so after parking the car, he presents him with a pack of high-grade cigarettes. The security guard is grateful and his heart is even more in awe of Xinyu's approachability and generosity. Another security guard saw the situation, both envy and emotion. He envied the colleague's luck, but also in Xinyu's young and wealthy strength. Xinyu's car changed frequently, from Bugatti to Phantom to Maybach series, all of which showed his extraordinary status and position. Pan Shui arrived at the hotel and went straight to the presidential suite. Xinyu handed him the required information and re-emphasized the expectations and responsibilities. In addition, Xinyu also instructed Pan Shui to go to the general manager's office of the hotel to discuss the integration of the hotel's security and property work into the property company, further consolidating Pan Shui's responsibilities and status in the field of property management. Chapter 22, Signing Che Euro. Leaning back in his chair, he glanced at the clock, realizing that it was still a few days before the night's party, and his personal to-do list was still long and arduous. Casually unlocking his phone, he slid aimlessly into the world of Hyunjin, which was fast becoming the new favorite entertainment for all, young and old alike. Suddenly, a live broadcast title attracted his attention like a magnet. Tianfu students, fighting for tuition. 5 Carnival Feast is running now. The ID kindness Chinger added a bit of warmth to it. In the picture, she has a black, slightly curly long hair, part of the hair lightly pulled into a ponytail, overflowing with youth and vigor. A garter lace slim skirt perfectly outlined her delicate figure. Slim legs in stockings and long night boots under the reflection more seductive. Each point exudes an irresistible charm. Those big eyes were clear and bright, with red lips and white teeth. Her skin was better than snow. Even with light makeup, it was enough to make her add more luster on top of the 9 points of beauty, pushing her to full points. However, there were very few viewers in the live broadcast room, only about 20 people, and the atmosphere appeared exceptionally cold. There was a hint of pleading in Chinger's voice. Dear brothers, can you be generous and send a few carnivals for Chinger? Just 5 and you'll have a chance to have dinner together. Xinyu secretly sighs in his heart, knowing how difficult it is for a new anchor to rise in the Red Sea of Hyunin. Even for such a good person, it is difficult to quickly accumulate popularity. Only those net stars who have long been famous can easily sit on thousands of favorites. He checked the list of gifts and found that Carnival was the most expensive option, with a single value of 3,000 Chinese dollars being an astronomical figure, 15,000 Chinese dollars. A trace of bitterness flashed imperceptibly in Chinger's eyes. She had been live streaming for several days in a row, but she had not been able to wait for a single generous Carnival supporter, let alone 5. The start of the school year was approaching, and the gap in tuition fees still pressed on her heart like a boulder. As for asking her parents for help, she shook her head firmly, as her family had already spent all they had to pay for her education, even incurring external debts. Inside the live broadcast room, some discordant pop-ups began to emerge. $15,000. Enough for me to enjoy a full set of services. Eating a meal is too worthless. I've solved it all by myself. Where else would I spend this wasted money? Why don't you ask Chinger to perform a shiatsu board? In the face of these remarks, Chinger selectively ignored them, and just then, a carnival icon unexpectedly lit up on the screen, bringing her a hint of unexpected hope. The city of heavenly capital, which happened to be the destination of my trip tomorrow. quickly copied the other party's WeChat ID and sent a friend request. Almost at the same time I pressed the send button. In less than 2 seconds, Jiang Xiqing passed the verification. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth couldn't help but evoke a smile. And then he sent a message. I will arrive at the city of heavenly capital tomorrow, so I will contact you then. After the message was sent, he turned back to the live broadcasting room and generously gave 10 carnival gifts again. Jiang Xiqing's eyes instantly widened as if she had something to say, but Qin Yu had already taken a step ahead and exited the live broadcast room. The live broadcast room was abuzz with talk. Anchor is really lucky, hugging the tycoon's thighs. I'm afraid I'm going to be spoiled to the heavens. Anchor, this body, this temperament, really let people envy, but unfortunately we do not have that fortune. If I had that much money, Anchor can be careful. This big man is more than $60,000 in one shot. I'm afraid the motive is not simple. Don't say that. Anchor is not that kind of person. Don't think too bad about people. Anchor, these big brothers probably all have their worlds. You have to be psychologically prepared. I've already started to brainstorm images of Anchor wearing a special costume and using various props. In the face of these disturbing comments, Jiang Xiqing's originally firm heart began to ripple. As the school flower of Tianfu Normal University, she had never been short of suitors around her, even including some wealthy bosses, but she had politely declined them all. She chose to earn her tuition through live broadcasting. She is not material, just no need to find a worthy of trust. Qin Yu's 63,000 reward, to her hands but about 40,000 for this money to sell themselves. She is determined not to. She has her own principles and bottom line, even in this industry full of temptation, but also to remain awake and independent. Suddenly, a trace of worry welled up in my heart. If Qin Yu is an old man, or already have a family, or even more so, I have some plans for me. I have to plan a comprehensive strategy to deal with. Qin Yu then immersed himself in the dazzling sound for a few moments, until the time was right. He drove his phantom sports car toward the direction of the farmhouse and sped away. Along the way, his eye-catching ride attracted many curious gazes. Arriving at the farmhouse, he saw the boss personally standing at the door, greeting him with a cheerful face, obviously because he had taken this unprecedented large order with unprecedented profits. Knowing that the identity of the guest is distinguished, he even went out to welcome him personally. A glance at the phantom sports car, the boss concluded that the visitor must be an extraordinary person. You are Mr. Qin, right? The boss asked tentatively. Qin Yu looks back at him with a few moments of curiosity. You recognize me? The boss smiles and responds. I am the owner of this farmhouse. Surname Chui. Mr. Qin, come, have a cigarette. Saying this, he hands over a pack of big heavy 9 cigarettes. Qin Yu noticed that the pack of cigarettes was obviously newly purchased by the boss, as he generously handed over the entire pack of cigarettes without taking any himself. Boss Chui, this is thoughtful hospitality on your part. Qin Yu laughed. The corners of Boss Chui's mouth rose as he humbly said, Mr. Qin is polite. Although we are located in the outskirts of the city, we will definitely make you feel at home. Please follow me. I have specially prepared Westlake Dragon Well for you. Qin Yu secretly marveled at Boss Chui's care and thoughtfulness, and was then led to a pavilion at the highest point of the Nanjiale. Mr. Qin, this place is secluded and quiet, and it is an excellent place to sip tea. Although the lower part of the city is bustling, this place will allow you to rest in peace. The tea is ready. Please enjoy it slowly. Boss Chui said as he ordered people to bring various fruits, taking care of Qin Yu in every possible way. Inside the Nanjiale, a mountain was carefully planned to become a good place for guests to take a walk after meals. The pavilion is located at the top of the mountain, with a view of the surrounding scenery, while below is a lively party scene. Wide lawn, all kinds of snacks and barbecue has been on the table one after another. Roasted whole sheep and roast suckling pig aroma overflowing. All kinds of drinks neatly arranged. By a large supermarket direct supply. Nanjiale door. Dozens of buses lined up in a long line. Part of the staff chose to drive here. Did not intend to drink. Seeing the employees arrive one after another, Qin Yu immediately got up, ready to go to meet. On the lush green lawn, more than 2,000 employees gathered together. The stage was already glittering. The logistics manager holding a microphone, stepping steadily into the center of the stage. Please be at ease. I have a few words I would like to share with you. First of all, on behalf of all the staff, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to our general manager Qin. All of today's expenses are generously and personally borne by Mr. Qin. In the afternoon, you may have heard but have doubts. Now I officially announce that tonight, Mr. Qin will open a feast for us, which includes valuable flying mutai, worth more than 5,000 per bottle, and even more up to 50,000 per bottle of Lafite Rothschild red wine, and the supply is not limited. This statement, the scene instantly boiled. the staff's excitement is overflowing. The afternoon speculation has now been conclusively confirmed. Imagine that 50,000 a bottle of red wine. If half of the 2,000 people drink a bottle of each, is 500 bottles, a total of 25 million huge, which is only the expenditure of red wine. The degree of luxury is staggering. Every employee of Hongyuan Chemical is proud of having such a generous boss, and even more honored to be a member of Hongyuan Chemical's big family. Which boss can be so generous as to hold a banquet for all the staff and prepare such a huge amount of drinks? These lafite not only came from the local Sancheng, but also transferred from Tianfu City and neighboring cities from afar, which shows its intention and strength. In addition, the cost of the barbecue stalls, snack stalls, roasted whole sheep, and the carefully prepared dinner at the scene was not counted as part of the drinks. But even if all of these were added up, it was only the tip of the iceberg for the drinks. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Thunderous applause resounded through the clouds, each sound filled with the staff's most sincere gratitude. The surrounding staff of the Nanjiale, the apprentices of the barbecue stalls, and the chefs who had come to help, all cast envious and jealous gazes, secretly lamenting why their own bosses couldn't be so generous. But instead, they were calculating about the overtime hours, while being miserly with their paychecks. Shui boss on the sidelines, face grave, mixed feelings in his heart, secretly muttered, "The gap is too big. There is no consideration of the feelings of our small business. We really cannot afford his employees." The heart has been shaken. Some even sprouted the idea of jumping ship to Hongyuan Chemical. After all, that 50,000 a bottle of Lafite, enough to make people's hearts flutter. In this atmosphere of envy and jealousy intertwined, Hongyuan Chemical's employees more straightened their backs, and the pride from the inside out became stronger and stronger. Afterwards, the microphone was handed over to Mr. Sheen, who was about to make a speech, and at this moment, all eyes were focused on this generous leader. After Qin Yu's speech, he turned the microphone over to a resident singer, and then more than 10 resident singers took turns to perform, and each of them gave a wonderful half-hour rendition to keep the atmosphere heating up. Employees have to sit around, barbecue and wine accompanied. Not good at drinking is to drink instead of alcohol, sharing the delicious roasted whole sheep, while immersed in the singer's melodious singing. Qin Yu take a few skewers of barbecue, hand holding a cup of drink, leisurely fall in the chair. Not long, a few young female colleagues took the initiative to come forward, with a smile on their faces, raised their glasses to invite Mr. Sheen. The gratitude is hard to express. We toast you, please be sure to enjoy the light. Qin Yu smiled and politely declined. Next time, I still have something to drive tonight. You guys have fun, I drink instead of wine. Although the women feel regret, originally wanted to take this opportunity to communicate with Qin Yu and exchange contact information, but also had to give up. After drinking the cup, silently retreat to the side. Seeing this scene, more people came one after another. Qin Yu had to drink several cups of drinks to respond. Mr. Sheen, may I ask when we will depart tomorrow? In the midst of all the toasting, Shuaishi stepped forward at the right time to ask. Qin Yu thought for a moment. You will hand over your work with Yu Mengsher in the morning. There is no harm in departing a little later. We have plenty of time. I will notify everyone before we depart. Shuaishi was slightly stunned at the words. Usually the boss is scrambling for time on business trips, but Qin Yu is so calm and unhurried, as if this trip is just a leisurely trip. She naturally had no objections and answered. Okay, Mr. Qin. Qin Yu was not willing to get up early and run around, and was quite satisfied with this arrangement. At this moment, a crisp and pleasant Cantonese classic came from the stage, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Qin Yu also couldn't help but look at the female singer who was singing, only to see her long hair slightly curled, naturally falling down her shoulders, her eyes bright as the moon, her face pretty, almost perfect. Qin Yu secretly praised her 9 points in his heart. She was wearing a pink tight bottoming shirt. Her body shape is delicate. The black collar around her neck adds a few points of charming flavor. Su looked back. Once belonged to each other's night. Red is still you. Gift my heart sunshine. The song is melodious and sincere, which makes people intoxicated. A pair of uniquely designed high-waisted flared jeans. Perfectly. Originally intended. After a short exchange with Shuaishi and several managers, he instructed the logistics department on relevant matters, and then drove the Phantom slowly away from the farmhouse. Just after stepping out of the gate of the farmhouse, a touch of silhouette inadvertently broke into Qin Yu's line of sight. He drives closer, gently rolls down the window and gently inquires, "Are you waiting for a car?" The woman turns around at the sound of the voice. A hint of surprise flashes through her eyes, and then she quickly regains her composure, respectfully responding, "Mr. Qin, hello." Qin Yu froze at the sound of his words, and doubts arose in his heart. "We don't seem to have met. How did you recognize me?" The beauty gently hooks up a light smile. her eyes flashing with a moving light. Mr. Sheen, you are really a nobleman who forgets many things. Just now you were giving a generous speech on the stage. I was listening under the stage. This woman was the resident singer who had charmed the crowd with her heavenly voice just now. Xinyu sniffed and showed an embarrassed look, then reported a smile. Sorry, I can't believe I didn't notice. So, what is your business here at this moment? The beauty's eyes flickered once again as she replied. My performance just ended and I was planning to hail a cab here to return to the city. Xinyu looks around and realizes that this is the outskirts of the city. It's nearly 9 o'clock and the vehicles on the road are sparse, so it's not easy to get a taxi. It's really not easy to get a taxi here. I happen to be going into the city as well. Why don't I give you a ride along the way? Ah, the woman widens those beautiful eyes in surprise, looking somewhat incredulous. Seeing this, the corner of Qinyu's mouth hooks up a smile, looking at her sideways, smiling. Don't be so surprised. You're our specially invited guest tonight, letting you take a taxi alone so late at night. In case there's a slip-up, we can't afford it. The woman's eyes flickered and she hurriedly waved her hand, looking a bit rushed. No, Mr. Sheen, you are the chairman of the board, and this car is so high-class, I'm afraid it will get dirty. Xinyu smiled and shook his head, getting out of the car and lifting the heavy musical instrument package on one side of the woman, gently placing it into the car. Don't care about these details. My car isn't that delicate, and this car isn't too expensive. Just a few million. The woman sniffed. Her heart secretly marveled at the magnitude of the difference. A few million was undoubtedly astronomical to her. She gratefully pulled open the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Don't be so formal. I'm only 24. Just call me Xinyu. Xinyu said mildly. The woman looked at his angular face. A strange sentiment surged in her heart. Even though she was not a member of the Appearance Society, it was hard to resist that attraction when faced with such a handsome man. Xinyu, you are really marvelous. You are already the chairman of the board at the age of 24. I'm also 24 years old, yet I'm still accomplishing nothing. Xinyu sniffs, his brows slightly knit, seemingly remembering something. I really forgot if you didn't say it. We are of similar age and both have unlimited possibilities in the future. Don't be discouraged. Work together. Your singing voice is really pleasant to the ear. I even think it can be comparable to some well-known singers' those singing competitions. To the stage of the finals of the cities, often competing is no longer just strength, but more behind the resources and relationships. Especially in the music circle, the investment is huge, and without the help of noble people, it's almost impossible to step onto the national stage. Xinyu sniffed and frowned, appearing to have different standards, and the popular favorites may not be favored by the judges. And at a later stage, singing skills, as long as they are not too bad, the audience's voice is often downplayed, and the room for maneuvering behind the scenes becomes larger. Xinyu listened and pondered, his eyes flashing with anew. The woman's eyes widened in surprise, looking at him incredulously. Mr. Sheen, are you joking? I don't know anything about factory operations. Xinyu laughed and shook his head, explaining, I am not referring to the Hongyuan chemical factory, but rather the shares I hold in a movie and television company where there are signed artists. In addition, I have also invested in a media company that has several anchors under it. I believe that your singing voice can shine no matter which platform it is on. The woman's delicate body gently trembled, and her eyes flashed with uncontrollable excitement and thrill. In order to chase the dream of music, her family had poured everything into it, and since the age of 18, she had unswervingly embarked on this journey of chasing her dream. With the years passing by, nearly on the verge of despair, the weight of reality has made her realize that her elderly parents need her support and a better life is imminent. So she has decided to turn to a new career path after this year's residency to give back to her family in a practical way. Xinyu's words were like a spring breeze, rekindling the fire of her dream. Mr. Sheen, are you telling the truth? Are you really willing to give me the opportunity to sign? She inquired with anticipation. Xinyu smiles and nods his head to confirm. Yes, but the specifics of the movie and television company will take some time to prepare, and I will first go to Magic City to inspect the company's situation. Before that, you can first try to be a network singer. With your talent, this is by no means a difficult task. The woman accepted the offer without hesitation. For her, any attempt was worth it to be close to her dream again. She introduced herself. Mr. Sheen, my name is Che Euro. May I know when I can start working? Xinyu thought for a moment and then replied, tomorrow. I happen to be going to Tianfu City to handle company affairs, and I'll take you to my media company on the way. Che Euro readily agrees, but then frowns slightly, a trace of worry flashing in her eyes. Mr. Sheen, I've never touched a live broadcast before. I'm not familiar with many operations. I'm afraid I'll be a bit frazzled. Xinyu smiled broadly at his words. Don't worry, I will arrange for someone to guide you tomorrow to ensure that you get started smoothly. Any other questions? Che-Euro shook her head full of joy. No more, Mr. Shin. I'll pack my bags when I get home and go to Tianfu City with you tomorrow. As soon as the words left her mouth, a flash of embarrassment swept across her face as she hesitantly spoke. Mr. Shin, I'm not very handy right now, and I'll still need to rent an apartment when I go over there. So, can I get an advance on some of my salary for emergencies? When Shin heard this, the corner of his mouth hooked up into a warm smile. You don't need to worry about this. I'll help you with the accommodation issue, and as for the salary, we'll also arrange it as soon as possible. These words make the big stone in Che-Euro's heart finally fall to the ground. She gratefully looks towards Chin, her eyes flashing with infinite longing for the future. Chapter 23, Transferring 100 million to Pan Xiao? Che-Euro gradually regained her lost confidence as she said softly to Mr. Shin, I live on Xiaobei Street. Xiaobei Street, as part of the old city center of Songcheng, its scenery showed all the traces of age, with mottled facades and ancient buildings, as if forgotten by time. With the development of the city, new districts were springing up, while the old district had few developers due to the high population density and the huge demolition costs, and it still maintained its original hustle and bustle. The Phantom slowly stops at the entrance of Xiaobei Street, which is a narrow alley that can only accommodate a person on foot, lined with all kinds of night market stalls, booming with people and a complex and changing environment. Seeing this, Shinya's brows could not help but knit gently as he asked, Is this where you live? Che-Euro responded with a bitter smile and nodded, explaining, Yes, the rent here is relatively cheap. A trace of complex emotions flashed through Chin-Yu's eyes as he contemplated for a moment before proposing. Tomorrow we're going to Tianfu City, so go back and pack your bags. Return the house here and I'll send you to the hotel to get a room so that it's convenient to leave in the morning. When Che-Euro heard this, her eyes instantly widened in surprise, and her cheeks quietly crept into a blush. Seeing this, Chin-Yu hurriedly clarifies, Don't misunderstand. I'm just worried that it's not safe for you to stay here as a girl. ULI Hotel is one of my properties. I can arrange a room for you, and it would be better to leave together in the morning, so it would be more hassle-free. Che-Euro's taut nerves relaxed after hearing this. A trace of surprise and gratitude flashed in her eyes. She didn't expect Chin-Yu's industry to be so extensive. Okay, then I will go in and pack now. Che-Euro did not reject this goodwill. As a new resident singer at the bar, the environment here did make her feel uneasy, especially when she returned home late at night. She had encountered unsuspecting gazes and verbal harassment on many occasions, which kept her on her toes. She has long planned to move out of this place once she gets this month's paycheck. Shin-Yu also got out of the car and lit a 9-to-5 cigarette, his gaze revealing his concern and expectation for Che-Euro. He knew that a girl like Che-Euro, who was both beautiful and possessed a moving singing voice, should not be buried in such an environment. He secretly calculated in his heart that perhaps he could help her and turn her into a bright star. Half an hour later, Che-Euro walked out of the alley with her simple luggage, ready to embrace a new chapter in her life. With a huge suitcase being dragged by her, her beloved guitar on her back, and a large bag clutched in her hand, Che-Euro slowly steps out of the narrow alley. Seeing this, Shin-Yu quickly stepped forward and took the initiative to take over the suitcase in her hands, alleviating her burden. Mr. Shin, I'm really sorry for keeping you waiting, Che-Euro said apologetically. No harm done, Shin-Yu responded briefly, then assisted her to place her luggage into the car, then drove the Phantom sedan to wait for Chin-Yu to leave. She carefully surveyed this luxurious to the extreme presidential head for the first time. Chin-Yu returned to his room, glanced at the time, just after 10 o'clock in the evening, his mind calculating whether to go to Chen-Oe or visit Chu Yanzi or Fu Mengyao. Just as Chin-Yu fell into a deep thought, his cell phone's WeChat alert tone rang abruptly, interrupting his thoughts. Displayed on the screen was Pan Xiao's message. Are you free now? This sudden greeting made Chin-Yu quite surprised. After all, Coach Pan did not often take the initiative to contact him on weekdays. Coach Pan, you're not planning to have an impromptu combat teaching at this point, are you? Chin-Yu replied with a bit of flirtation, but his heart was filled with curiosity. However, Pan Xiao did not directly respond to his joke, but instead sent a positioning message. This sudden directness made Chin-Yu slightly surprised, but also aroused his curiosity. After a slight hesitation, he drove the Phantom and went according to the positioning. The destination is an elegantly decorated high-end beverage store. Chin-Yu steps into the store and is led to a quiet private room. Pan Xiao was already waiting alone. She was sitting near the floor-to-ceiling window, holding a cup of drink in her hand, but her bright eyes could not hide a touch of faint sadness. She was wearing a tight-fitting ultra-thin jersey, which perfectly outlined her plump and sexy figure, especially those two curves, which seemed to contain endless flavors and attracted people's reverie. The black high-waisted jeans and Martin boots on her lower body trimmed her legs to a long and alluring look. Chin-Yu sat down opposite her and asked softly, Coach Pan, is there any special arrangement at this late hour? Pan Xiao's gaze locked onto Qinyu as if she wanted to see through him. Then she asked in an unprecedentedly serious tone, "Qinyu, do you like me?" This sudden question caught Qinyu off guard, and his eyes instantly became complicated with both surprise and a hint of undetectable joy. He fixed his mind and replied, "Coach Pan, your beauty is impeccable. Any normal man would be attracted to you." A glint flashed in Pan Xiao's eyes as she looked at Qinyu more seriously. "Then, are you willing to marry me?" Qinyu's expression became serious as he slowly put away his smile and said after serious consideration, "I admit that I have a good feeling for you, but I don't want to deceive you. I already have a girlfriend, and more than one, and they all have an irreplaceable position in my heart. I can't turn my back on them because I like you. Relationships require sincerity and respect from both sides. If you are willing to accept such a me, I will never let you down." Pan Xiao's body shook slightly as she heard this, a hint of disbelief flashing through her eyes. She had always been confident in her charms, whether it was her appearance, figure or family background. It was enough to make most people fall for her. However, Qinyu's reply made her feel an unprecedented sense of frustration. But then, Qinyu's words caused a trace of relief to well up in her heart. She was well aware that in this circle, emotional matters were inherently complicated and changeable, and that her father and certain members of her family had similar amorous pasts. Perhaps it was the world they lived in, an ineffable balance and compromise. In the elite of society, such phenomena had long been commonplace. Qinyu, so young to be able to drive such a luxurious car as a Bugatti. Naturally his emotional world could not be limited to just one person. However, when he personally mentioned this matter, Pan Xiao's heart still couldn't help but ripple, feeling slightly uncomfortable. After a long period of silence, Pan Xiao's eyes flashed with a few complex rays of light, and finally barely managed to squeeze out a smile as she softly asked, "Don't you want to know the reason behind my words today?" When Qinyu heard this, the corners of his mouth hooked up into a bland smile as he adjusted his sitting posture, appearing calm and unruffled. "I guess, all of this has nothing to do with Zhao Peng, right? I admit that I have a soft spot in my heart for you, but I am equally sick of being a pawn in someone else's chess game. If you have no intention of treating me, this is really inappropriate." Pan Xiao's eyes that were as bright as the stars in the night sky flickered once again as she looked straight at Qinyu with a firm and fiery gaze. "Qinyu, my feelings for you are genuine, especially that ineffable mysterious aura of yours that deeply attracts me. I can feel it. You are very different from those rich second-generation men who only know how to spend money. You are more like the perfect companion that many women dream of, and I am naturally no exception. However, I must also admit that if it wasn't for the Zhao family's factor intervening, my attitude might not have been so clear." The corners of Qinyu's mouth sketched out a meaningful smile as he slowly said, "In that case, the reason why you're so verbal is because you're hoping that I can lend a helping hand, right?" Pan Xiao's eyes were as clear as the white moon, revealing unquestionable determination as she responded with certainty, "Not entirely. I do need your help, but if it wasn't for Zhao Peng's matter, I wouldn't have opened my mouth like this. Having a woman say such words is really helpless. I will definitely listen to you personally say how favorable you are to me." Qinyu sniffs, his face changes slightly, then he comprehends. A trace of apology wells up in his heart, realizing that this lofty woman would never take the initiative to ask for help if it were not for the desperate situation. Pan Xi's eyes reddened slightly and tears flashed, revealing a deep sense of grievance. "Qinyu, I'm sorry, I also had no choice. My father's company is suffering from Zhao Group's fierce suppression. It was his life's work, and in just a few days, he has aged a lot." She continued, "The Zhao family has a huge power in Pine City, and I have no help other than you. But I am not asking you to be an enemy of the Zhao family. I am only asking you to help my father." Although she did not know Qinyu's true background, in her mind, the only person who could fight against the Zhao family in Pine City was Qinyu. Qinyu's brows were tightly locked and a trace of coldness flashed through his deep eyes. What the Zhao family did made him discontent. Zhao Peng's dominance was the same as his father's sinister tactics. Both father and son were of the same kind. He asked in a deep voice, "Then, how do you expect me to help you?" Pan Xiao's eyes flickered, lightly biting her red lips, and after a moment of hesitation, she said, "My father's company is in dire need of a capital injection, or it will face bankruptcy. Currently, it needs at least $50 million to sustain the company's operations. I will definitely return this money as it is." Qinyu's heart was slightly relieved when he heard this. Funds were not a problem for him, and he was about to take this opportunity to accomplish a certain task. But on second thought, the loaned funds might not be counted as spending, making it difficult to achieve his goal. Thus, he asked, "Exactly how much funding is needed?" Pan Xiao's gaze was complicated, her brows locked, and after a moment of contemplation, she replied, $50 million. This is my father's company's current life-saving straw. Once the capital chain breaks, the company will not be able to recover. Please believe that I will definitely repay this $50 million. Xinyu heard this and a big stone fell to the ground in his heart. He was secretly glad that although he only had around $15 billion in his account, it was more than enough to cope with the demand for the $50 million. If Pan Xiao had borrowed an even larger amount, would her $10 billion mission not have been accomplished? Hearing that only $50 million was needed, she had no burden in her heart. Xinyu, I am well aware that $50 million is by no means a small amount. She spoke with a slight embarrassment. Xinyu, however, smiled indifferently. No matter. Consider it as my tuition fee for the next few years of private tuition from you. This money does not need to be returned. Please inform me of your bank card number and transfer the money immediately. When Pan Xiao heard this, her eyes widened and she was momentarily stunned. A huge amount of $50 million that did not need to be repaid. Even between lovers, there were few acts of generosity like this. Her curiosity about Xinyu intensified, as if $50 million was as light as a feather to him. Even Zhao Peng, the youngest member of the Zhao family, one of the three most powerful families in Songcheng, would find it difficult to reach. Zhao's group market value close to 40 billion, but its liquidity is difficult to exceed 5 billion. If you want to use 10 billion funds, even if it is Zhao Peng's father, but also need time to prepare. Zhao Peng personal one-time expenditure of 50 million, without his father's consent, it is difficult to realize. What's more, Xinyu previously threw money at the club, has spent tens of millions. What? Still frozen what? Quickly report the card number. Do you really want to see your father's company in trouble? Xinyu's words carried a few moments of teasing. Only then did Pan Xiao come back to her senses as if it was a lifetime ago, almost instinctively handing out her bank card. Xinyu took it and quickly entered the card number. In the next instant, Pan Xiao's cell phone screen lit up. Text message tone rang abruptly. She instinctively glanced to that square inch. Eyes touched the balance figures. Pupils cannot help but violently dilated. You actually transferred $100 million to me? She whispers incredulously. The corners of Xinyu's mouth outline a light smile, responding in a cloudy manner. Since you've decided to become my partner, and your future father-in-law's company is in trouble, what is $100 million in the area? Besides, $50 million may not be able to support it for long. When Pan Xiao heard this, her cheeks were instantly colored with a scarlet red. Even though her heart was prepared for it, being mentioned so bluntly by Xinyu still made her feel a hint of shyness. However, this shyness was quickly replaced by another wave of emotion. Xinyu's previous revelation that he was not exclusively in love with her had caused her to struggle inwardly, but at this moment, the generosity of $100 million completely eliminated all her concerns, and replaced it with a deep feeling of emotion. She knew that her father's company, together with the assets of the family, totaled no more than 900 million, and most of them were difficult to realize instantly. 100 million of liquidity for the enterprise, undoubtedly is the snow in the charcoal. Xinyu, thank you. Pan Xiao gazed at him affectionately, her words full of sincerity. Xinyu gently raised his eyebrows and teased, if you want to thank me, why don't you show me something more practical? Pan Xiao frowned slightly helpless. You are so rich, money is nothing but numbers to you. How can I practically express my gratitude? A hint of anticipation flashed in Xinyu's eyes as he proposed. Then don't go back tonight. Pan Xiao sniffs, her cheeks rolling once again, hesitating for a moment before softly refusing. Not tonight. I have to go home to see my father. Xinyu sighed with feigned regret. It seems that I won't be able to enjoy the moonlight with my beautiful wife this night. Tomorrow I will be traveling far away. When I return, you must teach me a few combat techniques. Pan Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise and reluctance. You're traveling? Going where? How long will you be back? Seeing her so concerned, Xinyu secretly rejoiced in his heart and replied, departing for Tianfu City tomorrow, then transferring to the imperial capital. The return date is undetermined. Pan Xiao's eyes flashed with a hint of gloom, but it was quickly replaced by a determined light. I'll wait for you. Be careful on the road. Xinyu nodded his head in agreement, then frowned slightly, a flash of sharpness in his eyes. You don't need to worry about me, but I am somewhat relieved about you. These words brought the hearts of the two closer together. Given that Zhao Peng has already taken action against your father's business, I'm deeply afraid that your safety is also threatened. A warm current surged in Pan Xiao's heart. Then she responded to him with a reassuring smile. Rest assured, if Zhao Peng dares to act rashly, he is no match for me. The worry in Xinyu's heart did not lessen the slightest bit because of this, and he secretly prayed that Zhao Peng would curb his behavior, or else he would surely be made to pay a price that he would never forget. On this trip to the imperial capital, he plans to upgrade his system to the second level and wait for an opportunity to uproot the Zhao group. That incident at Hongyuan Chemicals personnel department was undoubtedly a warning to him. Even if he had no intention of making an enemy of Zhao Peng, the other party had already been secretly snooping around with the intention of disadvantaging him. Therefore, he could never ignore the threat of Zhao group. And now, This sense of responsibility added an extra layer, as Pan Shio had become an indispensable person in his life. Seeing his partner under such duress, how could he sit idly by? He vowed to make Zhao Peng realize that provoking his bottom line would definitely result in irreparable consequences. Hopefully, Zhao Peng would be able to pull back from the brink. Otherwise, what awaited him would be endless remorse. Chapter 24. Own 25% of Manhwa Group's equity. Xin Yu Taekwondo has reached the 6th degree of the realm, and also practiced sparring. Skills are not bad. Zhao Peng well, since childhood acquaintance, although in recent years, although the sparse communication, but his ability to I have a number in mind. I expect he would not dare to act rashly. Seeing that Xin Yu is still worried, Pan Xiao once again softly relieved. In the face of Pan Xiao's firm words, Xin Yu a moment speechless. The words have been said. Only wish Zhao Peng can self-restraint. Do not wait until later to regret. In that case, I will not say much, but you must be careful. Xin Yu finally loosened his mouth. Pan Xiao gently nodded her head. Her smile was gentle and refreshing. Xin Yu's heart has mixed feelings. The good person is close to his eyes, but can only be seen from afar but not to be played with. It's getting late. We should return. Xin Yu proposes to leave in order to avoid embarrassment. Looking at the inaccessible beauty, he finally averts his eyes and chooses to escape this torment. Good. Pan Xiao agrees and the two of them step out of the drinking store. Xin Yu wanted to see her off, but he saw that she was already waiting with a Mercedes-Benz GT, which was worth a lot of money, showing its prominent status in Sonchon. Xin Yu silently started his own phantom, and returned to the hotel alone. Lying on the comfortable seat of the presidential suite, Xin Yu suddenly had a plan. Took out the business card given by Tang Ming, the future helmsman of the Tang Group. Compared with Zhao Peng, the difference between the two, Xin Yu thought, if he could help him, it would not be a bad idea. Brother Qin. On the other side of the phone, Tang Ming quickly picked up, the delicate voice of a young woman faintly coming from the background. Xin Yu estimated that the other party was just over 20. He shook his head with a bitter smile and went straight to the point. Is Tang Group interested in getting involved in the real estate sector? To put it bluntly, it is to separate itself from the Zhao Group. When Tang Ming heard this, a flash of light flashed in his eyes while he was stunned. He was secretly glad that he had bonded with Xin Yu, and this kind of proposal was just what he wanted. Zhao's real estate was deeply rooted in Songcheng, with excellent reputation and design, so if Tang wanted to get a piece of the pie, the difficulty could be imagined. But right now, the opportunity seems to be right in front of them. The new residential projects they were constructing were obviously not comparable to Zhao's masterpieces in terms of sales, and the lack of sales was a direct financial loss. In addition, the Zhao Group's design team had extraordinary strength, compared to the Tang Group's lack of talent in this field. Want to suppress Zhao's real estate through market means, not only cost a huge amount of money, and in view of the strength of the two groups is equivalent. This is tantamount to self-loss of 800, so the Tang Group cannot do anything about it. Qin old brother, although our Tang clan intends to get involved in the real estate industry, but suffers from the lack of a door to enter. Xin Yu sniffed and the corner of his mouth hooked up into a smile. Don't be anxious, I will soon create such an opportunity for you. Tang Ming's complexion shook as he sniffed and hurriedly stated, Elder brother Qin, as long as you can open this door for the Tang clan, the entire Tang clan will definitely look up to you. Xin Yu's smile deepened, quite complimentary of Tang Ming's resourcefulness. I will be going out on a business trip in the near future, and during that time, there is something I need you to help keep an eye on. Zhao Peng of the Zhao Group is pestering someone. I hope that when I return, she will be safe and sound. Tang Ming immediately comprehended that this was Qin Yu's condition, knowing full well that his own family was evenly matched with the Zhao family and it would be difficult to go head-to-head, but protecting one person was not a difficult task. Don't worry old brother Qin, for safety, I, Tang Ming, will bear it all. The worries in Qin Yu's heart were thus alleviated quite a bit. You can go about your business. I will send you her information later. Okay, elder brother Qin. The call ended and Qin Yu contemplated for a moment, realizing that although wealth was important, a network of contacts and relationships was even more indispensable. Of course, converting money into resources was also a breeze. Glancing at the time, it was nearly 1 in the morning. Qin Yu slowly sank into sleep in a haze. When he opens his eyes again, the morning light has already flooded the room, and the hour hand is clearly pointing to 10 in the morning. He quickly picked up his cell phone, respectively dialed Shuaishi and Su Jingyi's phone, only to learn that the two had been waiting in the hotel lobby as early as 8 o'clock, because they could not bear to disturb his rest, so did not call to urge. The two had not expected their boss can sleep peacefully to such an hour, joking that this is more like a vacation rather than a business trip. After washing up, Qin Yu went to the next room to pick up the car euro, a group of people to the parking lot collection. Given the number of people, the Phantom sports car was obviously no longer applicable. they instead chose the Maybach S600 Pullman, which was worth over $10 million, as today's ride. Mr. Sheen, let me drive. Shuaishi took the initiative to volunteer and sat in the driver's seat, while Su Jingyi tacitly sat in the co-pilot's seat, leaving the spacious back row to Yingguo. At first, Yingguo and Yuro talked happily, but somehow, the topic was gradually dominated by the three ladies, who chatted feverishly. Yingguo has nothing to do, so he opened his cell phone to browse the Hyunin platform, and accidentally found that Jiang Xiqing is live broadcasting, and is ranked at the top of the list. He was naturally impressed by the beauty of this female college student, who was on par with Pan Xiao, and immediately clicked into the live broadcast room. There were only a handful of viewers in the live broadcast room, only about 10 people. When Jiang Xiqing saw Qingyu, ID, Nightmare, enter, a strange light flashed in those bright star-like eyes as she greeted him warmly, "Welcome brother Nightmare," and asked if he had arrived in Tianfu City. Without responding with words, Qingyu directly and generously gave out 100 carnival gifts, valued at a whopping $300,000. Jiang Xiqing's eyes instantly widened, and in her heart, she couldn't help but feel a trace of worry, secretly speculating whether this generous Nightmare big brother had any intentions towards her, and several loyal fans in the live broadcast room. Qinyu's once again large sums of money is also shocked, recalling the previous 30,000 reward for a meal in the past, and now add another 300,000, one after another. They flirted. Night Dream Big Brother is really luxurious. In order to have dinner with Qinger, not hesitating to throw away a lot of money, the family is afraid that they really have minds, spending more than $300,000 just to have a meal with the favorite anchor. This showy segment, I sincerely give full praise. Ching, this Nightmare Big Brother is indeed out of the ordinary. If you find it suitable, you might as well consider further socializing with him. Within the live broadcast room, the egregious voices of the viewers rose and fell, causing Jiang Xiqing's state of mind to ripple once again. Brother Nightmare, if you arrive in Heavenly Mansion City, please be sure to let me know. I would like to personally host a banquet. There was a bit more firmness and sincerity in her tone. Ding, the host has successfully performed an act of luxury, exchanging a huge sum of $300,000 for the anchor's appointment. The system has rated it at 7.5 points, and is hereby granting one lucky draw opportunity. Does it start the lucky draw immediately? The long-lost system beep sounded, causing a long-lost anticipation to well up in Qinyu's heart. System, draw immediately. Qinyu responded without hesitation. Congratulations to the host. The results of the lucky draw have been revealed. A 25% stake in the Manhwa group of Tianfu City has been obtained. All legal documents and information have been safely stored in your villa. Please check and receive them. A quarter of the Manhwa group's equity had fallen into his hands, and adding up his previous holdings, he, the chairman, had taken control of 3/4 of the group's shares. He has the absolute power to veto any resolution. If the remaining 1/4 of the shares were further pocketed, Manhwa Group would completely become his private kingdom. What made him doubly joyful was that his points accumulation had already reached a huge 80, and he only needed to complete 1 or 2 more system missions to prompt the system to jump to the second level. Mr. Sheen, Tianfu City has arrived. What's next on our itinerary? Shuaishi interrupted the conversation and turned to Qinyu to inquire. Looking around, the pinnacle of this second-tier city truly lived up to its name, with skyscrapers springing up like bamboo shoots, and viaducts and overpasses intertwined into a network. The transportation network is well connected and vehicles are constantly moving, indicating that Tianfu City will most likely be among the first-tier cities in the next 2 years. Songcheng pales in comparison. Even though Tianfu City is plagued by traffic congestion due to its surging population, it's noon. Let's find a restaurant to dine at first. I heard that there's a rooftop restaurant with an excellent reputation, so let's go there, Qinyu proposed. Handsome She's 3 people heard this. Although they were not the locals of Tianfu City, they knew the great name of the Tiantai restaurant. Its reputation spread far and wide, making Yuro and Su Jingyi's hearts yearn for it. Their excitement was overflowing, full of anticipation. Since the boss said, Shuaishi naturally had no objection. The restaurant is located within the 3rd Ring Road, built along the river. The building is extraordinary. As soon as the welcoming guest at the door saw the Maybach drive up, she immediately greeted him with a big smile. Welcome to the rooftop restaurant. May I ask if several of you have reservations? No. The welcome guest still maintains a polite smile, but his tone reveals a hint of regret. I'm very sorry, sir. Our restaurant only accepts customers with reservations. Qinyu frowned slightly. It's just 12 o'clock now. Can I still make a reservation? Sir, reservations require membership. You can choose to become our member. The entry fee for basic membership is 100,000. This figure caused Su Jingyi and Yuro to widen their eyes, secretly marveling in their hearts. Is this a meal or an investment? The membership fee for a restaurant was as high as $100,000, and it was still the most basic level. Su Jingyi had thought that her monthly salary of 100,000 was already a high-paying class, but at the moment she realized that this was just the tip of the iceberg, and the world of the rich was truly unimaginable. The monthly salary is fleeting, and is only for the members' one fee. In contrast, Shuaixi's situation is slightly better. As the former chairman's right-hand man, she has naturally seen a lot, even if the former director's scenery is not as good as Qin Yu's. May I ask, what is the recharge standard for the top members of your store? Qin Yu's inquiry instantly lifted the welcome guest's spirits, his eyes flashing with excitement. After all, for every successful recommendation of a member, he would be able to receive a corresponding reward. Qin Yu, this young talent, with 3 stunning beauties, driving a luxurious Maybach, his extraordinary temperament and the Audemars Piguet watch on his wrist, which was worth more than $5 million, all revealed his honorable status. Although as the restaurant's guest of honor, he had long been used to dealing with celebrities from all walks of life, and the restaurant had specially trained them to recognize all kinds of luxury goods, in order to prevent their eyes from not recognizing them. Sir, our basic membership here requires a top-up of 100,000. Platinum membership requires 500,000. Enjoying a 5% discount, honorary membership requires 1 million. Enjoying a 10% discount, and comes with a free chauffeur service. As for the Supreme member, you need to recharge $10 million. You will enjoy 15% discount, also including free chauffeur service. In addition, every time you visit, in addition to the regular seats, you can also enjoy the exclusive use of private rooms. If you want the private room to be exclusively yours, so as not to be disturbed by other guests, you only need to pay an additional $100,000 per month, and this private room will be like your private territory. Whether it is you or your friends and relatives who hold your membership card, you can freely come and go. Of course, the privileges of Supreme membership go far beyond that, and you can check out more exclusive rights and benefits in the membership center. The offer of having an exclusive space open only to oneself and authorized friends was obviously quite enticing. Good, then get me a Supreme VIP. Qin Yu's words were concise and firm, causing the welcome guest to instantly freeze, his face full of shock, almost unable to believe his ears. First, Shang, are you sure you want to apply for the Supreme VIP? The welcome guest's voice trembled slightly, but inside, he was already turning over. After all, the threshold for Supreme membership was as high as $10 million, and even if he could only share a small portion of the commission, it was still a sizable amount of income. One must know that their restaurant only had 3 Supreme members so far. Qin Yu smiled bashfully and responded, "Do I look like I'm joking to you?" These words were like a shot in the arm, causing the excitement in the heart of the welcome guest to be difficult to contain, and his joy overflowed. Among the 3 guests, one was a close friend of the owner, while the other 2 were honored customers that the restaurant manager had carefully invited. What is particularly striking is that Mr. Qin Yu took the lead in becoming the first customer of our restaurant to take the initiative to upgrade to Supreme member. Sir, please wait for a moment. I'll ask the manager to personally handle the formalities for you, while I'll help you arrange for parking. The greeter politely picked up the walkie-talkie, and after a short exchange, a man in a straight suit, around 40 years old, with a warm smile quickly appeared and greeted him warmly. "I'm really sorry to keep you all waiting, please follow me inside." Stepping into the restaurant, a rich European and American flavor came to the forefront. The brilliant decorations were dotted with works and artworks of several famous artists, coupled with the melodious piano melody, creating a refreshing and relaxing atmosphere. "Mr. Qin, is it you who intends to apply for our restaurant's Supreme membership card?" the manager politely inquired. Mr. Qin Yu handed over his bank card without hesitation. "Please apply it for me and prepay the 1 year's private room management fee. Please do it as soon as possible. I haven't had time to enjoy breakfast yet." The manager sniffed and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Of course, Mr. Qin, may I ask your name?" "Exempt your name is Qin." The manager then urged the waiter to quickly go through the formalities, and in less than 3 minutes, he personally handed Qin Yu his bank card, a gleaming golden membership card, and his own business card. "Mr. Qin, I am the manager of this restaurant, Kai, and this is my business card. If you need to reserve a seat in the future, just call me directly. Other than catering reservations, anything I can assist with, Mr. Qin, just ask." Qin Yu slightly froze and accepted all the items, secretly marveling at manager Kai's thoughtfulness and smoothness in his heart. No wonder he was able to sit steadily in the manager's position. "Manager Kai, thanks a lot." With a one-time recharge of up to $10 million and an additional payment of $1 million for the management fee of the private rooms, and being so young, even if he was a rich second generation from an illustrious background, he was not an idle person. In Tianfu City, The rich second generation throws money to buy a car. Millions or even 10 million is not rare, but such a large sum of money to recharge in a restaurant, it is rare. After all, few people will patronize the same restaurant day after day. If the money for the purchase of a car, the family may not say much, but if used for restaurant recharge, I'm afraid it will lead to a lot of criticism. Qin Yu's move undoubtedly highlighted his extraordinary status and temperament, and naturally, he became the object of the crowd to please. Mr. Qin, please follow me. 3 beauties this way, I will personally lead you to the private room. Manager Kai's words are full of respect and enthusiasm. Obviously, for a valued customer like Qin Yu, he knows that he must go all out to win the other party's favor and trust. After stepping into the elevator, I ascend to the topmost floor of the restaurant. Subsequently, the manager lightly opened a redwood carved double doorway that was more than 2 meters high. Chapter 25, Obtaining 10% of Tiger Claw Platform's shares. A spacious large round table stood in the center, which was adorned with gorgeous flowers, decorating the entire box with both elegance and comprehensiveness. From the comfortable card-seat sofa to the practical closet and bright mirror, to the all-inclusive bathroom, all of which demonstrated luxury and convenience. At the top, a large, uniquely shaped LED chandelier mirrored the ceiling that mimicked the starry sky, creating a tranquil atmosphere that was beyond the hustle and bustle of the world. Mr. Qin, this box, for the next year, will be exclusively for you and your dear friend. And outside the door, there is even an open-air balcony waiting for you to explore. With the curtains gently opened and the glass door slowly pushed open, a vibrance seen into the eyes. On the balcony, all colors of flowers compete for beauty. 2 deck chairs leisurely placed under the umbrella, inviting you to take a nap after dinner. Bathing in warm sunshine, aside, a typical European and American-style bar-shaped dining table, indicating the infinite possibilities of outdoor dining. Standing on the rooftop, the bustling scene of Tianfu City can be seen in full view, especially the riverside scenery, which is even more beautiful. Extremely satisfied with this arrangement, Qin Yu leisurely returns to the box to take his seat and generously invites everyone. Feel free to order. Don't be formal. Su Jingyi and Che Euro 2. In the face of this scene, the heart of mixed feelings, marveled at this unimaginable luxury life, cannot help but secretly longing for when you can personally experience this cozy. In contrast, Shuaishi is more calm. After all, her boss for this dinner has been generous, nearly 20 million. The district restaurant recharged 10 million for her, but is the boss of a large sum of money in a corner. The system beeps, ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging the restaurant with $10 million, showing extraordinary style, winning the envy in favor of 2 beauties. The system scores 5 points, and is hereby given the opportunity to draw a lottery. Is it an immediate lottery? Qin Yu smiles in his heart. This rating is low, but the cost of $10 million is worth every penny. Then he decisively chooses draw. The results of the lottery are revealed. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10% of the shares of the Tiger Claw platform. The relevant documents have been sent to your villa. However, this reward did not let Qin Yu excessively happy. Tiger Claw platform decline in recent years for all to see. From the peak of more than 50 billion market value slipped to more than 30 billion, and there is still a downward trend. 10% of the shares, although the value is not expensive, but it is also difficult to escape the impact of market fluctuations. The future value of more uncertainty. On the contrary, Su Jingyi and Che Euro, in the face of the high price on the menu, the two looked at each other, delayed to make a choice. The shock and awe long failed to calm down. They didn't dare to make a decision easily, and looked a little hesitant in the face of the menu. What? You guys haven't chosen yet? Su Jingyi gently pushed the menu towards the other party. Mr. Qin, it's better for you to order. None of us are picky, we love what you order. Qin Yu has a clear mirror in his heart, penetrating Su Jingyi and Che Euro's small mind, but did not point it out. Turning to say, Manager Kai, please introduce us to the specialties here. Manager Kai responded with a beaming smile. Mr. Qin, our tuna slices here are very popular. Both raw and shabu-shabu are excellent. There's also our signature grilled large boiled dragon. The seafood congee and seafood rice are also excellent. And the beef tongue is fried to perfection. Qin Yu said after a little thought. Then 1 sashimi, 1 shabu-shabu, 1 grilled daburong, 1 seafood congee, and 3 beef tongues. Oh yes, the mussels look quite tempting. Have 1 too. Also, 3 glasses of water. I see that your Evian mineral water here is of good quality, so let's have 5 bottles. Mr. Qin, please wait, we will prepare it for you right away. Manager Kai then went to arrange the kitchen. Su Jingyi's eyes were attracted by the exquisite Evian mineral water bottles, secretly marveling in her heart. This tiny bottle of water cost 200 yuan. 5 bottles would be a huge amount of 1,000 yuan. Such a lavish consumption of mineral water was simply unprecedented for her, especially that baked big dragon. Will be worth more than 6,000 yuan. Let her cannot help but sigh. Their own month's salary here I'm afraid can only barely order a few dishes. Soon, the waiter served a plate of carefully plated tuna fish fillets, dry ice dazzle, creating a dreamlike atmosphere, and then all the dishes ordered by Yingguo presented one by one. Yingguo enthusiastically greeted. Don't be polite. Everyone, enjoy. Not enough to order again. Look at the huge pincers of the big wave dragon, thicker than an adult man's arm, and they usually eat crayfish, compared to a world of difference, realizing the real shrimp meat free. This shrimp meat is not only delicate taste, and full of elasticity. Yingguo also carefully divided for the 3 good shrimp meat. Su Jingyi 3 people tasted, could not help but light up. This delicious simply unspeakable, with the restaurant's special sauce, but also let a person aftertaste. The 3 ladies instantly threw away their reserve and feasted. The seafood on the table was eaten with abandon, completely disregarding the image, and those originally white and delicate fingers were now stained with grease. Yingguo also praised the restaurant's cuisine. The bill for this meal was finally set at more than 10,000 yuan, taking into account that they did not drink. If you add the expenses of alcohol, the cost will be even more expensive, and midday is obviously not the right time to drink. After the meal, 4 people step to the door. There are welcome guests will drive the vehicle to the near side. The restaurant manager is personally escorted. Politely said, Mr. Shin, please go slowly. Yingguo responds with a bland smile. Manager Kai needs no further escort. Shuaishi sat in the car, turned her head to look at Yingguo and inquired, Mr. Shin, where is our next destination? Manhwa Group? Yingguo gently shook his head and responded, there is no hurry to head to Manhwa. Let's go to the Shuanglong Harbor Villa area first. Hearing this, Shuaishi's beautiful eyes widened roundly, revealing a few moments of surprise. Mr. Shin, so you have such a connection with Tianfu City? Is this to return to your own mansion? Yingguo smiled faintly and explained, I am not a local of Tianfu, but from a small county under the jurisdiction of Songcheng. However, I do have a villa here, which I have yet to set foot in, so I will just take this opportunity to visit it. After all, I need a place to land tonight. When the 3 women heard this, they looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Their eyes seemed to convey a silent flirtation. Boss, you should stop showing off in a low profile. If you are homeless, wouldn't we have to sleep and eat in the streets? Tianfu City's Shuanglong Harbor Villa area, prestigious, is the top of the city's housing prices, located in the heart of the bustling, close to within the second ring road. Yingguo turns to Su Jingyi in the passenger seat and instructs, Assistant Su, I will transfer the contact information of Assistant Jiameng of Manhwa Group to you. Regarding all the information and the current situation of Manhwa, you will dock with her to troubleshoot the potential problems. If there are any that require my personal attention, I will report back. In addition, the contact information of the people in charge of the various industries under my name is also given to you, and they are mostly capable of solving their daily affairs on their own, so they won't bother you too much unless emergencies require my decision or signature. At the end of each week, they will summarize the company's development to you. You only need to extract the key information to report to me. Of course, if you encounter any company problems, be sure to let me know when you have a solution in mind. As Su Jingyi listened, she realized why her salary was so generous, and that the weight of the job was indeed significant, and every effort was worthwhile. With his personal assistant officially on board, Yingguo instantly delegated his authority to ensure that, unless it was a major issue, he would not let trivial matters intrude on his leisure time. Before Su Jingyi could think about it, Yingguo had already quickly pushed the information of several contacts to her, and at the same time, the progress and summary reports of the company accumulated in his mailbox. Although he had not yet read them, he also handed them over to Su Jingyi for proper handling. Assistant Su, the initial workload may seem quite heavy, but please believe that once you familiarize yourself with the process, you will be able to handle it with ease thanks to your excellent abilities. For example, in terms of property management, it's actually quite hassle-free. The operation of the Yuan Hotel is also properly managed by its manager. As for the Manhwa Group, as a listed company, with a sound internal mechanism and thorough planning, its daily operation is usually smooth and trouble-free. After adding her contacts one by one, Su Jingyi suddenly widened her eyes and her face instantly turned pale. Mr. Shin, oops, I forgot to bring my laptop. As Yingguo's personal assistant, she was well aware of the heavy workload of her daily routine, and it was obviously difficult to handle it with just a cell phone. Seeing this, the corner of Yingguo's mouth hooked into a faint smile as he comforted. There's no harm in it. Since you're my personal assistant, it's naturally my responsibility to provide the necessary office supplies. Later on, we'll go buy a new laptop. And by the way, let's see what's still missing at home and get it all together. Thank you, Mr. Shin. Grateful, Su Jingyi quickly sat in the co-pilot, holding her cell phone tightly in her hand as she continued to communicate closely with the heads of the companies on all sides, displaying her uncompromising work ethic. Half an hour later, the vehicle arrived at the Shuanglong Harbor Villa area. Here the environment is elegant. A clear river winding through. The asphalt road along the river is spacious and quiet. Willow on both sides, swaying with the wind. The gate of the district was towering and arched in design, and a security guard politely stopped their Maybach. May I ask what you two are doing here? No outsiders are allowed to enter without the owner's permission. The security guard responded with an unassuming attitude, not showing the slightest bit of flattery due to the luxury car in front of him. In the Double Dragon Harbor Villa area, the starting point for the residence cars was the multi-million level, and most of them were worth tens of millions or even more, with luxury cars such as Maybach being commonplace. I am the owner of Villa number 13. Shinyu slowly lowered the car window and handed over his identity credentials. When the security guard heard this, his expression instantly became respectful, because Villa 13 is not only one of the 4 largest villas in the district, but also occupies the most favorable geographical location. These villas are not easily purchased by money. They belong to the category of internal exclusive sales. Mr. Shin, welcome home. I will immediately forward your information to the property department to complete the entry of the neighborhood system and send it back to you as soon as possible, the security guard said politely. Shinyu gently nods his head and responds in the same polite tone. Trouble. Stepping into the district, the central area comes into view as a cluster of buildings with a strong classical flavor, with pavilions and attics in a staggered pattern, and a lotus pond dotted in the center. In the heart of a bustling city, a scene of such a scale is a rare sight to behold. Shuaishi drove along the main road for a few minutes before arriving at the magnificent gate of Villa 13. This gate is equipped with an advanced identification system, and Shinyu can easily open it without getting out of the car simply by facial or cell phone recognition. Inside the villa, the artificially excavated stream meanders around, mirroring the attic and pavilion, just like an exquisite private garden. Not far away, the lawn has a golf course and basketball court. After parking the car in the garage, Shinyu leads the 3 people who are full of envy and marvel into the interior of the villa. The decoration style of the villa is modern and perfect. Most of the furniture has been installed in place. Only the electrical appliances have not yet been equipped. After the curtains of the master bedroom are pulled open, there is a glass door leading to a large open-air balcony, which is also equipped with a private swimming pool, showing all the luxury. The basement of the villa is even more unique, with a KTV, a game room, an independent home theater and a spacious storage room. Sitting on the sofa in the living room, Shinyu looked around, and the furniture from big brands, even including those crafted with mahogany, made him quite satisfied. He noticed the shocked looks on the 3 people's faces, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. Don't stare. There are rooms upstairs and downstairs. Pick one you like and stay there. You don't need to go to the hotel tonight. Shinyu's words filled Shuaishi and Su Jingyi's hearts with joy and gratitude. Placing in the dream communicates well with that side and you guys go directly over there. In addition, please also help her identify an apartment. The cost will be borne by the company. Shinyu commanded. Shuaishi sniffed and swept over Shinyu and Che-Yuro with a subtle gaze. The corner of her mouth hooked up a touch of Club City to start over. The expenses are not small. Since it is me who sincerely invited you to join, these trivial matters will naturally be arranged by the company. Handsome assistant. Remember to tell the person in charge of Starry Media that the cost of renting a room goes directly from the company's account. Che-Yuro sniffed, and the scene in front of her eyes added a touch of unexpected color to Chinyu's leisure time. Between the 2 stadiums, a high barbed wire fence stood out, separating the 2. At this moment, a man wore an apologetic face and his tone was full of sincerity. I'm really sorry, young man, my ball didn't hurt you, did it? His voice revealed deep remorse and self-reproach. The people who lived here were all of prominent status and extraordinary position. Otherwise it would be difficult to step into this honorable place. What's more, the other party also expressed his apologies so actively and sincerely. Shinyu then bent down to pick up the ball on the ground and handed it back to him with a smile. Don't worry, the ball didn't touch me. His words were relaxed, relieving a hint of tension in the air. The man sniffed and froze slightly before a trace of undetectable appreciation flashed through those deep eyes. For Shinyu to be able to reside in this luxurious villa at such a young age, it was obvious that his status and position were not trivial. What was even more admirable was that he did not have the arrogance and ostentation that those rich kids often had. I'm really sorry, young man, this is my business card. We are also considered neighbors. Please take care of us in the future, the man said as he handed over a business card. Shinyu receives the business card. His gaze instantly coalesces. His pupils slightly dilate. A flash of surprise flashes across his eyes, obviously surprised by the information on the business card. Chapter 26 By old classmates taunting? Shinyu heart secretly lamented. the influence of the circle is really non-trivial, if not in a specific class. Double Dragon Harbor Villa area, such a place is simply out of reach. With the residents here as a neighbor is even more of a nightmare. At the moment, the person in front of him is the famous founder and president of Xiaobiao Pharmaceuticals, a business giant that has become a household name through TV advertisements since Qin Yu's junior high school days, and still sits on the throne of the country's top 500 companies despite its steady but slightly conservative development in recent years and being overtaken by its peers. Such a prominent figure, for ordinary people, is simply the existence of the clouds above, can be encountered here, really rare. Qin Yu looked around and realized that any of the neighbors walking around here could be business leaders worth over $100 million. He quickly adjusts his emotions and responds with a sincere smile. So you are Mr. Zhang of Xiaobiao Pharmaceuticals, then I dare to address you as Uncle Zhang. Qin Yu's surprise is limited to meeting Zhang Guozheng here by chance, and secretly calculates in his heart that the current market capitalization of Xiaobiao Pharmaceuticals is approximately between 120 billion and 130 billion, and that he, as the lucky one with a special system, when the system was upgraded to the second level, the random red packet might be able to open a huge fortune comparable to it, which would be a scale of cash that Xiaobiao Pharmaceuticals could hardly reach, unless the latter sold all of its assets. Zhang Guozheng was unperturbed on the surface, but inwardly, he was surprised by Qin Yu's breezy attitude, and this calmness made him even more curious about Qin Yu's identity. He responded cordially, yes, at my age, I can afford to call you uncle. Young man, if you're free, why don't you come and sit and sip some tea? Qin Yu thinks briefly and readily agrees. I should have been the one to invite Uncle Zhang, but I just moved in and everything is still being organized, so I will definitely invite Uncle Zhang to visit once I have settled down. Zhang Guozheng smiled even more warmly. Good to say, but I have to go back to the imperial capital tonight. Next time I have the chance, I will definitely go to your place to ask for a cup of tea. Come, I'll brew a pot for you first. Qin Yu does not excuse himself, and follows the invitation to the villa next door, walking for nearly 20 minutes on the way before arriving, and the same for the return trip, and cannot help but laugh bitterly. The size of this mansion has become a sweet burden. A nanny has been waiting for a long time. Sir, please come this way. Mr. Zhang is already waiting for you in the inner room. Zhang Guo was sitting leisurely in the gazebo surrounded by several trickling streams. Qin Yu then took his seat opposite him. Come, young man, how about a taste of this tea? A unique fragrance lingers on the tip of the nose. Qin Yu gently lifted the teacup. A shallow taste, suddenly feels sweet and refreshing. Although he is not an expert in tasting tea, he can also recognize that this tea is extraordinary, and cannot help but curiously ask, why is this tea so wonderful? The corner of Zhang Guozheng's mouth slightly raised. This is the Golden Melon Tribute Tea, originating from the top of the clouds at an altitude of 2,000 meters between the fog. I only purchased a kilogram of treasures. Time has passed. There is not much left. On this trip to Tianfu, I only brought a little with me. When you travel to the imperial capital at your leisure, I will give you some. Speaking of the Golden Melon Tribute Tea, a kilogram of the genuine product is worth as much as $3.5 million. Even a half a kilogram costs $1.5 million, which is undoubtedly an astronomical price for ordinary people. But for Zhang Guozheng, it is just an ordinary thing, and it is only reasonable to gift his friend millions of dollars of the thing. Qin Yu's eyes flickered when he heard this. Then he smiled and said, Uncle Zhang is so generous. Then I won't be polite. I am planning to travel to the imperial capital in the near future. Zhang Guozheng froze slightly at his words, a hint of surprise flashing through his deep eyes. Oh, such a coincidence. Good. Be sure to contact me when you arrive at the imperial capital. I will host a banquet and present you with tea. After a short pause, he seemed to remember something. Right, I haven't asked for your name yet. My name is Qin Yu. Uncle Zhang can just call me Little Yu directly. Qin Yu responds with a gentle smile, only to see the appreciation in Zhang Guozheng's eyes grow hotter, the corners of his mouth lifting up lightly as he nods his head gently. In that case, little feather, I won't be polite. It is rare for a young man like you to own such a mansion at such a young age without any arrogance. Instead, you are humble and courteous. When you arrive in the imperial capital, we must share a few drinks and celebrate. Qin Yu smiled even more when he heard this. Uncle Zhang's hospitality is hard to pass up, so naturally, I am as respectful as I can be. Zhang Guozheng sniffs. The joy in his heart grows even greater as he once again pours tea for Qin Yu. That said, Little Yu, what is the reason for your trip to the imperial capital? Could it be that you are originally a noble of the imperial capital? Qin Yu gently shook his head and laughed. Uncle Zhang, don't guess. I am not from the imperial capital, but from a small county under the jurisdiction of Songcheng, and this villa is also my first visit today. As for traveling to the imperial capital, I intend to register a group company. After all, the company's headquarters is located in the imperial capital. which is more convenient for business development. Zhang Guozheng heard this. His eyes flashed a trace of amazement, and then more convinced of his own conjecture, Qin Yu must be concealing his illustrious family history, and he surmised that Qin Yu is likely to be the heir of a prestigious family, so that he can be so young to own a mansion and plan to create a group of companies. This thought became more and more firm in his mind. Little feather, you really are young and promising, and at such a young age, you are planning to set up a group of companies with great ambitions. It makes this uncle of mine sound a bit ashamed of himself. Why don't we put aside our seniority and treat each other as close friends? You call me Zhang, and I'll call you Qin. How about it? In fact, if you really come from a distinguished background, your elders must not be a pool. My family business, in the eyes of ordinary people, may still be considerable, but in front of those who are sitting on hundreds of billions or even trillions of assets of the big families, is really insignificant. If I rashly present myself as an elder, in case I offend the high person behind elder brother Qin, I'm afraid that my cultivation bias pharmacy will be shaken by the storm. Qin Yu sniffed, smiled faintly, appearing quite open-minded. Elder brother Zhang is overstating it. It's just a name. I didn't put it on my mind. Zhang Guozheng smiled brightly at his words. What old brother Qin said is true. The name is just a formality. What is important is that we can make friends with each other. Since you're about to make your mark in the imperial capital, if you need any help, just ask. Although I'm not a major player in the imperial capital, I have a wide range of connections, so I'll definitely be able to help you out. Zhang Guozheng knew that in a place like the imperial capital, connections were often more valuable than money, and this was exactly what he was good at. Elder brother Zhang, in that case, I'll be respectful. When we meet again in the imperial capital, there will surely be a lot of nuisances. Qin Yu's tone was filled with anticipation. Good, see you in the imperial capital. I look forward to working with old brother Qin on a great cause. Zhang Guozheng responded with joy. The atmosphere was relaxed and happy. Qin Yu once again took a sip of his drink and changed his tone. Elder brother Zhang, I am very curious. You have excellent golf skills. How much force did you use to make the ball fly to me so accurately? When Zhang Guozheng heard this, a trace of embarrassment swept across his face as he laughed. Elder brother Qin misunderstood. This ball was not hit in one blow from the starting point, but after many attempts, it was finalized by a friend. Speaking of which, it's a bit of a shame. He slightly lowers his head as he speaks, looking somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yu's gaze unconsciously turned to the villa's front door, where a voluptuous woman stood, dressed in an ultra-short dress, her long hair falling down her shoulders like a waterfall. Despite the distance, Qin Yu could still vaguely sense her extraordinary appearance, and coupled with the subtle embarrassment on Zhang Guozheng's face that was difficult to conceal, the special relationship between the two no longer needed to be said. Zhang Guozheng obviously also noticed Qin Yu's gaze. He gently sighed and frankly said, since old brother Qin has seen it all in his eyes, then I will no longer hide it. Those golf shots just now were actually played by Xiaomin. She has followed me for many years. I have nothing to offer in return, so this villa can be considered a home that I have placed for her. Qin Yu sniffed and nodded slightly, secretly feeling in his heart that it was not uncommon for rich people to keep an affair, let alone the president of such a large company as Xiaobiao Pharmaceuticals. He was surprised by Zhang Guozheng's move, but also gave birth to a few points of respect. After all, to be able to give a set of hundreds of millions of dollars worth of villas in such a large amount of money, if it is not the depth of meaning, how can it be done? But on second thought, and cannot help but laugh bitterly, this world of true love geometry, almost by this surface of luxury confused. Elder brother Zhang, I understand everything. Qin Yu responded. Zhang Guozheng smiled bitterly and was about to say something else when his cell phone rang at the right time. Relieving him, he picked up the phone. His complexion instantly became grave, hung up after a few short conversations, and turned to apologize to Qin Yu. Elder brother Qin, I'm really sorry. There is a temporary matter that requires me to return to the imperial capital immediately to deal with. I apologize for the poor hospitality today. When you arrive at the imperial capital, we will get together again. Qin Yu lifted his teacup, drank it in one go and laughed. Elder brother Zhang is too kind. I'll see you in the imperial capital. Subsequently, Qin Yu strolled back to his villa, only to see Su Jingyi still immersed in her work, staring at her cell phone with full concentration, the tip of the pen in her hand jumping on the notebook non-stop. Seeing her so focused, Qin Yu could not bear to disturb, so he quietly left and went to the neighborhood property, entrusting them to purchase the appliances needed in the villa on his behalf. This luxury villa property fee of nearly 100,000 a year. Such trivial matters naturally do not need the owner personally. The property will be in accordance with the owner's requirements one by one. The owner only need to reimbursement with the documents can be. After dealing with these trivial matters, Qin Yu felt a little bored, then decided to go to the computer city for his personal assistant to buy a new computer. Stepping into the building of the computer city, A wide variety of electronic products were displayed in front of his eyes. He walked straight into a store called Wu Phone Computer. "Sir, how can I help you?" A clerk warmly greets him. Xinyu looked around the store and began to select the computer of his choice. The store's facade was quite imposing, hinting that there might also be an after-sales and repair department inside. "I wish to purchase an up-to-date and top-quality configured laptop, and pair it with a few desktop computers with optimal performance." A gleam of surprise flashed in the shopkeeper's eyes. Clearly, this was a big deal. "Sir, the latest and highest configured laptop in our store is currently priced at 38,888. As for the desktops, we can upgrade the configuration according to your needs." Just as the clerk was introducing in detail, a man of similar age to Xinyu, with the chest bearing the name of when the clerk was giving a detailed introduction, a man of Xinyu's age, with the name tag store manager Zhou Lei on his chest, suddenly appeared and interrupted the conversation. Xinyu's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. This Zhou Lei was his classmate in middle and high school. He also remembered that Fu Mengyao had mentioned that this reunion was organized by Zhou Lei, only that he did not receive an invitation. "Hey, old classmate, I really didn't expect to meet you here. I've long heard that you're doing well in Tianfu City." Seeing this, the shopkeeper turned his head towards Zhou Lei with a few moments of curiosity in his eyes. "Shopkeeper, since this is your fellow student, I'll leave the reception to you. I have to go and deal with the after-sales problem of my computer." The corner of Zhou Lei's mouth hooks up into a playful smile, his eyes flashing with a strange light, inadvertently skimming over the Audemars Piguet watch on Xinyu's wrist. He secretly snickers in his heart, determining that Xinyu is incapable of bearing such a luxury. He then said in a sarcastic tone, "Aya, Xinyu, it's true that when you look at a man in a different light, you start to wear a watch. Successful people full of paradigm. However, between our old classmates, I have to be honest, this watch, it can only fool the layman. When you meet someone who knows what he's doing, you'll be able to see right through that you're pretending." Xinyu sniffs. The corner of his mouth gently rises and responds, "Thanks for the reminder, old classmate." Zhou Lei, on the other hand, continued with a lofty posture, "Xinyu, do people, or have to be down to earth? We read that time. Your family situation is clear to everyone. Now in front of me, these false is not necessary. I heard that you and Mengyao are now very close." Xinyu coldly smiled. His heart's prejudice and hostility towards Zhou Lei is more than clear, especially the two people's love rivalry due to Fu Mengyao. More so that he can't have a good face towards Zhou Lei. "It's not getting close, we are already a couple." Xinyu's reply was direct and firm. When Zhou Lei heard this, his face suddenly changed, so gloomy that it could drip water. "Xinyu, don't flatter yourself. Did Mengyao really promise you? Are you so confident to say that you are together? Also, how much money do you make in a month? Can you afford to support her?" The smile at the corner of Xinyu's mouth intensified as he replied calmly, "You can ask her directly about my relationship with Mengyao. As for income, I'm currently a freelancer and don't have a fixed salary for the time being." "No job? Then you're still pestering Mengyao. What kind of ecstasy have you filled her with? You can't even support yourself, and you still want her to follow you and suffer? She should belong to me. I earn $10,000 to $20,000 a month, and I'm still the store manager of this store." Zhou Lei was agitated. His words were full of disdain and provocation. "Not having a job doesn't mean not having the ability to give her happiness," Xinyu retorted. "As for whether I am worthy of Mengyao, it is not for you to judge. As for the past, it's true that I came from a poor background, but that doesn't mean I'll always be like that. As for whether or not you look down on me, I don't care. However, let me remind you, don't look at people with old eyes, and don't think that you can have everything just because you have money and status." Xinyu's face suddenly turned cold as he said in a deep voice, "Zhou Lei, the purpose of my trip is to shop for computers." When Zhou Lei heard this, his eyes widened roundly, the corner of his mouth hooked up with a cold smile as he mocked, "Xinyu, don't put on airs here. You're only good for a second-hand computer. I won't sell it to you here." Xinyu responded in a tone without the slightest bit of warmth. "You're a store manager. Do you really have such a big decision-making power?" Zhou Lei, with a fierce look on his face, arrogantly replied, "Of course I do. Not to mention, you can't afford it at all." At this moment, quite a number of people had gathered in the computer city, attracted by this sudden argument and gathered around. Xinyu sneered, turned around and left in stride. The crowd of onlookers consciously made way for a channel. As it happens, not far away from the opposite side is another computer store. The two stores face to face. The distance is only a few meters away. The business of this store since Wu Phone Computer stationed in the increasingly depressed, most customers were attracted away. The owner of the store in person, just before the dispute, he also received a full view. Seeing Xinyu coming this way, the store owner hurriedly greeted him, calculating in his mind that even if Xinyu only buys second-hand computers, as long as he can give his competitors a hard time, it's still a good thing. "Sir, may I ask which configuration of computer you need? Our store can assemble it according to your needs. Qinyu's eyes quickly skimmed over the computers in the display area, finally resting on a computer with a price tag of 4,002. For this configuration, I want 1,000 units. Chapter 27. Owning 80% of Farhang's shares. The boss shuddered violently, his eyes instantly widening in disbelief, almost wondering if his hearing was wrong. You just said that you want 1,000 units? Xinyu looked at his stunned expression and could not help but laugh dumbly. What's the problem? The boss then slowed down, his heart in ecstasy. With the fierce competition in this Wufeng computer, being able to sell 1,000 computers was simply a pipe dream. If it could really be realized, how considerable the profit would be. Sir, the store doesn't have so many in stock, but I can immediately contact the manufacturer to ship them out, and they will arrive within a week at the earliest. The boss's eyes were filled with anticipation, fearing that Xinyu would change his mind due to the time issue. Xinyu smiled gently, appearing unconcerned. There's no rush. When you have the goods, just give it to me. Once the boss hears this, his hanging heart finally settles down to the ground with excitement. Okay, sir, may I ask what is the purpose of your purchase of so many computers? How can I deliver them for you? The surrounding crowd also started talking and pointing. Zhou Lei had just laughed at him for only being able to afford one second-hand computer, but now that they saw that he was directly going to buy 1,000, they were all curious as to what exactly he was going to do. Xinyu glanced at the boss, the corner of his mouth curling into a smile. This 1,000 computers, I don't intend to take them away. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll donate all of them to the children in the mountains in my name. The moment these words came out, the entire room was instantly silent, and the crowd's jaws dropped as they looked at each other in disbelief. Donating 1,000 computers just because of a momentary pleasure. This outpouring of generosity made people envious and cast jealous gazes. Is this the life of the rich? The boss was even more surprised that his eyes were glaring out. First, sir, this price. I can help you get some discounts from the manufacturer. Xinyu did not hesitate to take out his bank card and slapped it on the counter. No need for concessions. 4,300,000. Just the right round number. The boss once again froze. His eyes once again widened, and a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. 42 million was the price tag. If the deal was made at this price, the profit of each computer could be up to $1,000. 1,000 computers would be a profit of millions. This profit, even selling a year's worth of computers, would be hard to reach. Yes, sir, I'll do it for you immediately. I'll issue an invoice and complete the card swipe procedure for you immediately. There's no need to rush. Please first prepare a laptop with the latest and top configuration for me, as well as a desktop computer with the same top configuration. The owner excitedly started to introduce them. Sir, for the desktop computer, I can additionally upgrade it to the highest configuration for you at a total price of 35,000. As for the laptop, the most expensive model in our store is 38,800, but I can give it to you at the original price, 38,000. Xinyu did not hesitate for a second. Good, then let's settle the bill together. After receiving the bank card and quickly completing the transaction, the boss immediately instructed the clerk to configure the upgrade for Xinyu. Please wait for a moment. It will take about 20 minutes. Please sit down first and have a cup of tea. Xinyu gently nodded his head and sat on a chair. The owner then brewed a cup of fragrant tea for him using the most expensive tea in the store. Please enjoy your meal. I'll go out and come back immediately. Seeing this, the crowd of onlookers gradually dispersed, while the boss rushed out of the computer city as fast as he could. Zhou Lei's eyes were round, incredulous that Xinyu would spend more than $4 million to purchase these computers. A hint of viciousness flashed in his eyes. The few colleagues beside him, equally dumbfounded, glared at him meaningfully, especially the store clerk who initially received Xinyu. With a profit of up to $1 million on a transaction of more than $4 million, he would get more than $100,000 from his commission alone. Many people in the store were still able to get a portion of it, yet all of this passed them by because of Zhou Lei, and their feelings could be imagined. There were people who laughed at the fact that people were poor students, and ridiculed the fact that they were wearing fake watches, and even told them to get the hell back to the countryside. Yet, people can donate computers worth several $1 million to the mountainous areas without hesitation. This is not posturing. This is clearly a real ability. But the owner of the computer store offended such a big customer. After realizing the mistake, the computer store owner quickly ran to a nearby large supermarket, picked the most expensive cigarette and also bought the most expensive bottle of drink, then hurried back to Computer City. Mr. Sheen, I really made you wait for a long time. I don't know if you like tea. I specially bought a bottle of drink for you, the boss said with a smile on his face. Come on, Mr. Sheen, smoke. The boss handed over cigarettes. Xinyu was a bit surprised. This was the first time he had encountered someone who directly gave a whole cigarette, and it was also the great golden brick cigarettes worth $15,000. This kind of cigarettes can't be bought in the general supermarket. Xinyu thought to himself. Although he is not sure about the level of this boss in doing business, but the level of being a human being is really high, he can't help but have the corners of his mouth rise. Boss Shang, this is too much. I'll just take one pack, you keep the rest for yourself, Xinyu said politely. Boss Shang quickly waved his hand. Mr. Xin, you can take as much as you want. I don't smoke, it's useless to keep it. Xinyu was a bit helpless. Mr. Shang is really too polite. By the way, Boss Shang, can your computers here be sent to other cities for installation? When Boss Shang heard this, his eyes lit up. A tycoon like Xinyu must have a wide range of connections. Casually introducing some business to himself would be better than guarding this small store. Mr. Xin, as long as there is an order, we can not only deliver, we can also be responsible for the installation. The business owner replied in a hurry. Xinyu nodded. In a few days, I plan to open a company in the imperial capital, and I will need a lot of computers and digital products then. At that time, I will give you a list and you will deliver and install the things. I'll cover all the costs of the installers in Imperial City. When the business owner heard this, he was excited inside. This was simply the god of wealth. Luckily, he was smart and went to buy a cigarette. This was another big order. A company must need at least hundreds of computers, plus some monitoring equipment and other miscellaneous things, at least a few dozen or millions of dollars. According to his prediction, this time to earn a 200,000 or so. Still keep in this small store what to do. Xinyu was also really impressed by the business owner's do-gooder attitude. He is going to buy something anyway. To whom is earning not earning? Why not earn for the people who make him comfortable? The upgrade of the computer has been completed. Do I need to send it to the car? An employee then walked out holding a desktop computer. Upon hearing this, the business owner immediately took the computer from him. There is no need to bother you. I will personally carry the computer to the car for Mr. Xin. A glint flashed in Xinyu's eyes. Actually, I didn't drive here today, so I'll have to trouble you to deliver it for me later. In about an hour. I plan to stroll around before going back. The business owner sniffed and froze slightly. Okay, but Mr. Xin, can I tell you your address? Xinyu replied. Double Dragon Harbor Villa Area, Villa 13. Upon hearing this, the business owner's eyes widened a few points once again. Shuanglong Harbor Villa Area. He couldn't even reach the threshold to go in there, let alone living there. Not only did it require strong financial strength there, it also required a deep background. Please rest assured, Mr. Xin, I will definitely personally deliver the computer to your residence in an hour. The mysterious and unpredictable Shuanglong Harbor Villa area in the eyes of everyone often evoked the curiosity of peeking into the lives of the rich and powerful. However, such an opportunity was as far-fetched as a mirage for most people. When Xinyu was entrusted with the task of traveling to this place to deliver the computer, his heart could not help but surge with an unspeakable excitement. Mr. Xin, please take your time. Boss Shang respectfully bowed to Xinyu's fading back to express his deep gratitude. If it isn't Boss Shang, I just came back and you're giving me such a great honor? A middle-aged man of a similar age to Boss Shang suddenly appeared and said with a few teasing tones. When Boss Shang heard this, his brows furrowed slightly and he was about to snap, but then he seemed to remember something. A hint of cunning flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth hooked into a mocking smile. Oh, so it's Boss Wu. You're right, I was indeed saluting you. If it wasn't for your help, how could I have made a lot of money today, and even made the acquaintance of a heavyweight client? Upon hearing this, Wu Feng's face instantly grimaced and his brows tightened. Shang Jianfei, don't beat around the bush here. What exactly do you mean by that? What do you mean I sent a big client to you, making you earn a fortune? The smile at the corner of Shang Jianfei's mouth increased. Wu Feng, just go back and ask your right-hand man. Your store has offended a big shot who lives in the villa area of Shuanglong Harbor. Originally, this business should have been your store's, and thanks to your good employee, I was able to take over. If you're planning to fire him, why don't you let him come to me? I'll thank him for it. Without him, I wouldn't have been able to earn this amount of money, much less make the acquaintance of such a big client. Wu Feng's frown tightened. Shang Jianfei, what exactly are you trying to say? Give me a clear explanation. However, Shang Jianfei turned around as if he hadn't heard him and returned to his store, leisurely reclining on his chair and stretched his legs. He had earned over $1 million today, and he still had to send computers to Xinyu in a while, and then he could close up shop. Wu Feng looked around and found that people around him were whispering. He vaguely realized that he might have lost a big customer. He returned to the store with a gloomy face and asked the crowd what had happened. The employee who first received Xinyu recounted what happened one by one. Wu Feng became furious after hearing this. He knew that not only were the people living in the Double Dragon Harbor Villa area incredibly wealthy, their backgrounds were also extraordinary. Once they were offended, if they deliberately made things difficult for them, He was afraid that it would be difficult to maintain this store of his. He had easily donated more than $4 million to the mountainous region, and the total assets of this store he was running were only a few million or so. Zhou Lei, Wu Feng shouted angrily, I let you work here because of your uncle's favor and promoted you to be the store manager, yet you made me suffer such a huge loss. Not to mention that person was also your classmate. If it wasn't for you, how could my store have suffered such a blow? Do you even know the background of your classmate? He lives in the Double Dragon Harbor Villa area. Those who can live there are by no means idle. Yet you humiliated him and drove him away. I think it's you who should go back to the countryside. Zhou Lei sniffed and jerked his head up, his eyes glaring round as a trace of panic flashed across his face. He had come to Tianfu City right after graduating from high school, and it was already a great fortune for him to be able to find a job as a store manager here, and he never wanted to lose this hard-earned job. Uncle Wu, for the sake of my uncle, please don't fire me, he pleaded. Wu Feng slanted a glance at him and hummed disdainfully, not to mention you. Even if it's your uncle coming, I'll still fire you. Do you know how much money you caused me to lose? More than $1 million. And your classmate will have to order a large number of computers in the future, so it's at least a loss of $2 million. If I don't fire you, are you going to compensate me for the $2 million plus? Also, do you know what kind of people live in the Double Dragon Harbor Villa area? Their identity backgrounds are not something we can afford to mess with. My store, with just one word from them, it could close down. I don't care what tactics you use. You must immediately apologize to that classmate of yours and beg for his forgiveness. Otherwise you don't want your salary this month. Wu Feng finished, angrily walked into the store, leaving Zhou Lei alone on the spot, not knowing what to do. The other co-workers in the store, no one came forward to comfort him. After all, he was young to sit in the position of store manager, usually always bossing others around. Now naturally no one will sympathize with him. As the saying goes, the way to win is the way to lose, and this is exactly what Zhou Lei is doing at this moment. Zhou Lei froze for a while, finally clenched his teeth and stamped his feet, chased out of the computer city. In his eyes, a flash of gloominess flashed. Xin Yu, the only reason you can live in the Double Dragon Harbor Villa must be because you borrowed the light from someone else. You poor bastard, you caused me to lose my job. I will never let you go. He chased out of the computer city in one breath, but he didn't even see Xin Yu's shadow. Xin Yu left the computer city and started strolling around leisurely while Shuaishi had properly placed Che Yu and informed him that he would come to pick him up soon. Just then, the system's prompt sounded, ding, congratulations to the host in the computer city generously donated more than 4 million yuan to help children in the mountains. The success of the show of elegance led to the departure of Zhou Lei. The system's score of 7 points. Given the opportunity to draw a raffle, whether to draw a raffle immediately? Hearing the system's prompt, Xin Yu's heart was slightly shaken. Zhou Lei's departure was undoubtedly good news, and he also gained 7 points as a result. Now, his points had reached 92 points, and he was getting closer to the goal of upgrading the system to level 2 after spending a full $10 billion. He couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for the changes in the system and the enhancement of the raffle prizes after the upgrade. Thus, he chose the lottery without hesitation. Ding, congratulations to the host for drawing 80% of the shares of Farhang Daguri. The relevant paperwork documents have been placed in the villa. Xin Yu's pupils shrunk violently. Farhang Daguri was a famous netizen karting resort in Tianfu City, and at night, it attracted many young and beautiful women. At the same time, many sports cars in Tianfu City also frequented here. The reason for which is self-evident: beautiful women and rich second generation meet here. Each take what they need. Originally, Xin Yu had planned to go to Daguri to have a look after finishing the matter at hand, not realizing that it had now become his own industry. This industry is undoubtedly very lucrative. During the daytime Daguri is a paradise for leisure shopping, and at night it turns into a bustling place for nightlife. The rental rate of stores in Daguri has reached almost 100%, and as a commercial center of Tianfu City, its value is self-evident. Daguri cost about $10 billion when it was built, but with its growing reputation, its value has long exceeded that figure. In just one quarter, its turnover exceeded $5 billion. Owning 80% of the equity, Xin Yu naturally became the owner of the place. For such a lucrative treasure, he would never let the shares drain away. Since the system encouraged him to spend, it was undoubtedly a wise choice to take back the remaining 20% of Daguri's shares as well. Mr. Xin, Shuaishi's voice interrupted Xin Yu's thoughts as he looked at Shuaishi, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Assistant Shuaishi, your efficiency is truly marvelous. Handsome, she smiles back with slight embarrassment at his words. I'm worried that you've waited too long. Mr. Xin. Xin Yu then gracefully steps into the car. After only less than half an hour, Xin Yu returned to the villa, only to see Su Jingyi still immersed in her work, fully focused. Seeing this scene, Xin Yu could not help but feel a trace of intolerance in his heart. After all, today, he had taken over Deguri's industry again, and his workload had increased by one more. Chapter 28 Taking on the Zhao Group. At the headquarters of the Deguri Property Management Company, inside a building decorated in a retro style, an office exuded a historical flavor. A middle-aged man was scrutinizing the documents in his hands, his brows furrowing inadvertently as the photo clipped in the documents clearly displayed Qin Yu's image. Not long ago, he had received a surprising piece of news. The Farhang Group had divested Deguri from its assets, which meant that his direct superior was about to be replaced. As the general manager of the Deguri Property Company, as well as the manager of this area, he was well aware of the impact this change would have on him. Deguri had been one of the most profitable projects of the Farhang Group, and now that it was being sold, he could not help but wonder just how high the buyer's bid was. After all, given its once $12 billion value, the Farhang Group would never have let go of it so easily if it were not for the astronomical price. He carefully scrutinized Qin Yu's information, especially noting that Qin Yu was only 24 years old, and couldn't help but secretly speculate that the power and background behind him must be extraordinary. A few moments later, Lei Jun put down the documents in his hands, picked up his cell phone and decided to add Qin Yu as a WeChat friend. At the same time, Qin Yu had just stepped into his villa. Shang Jianfei followed closely behind and delivered a computer by hand. The security guard of the neighborhood confirms that there is no mistake through the video call before allowing Shang Jianfei to enter. Mr. Qin, your computer has been delivered, Shang Jianfei said respectfully. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. Boss Shang, it's been hard. Come in and have a cup of tea? Shang Jianfei smiles and politely declines. No, Mr. Qin, there are still things waiting for me to handle in the store. I have to hurry back. Looking at this luxurious villa in front of him, Shang Jianfei secretly marveled in his heart. The person who can live here, his identity and strength must be extraordinary. He was glad that he had left a good impression on Qin Yu, and looked forward to working together again when Qin Yu's company opened to earn more profits. Then Boss Shang, I won't see you off, Qin Yu said. After Shang Jianfei left, Qin Yu's gaze fell on Su Jingyi in the living room. Feeling very satisfied with her performance, he and Shuaishi sat quietly on the sofa as Qin Yu took out his cell phone and added Lei Jun's WeChat. Lei Jun quickly sent a message. Hello Mr. Qin, I am the general manager of the Deguli Property Company. You have just taken over this place, so if you need to know about Deguli, just let me know. I may be a roughneck, but everything in Deguri is in my heart. Qin Yu looked at the cell phone and pondered in his heart. It turned out that in taking over Deguri's information, the system had already prepared a detailed introduction about Lei Jun for him. This person was by no means a pool animal and had left an extremely deep imprint on Qin Yu. Lei Jun, over the years, since childhood to facilitate the Jianghu of Tianfu City, with alone courage and extraordinary means, at the peak of the time involved in many marginal industries, while ostensibly also operating a real estate business. However, the good times did not last long. An official cracked down on the action so that he encountered retaliation. The family fell overnight. He also nearly died in the spring. Fortunately jumped into the river to escape from death. The security situation in the officially favored commercial area is of great concern, and once the security is not good, it will definitely affect the consumer's experience. Therefore, the security guards here are not only responsible for the daily maintenance of law and order, but also need to pay special attention to the order at night. Deguri has a rich nightlife, with bars, KTVs and other entertainment venues lined up, so it is inevitable that there will be people with poor taste in alcohol who cause trouble. Lei Jun, with his former subordinates, was mainly responsible for maintaining order at night. With his outstanding ability, Lei Jun gradually established contact with the Farhang Group and eventually became the general manager of Deguli Property Company. During this period, he also rented 2 buildings and opened 2 bars in Deguri. Qin Yu said to Lei Jun, Manager Lei, do you think it's convenient for you to come over when? I'll be waiting for you at Villa 13 in the Shuanglong Harbor Villa area. Lei Jun responded, Okay, Mr. Qin. After hanging up the phone, a man walked up and asked, Brother Jun, what does Farhang Group mean by this? Is it really going to sell Deguri? Lei Jun frowned and nodded slightly. It is indeed for sale. When the man heard this, his brows furrowed and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Brother Jun, so what kind of person is the new boss? Lei Jun's brows remained locked, a thoughtful light flickering in his deep eyes. A moment later, he murmured, I'm not sure, but to be able to have such amazing financial power at such a young age is by no means an idle person. We just need to do our part, regardless of the boss. As long as we can manage Deguri well and do what needs to be done, he shouldn't be able to change people easily. Deguri has a special geographic location, so we can make a lot of connections here, and the officials of Tianfu City also value it quite highly. As long as I'm still the general manager here, our industry is safe and secure. The man sniffed and nodded approvingly, then went ahead to make preparations for the vehicle. while I was going to meet with the new boss. When I arrived downstairs, a Mercedes S600 slowly pulled out, driven by Ah Bin himself. He turned his head and inquired of me, "June, are we leaving directly now?" A glint flashed in Lei Jun's eyes as he replied, "Let's go to Bakuto's place first. I still have some personal matters to take care of, so I'll head there afterward." Inside the villa, Su Jingyi stretched her back, and when she jerked her head up, she realized that Qingyu and Shuaishi were gazing at her, and her face couldn't help but blush, looking a little embarrassed. "Mr. Qin, Sister Shuai, I'm really sorry to keep you waiting." Qingyu handed her a laptop. "Assistant Su, this is the computer prepared for you. Try to see if it works." Su Jingyi's face reveals a look of joy. "Thank you, Mr. Qin." She couldn't wait to open the laptop. Her eyes flashed with surprise as she looked up at Qingyu. "Mr. Qin, this is the latest model of laptop, right? I remember the price is more than $30,000. Would it be too expensive for me to use?" Qingyu smiles faintly. "Where is it expensive? As long as Assistant Su can properly manage the company's affairs, this investment is nothing at all." Su Jingyi gently nods her head, her eyes flashing with seriousness and concentration. She stares at Qingyu and says, "Mr. Qin, I have already carefully browsed through the information of all the industries under your banner and communicated with the heads of each company. Now, I would like to report to you about the situation of each company." Qingyu froze at his words and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Assistant Su, you've organized it so quickly? That's really awesome. Tell me about it then. Unimportant details will be omitted." Su Jingyi nodded her head in agreement. "Okay, Mr. Qin. First of all, Yuan Hotel and Yingguo property are currently operating normally. General Manager Pan is preparing to register a new property company, planning to set it up as a subsidiary after the group company is established. However, regarding the naming of the property company, General Manager Pan doesn't dare to make an unauthorized decision and needs to consult you. Everything is normal on the side of Yuan Hotel. I checked the recent accounts and there are no problems." Qingyu nodded after hearing this. "Please tell Manager Pan that once the name of the property company is finalized, I will inform him immediately." Mr. Qin instructed. "Understood, Mr. Qin." Su Jingyi quickly picked up her notebook and jotted it down. Then, she reported to Qingyu, "General Manager Qin, Hongyuan Chemical is in a bad situation right now. From yesterday to today, accidents happened one after another in the factory, causing a great impact on the factory's reputation. Several workers said that it was an operational error, but there is also a small chemical factory that surprisingly snatched a big order from us yesterday. Several general managers analyzed it and concluded that it is likely that someone is deliberately making things difficult for us." Qingyu sniffed and frowned as he pursued, "Are there any other problems?" Su Jingyi nodded with a grave expression. "Assistant Yu and several general managers checked the veteran employees who claimed that they had made operational errors, and they were so experienced that they could never have made such mistakes. Moreover, they all went home on leave afterward, and the workshop director didn't answer the phone calls, so we suspect that they might have been taken advantage of. In addition, regarding the robbed order, our offer was already very low. If the other party presses the price again, this order will definitely lose money. All the signs clearly point to the fact that Hongyuan Chemical is suffering from the intentional difficulties of a certain party, and what is especially critical is that the two manufacturers supplying us with raw materials are delaying the delivery for no reason, and even proposing the extension of the compensation. Through the efforts of several general managers, the truth gradually surfaced. Zhao Group seemed to be the mastermind behind the scene. When Qingyu heard the name of Zhao's group, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and the corner of his mouth sketched out a cold smile. He asserted, removing the seams, "There is no need to speculate. It must be the Zhao Group without a doubt. The president of the Zhao Group is really stupid to be so gullible as to believe his son's words. Since the Zhao Group doesn't remember old feelings, don't blame me for being ruthless." He then ordered, "Notify Assistant Yu and the several general managers in the factory. Make sure to thoroughly investigate the matter of those few employees. Zhao Group can spend money to make means. I, Hongyuan Chemical, am likewise not lacking in this financial power." Talking about those two raw material manufacturers, Qinyu's tone reveals disdain. "They presumptuously try to use the pressure of capital turnover to bring us down by withholding raw materials and payment for goods? Tell the logistics manager to continue purchasing the raw materials and to order $400 million of goods this time. Don't they want to compensate for the breach of contract? I'd like to see how they can afford it. As for the Zhao Group, I'd like to see if they'll pay for these two small factories." When Su Jingyi heard this, her beautiful eyes widened and she was filled with shock. To know, Hongyuan Chemical's total market capitalization was only more than $1 billion, and now it had to spend $400 million to buy raw materials, which was simply astronomical, and was tantamount to a move of dumping one's family's money. Mr. Qin, $400 million of raw material purchases. Even if we use the liquidity of the factory, It's quite difficult to put together $100 million. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a confident smile. No matter, you can just follow my instructions. I will solve the capital problem myself. These two small factories dared to make an enemy out of us. Although Zhao Group has more than $30 billion in assets, its liquidity is only about $6 billion. I'm going to make these two small factories lose everything and surrender all their factories to us. As for the chemical plant that grabbed Hongyuan Chemical's order, Qin Yu was even more confident. Let them produce as much as they want, and when their products are backlogged, we will sell our products at half price. I would like to see how much liquidity they have to fill the hole. Tell Manager Chu that when the time is right, the people in the sales department will go and grab their customers and sell them all at half price. When their products are produced, let's see who they can sell to. Su Jingyi's beautiful eyes widened once again as she asked incredulously, Mr. Qin, isn't this going to be a heavy loss? Qin Yu, however, just smiled blandly, unconcerned. This was essentially a capitalist society. If they were unwilling to leave themselves a way out, then let it go. There is no need to be too concerned about losing some money. Please tell the general manager of the production department that even if they lose $2 billion, there's no need to be concerned about it. Just think of it as investing in advertising and publicity. Su Jingyi quickly recorded these points down. Knowing that their opponent was only a small factory with a market capitalization of only $800 million, how dare they sell off their products at half price? Such a strategy obviously couldn't help them sell them smoothly, unless they really wanted to lose money regardless. As for the financial support that Zhao's group might provide, it would already be very good to be able to borrow $100 million. After all, although Zhao's group had $6 billion of liquidity, Zhao Peng's father and son were not free to dispose of all of it at will. It needed to be approved by the shareholders' meeting. After all, it was a listed company. Qin Yu picked up the phone, found Zhang Guozheng's number and dialed it. The call was quickly answered. Elder brother Zhang, I was just thinking about you, but I haven't arrived in the imperial capital yet. I just want to ask you for a favor, Qin Yu said with a smile. Zhang Guozheng did not hesitate for a second. Old brother Qin, go ahead. I want to ask you to help me find an excellent team of lawyers in the imperial capital. The cost is not a problem. There are two factories that did not provide raw materials on time. I want to bankrupt them through legal means, Qin Yu said. Zhang Guozheng was stunned at his words, then laughed. I thought it was something big. Don't worry about this small matter. Since it's the other party's breach of contract, this kind of lawsuit is easy to win. I'll introduce you to a team of lawyers who can definitely help you win this case. As for the fees, you can go talk to them yourself. Good, Qin Yu agreed. Su Jingyi and Shuaishi were somewhat dumbfounded as they watched this maneuver of Qin Yu's. Which play is Qin Yu singing? Killing the enemy by 1,000 and damaging himself by 800. Even if there is a mine in the family, you can't squander it like this, right, Mr. Qin? What if Zhao Group continues to make a move? Su Jingyi asked. Qin Yu sneered. It's fine. Let Zhao's group be complacent for 2 days first, Jingyi added. Regarding the management affairs of Songqing Pedestrian Street, Manager Pan has already properly disposed of it. And in terms of starry media, the general manager is planning to cultivate new netizen talents. Qin Yu agreed with this and praised Assistant Su. Assistant Su, how efficient. You have organized the company's affairs in such a short period of time. At this moment, the security guard's figure was revealed on the surveillance display in the living room, and he was asking Qin Yu through the surveillance at the entrance of the neighborhood about the identity of a person outside the door who claimed to be Lei Jun and claimed to be Qin Yu's friend. Without the consent of the owner, the security guard would not easily let anyone in. Qin Yu confirmed, he is my friend. So the security guards let them in and Lei Jun and his companion soon appeared at the door of the living room. Lei Jun walked straight towards Qin Yu and took the initiative to extend his hand. Mr. Qin. Qin Yu shook his hand before inviting him into the living room. General Manager Lei, don't be polite, please feel free to sit down. Lei Jun sat on the sofa. His eyes swept over Shuaishi and Su Jingyi, secretly sighing in his heart that Qin Yu's life is really cozy. His two girlfriends get along well. This is probably the convenience that money brings. Then, Lei Jun began to report the situation of Deguri. We have a total of stores in Deguri. Qin Yu had a preliminary understanding of Deguri after listening to it, knowing that this place can make more than $1 billion of profit every year, and this number is still growing. Qin Yu smiled and said to Lei Jun, Manager Lei, I already understand the situation of Deguri. I believe you can manage it well. He then turned his words around. I heard that Manager Lei used to be the man of the hour in our Tianfu city, but now that he is condescending to our Deguri property company, wouldn't it be a great talent? Lei Jun was shocked in his heart. A trace of dissimilarity flashed in his deep eyes, secretly sighing that this new boss was indeed extraordinary, and had already investigated him clearly. However, he remained calm on the surface. Mr. Qin is too kind. I'm not a celebrity in Tianfu City. I was only a small celebrity back then. Don't worry, Mr. Sheen. Since I chose Daguri, I will definitely do my best and won't let you down. Chapter 29 Transferring for $5 billion. Hearing this, a satisfied smile surfaced on Qin Yu's face. He did not want to have employees under his command that were difficult to manage. And Lei Jun quickly gained insight into his mind and immediately expressed his loyalty. Manager Lei, I heard that you have dabbled in real estate in the past? Qin Yu's words changed, and Lei Jun asked with a hint of puzzlement as his brows furrowed slightly at the words. Qin Yu continued, Manager Lei, do I have any intention of entering real estate? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked up with a smile, and after a little thought, he asked, Indeed I have this intention. I don't know if Manager Lei understands the Zhao Group in Songcheng. Qin Yu continued. Lei Jun's eyes become deep as he slightly nods in response. Naturally, I know. Zhao's group specializes in real estate and is quite famous in Tianfu City, and has been successfully listed in recent years. They have cooperation with the Farhang Group and are even involved with the Eternal Real Estate Group. Zhao's group's rapid rise is largely due to several cooperative projects with the Eternal Group. The Farhang Group was a real estate company in Tianfu City, with a market capitalization of around $50 to $60 billion. However, Eternal Group was very different. It had been the #1 real estate group company in China for the first 2 years, with a market capitalization as high as $600 billion. And despite the fact that its market capitalization had dropped to more than $400 billion in recent years due to operational errors, it was still the premier real estate giant in the country. I have crossed paths with people from Zhao's group. Zhao's group and Songqing's Zayadalong have a close relationship. Zayadalong's success cannot be separated from Zhao's group's support, and Zhao's group can develop to today's scale. Zayadalong also contributes a lot to the two sides to support each other and grow together. Lei Jun added. Qin Yu's face showed doubt. Who is Zhao Dalong? The corner of Lei Jun's mouth hooks up a meaningful smile. We used to belong to the same category of people. Zayadalong is now known as a big brother level figure in Songcheng. As long as it's not a big problem, the people of Songcheng will give him a few points of face. He used to dabble in quite a few gray industries, and now he has become the major shareholder of Zhao's group. He also owns a building materials business and a transportation fleet. His industries are quite extensive. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth outlined a smile, his eyes glittering as he slowly spoke. So, Zhao Group's history isn't so clean? Lei Jun sniffed and responded with a faint smile. Mr. Qin, many giants in the real estate industry have more or less dishonorable pasts during their infancy. That said, why is Mr. Qin so attached to Zhao Group? Qin Yu's smile intensified, as if there were stars flickering in his eyes as he flashed with a brilliant light. Because, I intend to make Zhao Group disappear. Manager Lei, you have dabbled in the real estate sector. You should be clear about their soft underbelly, so why don't you share your insights? When Lei Jun heard this, his pupils shrunk violently as he looked at Qin Yu in disbelief. Zhao Group, that was a behemoth with a market capitalization of upwards of $30 billion. It would never be easy to bring it down. Mr. Qin, the strength of the Zhao Group is not trivial. It would be extremely difficult to bring it down. Qin Yu responded blandly. There's nothing difficult about it. It's just a company with more than $30 billion. It's just a matter of investing more money. Manager Lei, tell us your opinion. Hearing this, Lei Jun's pupils dilated once again. His heart secretly shocked. This boss has a big mouth. However, following such a boss seemed to be able to retrieve that once grandiose ambition. Mr. Qin, Zhao's group, as a real estate company, is most afraid of compensating for the breach of contract. Once the amount of liquidated damages is huge, their share price will also be affected. After Qin Yu heard this, his gaze instantly became fiery as he stared tightly at Lei Jun. Continue. Lei Jun continued. The real estate industry requires a wide variety of materials. Bricks, cement, gravel, building materials and so on are indispensable. In the past, as long as we controlled these materials, developers would come to us on their own initiative. But now, this monopoly no longer exists. Qin Yu heard this and the corners of his mouth rose once again, clearly interested in this topic. Manager Lei, your reminder is truly timely. Without these materials, the progress of Zhao Group's project is bound to be delayed, and the amount of compensation will be astronomical. Speaking of the large sand and gravel plants in Tianfu City, there should be a limited number of them, right? Do you know about it, Manager Lei? Although Lei Jun was a little confused, he still nodded. There are only 3 within Tianfu City, while there are more than 10 in the neighboring cities. Qin Yu's smile grew brighter. Good, Manager Lei, I'll leave this matter to you. Don't worry, I will never treat you poorly in terms of remuneration. Please arrange for your manpower to book all the sand and gravel from these sand and gravel factories for the next few months without giving Zhao's group any respite. We're going to sign purchase contracts with these 10 or so sand and gravel factories on the same day. Qin Yu's words carried an unquestionable determination. Lei Jun's eyes snapped open at his words. his face filled with disbelief. Even for someone like him who had seen great storms, he was taken aback by this sudden decision. Mr. Sheen, the output of these 10 or so sand and gravel plants in the next few months will add up to at least $1 billion, if not $2 billion. That's a large amount of cash needed. Lei Jun's voice had a hint of trembling in it. $2 billion of liquidity. Even a company with a market capitalization of $20 billion might not be able to easily come up with it. Such funds, if used for investment, the returns were bound to be lucrative. And if it was used to buy gravel, not only did it take up funds, but it could also cause losses due to the weather and other reasons. It was simply a costly deal. Lei Jun secretly muttered in his heart that if this $2 billion were given to him, he would definitely be able to make a big impact. However, Shinya seemed to have read his mind and smiled faintly. Manager Lei, you don't need to worry about the funds, I will provide them for you. You only need to follow my requirements. When Lei Jun heard this, although he still had doubts in his heart, he still nodded. After all, if someone was willing to pay for it, why wouldn't he be happy about it? In addition, Manager Lei, regarding the Zhao loan you mentioned before, if he is willing to break away from Zhao Group, how certain are you? Xin Yu once again asked. Upon hearing this, Lei Jun's heart immediately surged with a sense of bravado. Mr. Xin, if it is something else, I may not be fully certain, but for this kind of thing, I am familiar with it. Although I have been dormant for a while, I believe Zhao loan will still give me some face. However, Mr. Xin, you also know that these people are all profit-oriented. I'm afraid it would be hard to get them to move without enough benefits to tempt them. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a faint smile as he slowly said, no problem. You tell him that when I successfully take control of Zhao Group, his status and treatment will remain the same. Moreover, I will also pay him an extra $100 million in honorarium. He interacts closely with the Zhao clan father and son, so he must know all about the crimes they have committed. What I want is solid evidence of their father and son. As long as I can bring it, the 100 million will be his. Lei Jun heard. The pupils cannot help but enlarge a few points. The heart secretly praised their own boss really generous. Often is a huge amount of money to think of collecting Zhao's father and son evidence. This 100 million worth spending. He is confident that he will be able to complete the task. Xinyu seems to see through the Lei Jun's mind. Eyes sharp gaze at him. Said, Lei manager, you can rest assured. If you have any financial needs, at any time you can ask me. But manager Lei, you also have to let me see your strength. After all, you have had a notable reputation in Tianfu City. As soon as Lei Jun heard this, his heart instantly understood. His deep eyes flashed with a lurid light, as if a dusty sword had once again shone with a biting cold light. Mr. Xin, don't worry, I will never let you down. Xin Yu is extremely satisfied with this. If not for the information provided by the system, he still doesn't know that Lei Jun has many unfulfilled ambitions hidden in his heart. Then, Manager Lei, I'll be waiting for your good news. Lei Jun's sharp sword was sheathed, and his entire aura was refreshed. He assured Mr. Xin, please rest assured. I, Lei Jun, am a person who knows how to repay favors, and the matter of the gravel plant, as soon as I go back, I will start to deal with it, and I will never let you down. After saying that, Lei Jun stepped into the Mercedes-Benz. Bin hurriedly asked, Brother Jun, how is the situation? Lei Jun's eyes were deep and stern, revealing intense killing intent and excitement. I'm still at the helm of Deguri Property Company, but from today onwards, we don't need to hold back anymore. The new boss is financially powerful, and I'm going to take back everything I've ever lost. Bin sniffed and a blazing fire lit up in his eyes as well. Brother Jun, this new boss is so young. Is he really capable of supporting us? Lei Jun glanced at him. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Someone who can casually take out $2 billion to play with gravel. Do you think he'll lack money? After hearing this, Bin's jaw dropped and his heart was shocked. This has to be a family with a mine. To take out $2 billion to play with gravel. There's really too much money to spend. Inside Zhao Group's project manager's office in Songchang, Zhao Peng stretched his legs and stared sharply at the opposite project manager. Uncle Sun, how is the situation over there? Uncle Sun smiled and replied, Peng, don't worry, no problem. Pan Jinluan's company has faltered. The two projects in his hands were both given by us. One is still unfinished and I have people finding fault with him every day to rework it. The other is completed, but the acceptance is not qualified. He does not want to get a penny. If it is delayed too long and exceeds the construction period, we can also make him pay for it. As for the properties he developed himself, I've had people intervene to keep him from selling them. All of his other construction sites are also shut down. In Songcheng, as long as we, the Zhao Group, don't open our mouths, no one will dare to sell building materials to him. He can't even afford to pay the liquidated damages for a few construction sites if he delays the construction schedule. Zhao Peng had a displeased look on his face. Uncle Son, didn't you say before that you could bankrupt him in 3 days? Now it's been more than 3 days. Uncle Son frowned, somewhat helpless. Peng, plans always fail to catch up with changes. I've already greeted all the banks in Songcheng and told them to do a good job with their venture capital programs. Pan Jinluan's loan will definitely lose money. In Songcheng, none of the banks were willing to provide him with a loan. Yet he had mysteriously obtained the required funds. Thus the whole process had to be delayed for several days. Seeing that Zhao Peng still looked unhappy, Manager Sun further explained. Let's arrange it this way. You go and ask the chairman of the board to ease the relationship with the official people, while I'll have people from Zhaolong's side go to his construction site to create some trouble. Zhao Peng nodded his head in agreement, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He then said, okay, I'll go find my father right away, and make arrangements on your side as soon as possible. In the middle of the villa, Xinyu looked at the time. It was nearly 6 in the evening. He turned his head to Su Jingyi and Shuai Shi and said, Assistant Su, Sister Shuai, let's go out for dinner. There are no meals prepared at home. When Su Jingyi heard this, she widened her bright eyes and proposed, Mr. Xin, why don't we buy food and come back to cook it ourselves? This kitchen looks so big and it's still open air. Xinyu couldn't help but smile as he looked at her expectant eyes. Indeed, Su Jingyi was full of love for the kitchen. And this kitchen was indeed well equipped. From the range hood to the automatic frying pan to the intelligent grill box, almost all of them are voice activated. Moreover, this kitchen was incredibly spacious, and half of it was even open air. Alright, then Assistant Su, you go buy the food. I'll reimburse the expenses, Xinyu said. When Su Jingyi heard this, Xinran's expenses caused her some heartache. Thus, Shuaishi and Su Jingyi went to buy groceries together, leaving Xinyu lying on the sofa alone. He looked around the spacious villa and the scenery outside, thinking that it was indeed difficult for a person to live here and take care of it. Not to mention, just mowing the lawn of the golf course is a big project, plus the villa's hygiene. One person can't finish cleaning it in a day. It seemed that he would have to recruit a nanny, a villa janitor and a cook as well. Almost all of the other villa owners had recruited for these positions, otherwise it would have been difficult to manage on his own. So, he sent a message to the property department, asking them to help post the job openings. The property department of Double Dragon Harbor was familiar with this kind of thing, and many of the owners would ask for their help. Of course, the owners would not be stingy and would all give some information fees. Xinyu directly transferred $10,000 and asked them to spread the recruitment information to the entire scope of Tianfu City in order to recruit good employees. At this moment, Jia Meng sent a message revealing that 10% of Zhao Group's loose shares were circulating in the market, valued at $3,700,000,000. If one wishes to acquire it quickly, a budget of $4.5 billion is required. Xinyu transfers $4.5 billion without hesitation, secretly rejoicing in his heart, as this marks that he is halfway to his mission goal of spending all $10 billion in order to upgrade the system. At the same time, good news came from Hongyuan Chemical. The contract for a raw material plant had been finalized and was just waiting for the funds to be in place. Xinyu immediately transferred 200 million to complete the transaction. In Songcheng, inside a factory with assets of $100 million, a salesperson ran into the boss's office full of excitement. Mr. Che, I negotiated a big order. Hongyuan Chemical gave us an order of $200 million, the salesperson said excitedly. Upon hearing this, Mr. Che's eyes widened and he stood up violently, his face full of shock. What did you say? You signed a $200 million order with Hongyuan Chemical? Mr. Che asked incredulously. The salesperson nodded excitedly and confirmed. Yes, Mr. Che, didn't you say before that you would take all of Hongyuan Chemical's orders and jam their liquidity, even if you have to pay out some liquidated damages? As long as we can sign their orders, there are still bonuses. When Mr. Che heard this, his brows tightened, his eyes widened, and he shouted angrily, compensation? What compensation? 80% of the liquidated damages. That's $160 million. What am I going to compensate? All of my possessions combined are less than $100 million. He felt a wave of dizziness and cold sweat beaded on his forehead. It turned out that he had been compelled by someone from the Zhao Group, who had promised to cover all the default payments. In order to be able to climb up the ladder with the Zhao family, he had taken the risk of adopting this strategy. They had all predicted before that Hongyuan Chemical's liquidity would not exceed $100 million, and now that Hongyuan Chemical had taken out $200 million to buy raw materials, there was obviously something fishy going on. More importantly, he believed that Zhao Group would pay the liquidated damages within $50 million, but the huge compensation of $160 million was something that Zhao Group would never bear. At this moment, Mr. Che's back was drenched in sweat, and in his heart, he cursed Zhao Group's ancestors all over. The factory he had worked so hard to run for decades was now in an unprecedented crisis. In order to pit Hongyuan Chemical's liquidity, he relied on Zhao Group to back him up and had the sales staff arbitrarily promise a delivery date, $200 million of goods to be delivered in 3 days. Now it seems that this is simply an impossible task to accomplish. At this moment, even if we put our best foot forward, it is by no means possible to complete the delivery within 3 days. Considering the normal processing cycle for 200 million raw materials, it would take at least 3 more months or even 4 months. Therefore, quickly go and see if Hongyuan Chemicals people are still around. Cancel this order for me, and make it clear to them that in order to revoke this order, I'm willing to pay an additional 3 million as compensation. Chapter 30, Shirley Chu. Before the salesperson stepped out of the office threshold, 2 court staff members had already stepped inside. They walked straight towards Che Chuanming and solemnly proclaimed, Mr. Che Chuanming, we are court staff. You have been sued by the other party for allegedly intentionally delaying the supply of raw materials to Hongyuan Chemical, which led to a delay in the work schedule. According to the terms of the contract, you are required to compensate Hongyuan Chemical for 80% of the loss and return the entire principal. Che Chuanming froze at his words. It was obvious that these 2 staff members were not here for the $200 million that was about to arrive today, as the delivery deadline had not yet arrived. The purpose of their trip was clearly for the previous dispute over the payment for the goods. Thinking about the fact that the Zhao Group had played a part in this matter, he had always trusted the Zhao family's power in Songcheng. His eyes flickered as he asked suspiciously, Are you guys mistaken? The dispute between me and Hongyuan Chemical Industry, Zhao's group has already intervened to deal with it. Saying that, he tried to signal the other party with his eyes. One of the staff members glared at him and spoke in a stern tone. Che Chuanming, there's no one else here. Let's get straight to the point. In this matter, it's useless for anyone to greet you, because the other party has directly appealed the case to the highest level of the imperial capital, and the relevant evidence has also been submitted to the imperial capital. This is an order from the imperial capital, and we will deal with it impartially. Che Chuanming's jaw dropped, frozen in place in disbelief. Sue to the imperial capital? Shouldn't it go through local layers first? How could Hongyuan Chemical sue directly to the imperial capital? He asked suspiciously. The staff member shook his head. I'm not too sure about the specifics, but the other party's team of lawyers is from the imperial capital, and it's a gold medal team of lawyers. They have the ability to appeal directly to the top. We are here to inform you that you are not allowed to leave Tianfu City until the case is resolved, and at the same time, all corporate assets under your name will be temporarily frozen. This is to prevent you from transferring your assets to avoid compensation. Che Chuanming's eyes widened. What? Freezing all my assets? What about my factory? Without working capital, the factory is going to collapse. The staff frowned and said after a moment of contemplation, Then you can only resolve this matter as soon as possible, or take the initiative to contact the other party to pay the payment and liquidated damages. After all, it is you who defaulted on the contract first, taking other people's payment and failing to deliver the goods on time. Che Chuanming was struck by lightning at the words, staggered back a few steps, and sat on his butt on the sofa. Although he was barely able to scrape together enough money to repay the previous payment and the default payment, he was in despair at this moment. In the face of today's receipt of 200 million yuan of money, I am deeply worried, because the other side will never let up. Just wait for the time is ripe. I am afraid that the court's law enforcement officers will come to the door again. At this time, 2 court staff exchanged a look, and then straight away, Che Chuanming sunk into the sofa, eyes flickering, seemingly distracted. He smoked 4 cigarettes in a row before gradually calming the waves of his heart. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he picked up the phone and dialed Zhao Peng's number, knowing that Zhao Group might be his last straw. Deep inside, he roared with anger, but it was just a district payment for goods, but it was brought to the capital. On the other side, the boss of another raw material factory was also in despair, almost jumping off the building. No one expected Hongyuan Chemical to pay cash so generously, otherwise they wouldn't have been so negligent, letting their employees sign contracts at will. When Zhao Peng received the call, he jumped up in shock and rushed to his father Zhao Hongji's office. Faced with such a huge amount of money, he knew deep down that he did not have the authority to handle it. At this time, Zhao Hongji was holding his female secretary with one hand and gently rubbing his hand on his slender legs, seemingly dealing with some personal matter. Seeing his son suddenly intruding, he became furious and snapped. How many times have I told you that you have to knock on the door before entering my office? How many times do you really need me to say it to remember? Zhao Peng lowered his head, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the female secretary, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes looking straight at the female secretary. Zhao Hongji also noticed his son's abnormality and let go of the female secretary. He ordered, "You go out first." The female secretary straightened her professional attire and elegantly walked out of the office. Zhao Peng's gaze followed the female secretary until she disappeared from sight. Then he reluctantly withdrew it. Alright, you're so flustered. What exactly happened? Zhao Hongji asked. Zhao Peng hurriedly told his father about the situation of the two factories and requested him to help with money. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hongji's eyes rolled up in surprise and he once again became angry. Are you not stupid to the core? $600 million. The two of them together is a huge one. $2 billion? How dare you want me to give up this one? $2 billion to Hongyuan Chemical for no reason? Where is your brain? Our company has already invested a lot of money in the project. The liquidity is only a mere 5 billion. Do you really want me to give away this one? 2 billion liquidity for nothing? Zhao Hongji at the moment burning with rage. Son squandered millions. Tens of millions he may still be able to withstand. But 1,200 million is simply to kill him. His hands in the hands of Zhao's group equity but 60%. 10% for the retail holders. The rest are scattered in the hands of the shareholders. If you really take out 1.2 billion liquidity to give away, he was afraid that those shareholders will be eaten alive. Zhao Peng frowned, full of reluctance. Dad, this is not what you promised me at the beginning? That Qin you made me lose face in front of everyone. This is the Zhao family's face, not my shame. Besides, we already promised to help them pay for the breach of contract, so how are we going to explain to them now? Zhao Hongji snorted coldly. Account? There is no need to explain. A huge sum of $1.2 billion? Zhao Group will never bear it. Let them settle it on their own. Zhao Peng's eyes widened. Then where can I put my face? I personally promised them in the beginning. Zhao Hongji glared at him, his anger intensifying. How much can your face be worth? Can it be compared to $1.2 billion? Don't you see something fishy here? That Qinyu was by no means as simple as the chairman of Hongyuan Chemical Factory. To easily come up with $400 million for them to pay for the breach of contract, would it be something a normal person could do? Qinyu's 400 million plus liquidated damages. Each person needs to pay nearly 600 million. And those $400 million were frozen right after they arrived at the account. They did not get any money, so they still need to pay $600 million. Chairman, something bad has happened. The company's loose shares have all been acquired by someone, and now that person is holding 10% of the shares and asking for a withdrawal. The lawyer has sent a withdrawal letter. When Zhao Hongji heard this, his pupils shrunk and his heart trembled. When did this happen? 10% of the shares, at least $4 billion in cash can be acquired, but was bought by a person all? Could it be that your financial department did not notice anything strange? The man lowered his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Chairman Zhao, the other party acted unusually quickly, and has obviously prepared enough funds. Zhao Hongji's eyes were deep. A hint of sharpness flashed through them, sparing no expense in acquiring all of our fragmented shares, and now they're withdrawing their capital. Isn't this a deliberate attempt to lose hundreds of millions of dollars to count us out? Obviously, someone is plotting against Zhao Group. Make sure to find out the mastermind behind this. Precisely the chairman himself. The man hurriedly turned around and left, well aware that the chairman was in a bad mood at the moment. He didn't want to run into a gun at this moment. Dad, just which ungrateful fellow dared to lay hands on our Zhao family? Zhao Peng asked with a condescending face. Zhao Hongji glanced at him, his eyes full of helplessness and disappointment, and sighed in his heart. Why was he so intelligent? Yet he gave birth to such an indisputable son. Peng, don't put on a playboy demeanor all day. In Songcheng, there may still be people who will give our Zhao family a few moments of respect, but in the entire country of China, our Zhao family is simply insignificant. Just now you also heard, some people want to withdraw their shares. Once they really withdraw their shares, that's a loss of more than $3 billion. Not to mention that those two small factories still owe us $1.2 billion. Just let them fend for themselves. Zhao Peng also knew in his heart that it was impossible for Pops to come up with the money. After all, $1.2 billion is not a small amount. He walked out of the office and unexpectedly found Pop's female secretary still waiting outside. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile and walked straight over. You're the new secretary, right? Come with me to the office. My dad asked you to teach me something. When the secretary heard this, she raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled in a flavorful manner. The corners of her mouth rose as she said, okay, young master. On the other side, Che Chuanming and another raw material factory owner sat together, anxiously waiting for Zhao Peng's reply. This was their only saving grace. If Zhao Group didn't lend a helping hand, the two of them would be completely finished. After waiting for more than an hour, Zhao Peng still did not reply. Che Chuanming was a little anxious, picked up the phone and dialed. What came from the other end of the phone was a busy signal. Che Chuanming angrily slammed the phone on the ground and stormed out. Damn Zhao Peng, you Zhao Group won't have a good ending. The other raw material factory owner's eyes widened as he asked, Old Che, what's wrong? What exactly did Zhao Peng say? Che Chuanming's eyes were bloodshot as he glared at him and roared. What else to say? Zhao Group won't care about us anymore. Zhao Peng, This asshole has already blackballed me. While in the villa in Tianfu City, after Qin Yu had eaten, Su Jingyi took the initiative to go to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Although there was an automatic dishwasher at home, Su Jingyi still insisted on putting the dishes in herself. Just as they were eating, Lei Jun called and told Qin Yu that the deal had been finalized and the contract had been drawn up, just waiting for the funds to be available before signing. After both parties completed signing and stamping the official seal, the agreement came into effect immediately, covering the entire sales volume of the gravel plant in Tianfu City and its neighboring cities in the coming months, with a total of 2 renminbi, 5 billion to be spent on the buyout. Lei Jun repeatedly confirmed his intention to buy. After all, spending $2.5 billion to buy a bunch of gravel sounds like an act of having too much money to spend. Moreover, the gravel could only be piled up there after purchase, and a lot of it would be lost in the event of rainy days. However, Qin Yu did not say much and directly transferred $2.5 billion. At the same time, he had a new understanding of Lei Jun's efficient execution and greatly appreciated this thunderous style. After spending $2.5 billion, he was one step closer to the mission goal. The current cumulative consumption had reached 81 billion, and he only needed to spend another 1.5 billion to complete the system mission. Since he had come to Tianfu City, he naturally wanted to spend some money and enjoy the charm of the city. Originally, he wanted to invite Shuaishi and Su Jingyi to go with him, but Su Jingyi immediately went back to her room to work after the meal, and Shuaishi was also busy dealing with the affairs of Hongyuan chemical industry. After all, Yu Mengshi had just taken over, and there were still a lot of unadapted places. Shopping alone is really boring, so he took out his cell phone and sent a message to Jiang Xiqing, inviting her to go shopping together. Jiang Xiqing waited for Qin Yu's message for the whole day during the day, ready to fulfill her promise, but she didn't receive it for the whole day. There were no classes in the evening, and she returned to her dorm room and was preparing to go live when she received Qin Yu's invitation. Qin Yu invited her to go shopping in the evening. She looked at the time. It was already 7:30 p.m. She couldn't help but frown slightly and fell into hesitation. It was so late. If she went shopping, would Qin Yu make any excessive demands? If it was really proposed, should she agree or refuse? Inwardly, she was very torn. There are many students around her who go to the big money, or even give people as a little lover, and can get 7 or 8,000 or even 10,000 ranging from the living expenses every month. And Qin Yu had swiped $300,000 in gifts for her alone. In comparison, she was already much better than her classmates. But if she sold herself out for money, why would she wait until now? Jiang Xiqing admitted that she worshipped gold, but she also wanted to find one that suited her. Otherwise, with her school flower-level beauty, it was impossible for her to be single until now. After hesitating for a long time, she still decided to meet Qin Yu once. If it really wasn't suitable, the big deal was to return part of the money Qin Yu had given her to him. After telling Qin Yu her address, she randomly picked out a dress to wear. The corners of Qin Yu's mouth couldn't help but rise slightly after he received the reply. He immediately realized that the agreed-upon location was Normal University. That school that had once haunted me, with its predominantly female student composition, could be called a place of abundant resources. However, the first choice in my mind was not a teacher's college, but a women's health school. When I glanced at the Maybach, I realized that it didn't seem appropriate for me, who was about to set foot on a college campus, to drive it, so I picked up my phone and dialed Lei Jun's number. Manager Lei, hello, things on my side have been taken care of. May I ask if you have any other instructions? Qin Yu's voice carried a hint of apology. Lei Jun responded on the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, you are too kind. May I ask if you need any assistance from your side? Qin Yu smiled awkwardly and continued. Actually, my side is in dire need of a sports car right now. It's just that it's late and the 4S stores are all closed, so it's really impossible to purchase a new car. Lei Jun was stunned at his words. He remembered that Qin Yu had previously driven a Maybach worth $10 million. He did not expect that he still needed a sports car. At this moment, he admired Qin Yu's financial strength and decisiveness even more. After all, the transfer of $2.5 billion was just a show of hands for him. So, he said, Mr. Qin, at my age, I am not too interested in sports cars, but if you need one, I know a friend at a 4S store who should have a current car there. I can take you there to take a look and make up the paperwork tomorrow. Qin Yu thought about it and felt that a car without a license plate would not be able to go on the road, so he politely declined Lei Jun's goodwill. Let's talk about it tomorrow then. Let's make do with this Maybach tonight. At this time, Jiang Xiqing was wearing a loose sweater with black bottom pants, showing her long and sexy legs, with a pair of white high-top loafers on her feet. Her overall outfit was casual and refreshing, very different from her sexy image during the live broadcast. She stood at the entrance of the school, waiting for Qin Yu's arrival. Yo, isn't this our great beauty Jiang? How come you're free to come out tonight, and you even changed your clothes on purpose? Are you going on a date? a voice interrupted her thoughts. Jiang Xiqing frowned slightly and turned her head to look, only to see a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders and heavy makeup walking towards her. The woman's name was Zhu Shueli, and she was Jiang Xiqing's dormitory roommate, but rarely returned to the dormitory. She went out on dates every night, and had recently fallen for a small business owner, buying a lot of luxury goods that she flaunted in the dorm room. Tonight, she was wearing a black backless dress, exposing her belly button, with a pair of almost invisible black hot pants underneath, black stockings wrapped around her plump and sexy legs, and a pair of red high-heeled shoes, her waist swinging lightly as she walked. Very eye-catching. Chapter 31, Meet the Anchorwoman. Your big brother nightmare? For a long time, she was jealous of Jiang Xiqing's outstanding looks, and once she had something new at hand, she was impatient to show off in front of Jiang Xiqing in an attempt to outshine her in every way. A chance encounter. She pretended to be surprised and said, "Yo, this is not Xiqing well. It is rare to see you out at night. Look at you like this. Is not in love ah?" Jiang Xiqing gently knit up her eyebrows, a flash of light in her eyes, replied, "Just an ordinary friend, not a boyfriend." After Zhu Shueli heard this, the corner of her mouth hooked into a disdainful smile, clearly not believing her words. "Xiqing, don't try to hide it. Being with a man this late at night, who else could it be? Don't pretend in front of me. Quickly tell me, how is your boyfriend? What kind of car does he drive?" Jiang Xiqing was too lazy to explain more. After all, Xinyu had given her so many rewards. If she said she didn't mean anything to her, I'm afraid even she didn't believe it herself. But she really didn't know what kind of car Xinyu drove. She didn't even know his age and appearance. Her brows slightly wrinkled, revealing a bitter smile. "I don't know what kind of car he drives either." Once Zhu Shueli heard this, she secretly laughed in her heart. She didn't even know what kind of car the other party drove. She was obviously not deeply involved in the world, and was most likely deceived. With Jiang Xiqing's beauty, picking any one of the existing suitors would be better than her so-called big money. She was not willing to let Jiang Xiqing's light overshadow her. She had been pretending to be noble in school, but now she finally couldn't help but find a rich man to fulfill her materialistic desires. So, she continued to probe. "Xiqing, you wouldn't know nothing about cars, right?" When Jiang Xiqing heard this, she was stunned and bowed her head. She did not come from a wealthy family. Being a girl, she really didn't know much about cars, and the only ones she could recognize were BMW, Audi and Mercedes-Benz logos, but nothing else. Seeing this, the corners of Zhu Shueli's mouth rose once again, full of smugness. "Xiqing, I have to remind you, never trust others easily. My husband's car is a BMW X6. Later he arrived. You have to take a close look at his car, recognize that car mark, and look at my LV bag. My husband gave it to me. Don't let those guys with broken cars fool you." Jiang Xiqing knew Zhu Shueli's character like the back of her hand. She always loved to belittle others to elevate herself in the dormitory, showing off how high-grade her cosmetics were and what brand name her clothes were. "Xiqing, your boyfriend will be arriving soon, right? I'll help you take a look," Zhu Shueli said. "Surely, it's really just a friend, not a boyfriend." Jiang Xiqing clarified again. The corner of Zhu Shueli's mouth hooked into a smile, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. I get it. I'm just helping you to keep an eye on you, lest you get cheated. I have to see if this friend of yours is worthy of you. The university entrance is full of Mercedes-Benz BMW. Most of the owners are not young, more than 30 years old mostly. As soon as those female college students who were dressed up in flamboyant colors exited the school gate, they all sat on the passenger side. Inside the school gates, many people showed sadness. The goddess in their hearts, who once refused to fall in love because of her studies, is now sitting in someone else's car and staying out all night. They are heartbroken, full of doubts, want to ask why so. At this time, a BMW X6 stopped beside Zhu Shueli. A man about 30 years old got out of the car, slightly affluent physique, with a thick gold necklace hanging around his neck and a cigarette in his mouth. Zhu Shueli twisted her waist to welcome up, delicately shouted, "Husband." The man roughly wrapped his arms around her shoulders, his hands roaming over her body. Suddenly, his eyes landed on Jiang Xiqing, and his eyes lit up as if he had discovered a new continent. This figure, this face, it was simply goddess level. In Tianfu City such beauties all fell into the hands of powerful people. If he could get his hands on her, he would have no regrets in this life. He narrowed his eyes and took a step forward. "This is your classmate, right?" he asked Zhu Shueli. Jiang Xiqing frowned slightly, resisting this man. "This is my classmate, Jiang Xiqing," she replied. "This is my husband, Si Hu." Jiang Xiqing lightly nodded her head in greeting out of politeness. "Hello, Si Hu." On the other hand, recklessly scanned over Jiang Xiqing's marvelous figure for a few times before opening his mouth and inviting, "Beauty, since you're Shirley's friend, why don't you join us for a drink?" A trace of panic flashed through Jiang Xiqing's eyes. She was clear that Si Hu was not a good person. a person with a certain status in society. Thus, she shook her head and politely declined. No, I'm waiting for a friend. See whose face instantly grimaced. What? Is this a lack of face from a beautiful woman? In this area, no one has dared to speak to me like this. As soon as the words fell, 2 more men came down from the BMW X6 with an aggressive demeanor. The surrounding crowd was attracted by this scene, but Sihu's loud voice and his reputation in this area deterred many people, and the good students didn't dare to come forward to meddle in their own business. And those students who often mix in this area have heard of who's big name. He operates 2K TV in the neighborhood. Many students have patronized. Seeing 2 more men approaching, the panic in Jiang Xiqing's eyes increased, and she looked around but couldn't find anyone she could turn to for help. She threw a look of help to Zhu Shueli, but Zhu Shueli subconsciously avoided her sight. Zhu Shueli knew in her heart that although she called Sihu's husband on her lips, she was actually just his lover and had no say at all. Right at this moment, a Maybach slowly drove up and attracted everyone's attention. It smoothly stopped beside Zhu Shueli. The people around began to talk. What kind of car is this? It's not as ostentatious as a sports car, but it shouldn't look cheap, right? Someone recognized the car. You don't even recognize the logo of this car? This is Boss Ma's car, a Maybach, selling for upwards of $10 million. Zhu Shueli's gaze was also attracted by this Maybach. She fantasized how good it would be if she could sit on the co-pilot of the Maybach. After all, this was a luxury car worth $10 million. And Jiang Xiqing's gaze similarly fell on the Maybach, only to see the car door slowly open and Qin Yu walk down. You are Jiang Xiqing, right? Qin Yu's voice came out. Jiang Xiqing's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Qin Yu, a hint of delight flashing through her eyes. Before coming, she had already portrayed Qin Yu's image countless times in her mind, thinking that he would be an older middle-aged man, not expecting this rich boy who had always held himself up as arrogant. Never expected Qin Yu to have such an outstanding appearance, and there is no trace of arrogance between his hands and feet. Are you the night dream big brother? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked up a light smile, and he responded softly, that's right, please get on the car. Jiang Xiqing's originally well-prepared opening remarks had been put behind her at the moment, and she even secretly chagrined that she had failed to dress up properly. Qin Yu's words seemed to possess some sort of magic power, causing her to involuntarily open the car door and gracefully sit in the passenger seat. Zhu Shueli's eyes flashed with strong envy and jealousy. This luxury car worth more than $10 million, coupled with Qin Yu's handsome appearance, all of them attracted attention, especially since she is quite knowledgeable about brand names. She recognized at a glance that the watch on Qin Yu's wrist was worth millions, and the clothes on his body were also worth a lot of money, more than $100,000, which was simply the real version of Prince Charming. Not only her, the surrounding crowd also have cast both envious and jealous eyes, as if witnessed a realistic version of the low-profile overbearing president. Look, people with $12 million to buy the Maybach, but not like those other flamboyant rich second generation, driving a sports car around to show off, really is a deep hidden president style. Zhu Shueli heart that Kala stifled, their own efforts, every night to do their best to please the secretary Tiger, to his obedience, willing to bear all sorts of, in the end, but also in exchange for a few kinds of cosmetics and a LV bag just. On the contrary, Jiang Xiqing easily captured a Prince Charming, which made Zhu Shueli feel a deep sense of injustice in her heart. Man, there has to be an order for everything. Seeing that Qin Yu wanted to leave, Sihu was quite unhappy in his heart. He had deliberately observed Jiang Xiqing's clothes and did not see any remarkable background. This fat meat that was sent to the door could not fly away easily. As for Qin Yu driving the Maybach, although he must know that he will come, but a look at the license plate is Songcheng. Sihu's bottom will be enough a few points. After all, the strong dragon is difficult to pressure the snake, and he is the Tenfu city of the snake. Qin Yu gave him a sidelong glance. First come first served? She knows you? Before Sihu could open his mouth, a man beside him had already snatched a step ahead of him with a fierce look on his face. Kid, it's better to keep a low profile as a human being. This is Tianfu City, not your Pine City. Qin Yu's anger was ignited. What exactly do you guys want? Sihu's face was grim as he pointed his finger at Jiang Xiqing inside the car and snapped, let her get off the car. Otherwise you won't be able to leave today. Qin Yu turned a deaf ear to his threat and sat straight into the driver's seat, locking the car door and then started the engine. Sihu was instantly enraged, once again reaching out. Kid, how dare you? Qin Yu did not think too much, slammed on the gas pedal. Maybach like an arrow off the string sped out. Scared Sihu hastily dodged to avoid. If his reaction is a little slow, I'm afraid that he will be hit by this luxury car. Sihu was furious and growled, looking for death. Get in the car and give chase. As a veteran in the society, he naturally felt resentful after losing such a big face in front of his men. He violently pushed Zhu Shueli away and leapt into his BMW, following closely behind. Jiang Xiqing let out a long breath. That scene just now really made her heart tremble. She patted her chest, secretly thankful that there was no collision, and an apologetic light flickered in her eyes. Big brother nightmare. I'm so sorry. It's all because I got you into trouble. If it wasn't because of me, you wouldn't have gotten into trouble with them. Xinyu smiled indifferently, unconcerned. A small matter. Don't call me Big Brother Nightmare, just call me Xinyu. Jiang Xiqing nodded slightly and immediately changed her words. Brother Yu, where are we going next? Xinyu pondered slightly and turned his head to look at her. At this point in time, let's go to Deguri for a stroll. Deguri is the emerging commercial center of Tenfu City. The shopping mall not only gathers many international famous brands, but also has a colorful nightlife, and has even become a Netflix hitting spot. It was even a gathering place for sports car enthusiasts. A strange light flashed in Jiang Xiqing's eyes. She had come to Deguri with her classmates, but had never entered. The mall brought together big international brands and high-end products, requiring membership to enter. For those without spending power, going in and just looking without buying was undoubtedly a waste of the merchants' and attendants' time. Although she had shopped the stores in the grand perimeter, she had never purchased anything, because the prices of things in Deguri were on the high side. Even if there were some items she could afford, she was unwilling to waste her money freely. The most profitable part of Deguri was the rent of the merchants in the mall, followed by the rental of the stores in the surrounding area as well as the management fee of the entire area. Xinyu was well aware of this, and he observed that the profits here amounted to more than $1 billion a year, which was nothing short of a windfall, and the number was still growing year after year. What was even more noteworthy was that Deguri was still planning to expand. Once the development rights were obtained, the expansion project could start immediately. As they approached Deguri, the streets became unusually crowded and the traffic jam was severe. 8 o'clock was the peak time to visit Deguri, and the speed of the cars gradually slowed down, and Sihu and his 2 men took the opportunity to follow. With only 2 cars separating them, Qinyu's Maybach followed closely behind. Deguri area constantly echoed the roar of sports cars. From hundreds of thousands to millions and even millions of levels of luxury cars are common. Although Qinyu's car was not a sports car, as a luxury car worth $10 million, it also attracted a lot of attention. Due to the dense flow of people, Xinyu chose to park his car in the open parking lot not far from the mall. Arriving at the entrance of the mall, a security guard politely came up to stop him. Sir, please scan your membership card. The shopping mall membership card has been tied to the cell phone and can be recognized by the system with a simple scan. Xinyu was naturally no exception, and he possessed a top-of-the-line Obsidian membership card. Seeing this, the security guard immediately becomes respectful. Sir, inside please. Stepping into the mall, Jiang Xiqing was attracted by the wide array of goods, her eyes flashing with fondness. However, when she saw the price tags, she could not help but withdraw her gaze. Seeing this, Xinyu said softly, Xiqing, I'm going to take a look at the men's clothing store. Feel free. Subsequently, he walked into the Versace men's clothing boutique and picked 2 sets of casual clothes, costing a total of more than 60,000 yuan. At the same time, Jiang Xiqing also walked into the Versace women's clothing store. This brand she had heard of. The clothes seem simple, wear but can show a unique temperament, and the effect on the body is excellent. Under the salesman's enthusiastic recommendation, she tried on a few pieces of clothing, and each piece made her eyes bright. The salesman looked at Jiang Xiqing's perfect body. His eyes showed envy and jealousy, secretly sighing why he did not have such a good body. Jiang Xiqing said somewhat shyly, there's no need to try anymore. The salesman then asked her which piece she was planning to buy, but Jiang Xiqing looked embarrassed. When trying on the clothes, she noticed the prices. The cheapest one cost more than $8,000, and the rest were more than $10,000. Although Qinyu had rewarded her with $300,000, the money had yet to be withdrawn, and what she would get after withdrawing it was only about $100,000. I'm sorry, I want to take another look, Jiang Xiqing said. The salesperson froze at her words, her face slightly unhappy. After all, she had introduced half a day, but Jiang Xiqing had not shopped for a single item, which was undoubtedly wasting her time. Just as Jiang Xiqing was trying on the clothes, she noticed that the other party was not picking out any brand name clothes, but just some ordinary street stall goods, which made her suddenly become more emboldened. So she sneered, hey, beautiful, see you look quite outstanding. How to have a flower escort, right? Your own shyness is just, could it be that your boyfriend is also shy? Or is it that you're actually mixed up in here and don't have a membership card at all? If you can't afford it, don't come in and fool around. Try and don't buy. How meaningless. When Xinyu heard this, his brows couldn't help but knit up slightly as a sharp glint flashed through his handsome eyes. He had just finished his shopping and ordered the salesman to help send it down later, and had just stepped into the store when he bumped into this mean-spirited remark from the salesman. He asked rhetorically, how many days has it been since you rinsed your mouth? Why do you speak so harshly? Who says you can't try on clothes without buying them? Jiang Xiqing was brought by him, and at this moment, he was deeply blaming himself inwardly for being aggrieved. In the face of Qin Yu's young appearance and Jiang Xiqing's non-rich origin, the salesman could not help but judge people by their appearance. His hands clasped on his chest, his posture haughty, the corner of his mouth hooked into a contemptuous smile. Am I wrong? I didn't say anything wrong. Can't afford it and still trying on so many clothes? What vanity! Could it be that she is your girlfriend? How dare you, a penniless boyfriend, bring her here to shop? Do you know what kind of place this is? Do you know what kind of place this is? If you break a dress, can you afford to pay for it? Qin Yu was so exasperated that he laughed out instead. Good, you mean we also have to compensate you for the clothes, right? The sales clerk froze, her eyes flickering. She knew that she did not have such power, but with the words already spoken, coupled with the fact that she thought that Qin Yu and his duo were nothing more than paupers, she became even more unscrupulous. Do you know how much a piece of our clothes here costs? She tried on so many. In case they get dirty, we still have to send them to the dry cleaner. Shouldn't you pay for this expense? Qin Yu forced down his anger and responded with a cold smile. After so many years of buying things, I've never heard such an outrageous claim that trying on clothes requires a dry cleaning fee. Fine, I'll give you this dry cleaning fee. Saying that, he took out his cell phone and dialed Lei Jun's number. The salesman sneered disdainfully and mocked. Calling? You can't even afford to buy a piece of clothing, and you're still learning how to call people on the phone. I'd like to see who you can call in. Lei Jun was in a happy mood today. He had just finished purchasing sand and gravel from the neighboring sand and gravel factories for Qin Yu, spending more than $2.4 billion, with more than $80 million left over. Qin Yu told him that this was the reward. To give $80 million for doing such a small thing was simply heavenly. He longs for revenge and needs financial support. Relying on his own accumulation, I do not know when he can realize. Qin Yu's appearance let him see the light of day. At the same time, he also understands that the 80 million is not for nothing. Qin Yu funding him is hoping that he can do things. Right at this moment, Qin Yu's phone call came in and he answered it in a hurry. Mr. Qin, Manager Lei, the merchants of our Deguri Mall have a problem. Try on the clothes and actually have to pay for dry cleaning, saying that the clothes are dirty. Deguri's reputation is well known. We can't let a rat spoil the pot of soup. Lei Jun sniffed and frowned. In those deep eyes, a sharp light flickered. Mr. Qin, where are you at this moment? Versace Women's Clothing Store. Tell them that such tenants are no longer welcome at the Deguri Mall, and the rent will be returned immediately. After Qin Yu's brief reply, a quick response came from the other end of the phone. Mr. Qin, I'll get right on it. Inside the store, the saleswoman witnessed the end of Qin Yu's call. Once again out of the blue sneer. Yo, phone call finished? Saying that merchants like us are not needed? Do you know that Versace is an internationally recognized brand? What kind of big shot are you? Even the property head of Deguri wouldn't dare to speak out of turn. The argument quickly attracted the attention of the surrounding crowd and also alerted the security team of the mall. 3 security guards quickly rushed to the scene, and the leading security guard walked straight towards Qin Yu and Jiang Xiqing. Both of you, this is a public place. Please remain calm and don't argue. Afterwards, a sales clerk complained to the head security guard. Brother you, these 2 people have been causing trouble in front of our store. They couldn't afford the clothes and even tried on a bunch of them, and they refused to clean the soiled clothes when asked to do so. They even threatened to drive our Versace out of Deguri. Yu sniffed and frowned, his eyes focusing on Qin Yu. This gentleman, if the clothes were indeed soiled, it is only right that compensation should be made. Qin Yu frowned slightly, his gaze swept over the security guard and the sales clerk, and he let out a cold snort. Clearly noticing that the security guard and the sales clerk were quite familiar with each other, he turned to the saleswoman with a few hints of provocation in his tone. I would like to see what will happen if I just don't compensate? When Brother Yu heard this, the corner of his mouth curved up, a hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and he couldn't help but agree with that saleswoman's view of Qin Yu and his duo as the shy ones in the bag. This, coupled with the fact that they were still young, further entrenched the judgment in his mind. Those who work as security guards in Deguri, those in the know that they are not generalized. Most of them were once prominent figures in the society. Lei Jun took over this place. The reason why the management is well organized. Thanks to his former, many loyal men have defected to Deguri Property Company. The rest of the personnel are also carefully selected by him. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding crowd could not help but sigh secretly, thinking that Qin Yu's behavior was too impulsive. Unless one possessed an extraordinary background, going toe-to-toe with the people of the Deguri Property Department was undoubtedly asking for trouble. Brother Yu snorted coldly. Kid, I've given you the opportunity. If you don't cherish it yourself, then I'll be blamed for being merciless. He had long since called Lei Jun and ignored Qin Yu's words, appearing to have a plan. Qin Yu, on the other hand, was tit for tat. Since you have given me a chance, then I will likewise give you a choice. Leave immediately or suffer the consequences. Brother Yu was slightly stunned when he first heard this, and then let loose a loud laugh. His eyes filled with disdain. Kid, where exactly are you from? Do you know where this is? Are you still clear about your last name? Inside the Deguri Property Company, after receiving Qin Yu's call, Lei Jun then dialed another number, and the call was quickly connected, with a man's voice coming through. Brother Jun, what are the instructions? Lei Jun's tone was stern. Duan Bin, I have no intention of nagging with you. Starting immediately, the Versace brand you represent needs to be withdrawn from Deguri Mall. Duan Bin sniffed and stood up violently. Jun, why is this? I think I have never offended you. Can you let me die to understand where exactly I have offended you? Duan Bin used to be a stormy figure in the past, recently trying to whitewash his identity, acting as an agent of the Versace brand, and because of his old acquaintance Lei Jun, he was able to rent a store in the Deguri Mall, and his business is booming, and he has gained a lot of revenue in the past 2 years. If expelled from Deguri, his financial resources will undoubtedly suffer a heavy blow, although the heart is secretly angry, but do not dare to easily show. After all, Lei Jun in the past in Tenfu City, but the construction sector resounding figure. Any project involved in this field, without his consent, are difficult to get a foothold. Duan Bin, you have offended, not my personal, if only with my grudges, but also just, the Jianghu things Jianghu, but what you have offended is my superior. If you want to know what happened, it's best to personally ask your men. When Duan Bin heard this, his pupils shrunk violently. Lei Jun's superior? He couldn't help but secretly speculate, just what kind of character could make Lei Jun respectfully refer to him as his superior. In his heart, he knew that such an existence could not be easily messed with. After all, even the chairman of the Farhang Group had not been addressed by Lei Jun as his boss. Brother Jun, I understand. For the sake of our many years of friendship, can you please give me a picture of Mr. Sheen? I will immediately go and get a clear picture. Chapter 32, Dare to Smash Mr. Sheen's car? Gathering the men. Lei Jun's voice carried an unquestionable sternness. No need. I'm heading towards your store. I'd like to see with my own eyes what kind of tactics your sales clerk has. Trying on clothes and then having to make people buy them. Duan Bin ended the call. A hint of sternness flashed in his eyes, and then he hurried towards his store with a man beside him. At the entrance of Versace's store, Jiang Xiqing quietly pulled the corner of Qin Yu's coat and said softly, Brother Yu, forget about it. It's all my fault. I was too greedy and tried on so many clothes. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. She looked over at the ferocious appearance of Brother Yu's trio and couldn't help but feel a little worried in her heart. Qin Yu turned his head to look at her, and out of the corner of his eye, he caught Lei Jun with Bin as well as a group of black-clothed men behind him rapidly approaching, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but tickle a smile. Brother Yu, I've given you a chance but you don't cherish it yourself, so you can't blame me for that. Upon hearing this, Yu's eyes snapped wide and he shouted angrily, You're still coming on strong, aren't you? With that, he raised his fists and prepared to strike. Stop! A majestic and angry shout rang out, and Yu's fist froze in the air. The crowd turned their heads to look, only to see Bin's face full of anger. Rushing over in a hurry, fearing that the punch would actually fall, Yu's eyes flickered, revealing a puzzled look. Brother Bin, why are you here? Bin ignored him and walked straight to Qin Yu, bowing his head respectfully. Mr. Sheen, I'm sorry. When you saw this, his eyes widened once again, his face full of shock, his body involuntarily trembling. Brother Bin, he is? Brother Bin glared at him fiercely and said sternly, This is Mr. Sheen, the boss of our Deguri, and also the boss of Brother Jun. When Yuan heard this, his spine was instantly drenched in cold sweat, his fear overflowing, and in his heart, he secretly complained about all the generations of that saleswoman's ancestors, having her come to ask for help, even letting herself go against her own boss. Isn't this clearly jumping into the fire pit? Immediately after, Lei Jun paced beside Qin Yu with a gloomy face. In a deep voice, he said, Mr. Sheen. This scene caused the crowd present to be stupefied. Although many people had already heard about the news of Deguri's change of ownership, they never expected that the new boss would be so young, and even more so, they did not expect to witness such a dramatic scene. They all looked at the saleswoman with the mindset of watching a play. How dare they say that the boss of Deguri can't afford to buy the clothes of his own store? Could it be that the clothes in your store are sky-high? You know, the entire Deguri is the property of others. How could they not be able to afford one of your clothes? The reason for this is self-evident. As the owner of Deguri, how could he possibly not be able to afford even one piece of Versace? Moreover, those people brought by Lei Jun, all of them were aggressive and uniformly dressed in black clothes and black pants, which made them even more majestic. Jiang Xiqing was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. She originally thought that Qin Yu was just gentle and elegant, but she didn't realize that he was inextricably linked to these people, and that these people were treating him with respect, which was simply a model of a domineering president. At this moment, her heart seems to be melted. She can't help but look sideways at Qin Yu's angular face, both chivalrous and tender, but also not lose the overbearing and bossy. This is simply a male god that she has only seen on TV and in novels, and now she meets in reality. However, Qin Yu was blissfully unaware that he had gained a small fan. He just glanced coldly at Yuan and said indifferently, "I don't want to see him." When Yuan heard this, beads of sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. He was well aware of Lei Jun's methods, and his heart was filled with fear and anxiety at this moment. With a thud, he fell to his knees and begged, "Brother Bin, spare my life, please, help me beg Brother Jun for mercy." Bin stood still, not even looking at him. Obviously, someone like Yuan could not even catch his eye. Lei Jun's brows tightened as he glared at Yuan and said coldly, "Get out of Tianfu City and don't let me see you again. If I run into you again, you should know what the consequences will be. Get lost." Upon hearing this, Yuan was as if he had been amnestied and hurriedly got up and fled. Witnessing this scene, Qin Yu could not help but be shocked by Lei Jun's majesty in his heart, and his appraisal of him was raised to another level. "Mr. Qin, look at this person. Do you want to?" Qin Yu understood and gently shook his head. He shook his head, indicating that he did not mind, and then asked, "Where is the owner of this store?" Before the words fell, Duan Bin hurriedly arrived with a man, his face piled with a pleasing smile as he hurriedly greeted him. "Brother Jun, I'm here. Don't worry, today this matter, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer." Lei Jun glanced at him coldly and said, "Duan Bin, I've already told you before, today's matter is not something that I'm deliberately making things difficult. This is General Manager Qin, my superior." A trace of surprise flashed in Duan Bin's eyes, then he piled up a smile again and said to Qin Yu, "Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry, it's all because of my mismanagement. The dozen or so new styles that are hanging, I'll take them all." In this count, it was more than 20 pieces of clothes, totaling more than $200,000. Duan Bin turned around without hesitation and snapped at his own clerk. "What are you still waiting for? Didn't you guys hear a flash of viciousness from Mr. Qin?" and turned around violently. Snap! With a crisp ringing sound, he fiercely slapped the saleswoman's face. "Get the hell out of here!" The saleswoman covered her already red and swollen cheeks, crystallized teardrops hanging from the corners of her eyes, and her eyes were filled with endless anger. The saleswoman covered her face and hurriedly left, while Duan Bin didn't care about this and didn't even look at her. Soon, more than 20 pieces of clothes were quickly packed. Duan Bin confirmed the contact address to Jiang Xiqing and told her that he would send the clothes to the designated place later. Jiang Xiqing stood still, a pair of big watery eyes staring straight at him. "Brother Yu, I can't accept these clothes. They're too expensive. It's better to return them," Jiang Xiqing said. Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but laugh dumbly. "It's okay, this is a little bit of Boss Duan's heart. Just take it. We're out shopping anyway. Let's go, and go somewhere else to shop." After things were taken care of, Duan Bin personally sent Qin Yu and Lei Jun away. After they left, Duan Bin's face instantly became gloomy as he narrowed his eyes and shot out a cold light as he instructed the man beside him. "Damn it, let me lose over $200,000 for nothing. Get me someone to break one of that S legs. This loss of $200,000 will be recovered from her." The man was slightly stunned, and after a moment of hesitation, he nodded. A trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, then he turned around and went to set up the relevant matters. He assured Brother Bin, "Don't worry about it, she's quite decent. I have a way to take care of her." Next, Qin Yu led Jiang Xiqing to the cosmetics area. "I'm really sorry for letting you suffer just now. Take a look at what you like here and consider it as my compensation to you," Qin Yu said with a slight apology. Jiang Xiqing hurriedly waved her hand and refused. "No need, you've already given me a lot of clothes just now." Qin Yu smiled gently and said, "Those were all given to me by others. How can they be counted? Feel free to pick whatever you like." Jiang Xiqing shook her head again and said with some trepidation, "Brother Yu, there's really no need." She had silently estimated the price of those clothes in her heart. They were worth at least more than $200,000. She and Qin Yu were only meeting for the first time, so if she asked for too many things again, she was afraid that Qin Yu would think that she was a greedy person. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked up into a smile as he said, "If you don't choose, then I'll choose for you." Saying this, he walked into the Saint Laurent boutique. The sales clerk warmly greeted him. "Sir, may I ask what you need?" Qin Yu scanned around the store and said, "Give me a copy of all the products in your store. For masks, 100 sheets of each." Upon hearing this, Qin's eyes instantly glared round, her face full of surprise. 1 copy of each of all the products? How much money would this cost? Besides, she usually couldn't use so much makeup at all. As the recognized goddess in the normal university, she usually hardly wore any makeup, and would only dress up meticulously during live broadcasts or important occasions. Today, when she met Chinyu, she simply put on lipstick and foundation. If she really buys so much makeup and goes back, she doesn't know when she will run out. Brother Yu, there's really no need. It's better for me to pick it out myself. Jiang Xiqing knew deep down that if she didn't pick something, Chinyu definitely wouldn't let up. If she really moved everything from St. Lawrence store back, then her dorm room would probably have to make a special place for her cosmetics. Seeing this, the corners of Chinyu's mouth rose slightly as he nodded. Of course, you choose. If this store is not enough, we can switch to the next one. Jiang Xiqing's big eyes flashed a few times as she looked at Chinyu and said, "Can I pick a cell phone? My cell phone's live streaming is not very good and I've always wanted to change it, but I'm too embarrassed to ask my parents. These cosmetics, even if one casually picks 2 sets, the price would be as high as thousands or even tens of thousands. Therefore, using this money to exchange for a cell phone is also a good choice." When Chinyu heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned, and then the corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "Of course we can. Let's set off here." The interior of the mall had a cell phone store. Jiang Xiqing stepped into the store. Her eyes were immediately attracted by the latest model of fruit cell phone, but after glancing at the price tag, she turned to a cell phone with a price tag of more than 4,000 yuan. "Decided yet?" Chinyu inquired. Jiang Xiqing gently nodded her head and pointed to the phone. "Brother Yu, this is it." Chinyu smiles slightly and turns to the salesman, but points to that latest model of fruit cell phone. "Please help me wrap this cell phone." Jiang Xiqing's eyes instantly widen and she hastily dissuades her. "Brother Yu, this cell phone is too expensive. I'd rather just have the one from earlier." Chinyu ignored her objections and had already taken out his cell phone to complete the payment. "Don't worry, it's just a cell phone." Jiang Xiqing's eyes flashed with a trace of tender sentiment. Every subtle movement she made could not escape Chinyu's eyes, which undoubtedly proved his carefulness and thoughtfulness. Not only was he handsome and golden, he was also so considerate. Jiang Xiqing instantly felt completely immersed in this deep love. "Thank you, Brother Yu." Chinyu turned his head to look at her. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile. "And how do you plan to thank me?" Jiang Xiqing's eyes widened as she looked at him. Her cheeks instantly colored with a blush. Not daring to meet his eyes, she shyly lowered her head and said softly, "Whatever Brother Yu says to thank me." Chinyu's smile becomes even brighter. "Good, we'll talk about how to thank you in a while. Now, let's go to the front and stroll around." Then, Chinyu brought Jiang Xiqing into the Patek Philippe store and selected a lady's wristwatch worth about $1 million for her. Although Chinyu originally wanted to shop for a more expensive model, Jiang Xiqing was adamantly against it. The $1 million watch already felt heavy on her wrist, and she was afraid of losing it by accident. Chinyu, on the other hand, had his eye on a limited edition wristwatch made since 1955, of which there were only a few in the world, and this one happened to have come to Tianfu City with its owner, and was taking the opportunity to display it in the store. The price of the watch was upwards of $24 million, and although the actual watch was not in the store, Chinyu did not hesitate to complete the payment. The staff of Patek Philippe would contact the owner of the watch to complete the transaction process. "Mr. Qin, M.S. Jiang, thank you very much for your support to the store," the staff said gratefully. Chinyu, on the other hand, nodded reassuringly. "When we reach a consensus, we will retrieve that watch for you since." Chinyu swept a glance at the consumption details, and the corner of his mouth could not help but spread a bitter smile. After shopping for so long, the catering expenses were actually less than $30 million. To accomplish the set task, this progress bar is ridiculously long, especially that watch, which devoured more than 20 million funds. "Brother Yu, where are we going next?" Chinyu looked around the mall that was about to close. There was no clear goal in his mind. Perhaps the car purchase plan could be moved to tomorrow, or find another place to spend money. "Let's go fill up our stomachs first. The guy we met at the door did it. Do you know him?" Once Jiang Xiqing heard that, her eyes were filled with apologies. She lowered her head and whispered, "I'm sorry, it's all because of me. That's the boyfriend my classmate found. I also met him for the first time today. His name is Si Hu. I'm not too sure about the rest." A trace of coldness flashed in Chinyu's eyes. Then he smiled lightly. "No harm. My car is not something that just anyone can move. In Daguri, the car in front of the house can be smashed. This is simply lawlessness." Chinyu immediately dialed Lei Jun's phone. After hearing this, Lei Jun was enraged. In his jurisdiction, Daguri has always been peaceful. Even if there is an occasional storm, he can always handle it properly. Someone dared to smash his boss's car in Daguri. This is simply a provocation to him. What's more crucial was that the smashed car was still his top boss's car. Bin, go retrieve the CCTV and see who did it." Mr. Qin provided a name. "See who? Find out where he is now. Also, Contact a towing company and tow Mr. Shin's car to a 4S store. Lei Jun got up, walked to the office door, and ordered the man in black at the door. Gather the men. Inside a KTV box around Normal University, Sihu was sitting around with 5 socialites, each accompanied by a young woman in rather eye-catching attire. Zhu Shueli quietly sat beside Sihu. Brother Tiger, that was really painful just now. I've never smashed a Maybach before. However, the person who can drive a Maybach is probably not a small person. Brother Tiger, we won't be in trouble for doing this, right? After finishing his speech, a man picked up his wineglass and drank it all in one go, while looking cautiously at Sihu. Sihu fiercely poured down a mouthful of wine, cast a sidelong glance at him. The corner of his mouth hooked up a touch of disdainful smile. What kind of trouble can there be? That kid looks young, and the Maybach is 80% his family's. Besides, that's a car from Pine City. We are now in Tianfu City. Another person also quickly agreed. Right, this is Tianfu City, not Song City. Even if the people behind him want to find trouble, would we still be afraid? Those rich people, they usually don't deal with people of our level either. When Sihu heard this, the corners of his mouth rose, obviously quite satisfied with these words. He wrapped his arms around Zhu Shueli's neck and gave her a kiss on the cheek. Brother Tiger, I heard that sister-in-law is in Normal University. When will you introduce a few female college students to the brothers as well? We haven't tasted a college student yet. It's exciting to think about it, a person said playfully. Zhu Shui pursed her lips. A few glimmers flickered in her eyes. The corner of her mouth hooked up with a smile, and she softly responded, all right. When Sihu heard this, a smug look spread across his face. He said contemptuously, see, that's all college students are. I'll show you all what college students are really all about. Before the words left his mouth, his face suddenly changed and became ferocious. Violently yanking, he threw Zhu Shueli down on the sofa, and then he himself heavily pressed on. Zhu Shueli's pair of plump legs that were tightly wrapped in black stockings looked particularly tantalizing, and when Sihu saw this, his 2 greedy hands immediately reached over. Brother Tiger, don't do this, Zhu Shueli cried out in horror, a trace of panic flashing in her eyes. Although she had sold herself for money, she did not have such a fetish in this situation. More importantly, over this period of time, she began to feel regret, not wanting to entangle herself with Sihu anymore, yet unable to get rid of it. At this moment, Qinyu's figure somehow surfaced in her mind, and she fantasized that if she could be with Qinyu, she might be able to find a way out of her predicament, and even sit on the co-pilot of the Maybach, not having to worry about her job after graduation. Sihu's face turned red, his eyes widened and he stared fiercely at Zhu Shueli. What do you mean you don't want it? Do you still want the $5,000? Hearing the words $5,000, Zhu Shueli helplessly gave up resistance. At the same time, outside the door of the KTV, 4 black Mercedes-Benz S600 steadily parked at the door. 14 men dressed in uniform black shirts and black pants got out of the cars, and Aubin stood at the front, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the KTV. His brows furrowed slightly as he turned his head to look at a man beside him and asked with a serious expression, are you sure that Sihu is in here? The man nodded with a serious expression. That's right, Brother Bin. This guy Sihu has been active in this area for some years now. He's raked in quite a bit of money over the years, opened 2 KTVs and an internet cafe, and also gathered a bunch of punks. I just inquired. Sihu smashed Mr. Chin's car, then brought his men back here. Bingo sniffed, nodded slightly, then pulled out a cigarette, lit it and ordered in a calm tone, go, bring the people out to me. Before the words fell, 14 men dressed in black entered the room in an aggressive manner, while Aubin walked at the end of the group. As soon as they appeared, the 3 waiters in the hall froze. The posture of these 14 men was clearly not good. Despite the apprehension in his heart, one of the waiters still summoned up the courage to go forward and inquire. Good afternoon, several gentlemen. May I ask if you are here to sing? A man in black immediately stepped forward and put his arm around the waiter's shoulder. Before the waiter had time to react, he felt a coldness in his abdomen. A sharp dagger was already against his stomach. His clothes were pierced and the tip of the knife had even pierced into his skin, scaring him into a cold sweat. Brother, you are a smart man. You should know what to do. Which private room is Sihu in? The man in black spoke in a calm tone, but his eyes revealed an undeniable threat. The waiter felt the stabbing pain coming from his abdomen. His face turned pale with fear, and he hurriedly opened his mouth. Tiger is in the innermost room. That room is usually not open to the public, and it is usually locked. Big brother, please let me go. What I said is the truth. When the man in black heard this, a harmless smile appeared on his face, patting the waiter's shoulder and releasing him. Brother, thanks a lot. Subsequently, with a wink from Bingo, the crowd headed towards the innermost private room, leaving only 2 people in the hall to control the scene. Arriving at the door of the private room, One of the men pushed the door tentatively, confirming that it had been securely locked from the inside. Immediately after that, there was a deafening clang as the door to the private room was violently kicked open, and Sihu and his team bounced up from the soft sofa in panic, with Zhu Shueli arranging her clothes in a panic. Sihu rounded his eyes and angrily roared, "Just where are you all from?" At this moment, 6 men dressed in black stepped in, together with Ah Bin, totaling 7. Ah Bin glanced obliquely at Sihu, his eyes showing deep contempt, as if to say that he had seen countless great storms under Lei Jun's command, and that this kind of character, Sihu, did not even have the qualifications to lift his shoes. Sihu was stunned, his eyes flickered, and finally settled on Ah Bin. "Brother, we are all on the road. Where exactly did I offend you?" Sihu asked tentatively. Ah Bin responded with a cold smile, "Forgot so quickly? What about the good things you just did? The moment you smashed the car, weren't you very arrogant? Come with us." Upon hearing this, Sihu's pupils instantly dilated as the 2 men in black quickly approached. Asterisk 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 Q. Sihu roared, copied the bottle on the table and threw it at the 2 men, who agilely sidestepped to avoid it. Utilizing this momentary gap, Sihu jumped onto the coffee table and leapt down, attempting to take the road and escape, but Ah Bin would not give him this opportunity. Just as Sihu passed by Ah Bin reached out and gently hit him on the shoulder. Sihu violently turned around. In his hand, I do not know when, has been holding a dagger, quickly stabbed at Ah Bin. However, Ah Bin's stance was far beyond his reach. He held Sihu's wrist with precision and twisted it with force. Ka-ching! With a crunching sound, Sihu's wrist was fractured in response, and he let out a scream like killing a pig. Before he could slow down, a black-clothed man had already copied the bottle and ruthlessly smashed it on his head. Splat! The wine bottle shattered, and Sihu's head was drenched in blood as he fell to the ground, moaning non-stop. At the same time, the henchmen who had just made a move were quickly subdued by 2 men in black. The strength of the 2 sides was vastly different. Ah Bin crouched down and gently patted Sihu's cheek. "I really didn't expect that there are still rash youngsters like you in Tianfu City, even daring to smash our boss's car. Take away." 2 men in black responded and came forward, ready to take Sihu away. They stiffly picked him up from the ground and dragged him out of the box, all the way to the basement of the Deguri property building. There, Sihu was lying on the ground covered in blood, his eyes filled with terror as he looked helplessly at Lei Jun. "Brother Jun, please spare me. I really didn't know that car belonged to your boss. Please be magnanimous and let me live," Sihu begged. Lei Jun, however, was too lazy to bother with him, and turned to look at Qin Yu on the side, asking for advice. "Mr. Qin, what do you think should be done about this?" Chapter 33, Obtaining 100% Equity in International Entertainment. Qin Yu with an icy gaze straight at the division is not high. "My Maybach will be gifted to you, but the condition is that before this time tomorrow, I must see an identical new car in front of my house. If not, Manager Lei, you should be clear about the consequences." Lei Jun sniffed and nodded his head gently, responding, "Mr. Qin, I understand. Then, I'll leave this place to you. Give me a spare car key. I'll take one of the cars first, and you can bring the new car in tomorrow to replace it. My friend is still waiting for me in the car. You guys have worked hard tonight. I'll transfer $50 million to you later. Treat your brothers well. Don't let everyone work for nothing." When Lei Jun heard this, his eyes snapped open, and he secretly marveled in his heart. Another $50 million, together with the previous $80 million. It's only been a day or so, and Mr. Qin has already generously donated $130 million. This boss is so generous that he is simply using money to humiliate him, and he is even happy to do so. "Mr. Qin, I'll take care of this." Lei Jun respectfully saw him off. Sihu was dumbfounded at the side. He had heard about Lei Jun's reputation. Even though his influence on the road has weakened in recent years, there are only a handful of people who dare not buy his account in Tianfu City. He never thought that Qin Yu was the legendary boss of Deguri. Lei Jun turned to look at Sihu on the ground. His tone was calm but with unquestionable majesty. "The words just now, you've heard them clearly, right? Before noon tomorrow, I want to see an identical new car. I don't care what means you use. In short, when the time comes, if the new car doesn't show up, I guarantee that Tianfu City will no longer have a foothold for you." Although these words were plain and uninteresting, they were like sharp arrows that pierced deep into Sihu's heart, causing him to feel a wave of unspeakable fear. "Jun, don't worry. Before noon tomorrow, I will definitely take care of this car," Sihu hurriedly assured, his tone filled with fear and obedience. Lei Jun gently nodded, his gaze turning to ask, "Brother Yu, how is the situation? No injuries, right?" The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooks up a faint smile, comforting, "It's fine, don't worry. Go, take you to eat something." Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully pretending to be a bully and making the bully Sihu fearful. This system scores 8 points and rewards 1 lucky draw opportunity. Is it an immediate lottery? This familiar and long-lost system tone rings. Xinyu's heart bursts with excitement. 8 points finally accumulated to 100 points. As for the lottery, he secretly thought, now is not the best time for the lottery. Wait for the system to rise to the second level and then draw. The prizes will be more attractive. The system has detected that the host's current points have reached 100, and can be upgraded to the second level of the system. Is it upgraded? Xinyu chose to upgrade without hesitation. System upgrade completed. Current level 2. All points have been cleared. Upgrading to level 3 requires 1000 points. The system will release tasks from time to time. Completing the tasks can obtain the corresponding points and rewards. New function added to the level 2 system. The scoring system is upgraded to a full score of 50 points. Xinyu secretly praises in his heart. This system upgrade is really powerful. The full score is raised to 50 points, and the path of upgrading also becomes smoother accordingly. Congratulations to the host for completing the system upgrade. A special upgrade gift pack is presented. Is it open? At the same time, it is detected that the host has a chance to draw a prize. Is it to be drawn? Xinyu has only one word in his mind. Cool. He decisively chose to open the gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100% equity in Magic City Dynasty International Entertainment. The relevant documents have been placed in the villa. Another Dragon Tiger Vajra kidney has been awarded. Xinyu secretly marveled in his heart. The prizes of the secondary system were truly extraordinary. Magic City. This prosperous city second only to the imperial capital. And Dynasty International Entertainment is the premier entertainment landmark in Magic City. With Dynasty TKV, Golden State Nightclub, and Balong KTV and known as the 4 major casinos in Magic City, Dynasty International Entertainment, together with its land, has a total valuation of more than $20 billion, but what is more precious is the social value behind it, with profits reaching millions every night, sometimes even breaking the 10 million mark. In the vast space of Dynasty International Entertainment, models from all over the world take turns to perform. To step onto the brightly lit dance floor, men pay $200 and women $100. Which includes a regular drink, essentially the equivalent of an admission ticket and a minimum spend. If additional drinks or beverages are ordered, they will be billed separately at the marked price. In addition, Dynasty International Entertainment is equipped with more than 70 KTV boxes, the minimum consumption of up to more than $3,000, and this consumption is only accompanied by a few snacks and a few bottles of drinks. Not only that, here is also a set of food and beverage, sauna, massage and other services in one. Everything. It is worth mentioning that Dynasty International Entertainment was originally under the Magic City Dynasty Entertainment Company Limited, but I don't know in what way the system has brought it under its banner. Host, do you choose to use Dragon Tiger Vajra Kidney Strengthening? The system finally provided the lottery option to strengthen the body, and even though it was not a cultivation system, Xinyu knew that strengthening the body was equally vital. At this moment, the opportunity to strengthen his body finally came. System, use it immediately, Xinyu decisively ordered. Instantly, he felt as if his spiritual power had been infinitely enlarged by more than 100 times, and his entire body became energized as his previous fatigue dissipated. What was even more amazing was that his body indicators had also realized a 100-fold increase, with his speed, strength, and sensitivity reaching unprecedented heights. Checking the attribute panel, his strength was not what it used to be. From the old days of punching the Nanshan elderly home and kicking the Beihai kindergarten, he had leapt to become an existence capable of shocking taekwondo experts with his fists, and trampling on the strongest members of the combat hall. Congratulations to the host successfully used the Dragon Tiger Vajra Kidney. From now on 100 times exercise for the start, 1,000 times warm-up show easy, 10,000 times the power endless, night and day groom when self-improvement. The village mother-in-law are praised. This is exactly what Xinyu is most excited about recently. Next, he still has a lottery opportunity that he has not yet used, so naturally he does not want to waste it. Congratulations to the host for drawing a random amount red packet. Is it opened immediately? Open. Xinyu did not hesitate. Recalling that the random red packet opened up 5 billion at level 1, he couldn't help but wonder how much he could gain this time. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 11 billion red packets. The prize money has been remitted to the Huaxia bank account in your name. Immediately afterward, his cell phone rang with a balance change tone, showing that the current property was up to 1170 billion. Since the system had been upgraded to level 2, both the draws and the rewards had far exceeded the level at level 1. Xinyu had reaped a lot of rewards and was full of anticipation for what kind of treasures he would be able to draw after the system had been upgraded to level 3. Brother you, what's wrong with you? Have been dazed still, smiling from time to time. Jiang Xiqing, who was sitting in the co-pilot's seat, couldn't help but ask with concern when she saw Xinyu in this state for a long time. A trace of worry flooded her heart. Xinyu realizes that he has lost his temper and quickly adjusts his emotions and reports a slightly embarrassed smile. Don't worry, it's just that my thoughts drifted away for a bit just now. What would you like to eat? Despite his efforts to restrain himself, the joy inside him still inadvertently showed through. Brother Fei, just decide. I'll do as I please. In Magic City, inside an independent office building, a man wearing a black shirt with black suit pants was reviewing the information in his hands with his head bowed, his brows knitting gently. The photo clipped in the information was the very figure of Xinyu, clearly visible. He held the position of general manager of Dynasty International Casino. Dynasty International Casino was originally affiliated with the unlisted Dynasty Entertainment Limited, and although Dynasty Entertainment was not a publicly listed company, its economic strength was exceptionally strong, far exceeding that of many listed companies. Dynasty International Casino is undoubtedly one of the most profitable industries under Dynasty Entertainment, and more importantly, it has become an excellent place to make friends with upper-class people and even get secrets from certain official figures. Therefore, the decision to put it up for sale was puzzling, especially when it was learned that the new buyer was the young and promising Xinyu. Brother Yang, are we really changing owners? Inside the office, another employee asked with wide eyes and a face full of surprise. Sun Ruoyang gently frowned and nodded. That's right, we did change to a new boss. Remember, our new boss is a young talent who was only 24 years old, named Xinyu. The employee's eyes widened once again at these words, his face full of disbelief. 20-something years old? He was actually able to seize control of Dynasty International Casino from the Huang family. It seems that this Xinyu is by no means a pool animal. Dynasty Entertainment's chairmanship and most of its equity are in the hands of the Huang family, who are definitely one of the top Big Brother level existences in Shanghai Bund, with business covering nightclubs, tourism, film and television, and many other areas, even dabbling in some gray areas. Sun Ruoyang nodded once again. That's natural. Without a certain background and strength, how would the Huang family easily let go of Dynasty International Casino? The employee's eyes suddenly flinched and his brows tightened. Then Brother Yang, do we belong to the Huang family now, or are we this new boss's people? Facing the other party's question, Sun Ruoyang slightly froze, then slowly spoke. I owed the Huang family a favor in my early years, which is why I came to work at this Dynasty International Casino. Time has passed, and that favor has long since been repaid. We work here, and since the Huang family has sold the entire casino, we naturally follow the current owner's arrangements. The man nodded his head in understanding. Brother Yang, I understand. On the other hand, at the rooftop restaurant in Tianfu City, Xinyu brought Jiang Xiqing and recharged $10 million to become a member. He felt that if he didn't enjoy himself, wouldn't he be letting down this huge recharge? Stepping into the private room, Jiang Xiqing's eyes were filled with curiosity as she looked around, only to see the colorful glazed crystal walls glittering, every piece of furnishings within the private room revealing an air of luxury, and the large alien chandelier hanging in the center was even more crystal clear and beautiful. Is this the life of the rich? Jiang Xiqing secretly marveled in her heart. If it wasn't for Xinyu, she might not have had the chance to step into this place in her life. She turned her head to look at Xinyu with a glint in her eyes. Brother Yu, in such a large private room, are we the only two people? Xinyu couldn't help but smile as he looked at her curious appearance. Could it be that you're expecting a third person? Jiang Xiqing sniffs and is a bit surprised. Wouldn't it be too much of a waste to have such a large private room with just the two of us? We can book a smaller one. Xinyu smiles faintly. This private room is my private territory, and will not receive anyone other than those I allow. But you're right, it's indeed a bit of a waste for the two of us to sit here, so why don't we go sit outside? Saying that, he smoothly pulls open the curtains, revealing a piece of open-air balcony. Standing on the balcony, the night view of Tianfu City is as far as the eye can see. Manager Kai learned of Qinyu's arrival and personally came to receive him. Mr. Qin, what would you like to eat? Xinyu turned his head to Jiang Xiqing. See what you want to eat? Jiang Xiqing receives the menu and at a glance, she cannot help but stare in disbelief. The prices of these dishes are too expensive. She simply does not dare to order easily. Brother Yu, you order. Just order something random. Xinyu understood and said to Manager Kai, come with 2 top quality steaks, and see if you have any desserts or drinks that girls like here. Serve some. Manager Kai nods and agrees. Okay Mr. Qin, please wait. Not long after, 2 cups of ice cream were brought up. Each cup was only the size of a box of foundation. 2 large and superbly crafted crystal dishes carried the mouth-watering ice cream. Jiang Xiqing gently picked up the silver spoon at the side and gently scooped up a spoonful into her mouth. Her eyes instantly widened and her face overflowed with happiness and fulfillment. Brother Yu, why is this ice cream so delicious? I've never tasted such excellent ice cream before. Can you tell me where you bought this ice cream? When I go home for the holidays, I would like to buy some and store it in my own refrigerator, so that I can enjoy this sweetness anytime I want. Jiang Xiqing asked with anticipation. Xinyu smiled faintly with a bit of mystery in his eyes. This ice cream is not something that can be bought just anywhere. It was handmade by the exclusive dessert master of this store. A hint of disappointment flashed in Jiang Xiqing's eyes, but she quickly pursued unwillingly. Then can you ask him to make some more, so that I can bring some back and put it in the freezer to slowly savor it? Xinyu thought for a moment. As the top member of this restaurant, he believed that it shouldn't be a problem for him to ask. It should be possible, but the price is not high. This small box costs more than $400. How many boxes do you want? Jiang Xiqing sniffed, her surprise overflowing. Such a small box of ice cream actually cost more than $400, while the ice cream she usually eats, such a big one, is only a few dollars. A slightly better one is only $12. She never thought that this small box would be so expensive. If she ate 10 boxes, wouldn't that cost over $4,000? She originally wanted to buy it back and store it in the refrigerator, but now it seemed that this could only be a beautiful fantasy. Seeing through Jiang Xiqing's mind, Xinyu hurriedly comforted. If you want it, I'll find their manager to discuss it later. Don't worry, I've filled up my membership here. There's still a lot of money in my membership card. I'll send you a few boxes. Jiang Xiqing quickly waved her hand and refused. Brother, no need. You've already given me too many things today. This ice cream is so expensive. Just taste it. Soon, the waiter brought steak. Since Jiang Xiqing didn't drink the meal and did quickly, coming downstairs, the welcome guest had already brought the car over. Xinyu took the car keys while taking what he wanted from the car. Okay, thanks. Xinyu pulled open the car door and sat on it, while Jiang Xiqing froze, because she saw that there were more than a dozen boxes of ice cream sitting on her seat. Her heart was filled with emotion as she looked sideways at Xinyu, her eyes glistening with tears. Brother, thank you. After saying that, she suddenly came close to Xinyu and gave him a kiss on the cheek. At that very moment, a flash of scarlet color instantly tinted her heavenly face as she gently lowered her eyes and implicitly bowed her head. Xinyu could not help but be stunned. The corner of his mouth sketched out a smile, secretly pondering in his heart. This Jiang Xiqing seemed to be different, bringing him a subtle sentiment, as if it was the throbbing of first love. Don't be polite, he responded mildly. Are you planning to go back to school? Xinyu then asked. When Jiang Xiqing heard this, a trace of surprise flashed in her eyes, then she gently nodded her head, her eyes flashing with a moving light. Yes, I'm a resident student and have to go back to school. However, brother, I don't have to go back on weekends. After saying these words, her head hangs even lower, and the blush on her face spreads like a tidal wave up to her neck, making her look extraordinarily shy. Xinyu looked at the scene and couldn't help but laugh dumbly. A trace of anticipation surged in his heart. This feeling, it seemed quite good. Good, then I'll send you back to school, Xinyu proposed. It just so happened that he also had his own things that needed to be dealt with. Both Shuai Shi and Lei Jun had sent him messages. It seemed that there was something urgent looking for him. He had to make a trip back to the villa. The night is deep. It is nearly 11 o'clock. The Mercedes S600 quietly parked in front of the school gate. At this time, the street shadows sparse. Occasionally one or two people swept past. Zhu Shirley is alone, sitting on the edge of the decorative flower bed at the school entrance. The waves in her heart are difficult to calm. The change in the KTV box was tantamount to an earthquake for her. In her eyes, see who has been a party of heroes, holding 2 KTV and a cybercafe, annual income in the millions and even millions of dollars. In this territory on the network of people widely spread, even the police station and the police and his friendship is very shallow, often drink and laugh together. During the spring festival, the division tiger is even more generous. To a number of dignitaries' gift, the relationship network can be said to be solid. However, such a character, but was hit by someone, was taken away by force, only because he smashed Jiang Xiqing boyfriend's car. The power of Bingo's group makes Zhu Shueli fearful. After all, it is she who indirectly led to the conflict between Sihu and Xinyu. At the moment, she was full of fear, waiting for Jiang Xiqing at the entrance of the school, hoping that the other party can forgive themselves. A Mercedes-Benz slowly pulled up. Jiang Xiqing stepped out of the car door, waved goodbye to Xinyu inside the car and stepped into the campus. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Shueli's beautiful eyes widened, her red lips biting tightly, and complex emotions, envy, jealousy and hatred intertwined, flowed out of her eyes, recalling the $10 million Maybach that Xinyu had previously driven, and now he had replaced it with a nearly $2 million Mercedes-Benz. Coupled with his handsome appearance and extraordinary temperament, he was undoubtedly the typical image of a rich and handsome, domineering president. Zhu Shueli cannot help but secretly chagrin why he could not win Xinyu's heart. If Jiang Xiqing was not there, she was confident that she could attract Xinyu. At that time, sitting in the passenger side of the luxury car, perhaps it was her, strongly suppressing the jealousy and hatred in her heart. Zhu Shueli squeezed out a fawning smile and quickly stepped forward to welcome him. Siqing, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Siqing turned her head to look at her with a hint of puzzlement in her eyes. Surely, is there something you're waiting for me for? Siqing, seeing that you didn't return late at night, I was pining in my heart, so I waited here. Now that I see that you returned safely, it's really great. Let's go back to the dormitory together. For Zhu Shuili's character, Zhang Siqing knew it like the back of her hand. Since climbing up the boss tiger, she always loved to show off in front of people, by belittling others to show her superiority. At this moment, when she said she was worried about herself, Zhang Siqing could not help but have some doubts in her heart. Thank you. Surely, Zhang Siqing said gratefully. Zhu Shuili smiled faintly. You're welcome. By the way, Si Cheng, is your boyfriend alright? I heard that his car was smashed? Zhang Siqing's eyes flickered slightly, and in her heart, she already roughly understood why Zhu Shuili was waiting here. She softly said, he's fine. It's been handled properly. When Zhu Shuili heard this, the worry in her heart was finally put down. Since the matter had been resolved, then she naturally did not have to worry about being implicated for it. Returning to the dormitory, the other roommates, seeing this, cast envious and jealous gazes and quickly surrounded Zhang Siqing. Siqing, you're in love, right? Look at your bed. It's full of clothes. Just now someone sent you a lot of new Versace models. These clothes are so beautiful. I just checked online. Each piece is worth tens of thousands of dollars. The most expensive one even costs more than $50,000. Siqing, you're so lucky. Your boyfriend is also too rich. So expensive clothes, one buy is more than 20 pieces. The four girls surrounded Zhang Siqing and kept exclaiming, Siqing, this is the fruit I just bought. Come and try it. Zhu Shuili clenched her hands into fists. A hint of viciousness flashed under her eyes, and as she watched Zhang Siqing being surrounded by the crowd, her eyes turned scarlet. All of this was originally supposed to be hers, but now it was unattended. The several $1,000 bag that Si Hu had sent her was nothing compared to Zhang Siqing's bed of clothes. While inside the villa, Xinyu enters and finds Shuai Shi and Su Jingyi still waiting. Sister Shuai, Assistant Su, it's so late. Are you guys still up? Xinyu asked. Shuai Shi said with a serious face, Mr. Xin, we were waiting for you to come back and wanted to report the situation of the factory to you. Xinyu frowned. Is there another problem on the factory side? It's not a problem with the factory. It's the two owners of the raw material manufacturers who owe us money for goods who want to see you. They pleaded with Mr. Xin to be lenient and promised to settle the payment for the goods immediately. Faced with the indecision of Assistant Yu and several general managers, the matter was eventually relayed to Assistant Su and me. Mr. Xin's eyes plummeted coldly, and he said blandly, all right, I can give them a turn, on the condition that they must come tomorrow with the factory transfer agreement and pay off my payment, and I'll forget about it. Shuai Shi nodded gently. Understood, Mr. Xin. In addition, Mr. Xin, the property department has just notified that there is a huge influx of applicants for the job, and they will gather at the villa tomorrow for interviews. Xinyu is slightly surprised. So soon? Mr. Xin, this is not a surprise. The salary you offer is extremely generous, even surpassing certain white-collar standards, naturally attracting many job seekers. It turned out that the nanny's monthly salary was as high as $20,000 and was only responsible for the daily cleaning of the villa. No cooking was required. Good. Notify the property department and arrange for the applicants to come early tomorrow morning. It's getting late. Sister Shuai, Assistant Su, you guys should rest early too. Although Xinyu said so, he himself was sleepless, thanks to his extraordinary physical strength. But regrettably, Fu Mengyao, Chen Oai and Chu Yanzi were not around. Just when he felt that he had nothing to do, the phone rang. It was Lei Jun calling. Then he remembered that Lei Jun also had something to discuss. Manager Lei, what's the matter? Mr. Xin, we have locked the production of all the sand and gravel factories for the next few months in advance. And now that the construction industry in Tianfu City and its neighboring cities are facing a shortage of sand and gravel, they have joined forces to pressure me. Xinyu frowned and asked in confusion, what is the meaning of this? Mr. Xin, this move may have hidden dangers. One or two or a handful of builders may not be enough to worry about, but there are numerous builders within the boundaries of Tianfu City, and once they unite, it will be difficult for me to deal with them. The sand and gravel supply cutoff is equal to cutting off their financial path, and we may become a target. Xinyu instantly understood that there were a huge number of construction sites within Tianfu City, estimated to be as many as a few hundred. Manager Lei, tell them that they can purchase sand and gravel from us, and the price is lower than the original price of the sand and gravel factory. Other than the construction sites related to Zhao Group, all others can be purchased. Lei Jun sniffed and looked confused. Mr. Xin, why is this? If that's the case, wouldn't that mean that a significant portion of the $2,400,000,000 invested would have gone down the drain? The corner of Qin Yu's mouth hooked into a faint smile. No matter, even losing 4 or 500 million won't hurt. If they are interested in purchasing it, just contact you directly. Lei Jun couldn't help but stare at his words. Qin Yu's move was clearly a generous favor. The price was so low that it was even lower than the cost of the gravel plant, which would undoubtedly allow those builders to make a big profit, and they would naturally be grateful to Lei Jun for purchasing it through him. Qin Yu is using $400 to $500 million to pave the way for Lei Jun's connections. Lei Jun's heart was immediately filled with gratitude towards Qin Yu, feeling that his own boss was simply generous, not hesitating to do favors with a huge amount of $400 to $500 million. This atmosphere, he gave full marks from the bottom of his heart. Right, Mr. Qin, there is one more thing that I think you will be interested in. I have found out that Zhao Group has a major project in Hebei City, which can be called the best of Zhao Group. The investment has been nearly $9 billion, and it is rumored that Zhao Group also intends to make additional investments. Chapter 34, Obtaining 20% of Financial Group's Equity Interests. Qin Yu's eyes flashed a glint. Zhao Group's market capitalization is only more than 30 billion, and a single project will cost 9 billion. If continue to make additional investments, it is bound to break the 10 billion mark. Once the project fails, Zhao's Group's stock price will fall, triggering a massive wave of selling, when Zhao's Group will be difficult to regain the decline. More critically, he held 10% of Zhao Group's shares in his hands, which were worth more than $3 billion. Before taking action, he must try to realize these 3 billion assets. This move will undoubtedly make Zhao Group's liquidity even more stretched. The situation becomes more and more serious. Manager Lei, have you contacted Zhao Long? How many shares does he hold in Zhao Group? Qin Yu asked. Mr. Qin, Zhao Long holds 6% of Zhao Group's shares in his hands. Manager Lei replied. 6%. That would be about $1.8 billion. Together with the 10% in Qin Yu's hands, once all of them were cashed out, nearly $5 billion would be taken out of Zhao Group's liquidity. In this way, if Zhao's Group encountered any further wins, I'm afraid it would be difficult to maintain normal operation. Manager Lei, the shares on Zhao Long's side are yours to deal with. Give him $2 billion to acquire the shares in his hands, and he should be happy to sell them. After all, Zhao Group's future is worrying. If he doesn't sell now, the shares in his hands will soon depreciate in value. In addition, if he has any reliable evidence about Zhao Group in his hands, provide one piece and I can give him $100 million. Of course, this evidence must be worth its weight in gold. Qin Yu instructed. After hearing this, Manager Lei could not help but secretly marvel at Qin Yu's strong financial power. In order to deal with the Zhao Group, Qin Yu had already invested a large amount of money. What kind of god had Zhao's Group offended that it would attract an opponent like Qin Yu? Mr. Qin, don't worry, Manager Lei solemnly promised. Of course, Lei Jun would never consider exchanging money for evidence from Zhao Long, even though the Zhao Group, as one of the 3 most prominent families in Songcheng, was quite influential in the business field. If it came to social maneuvering, he was well aware that he was far superior to the Zhao Group. Regarding the Zhao Group's evidence, he was fully capable of arranging for manpower to collect it, and the cost would be far less than $100 million. After all, in this world, as long as there was enough money, there was almost nothing that couldn't be done, as long as the price was reasonable. He thought that there would be many people who would be willing to provide the Zhao Group's handles. However, if this evidence fell into the hands of an ordinary person, it would be tantamount to a piece of waste paper. But if it was handed over to a person with power and influence, it would be enough to give Zhao Group a headache. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully displaying his strength, causing Lei Jun to be admired and generously give $500 million as a sign of friendship. With a system score of 35 points, he is hereby given one chance to draw a prize. Is it a prize draw immediately? Qin Yu's heart bursts with joy when he hears this beep. This is simply an unexpected delight. His original purpose was to deal with the Zhao Group. He didn't expect that although he had spent $500 million, he had exchanged it for one lucky draw opportunity from the system. On second thought, it didn't seem to be a loss. Drawl. Qin Yu chose the lottery without hesitation. Congratulations to the host for drawing a 20% stake in Yuan Financial Group. The relevant documents have been placed in your villa. Hearing this result, Qin Yu could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. His heart thrilled. Yuan Financial Group, especially its Yuan Insurance, was a household name in China, sitting at the top of the insurance industry, with a market capitalization of up to $800 billion, and this 20% stake of his was worth a whopping $16 billion. He couldn't help but sigh. Since the system had been upgraded to level 2, the prizes he drew were all worth a fortune. To know, Yuan Group has many shareholders. To be able to have a 2% stake is already worth 16 billion, enough to make one rich, and can even be compared to some large enterprises. And Qin Yu now holds 20% of the equity. Its status is second only to the president and chairman of the Wanan Group. Under the good mood, Xinyu took out the information of the Magic City Dynasty International Casino, found the contact information of the general manager and dialed the past. Zhao's group had big moves in the North Sea City, but although Lei Jun had outstanding abilities, it was difficult for him to take care of the North Sea City. At this moment, Sun Ruoyang and his inner circle were discussing matters in his office, and when they saw Qinyu's call, although they were a bit puzzled, they still answered the phone at the first time. Hello, Mr. Qin, how are you? Sun Ruoyang's voice came from the other end of the phone. Manager Sun, I'm really sorry for disturbing your work. Even though Sun Ruoyang was an employee under his command, given that he was only responsible for the affairs of Dynasty International Casino, I decided to maintain due courtesy with regards to the other matters entrusted to him. Sun Ruoyang was clearly surprised by my attitude. He probably thought that given my youth, I would act more arrogant and rude. However, this was not the case. Mr. Qin is too polite. May I ask if you are planning to come over in person? He responded politely. No, I will not be traveling to Magic City for the time being. I'll go back in a few days. Before that, I would like to find out if Manager Sun has befriended some influential people in High Bay City after working in our international casino for so long? I asked tentatively. Upon hearing this, Sun Ruoyang immediately sensed what I was implying, and with a slight frown on her brow, she tentatively asked back, Mr. Qin, do you have affairs to deal with in High Bay City? I secretly marveled at Sun Ruoyang's perceptiveness. He already knew everything without me having to say much. Yes, there are some matters that need to be dealt with. However, I'm currently in Heavenly Palace City. There's a project in Beihai City called Greenery Bay, where the officials are developing the seaside area, and there are also developers building properties and villas there, with tons of greenery projects in the surrounding area. I would like to contact the general director of this project to talk about it. When Sun Ruoyang heard this, her brows tightened once again and she asked suspiciously, Mr. Qin, are you planning to get involved in the real estate industry as well? I smiled slightly and replied, not yet, but I might consider it in the future. This project has our Zhao Group's participation. However, I feel that Zhao Group may face the risk of bankruptcy. Therefore, in order not to affect the other participants in the Green Plant Bay project, I intend to lend a helping hand to help them get through their difficulties. After hearing this, Sun Ruoyang secretly disdained me in his heart, thinking that I was just looking for an excuse to deal with the Zhao Group. However, he still responded politely, Mr. Qin, I understand. I do know some people over in Beihai City, but it's hard for ordinary people to meddle in such a big project. However, our Dynasty International Casino has a top member who is quite prestigious in North Sea City and has extensive involvement in industries, so perhaps he can help. The corner of my mouth rose, appreciating Sun Ruoyang's extensive connections. The Dynasty International Casino in Magic City had a status comparable to the imperial capital's former Heavenly Palace, and almost all of the rich and powerful in the entire country of China had patronized it. Thus, getting to know some influential people from it was not a difficult task for him. Manager Sun, then I'll trouble you to contact this member for me and mention the matter of the Wanhai Greenery project to him. I requested. I want to find out when he's free so that I can invite him to our dynasty as a guest. Understood, Mr. Qin, I will contact him for you tomorrow. After saying that, Xinyu hung up the phone and glanced at the time, realizing that it was just after 11 o'clock. He was still in high spirits and had no sense of tiredness. In order to pass the time, he opened the Tiger Claw live streaming platform on his cell phone. After all, he was also one of the shareholders of this platform now. A portion of his consumption on the platform would also flow directly into his personal account. Just entering the Tiger Claw platform's live homepage, a special category immediately attracted his attention. On the Tiger Claw platform, the anchors have launched the accompanying play service. Out of curiosity, I clicked into the King of Glory plate, found that there are indeed many anchors in the provision of this service, and each anchor's charges are different. The lowest game to $30, and the highest reached $300. However, most of these high-priced anchors are small anchors with little fame and a limited number of viewers, and the highest number of online viewers is not more than 1,000. After all, those big-name anchors don't even bother to do this kind of work accompanying the game. Xinyu glanced at the change in his account balance, more than $500,000 lying there. For him, the price of $300 a game was simply insignificant. He browsed around, and finally locked his eyes on a live room called Technical Stream Anchor Red Leaf. This anchor not only had outstanding skills, but was also a woman. A shoulder-length yellowish short hair, with a standard beauty face, wearing a simple white t-shirt, although the screen did not show more, but already attractive enough. Despite the fact that the price of her accompanying game was as high as $300 a game, very few people placed orders. Red Leaf stared at the screen with full concentration, operating smoothly and freely. Just as the game was about to end in their defeat, Their teammates were defeated and could only defend the crystal. However, Red Leaf, with her excellent skills and tactical awareness, circled back and successfully secured the opponent's shooter, and led a line of soldiers all the way through the adversity, stealing the opponent's crystal and winning the match. Xinyu looked at the heart itchy. Although his performance in the chicken game is mediocre, but in the King of Glory on the self-proclaimed strength. So, he sent a message, the most expensive Emperor Night Dream appendage driving to the live room. With his arrival, the live room instantly pulled up a golden banner, dazzling, occupying 1/5 of the screen. At the same time, his message was also displayed at the top, highlighting an extremely high status. Wow, the emperors are here. Little Red, are you going to be popular? Someone in the live broadcast room exclaimed. The administrators also quickly responded by setting off fireworks to welcome Qinyu's arrival. Welcome Nightmare Big Brother's descent into the live broadcast room. Point your attention and don't get lost. The anchor will take you on the highway. Red Leaf just hurriedly swept a glance at the cell phone screen and continued to focus on her operation, not really interested in those tycoons who were waving their money around, and even a little disgusted. These tycoons were just rushing to the anchor's face value, and the reward was just a deal that they knew in their hearts. She would never sell herself for money. After all, she is a technical anchor. Not much to say, even if the tycoon into the live room, but also just a little stay and then left. After all, there weren't many standouts among technical anchors, and for the newcomer Qinyu, she similarly didn't give special attention. Little Red, the big man has come, and you don't entertain him warmly. This is an opportunity. Someone popped up and said, I just like people with principles like anchors. So what if Big Brother? Don't put it in your eyes at all. A tourist viewer who didn't even have a fan tag said. Night Dream Rendezvous asked in a pop-up. Anchor, are you free? Play a couple games together? Red Leaf glanced at the screen, rolled his eyes, and replied, of course I'm free. You can take a look underneath my live room. I don't have a single order. Even if you order a day's worth of orders, I'll still have time to play with you. Anchor, this is a Big Brother. Don't be offended. In case he doesn't place a single order, you won't be able to think about a day's order. It'll be tens of thousands. Someone reminded. That's right. If Big Brother Nightmare really places a day's order, I'll wash my head upside down. Another person chimed in. Washing my head upside down is nothing. I can lick a street with my tongue. As soon as Red Leaf's words fell, she saw these pop-ups and couldn't help but feel some regret in her heart. As a full-time anchor, her income wasn't high, but she wasn't willing to lower the price of playing along. It was not easy to come to a powerful tycoon. If she was offended like this, her income of $2,000 this month would be a worry. However, words spoken are like water thrown out. They can't be taken back. She could only silently pray that Qinyu would not leave. However, the next second, the entire live broadcast room froze. Night Dream Rendezvous placed 1,000 orders in the live broadcasting room. 1,000 orders. According to a game of 20 minutes, 1,000 games is 20,000 minutes. That is, more than 330 hours, and needs to be played continuously for 14 days. Holy, Tuheo, kneel down for Tuheo. The anchor is being encumbered, right? To play King Pesticide for 14 days without eating, drinking, sleeping or sleeping. This is the rhythm of sudden death. Someone marveled. Wait, I'm not good at math. Let me do the math. A game of 300, 10 games of 3,000, 100 games of 30,000. Night Dream Big Brother spent 300,000 points to accompany the game? Another person was surprised and did the math. Hey, 300,000 oceans. Enough for me to enjoy a full set of services in a nightclub, right? Really envy the life of the rich. If I have that capital, I also have to splurge. Red Leaf's eyes were round, as if they were going to jump out of their sockets. 1,000 orders, that would have to be played for more than 300 hours, and she would have to take off her skin even if she didn't die. She froze for a long time before gradually coming back to her senses. Nightmare Rendezvous, do you really have that much time? Over 300 hours. Aren't you afraid of wearing yourself out? Red Leaf couldn't help but ask. Xinyu smiled faintly. His fingertips jumped on the keyboard and replied, it's fine, I have a lot of friends, they can continue to play if I don't. Anyway, the order has already been placed, just wait for it to end. Red Leaf took a look at this and almost didn't fall headfirst into the computer. This was simply taking $300,000 to buy his own life. Right at this moment, a large number of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room. Qinyu, as the traffic bearer of the Tiger Claw platform, had placed 1,000 orders at once again creating a furor on the platform. And everyone wanted to come and see if this was true or not. Wow, Big Brother Nightmare has finally shown up. I haven't seen you in a few days. I thought Big Brother had forgotten about our Night Family army. Big Brother Night Dream will always be a god in my heart, an existence to look up to. 1,000 orders, more than 300 hours. This anchor has to be tired as a dog, or Nightmare Big Brother will play. 1,000 games of King's Honor. This is going to the heavens. Red Leaf's face was unsightly to the extreme, but he still hardened his heart and added Qin Yu's ID into the game. I thought that this kind of tycoon skills would definitely not work, but I didn't expect Qin Yu's skills to be quite good, and he won 2 games in a row. The number of people online in the live broadcast room soared from 800 to several hundred thousand. Everyone is hotly discussing this 1,000 orders. Many people come to the live broadcast room every now and then to see how much of Red Leaf's orders have been completed. Red Leaf was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. She was planning to ask Qin Yu on WeChat what was going on, but the live broadcast room popped up with a reminder that Qin Yu had confirmed that the order was complete. Red Leaf's pair of beautiful eyes stared round in disbelief. This only played 2 games, and directly confirmed the completion of the order? $300,000 was just given to her? The audience in the live broadcast room was also sighing. Night Dream Great God was throwing away $300,000? It's really bullish. When will I be able to be as honorable as Night Dream Great God and go out to show off? The order was just directly confirmed. Alas, what a pity. I had wanted to see if the anchor could challenge for 1,000 games. Red Leaf glanced at this pop-up, and without saying a word, invited this black fan out of the live room, and quickly sent a message to Qin Yu, asking if it was a misoperation that caused the order to be completed. But on second thought, confirming the order and also entering the password? This misunderstanding seems unlikely. For a time she had mixed feelings. Early in the morning, the sky is showing the first light. Zhao Hongji sat in his office, his eyes covered with bloodshot, his face full of anger. Several construction sites under his jurisdiction had suspended operations for no other reason than the lack of gravel. In several of the neighboring cities, the sand and gravel had actually been snapped up by one person. Spending over $2 billion to buy gravel for fun? This has to be how big a handful. Simply unimaginable. Yesterday, he has received notice that the site Gravel Emergency, often go to the gravel supplier, revealed that there have been large customers to spend huge sums of money to book all the gravel. The contract stipulates that once the gravel mining that payment, so need to wait at least 2 months. At first, he did not worry too much, just instructed his subordinates to find out the situation, and from other sand and gravel suppliers to mobilize to maintain the construction. However, this morning, he and his junior secretary are still immersed in dreamland, but was awakened by an urgent cell phone ringing. It was reported that a number of sand and gravel plants around Songcheng and Tianfu City had been fully booked, again with a wait of at least 2 months. Zhao Hongji immediately realized the severity of the problem, rushed to the company, urgently called a meeting of senior management. At the meeting, a project manager said with a furrowed brow and a grim look, "Dong Zhao, the 2 properties we developed in Songcheng have now been completely shut down. A day or 2 might be barely enough, but if the work was really stopped for 2 months, not only would it be impossible to hand over the properties on schedule, the workers wouldn't be able to wait for a long period of time. If the workers are given subsidized wages, plus the expenses of managers at all levels, it will be a huge burden." Another man, about half 100 years old, similarly frowned and added, "Dong Zhao, not only these 2 properties, but also an official building project has also been affected. Although the amount of the project is only $100 million, it is the official landmark building of Songcheng, and we have signed a clear completion date. If it is delayed for too long, not only will we face a huge amount of compensation, but we may also damage our relationship with the department." Hearing this, Zhao Hongji looked furious and sternly interrupted, "I don't want to hear any more about the work stoppage due to the gravel shortage. Are there any other questions?" At this point, a man wearing glasses and appearing gentle and elegant quickly responded, "Yes." A hint of confusion flashed in Zhao Hongji's eyes, and his tone was tinged with displeasure. "What kind of big emergency can the legal affairs department have?" The man lowered his head and lowered his eyes, not daring to meet Zhao Hongji's gaze, and reluctantly opened his mouth. "Chairman, it's about the investor who acquired 10% of our equity that was mentioned before, and they're demanding that we cash in our equity immediately." When Zhao Hongji heard this, he glared angrily, his face fierce and horrible as he roared, "More than $3 billion? Where do you expect me to raise so much money at once? The Bay Greenery project in High Bay City still needs a lot of capital investment. Aren't you clear about that? Which company's equity can be cashed in at once like this? I clearly told your legal department to find a way to stall them. What are you all doing?" The man secretly slandered in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it. He just replied with a trembling voice, "Dong Zhao, our legal department has already done its best to delay it, but the other party has already sued us in court, and the relevant departments have already accepted it, and we have received a letter from the lawyers." The other party's team of lawyers was very powerful. It was from the China Berserker law firm, and on the lawyer's letter was lawyer Luo's signature. When Zhao Hongji heard this, he was immediately enraged and slammed the table and stood up. "The other party is super strong. Are all of you as dumb as pigs? Even if I were to raise a bunch of pigs, I would still be more effective than you guys. What exactly is the use of you guys? The conference room suddenly fell into silence. Everyone bowed their heads. Even their breathing became cautious. Zhao Hongji looked askance at the woman beside him in formal attire. What is the current liquidity on the company's financial account? He asked. The woman quickly tapped a few times on her laptop and looked at Zhao Hongji with a hint of scorn. Chairman, the current liquidity on our company's account totals 4,638,750,000 yuan. Among them, a portion of the funds needed to be retained to maintain the company's daily operations, in addition to paying the monthly salaries of the employees, as well as the $3 billion of interest on the loan for the Green Plant Bay project in Hebei City, which needed to be repaid on a monthly basis. She continued, in addition, you previously mentioned that the North Sea City project also requires an additional investment of about $500 million, and to utilize the remaining funds, the consent of the other shareholders will need to be obtained, and you will need to convene the shareholders meeting again. Also, young master just transferred 100 million yuan from the company account in your name, she added. When Zhao Hongji heard this, his pupils suddenly dilated and he stared at her with a torch-like gaze, no longer able to maintain his composure. What did you say? That rebellious son actually took away $100 million? Now that the company is facing financial constraints, how dare he take away $100 million at this juncture? What did he take this money for? How could he take so much money? Didn't I say that expenditures over $10 million must be approved by me? He questioned angrily. The financial manager glanced at him in awe. Chairman, the young master holds your signature. That's why we made the allocation, she explained. Zhao Hongji instantly understood that his son had used his signature to cheat 100 million from the company account. He was enraged and glared at the finance manager. 100 million. Such a large amount. You didn't even know to confirm it to me personally? Now you can pack up and leave, he shouted angrily. The finance manager trembled, his eyes glaring round, full of fear and unwillingness. Chairman, please don't fire me. I have dedicated so many years to the company. Please don't fire me, she pleaded. Zhao Hongji's fingers stretched out, and a stern light flashed through his deep eyes. I'll give you one more chance. Now go pack your things and leave immediately, he ordered. The finance manager's eyes instantly moistened with tears of aggravation, hiding his mouth and sobbing, then hurriedly left the conference room. Zhao Hongji felt a wave of relief and sat back in his chair. Just then, his assistant pushed the door in. Zhao Hongji's eyes became deep, and he asked eagerly, how is the situation? Has the supply of sand and gravel from those builders been interrupted as well? The assistant's mood was unusually heavy, his eyes flickering as he replied, Chairman, it seems like someone is targeting our Zhao group in this matter. The sand and gravel plants in Tianfu City and its neighboring cities were all booked out. However, those builders still had sand and gravel available to them, as they had purchased it from those who had booked it at a price even lower than what the gravel factories were selling directly. Now, those builders were looking forward to that person continuing to monopolize the sand and gravel so that they could purchase more sand and gravel at a lower price. Zhao Hongji frowned, and although he had a premonition in his heart, he still reluctantly asked, what about us? Can't we buy it? The assistant's brows tightened and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. If he doesn't sell to us, everyone else can buy it. Only we, Zhao Group, can't. When Zhao Hongji heard this, he became furious and a bitter cold light shot out from his eyes. Humph, what arrogance! Who the hell is this person? The assistant hesitated for a moment and looked at him. It's Lei Jun from Tianfu City. If it was anyone else, it wouldn't be possible to book all the gravel factories so quickly and almost at the same time. As soon as Zhao Hongji heard this, his pupil shrank violently and his face was filled with shock. Chapter 35 owns 40% of the shares of Lafayette Rothschild. Perhaps the outside world does not know much about many people, but for Lei Jun's big name, he is like a thunderclap. Thinking about the year, Lei Jun has long crossed the threshold of 10 billion. And at that time the other party still only has billions of assets. In Tianfu City, Lei Jun has been a well-known party giant. To date, the other side of the value of nearly 10 times, however, compared with the former Lei Jun, is still dwarfed. After the company went public, most of his wealth is tied up in the stock market, not at his disposal. Once a large amount of money from the stock market, the slightest breeze, if the shareholders lose confidence in his company's shares, his wealth may be instantly reduced to nothing. On the contrary, Lei Jun, when his company is not yet listed, and a wide range of business, not only involved in real estate, but also operates a number of other industries, including some gray areas, but these industries are cash flow industry. The daily earnings were instantly converted into cash in his hands, ready for deployment. Lei Jun? Have we ever had any entanglements with him? Zhao Hongji pondered for a moment and asked suspiciously. The assistant shook his head. Absolutely not, Chairman. I also feel very confused. I sent someone to inquire in Tianfu City, and back then, Lei Jun suffered a major change of heart, and it was rumored that he dumped his family's money. and all of his fortune went down the drain. So where exactly did he raise such a huge amount of money from? I made a preliminary estimate. All the sand and gravel plants in the next 2 months of sand and gravel transactions can reach at least 5 billion, or even 6 billion. The first has paid more than 2 billion. Later gravel production is completed, but also need to pay the final payment. A total of at least need to nearly 7 billion in cash. How exactly did he raise this huge amount of money? When Zhao Hongji heard this, he instantly widened his eyes and angrily rebuked. Is this Lei Jun crazy? With $7 billion in cash, investing in just about anything, you can make a lot of money in a few months. Yet he took $7 billion to buy gravel and sold it at a loss. In the face of piles of sand and gravel, he's not willing to lose as much as $1 billion? All of this is just to suppress my Zhao group? Has he lost his mind? Zhao Hongji was filled with confusion, puzzled. Even if the two sides do have old grudges, if you really want to deal with Zhao group, you should also act in secret, step by step, and strive to minimize the cost in exchange for the maximum benefit. His assistant was equally baffled and full of confusion. Chairman, I also find this strange. They're actually willing to take out $6 to $7 billion of liquidity to press on sand and gravel, and they're also willing to lose $1 billion just to stop us from starting construction. While it is difficult to procure sand and gravel in and around Tianfu City, we can still buy it elsewhere, except that transportation costs and other expenses will increase dramatically. Even if the construction site ends up compensating for the breach of contract due to the delay, our loss will still be around $800 million at most. The assistant analyzed. According to my estimation, their loss will be at least $1.5 billion, and they won't get a single penny of this billion we lost. This is simply a money match. If we want to take down Zhao Group, we can still afford to lose $1 billion. As long as the High Bay City Green Plant Bay project can be completed on schedule, we can earn back all of these losses, and the funds can be returned smoothly. Zhao Hongji added. Zhao Hongji frowned tightly, and after a moment of contemplation, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. You're right. The High Bay City Green Plant Bay project is our top priority. As long as this project is successfully completed, not only will we be able to recoup our funds, but we will also be able to make a big profit. There must not be any slip-ups in this project, but Lei Jun's side can't be taken lightly either. These projects are all local, and once something goes wrong, it's not just a financial loss, it could also cause a series of troubles. You procure gravel from other places and ship it back as soon as possible. At the same time, contact Zhaolong. He has crossed paths with Lei Jun in the past. Ask him to probe Lei Jun's bottom line. Zhao Hongji instructed his assistant. The assistant nodded seriously. Zhao Hongji then looked at the others in the conference room. As everyone has heard, the company's current center of gravity is the Green Plant Bay project in High Bay City, but this project still requires more capital investment. His gaze then landed on the head of legal affairs. I don't care what tactics your legal department uses. That shareholder who wants to withdraw 10% of his shares, deal with it properly for me. The company is now strapped for cash, and the money from the stock market absolutely cannot be moved. Once it is moved, the slightest breeze may trigger a chain reaction. Our company's stock price is bound to plummet. Be sure to find out the details of that person, who not only purchased our company's shares, but is now asking for divestment. Be sure to find out about this person. In the Twin Dragons Harbor Villa area in Tianfu City, Xinyu woke up from his sleep, feeling refreshed and very different from his previous state. The efficacy of this Dragon Tiger Vajra kidney is indeed extraordinary. Meanwhile, Shuaishi woke up early and went out to buy breakfast, while Su Jingyi has also been fully prepared for the upcoming interview. As Qinyu's villa area, the people who can live here, their status and position are non-trivial. If the chairman of Hongyuan Chemical Factory wanted to live here, his status alone was not enough. The villas here were worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and one had to have at least tens of billions of dollars to be able to afford to live here. The two of them finally realized how powerful the new boss of Hongyuan Chemical Industry was, and that apart from the identity of the chairman of Hongyuan Chemical Factory, he must have other prominent identities. They had actually believed Xiaopeng's lies. Inside the pavilion, Xinyu lit a Fujian Mountain Resort cigarette and brewed a cup of tea. Although this tea was still not as good as Zhang Guozheng's tribute tea, he decided that he would have to go and buy a few hundred kilograms of it when he had the time to taste it. Boss Feng, Boss Lu, this is our general manager Qin, Shuaishi introduced. When Feng Tai and Lve Fei heard this, their pupils contracted violently and a look of surprise flashed across their faces. They had not expected Xinyu to be so young. Mr. Qin, the two of them greeted with trepidation. Xinyu stood there quietly. The atmosphere appeared somewhat delicate. No one dared to sit down without authorization until he made a move. He lightly sipped a mouthful of tea, his gaze turning to the two people in front of him. May I ask if all the things you have prepared are ready? Xinyu slowly asked. Upon hearing this, Feng Tai hurriedly grabbed the opportunity to speak, with a few moments of pleading and fear in his tone. Mr. Qin, This is all our fault. Please be magnanimous and spare us. In fact, all of this was directed by Zhaopeng of the Zhao Group behind the scenes. He is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Before his words fell, Fang Tai did not hesitate to push Zhaopeng out as the scapegoat. Seeing this, Lve Fei also hastily chimed in. Mr. Qin, we were also confused for a moment and were blinded by Zhaopeng's flowery words. Please be magnanimous and give us a chance to reform. The two of them begged Qin for forgiveness. Hoping to obtain his forgiveness, Qin squinted his eyes and scanned the two people in front of him, the corner of his mouth curving up. I have heard something about Zhaopeng, but that does not offset your faults. The factory transfer contract, have you brought it? After the two of them exchanged a startled look, Lve Fei frowned and summoned up the courage to respond. Mr. Qin, we have all the transfer contracts ready, just waiting for you to sign. However, we would like to know at what price you intend to acquire our factory. Qin smiles faintly, his tone relaxed and casual. $1. At these words, the eyes of the two men snapped wide with anger, exclaiming in unison, $1? Qin looked at them with a firm gaze and repeated, that's right, it's $1. This is already the highest price I can give. Originally, I wanted to give only 50 cents. It's easy to calculate this way. The two of you factories add up to exactly $1. However, considering that you personally delivered the contract to your door, I'll be generous and raise it to 50 cents for you. In addition, I'll also reimburse your bus fare for this visit. The bus ticket from Song City to Tianfu City should be $40. I'll round it up to 100 for the two of you. Lve Fei and Fang Tai were so angry that their faces turned blue as if they were about to explode. Their eyes filled with anger and resentment towards Qin. They cursed in their hearts. Still want to buy a factory with 50 cents? Give you $500,000? Can you sell Hongyuan Chemical? Their factories aren't the kind that are about to close down and are in debt, but rather, they are quality businesses with raw materials, stable customers and sufficient liquidity. Despite the rage in their hearts, the two of them held back their anger and whispered with grim faces. Mr. Qin, your proposal is too outrageous, isn't it? Wanting to buy two factories for $2. This is simply a pie in the sky. Qin sniffs. The corner of his mouth hooks into a cold smile, glancing at the other party with a squint. A pie in the sky? Do you guys think I'm joking? $2 can't even buy 2 buns. If you guys don't accept it, then I'll even save the $2. The contract is voided. You guys just wait for the law to decide. Shuaishi, see off the guests. If they don't leave, call security. When the two men heard this, their eyes instantly glazed over, completely frozen. The anger in their hearts instantly extinguished, replaced by a heavy sense of oppression. If not for the fact that their factory's account had been frozen, they would not have come to beg Qin in a low voice. Once the mediation failed and the official ruled according to the contract, the liquidated damages would be enough to make them lose all their money. At that time, not only themselves, along with their families will be implicated. Declared bankruptcy, all the property was confiscated and auctioned, will also be restricted from high consumption, a lifetime of working for Qin to pay off the debt. The two stood still, in a dilemma. Qin extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said coldly, I'll give you a minute to think about it, and since I've given you an extra minute, I won't give you that $1. The two men stared wide-eyed, their brains spinning, thinking that there are still tens of millions of savings at home, and there are still cars and houses in their names, and they can still do a little business when they return to the small county, and enjoy their retirement life in advance. Mr. Qin, I agree, I'll sign right away. Fang Tai took the lead in stating his position, quickly taking out the agreement and the transfer of the factory, signing, fingerprinting and stamping. Lve Fei also agreed helplessly. If he didn't, their lives would be ruined. He similarly signed, fingerprinted and stamped. After signing, Qin handed these materials over to Shuaishi, Assistant Shuai. I'll leave the information and procedures of their 2 factories to you. Also, give each of them $100 to ride back in the car. Count this money as me borrowing it from you. I'm true to my word. After saying that, he stretched his waist and left the gazebo, walking towards the villa. Shuaishi looked at Lu Yifei and the two of them. Her mood was extraordinarily comfortable. When the factory also had dealt with these 2 people, did not expect them to dare to count Hongyuan Chemical. To this day, the situation is really self-eating, but also led to the crowd clapping and applauding. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully showing off and interpreting an eye for an eye, a double for a double to be a perfect interpretation. Without consuming a penny, he has captured 2 factories. System score 35, granting the opportunity to draw a lottery. Is it an instant lottery? Qin was slightly stunned. Then the corner of his mouth sketched out a smile, knowing that in order to raise the system to the 3rd level, he had to accumulate 1,000 points. So it seemed that he would have to continue to show off his skills outside. He decisively ordered, "System, start the lottery." Ding! Congratulations to the host on his 40% equity stake in France's Lafite Rothschild estate in his honor of being named Asia's regional director. The relevant documents have been placed in the villa, just as Yingguo walks leisurely on the river, stepping on the marble-paved stepping stones. This sudden prompt made him almost lose his footing and fall into the babbling brook. Secretly marveled in his heart, this luck is simply bursting, even in one fell swoop. Lafite Rothschild's 40% of the shares, but also became the leader of the Asian region. Mention of France. Lafite Rothschild, that is globally recognized wine in the treasure, especially the 82 years of Lafite, not only excellent quality, but also popular all over the world. A bottle of selling price of hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars, all over the world. The wealth of the Lafite Rothschild estate is simply incalculable, compared to those publicly listed Fortune 500 or domestic 500 companies. The real depth of the family business often choose to keep a low profile, and its assets are difficult to be peeked at by the outside world. The title of regional director for Asia may seem to be in the hands of the usual family. The depth of the Rothschild family's power is unfathomable, and no one knows for sure. During World War I and World War II, they were undoubtedly the world's top 3 families, and even once manipulated the national debt of many countries. Some countries' wars are also secretly promoted by them. War, undoubtedly, is the melting pot of money, and many national leaders have borrowed from the Rothschilds for usury. After the war, the Rothschild family took the opportunity to intervene deeply in the reconstruction of the country, which eventually led to a large number of industries in these countries falling into their hands. In its heyday, the Rothschild family firmly grasped the economic power of several countries. Even the head of state also had to submit to its will, and even that was once regarded as a superpower of the United States, but also once fell into the control of the Rothschild family. A number of national leaders who tried to resist the family were unfortunately assassinated. About the true strength of the Rothschild family is still an unsolved mystery. They have been from the former front of the stage hero. They have transformed themselves from former heroes of the stage to invisible giants behind the scenes, with no way of knowing the exact amount of global economic lifeblood at their disposal. Even the identity of the current head of the family also maintains a veil of mystery to the outside world. However, there is a rumor circulating in the world that the Rothschild family is no longer as glorious as it used to be, and due to the defection of 2 former allies, they had to choose to hide themselves from the world. Yingguo, as a shareholder of Lafite Rothschild, a character who may have interactions with the Rothschild family, his identity has made countless people fearful of him. Yingguo is convinced that with the Rothschild family's strong strength, it is impossible to go into decline so quickly. He had doubts in his mind, thinking that the 2 great families of the past might not have really betrayed the Rothschilds, but were placed in front of the stage as a cover, while the Rothschilds were manipulating everything behind the scenes. As for the amazing reward given by the system, the Rothschild family's equity, Yingguo could not help but wonder how exactly the system acquired this interest from the Rothschild family. After signing the documents, Fong Tai and Lve Fei looked bleak, as if they had lost their souls and left the Shuanglong Harbor Villa area. Just yesterday, they had hundreds of millions of dollars, but now they could only go back to their hometown in despair. This huge change in life was too sudden and too great. Damn, it's all because of Zhao Group. The more Lve Fei thought about it, the angrier he got. He couldn't help but curse. They even patted their chests to guarantee that they would compensate for us no matter how much the breach of contract was, but now they can't even get through on the phone. Fong Tai was also furious at the side and chimed in. You're right, this is all Zhao Peng's doing. I know where he is. We must make him give us an explanation and compensate us for our losses. Yingguo returned to the villa full of joy, only to find the wine cabinet empty. Now that he is a shareholder of Lafite Rothschild, the helmsman of the Asian region, if his home is not filled with various models of Lafite wines, how can it be worthy of his status? Just as Yingguo was thinking about how to arrange these red wines, Su Jingyi asked, Mr. Qin, the security guards called and said that the applicants have arrived, and they asked when they can bring them over. Yingguo stared at the words and was quite surprised. So early? Fine. Let the security bring them over. Understood, Mr. Qin. Su Jingyi picked up the phone and quickly notified the security guards. Of course, the security guard service was not gratuitous, merely leading the applicants in, and letting the interviewers wait outside the door for a few moments. Yingguo then generously gave each of them $2,000 for their hard work, so everyone was happy to do so. Soon, a group of applicants entered the villa in a row. Stepping into the villa's door, they were wide-eyed, looking around, marveling in amazement. Gosh, this villa is just like a manor. I thought it was similar to the villas in my old county. This is called a real villa. Ah, this environment is also too awesome. Right, to be able to work here. Just take a few pictures and send them to my friend's circle. Can make my scenery unlimited. Ah. Yingguo looked at the nearly 100 people in front of him. His brows gently furrowed as he turned his head to look at Su Jingyi on the side. How did so many people come? The recruitment information has only been released for a day, right? Su Jingyi smiled helplessly. Mr. Shin, it can't be helped. The treatment you gave is so generous that it naturally attracted a large number of people to come. I heard from the security guards that there are still a portion of people who have been stopped outside because they don't meet the requirements. Shin Yu asked curiously. How do they know that they don't meet the conditions? Su Jingyi smiled faintly. Mr. Shin, you recruited young people, and those who looked slightly older. The security guards didn't let them in. Shin Yu suddenly realized, then returned to the living room sofa and sat down. Let them prepare and start the interview. Su Jingyi walked to the villa's living room door and cleared her throat. Everyone please be quiet. Line up and don't crowd the queue. I'll introduce myself first. I'm the boss's assistant. The positions we are recruiting for this time are 1 cook, 1 housekeeper, 2 gardeners, and 2 nannies. Now, please ask the first applicant to come in. At that moment, a woman of about 30 years old, with a plump figure and wearing a halter dress walked into the living room. Good day, boss. Once she saw Shin Yu's handsome face and the luxurious mansion's decorations, she started to show off and throw fawning glances at Shin Yu without stopping. Boss, I'm here to apply for a job as a nanny. I'm very good at taking care of people. Shin Yu's brows furrowed once again. How could he possibly hire such a woman? Sorry, you seem to have vision problems. We don't recruit disabled people here. Next, the woman's pupils dilate violently when she hears this. Her prepared self-introduction is rejected before she even has a chance to say it? She was clearly winking and had always been invincible. How could she be described as having vision problems? Next, she was about to speak, but Su Jingyi didn't give her a chance to continue, and straight away signaled for the next interviewer to enter. The woman had no choice but to leave the living room angrily. Subsequently, a young woman with neat bangs, tall figure and white skin stepped in. She was wearing a simple white V-neck shirt and black jeans, which perfectly outlined her long and sexy legs. Although she was dressed in a plain outfit, it was hard to hide her unique temperament. Shin Yu's eyes were instantly attracted, and the woman also blushed slightly after scrutinizing Shin Yu. Obviously not expecting the owner of the villa to be such a handsome young man, she originally thought it would be a middle-aged employer. If not for the urgent need for money, and this job is well paid, she would never set foot here. She had heard that some rich people hired young women as nannies for other purposes, and she was apprehensive about it. And after a long internal struggle, she decided to give it a try. Hello boss, my name is Lin Fong. I'm 24 years old, just graduated from undergraduate school, and I'm here to apply for the nanny position. Lin Fong politely introduced herself. When Shin Yu heard this, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and looked at her with incredulous eyes. You're an undergraduate. You should be able to find a job at any job that's more promising than a nanny, right? Why would you want to come and be a nanny? Lin Fong was momentarily speechless, the corner of her mouth hooked into a bitter smile, not knowing how to answer. Should she say outright that she was short of money? Although the nanny job seems ordinary, but the salary here is extremely attractive. The probationary period will have 20,000 monthly salary. After the regularization is as high as 30,000. Such treatment, even the manager of some companies is difficult to reach. I have a younger brother at home. Since I was a child I have been responsible for taking care of him, and I take care of all the hygiene in the house. I have loved labor since I was a child, and I am uncomfortable in my body instead of being idle. So I feel that this job is very suitable for me. So I came. Lin Fong explained in a slightly embarrassed manner. After hearing this, Shin Yu could not help but be dumbfounded. In his heart, he said that there is nothing strange in the world, but Lin Fong is indeed a good candidate, especially in terms of appearance. He is willing to give a high score of 9 points. Well, my nanny's job here isn't complicated. Mainly responsible for the hygiene within the villa. When there's a change of clothes, just send them out for dry cleaning. You wait for a moment first. Wait for me to finish interviewing all the positions, and then assign the work specifically, Shin Yu said. Once Lin Fong heard this, her heart was thrilled. Her beautiful eyes were wide open. She never thought that this job would come so easily. Okay boss, thank you. Lin Fong responded with gratitude. Thank you for the generosity of the boss. During the trial stage, the monthly salary was as high as 20,000, and after the regularization, it jumped to 30,000 a month, which was a whole $360,000 a year. Just ask, which fledgling graduate could find a more enticing offer than this nanny job? I must do my best to improve myself and become a top nanny. At this moment, the next applicant stepped into the living room. Shin Yu and Su Jingyi coincidentally frowned gently, and a hint of surprise flashed in each other's eyes as their gazes met. Afterwards, Su Jingyi stood up and politely said, "This gentleman, the positions we are currently recruiting for include nannies, managers, gardeners as well as cooks, and we tend to recruit women for all positions." Episode 36. Dan Dan is shocked. 120. $000 a month? The man scratched his scalp and asked suspiciously. You didn't mention the gender requirement in your advertisement for a gardener, did you? I'm very strong. Those trees outside, it's not easy to prune them. I'm afraid women can't do this job. Right, boss? Yingguo pondered a little. Considering the maintenance of the lawn outside as well as the problems with the stepping stones in the creek from time to time, 2 female employees might indeed feel overwhelmed, and recruiting 2 males would also be a good choice. Alright then, you can start by briefly introducing yourself. When the man heard this, he was overjoyed, and his eyes even welled up with tears. Due to his family's limited financial conditions, he didn't even finish high school and dropped out early to step into society to work. At the age of 20, he was lucky to meet a girl who didn't mind his background, and the 2 of them fell in love with each other and soon became husband and wife. A year later, the fruit of their love was born. However, the arrival of the child has plunged this already straitened family into greater difficulties. 3 years have passed, and the child is about to start kindergarten, but the tuition fees are not yet available. His wife took care of the child full-time at home, and the burden of the family fell on his shoulders alone. Without education or professional skills, he can only do odd jobs at construction sites, which is not only hard work but also a meager income. Recently, due to the suspension of the construction site, a childhood friend of his classmates revealed to him the news that Yingguo Villa was recruiting, in order to improve the family's financial situation, so that his children can receive a better education. He drummed up the courage to decide to go to apply for the job. He stood in front of Yingguo and respectfully introduced himself. Hello boss, my name is Xia Chang, I am 25 years old. Yingguo gazed at him and asked what skills he possessed. Xia Chang frowned slightly, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes, but still tells him frankly, I dropped out of high school before finishing it because my family has no money. I don't have any special skills, and have been working as a handyman on construction sites. But boss, I'm not afraid of suffering, no matter how dirty and tired the work I can do, and I'm very strong. After saying this, Xia Cheng's eyes moistened as he looked at Yingguo with eyes full of expectation. Yingguo cannot help but sigh. Life is really different, each has its own difficulties. He once thought that people who could not afford to go to school because their families were poor were far away from him, but he did not expect to meet them in real life. Yingguo sincerely suggested, Xia Cheng, why don't you try to start a business and go outside to make a difference? You are still young and have many opportunities. Why do you want to apply for a job as a gardener? In Yingguo's opinion, 25 years old was a good time to start a business, and once you encountered an opportunity, you might be able to change your destiny. And staying here as a gardener, one might not have a chance to turn his life around. Xia Chang let out a bitter smile and looked at Yingguo with tearful glints. Because I'm married, I have to support my family. My daughter will be going to school soon and I have to save up for her tuition. I also want to buy her 2 new sets of clothes and a toy before she starts school. Yingguo and Su Jingyi both froze after hearing this. Deeply moved by Xia Chang's words, Yingguo said, Xia Chang, my job as a gardener here shouldn't be too tiring. It's mainly just trimming the overgrown flowers and trees outside, maintaining the lawn, and cleaning up the weeds inside the villa. It should be a bit easier than if you were on a construction site. Go to work at 9 in the morning and get off at 7 in the evening every day. The first month's salary is 20,000, and 30,000 a month after the transfer. When Xia Cheng heard this, his eyes snapped open and he was incredibly excited. He didn't expect that he would be able to apply for such a high-paying job and was so happy that he burst into tears. Boss, is this true? I've been accepted? Yingguo couldn't help but smile as he looked at his excited appearance. The position of a gardener really does not require much skill, and Xia Chang appears to be an honest and hard-working person. This person is the perfect choice for the position of gardener. Yes, congratulations on passing the initial screening. Please wait here for a moment. After all the interviews are over, we will then arrange specific matters for you. Xia Chang nodded vigorously and responded, Understood, boss. Immediately afterward, another man stepped into the living room. Hello boss, my name is Chiu Jun, 28 years old, and I've come to apply for the position of butler. Su Jingyi couldn't help but frown slightly, muttering in her heart, could it be that these people don't even read the recruitment conditions carefully before applying for a job? She politely reminded, I'm sorry sir, please check the recruitment information carefully. The housekeeper we are recruiting needs to be female. Xiao Jun's eyes instantly glazed over when he heard this. Why are you only recruiting women? Isn't gender equality advocated nowadays? Are you guys discriminating against men? And I have the relevant skills. After hearing this, Yingguo is helpless. This person is also too good at arguing with strong words, so he casually asks, You said that you have skills, so why don't you tell us about your skills or show them off? Xiao Jun's eyes flickered a few times as he replied, I can both eat and sleep. Yingguo and Su Jingyi's faces instantly sank. This was clearly coming to cause trouble. Yingguo said helplessly, You were joking just now, right? Give me a reason why I should hire you? Xiao Jun hurriedly explains, "Boss, just now it was just a joke. Please give me a chance. I also specially prepared a resume. Although you don't need a resume for recruitment here, I still prepared it. This should be considered a plus point." Saying this, he hurriedly handed over the resume in his hand. Xinyu was in the way, so he had to take the resume, but at a glance at the content, the whole person was bad. The resume reads, political profile clean, place of birth hospital maternity ward, family member relationship, cordial relationship. Xinyu was so angry that he almost vomited blood. This Xiao Jun is afraid that he has mental problems. He forced himself to hold back his anger and said, "Okay, you go back and wait for the notice." Next, subsequently, more than 30 people came in consecutively, but none of them met the requirements. Su Jingyi seemed to understand the boss's mind. The occupation of nanny, need to be hardworking, outstanding in appearance, tall in stature. In short, it is fair skin, beautiful in appearance, slender in stature. Those whose face value can reach more than 9 points, will be directly admitted. At this time, another person walked in. "Hello boss, my name is Lan Bebe. I'm 25 years old, and I've come to apply for the position of housekeeper." Once Su Jingyi saw this person, her heart was immediately set. Judging that she would most likely be favored for the position of housekeeper, Lan Bebe possessed typical elegant qualities, fair skin, beautiful appearance, long legs, and a head of long hair that was carefully pulled back into a standard pill head, appearing both spirited and competent. She was dressed in a set of OL-style professional dress, perfectly outlined her delicate figure. Black high-heeled shoes with as the icing on the cake, became the attraction of the male gaze of the secret weapon. Xinyu's eyes were instantly attracted, but he is not as Su Jingyi thought. Just because of the young beauty and heart, he is more important is that, when there are guests visiting the villa, such an image can enhance the style of the whole occasion. He even expects the system can be given the opportunity to draw a prize. After all, what's not to like about hiring such an excellent employee with a monthly salary of tens of thousands of dollars? Xinyu then asked, "Do you have previous experience working as a housekeeper?" Lan Bebe gently shook her head with a glint in her eyes as she replied, "Although I haven't directly worked as a housekeeper, I have rich management experience as a department manager in the company." Hearing this, Xinyu couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in surprise, "Then why did you give up your position as a department manager and chose to come as a housekeeper instead? In the company, you should have more opportunities for advancement, right?" Lan Bebe's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this, and she was momentarily speechless. The company she worked for was small and had limited room for development. If it wasn't for Xinyu's recruitment, she might have remained there as a department manager. However, the treatment of this housekeeper position was just too attractive, with a monthly salary as high as 35,000 during the trial period, and more than 40,000 after the regularization, making it hard for her to resist. This remuneration package, which was really hard to resist, she pondered a little and a glint flashed in her eyes. "The company I'm currently working for has limited room for growth, and I feel like I've hit the ceiling of my career development. Moreover, I think the position of housekeeper is full of great challenges, and I am eager to sharpen and challenge myself through this role." Su Jingyi immediately expressed her disdain for the challenging nature of the butler position. However, Xinyu nodded extremely sincerely. "Well, congratulations on passing the interview and officially becoming my butler. Please wait for a moment. After all the interviews are over, we will then unify the work arrangements." Lan Bebe was excited, knowing full well that a year of working here as a housekeeper would be enough for her to save up the funds to purchase the vehicle of her choice. Thus, she bowed deeply to Xinyu with gratitude. "Thank you boss, I will definitely do my best to live up to your expectations." Xinyu smiled faintly and then continued to interview the next applicant. "Hello boss, my name is O Dandan. I'm 27 years old. I've come to apply for the position of chef." Xinyu looks at O Dandan in surprise. Such a young and well-built woman is actually a chef? He curiously asked, "Are you a professional chef, or are you just good at home cooking?" O Dandan replied with a proud face, "Boss, I have been cooking at home since I was 10 years old. By the time I was in middle school, I had mastered all the dishes from my hometown, and the flavors even surpassed those of the restaurants on the street. After graduating from high school, I entered the New East Culinary School for 2 years to further my education, and after graduation, I have been working in a star-rated hotel. Every year, I learn and master a different cuisine. Currently, I'm working at a 5-star hotel in Tianfu City." Xinyu's eyes filled with admiration as he listened, realizing that he could not judge a person by his appearance. He then asked, "In that case, you are currently still working at the hotel and have not yet left, right?" O Dandan nodded frankly. "Yes." The corner of Xinyu's mouth hooked into a smile as he asked curiously, "Since you already have a job, why would you still come to me to apply for a job?" O Dandan hurriedly explains, "Because you, boss, mentioned in the job posting that the chef's salary will be based on ability, with no ceiling, so I want to come and try, and if the treatment here is good, after returning to my place, I instantly decided to quit my current job. Only, I still need to confirm whether the recruitment conditions listed by you, boss, are true and correct? Xinyu gently nodded his head in the affirmative. Of course, as long as you have the appropriate abilities. So, which dishes are you good at cooking? Oh, Dandan's face is calm and confident as she replies. Most of the Lu, Sichuan, Suzhou, Guangdong, Hunan, Zhejiang, Fujian, Shanghai, Beijing, Azhou, Dian and Northeast cuisines, I can handle, whether it's breakfast, pastries or desserts, I'm good at all of them. In addition, I am also quite proficient in some specialty snacks. As for Western food, frying steaks is my strong point, and common seafood dishes are also not a problem. When Xinyu heard this, his eyes snapped open, his face full of astonishment, and Su Jingyi on the side was similarly dumbfounded in disbelief. The strength of Dandan's strength is indeed beyond imagination. This confidence is not an empty claim, but a real one. Xinyu had already made a decision in his heart. With such a highly skilled chef, if he wanted to taste food from all over the world in the future, he could easily realize it at home without having to travel far. Good, but empty words are no proof. Why don't we go buy some ingredients now and you show us your hand? If the flavor is indeed good, I will officially hire you, Xinyu proposed. Dandan nodded in agreement. Good, but boss, I want to find out about the salary first. Xinyu smiles slightly and asks, what is your current salary at the hotel? Dandan frowned slightly, and after a slight hesitation, she replied, my current monthly salary is 56,000, and if the sales of the hotel's food and beverage exceed a certain standard, I can still get a portion of the commission, and I can get up to 65,000 a month. Xinyu heard this and did not hesitate to make his own conditions. I'll give you a monthly salary of 120,000, and whether I live here or not, I'll be paid according to this standard. If I'm not in the villa, you'll be responsible for cooking for everyone in the villa. You can give free rein to try out new dishes, as long as you keep them fed. If I'm at the villa, I'll probably order the food. Xinyu's salary offer was not the slightest bit hesitant as he continued. Of course, 120,000 isn't your final salary. If your ability improves, I will also raise your salary. Upon hearing this, Dandan's eyes were rounded. Her face was full of astonishment, and she couldn't even somewhat believe her ears. She had originally only come to apply for the job with the mindset of trying it out, especially when Xinyu asked her about her current salary. She had never expected such a generous offer. She had originally thought that Xinyu would not be able to provide a salary that matched her expectations, but unexpectedly doubled her original salary. During her tenure at the hotel, she had reached the peak of $65,000 a month with countless overtime hours, and as a chef, she spent almost the whole day in busyness, and could not even squeeze out the time to learn new dishes. If Xinyu could offer a monthly salary of $40,000, she would join without hesitation. However, in this villa, she only had to be responsible for 3 meals a day and had much more time to spare, and she never expected Xinyu to offer a generous monthly salary of $120,000. Old boss, you are not joking, right? She asked in surprise. Xinyu smiled faintly and responded, of course I'm not joking. A monthly salary of 120,000. I hope you won't let me down. Upon hearing this, Dandan hurriedly assured, don't worry boss, I will do my best to research new dishes and let you savor the pleasure of food. Xinyu nodded with satisfaction. I look forward to that as well. After the job application is over later, we'll taste your handiwork first. Xinyu was in a good mood. Giving a monthly salary of $200,000 to such an all-round chef was worth every penny. In the future, he will have whatever he wants to eat. There is also a nanny to take care of his life and a gardener to maintain the villa. This is the real enjoyment of life. Soon, Xinyu recruited a second nanny, 28-year-old Tao Ximin. She has rich nanny experience and her looks are not bad either. As for the position of the gardener, there was no suitable candidate for the time being. Xia Cheng stated that he alone could handle it. Originally, Xinyu had planned to recruit 2 gardeners, but now that Xia Cheng had taken on the work of 2 people, he raised his salary to 40,000. Such a salary would be unimaginable from other bosses, but Xia Cheng was grateful for it. Mr. Xin, thank you so much. You are a great benefactor to our family, and I will remember your great kindness for the rest of my life. My daughter-in-law would be very happy if she knew I was working in such a good environment with such a high salary, Xia Cheng said excitedly. Xinyu smiled indifferently. Don't be polite. This is all the result of your efforts. If you don't do a good job, I'll also consider replacing you. I remember that school will start soon, right? You might not be able to wait until a month to receive your paycheck. Our housekeeper can pay you half a month's salary in advance now. As soon as Xia Cheng heard these words, His eyes snapped open and tears welled up in his eyes. He had already planned to borrow some money to pay for his daughter's tuition after finding it through this job, and then repay it when he got his paycheck, but never expected that Yingguo would offer to pay him half a month's salary in advance, which was 20,000 yuan, and he had only just applied for the job today. Yingguo's eyes focused on Lan Bebe as he slowly opened his mouth. Lan Bebe, from now on, your duties will cover purchasing necessities, auditing reimbursements, paying salaries, event planning and execution, as well as the overall management of this villa's day-to-day operations and account records. Effective immediately, you officially become the villa's housekeeper, and I will immediately transfer money to you as the villa's daily operating funds, and authorize you to pay Xia Cheng half a month's salary in advance. Lan Bei's eyes flashed with determination as she responded with ambition. Mr. Xin, please rest assured that I will do my best to manage the villa and live up to your trust and expectations. Upon hearing this, Yingguo's face blossomed into a satisfied smile, then said, in the future, you don't have to call me your boss anymore. My name is Yingguo, so feel free to address me as you please. Lan Bei's bright eyes flickered a few times and seemed to have thought of something, proposing, then why don't we all address you as Mr. Xin in the future? The word boss does sound a bit outdated. Mr. Xin, the crowd shouted in unison. Respectfully, the smile at the corner of Yingguo's mouth increased, and his heart was filled with satisfaction and coziness. He secretly sighed. This is the real life, living in a mansion worth hundreds of millions of dollars, enjoying the beautiful scenery and comfort, surrounded by a beautiful and capable nanny to take care of his life, and a highly skilled full-course chef to cook food for him every day. The only thing that was missing was a companion with whom he could spend a nice evening. He smiled and continued, there's no need to be formal, so I'll organize the work schedule now. The gardener goes to work at 9 in the morning and finishes at 6 in the afternoon every day. The two nannies work a little later, and if you have guests, you need to wait for them to leave before you get off work. Of course, you can choose to live here if you want to, and you are free to choose any room except the master bedroom. There are 4 days of vacation every month, so you can take turns to rest. Regarding the chef's vacation arrangement, they are entitled to 4 days vacation per month. If you need to take a vacation, you need to inform the housekeeper in advance. During the working hours, they only need to ensure that 3 meals a day are prepared on time, and the rest of the time is at their disposal. The housekeeper, like the nanny, has the right to live in the villa. Then, as of tomorrow, everyone will officially start working. Today, at noon, everyone can taste Chef O's exquisite cooking skills here. Yingguo's gaze was currently falling on O Dandan. Butler, we plan to go out shopping with Chef O. Today is the first time we have all gotten together. So in addition to tasting Chef O's craftsmanship at noon, it's also a way to celebrate the fact that we are able to get together. As for Shuai Shi and Su Jingyi, they still had a lot of business to attend to at the company. After the villa side is arranged, Yingguo will take the two of them to Imperial Capital to register the group company, when they will stay in Imperial Capital for a long period of time. Okay, Mr. Xin. Immediately after, Lan Bei's cell phone rang with an arrival tone. She hurriedly opened her phone, and her beautiful eyes instantly widened in surprise as she almost dropped the phone. She carefully counted the zeros that followed behind and repeatedly confirmed that it was all 100 million. She had served as a department manager and knew that the entire liquidity of some companies added up to less than 100 million. A company that could have $100 million of liquidity was definitely a large enterprise. She had never imagined that as a housekeeper, she could be in charge of such a huge amount of money. For a while, she was terrified inside, worrying about how she would be able to afford to compensate in case something went wrong. Her heart was very unsettled. With wide eyes, she looked at Yingguo and asked, Mr. Xin, how did you transfer so much money to me? Yingguo couldn't help but laugh when he saw her reaction. You are my housekeeper now. All the expenses of the villa need to go through you for reimbursement. How can I do without some money on me? Lan Bei's beautiful eyes flashed a few times. But isn't this too much? Aren't you afraid that I'll run away with the money? The corners of Yingguo's mouth rose, revealing a confident smile. I dare to transfer money to you, so naturally I'm not afraid of you running away. You can try. Lan Bei froze. Would a person who could transfer $100 million with his hands still be afraid of her running? With such a background and strength, I'm afraid she would be caught before she even left Tianfu City. Let's go. We still have a lot of things to purchase. After entering the garage, they found that there was only one Mercedes-Benz S600, and this car was still Mr. Lay's. My Maybach was unfortunately smashed by Sihu. I glanced at the time and realized that it was nearly noon, and I expected Sihu to return the car soon, unless he dared to ignore the consequences. I asked, does anyone know how to drive? Lan Bei acted quickly, taking the car keys from me and volunteering, Mr. Xin, I have a driver's license, let me drive. Since it was early in the workday, I was eager to make a good impression, and if I could perform well, I might be able to end my probationary period early. So, I went with the flow and sat in the co-pilot's seat. In contrast, Dandan didn't seem to be in a hurry to excel, knowing that opportunities always come to those who are prepared, and that cooking is her specialty. She sat in the back, enjoying the comfort of the boss seat. I instructed, "We're going to IFS now. After that you and our chef go shopping for ingredients. Remember to buy more seafood, steaks and the like. The fridge at home is still empty. Also, buy some various high-end drinks as well. For lunch we'll prepare a meal of authentic Sichuan cuisine." Lan Bebe silently memorized my instructions. Suddenly, I realized that we were still missing one position, and that was a bartender or drink maker. Imagine sipping a glass of wine or specialty drink leisurely by the villa's outdoor terrace pool. We arrived at the IFS Golden State Center, the top high-end shopping mall in the country of China, which is filled with almost all internationally renowned brands and very few national brands. This makes one wonder how sad China is, with many local brands being strangled by foreign capital at the budding stage. Thinking back, the very Coke, a familiar brand to the people of China, was devoured by foreign capitalists without a trace in just a few years. I replied to them uniformly. Okino's message made me smile. "A brother you. My sister bumped into me earlier. My parents know about it. They want to see you for a while. Do you think it's okay? Brother you, I know you are busy. If you can't find the time, forget it." Seeing this message, I couldn't help but smile. "You're my girlfriend, why are you talking so politely?" After returning from the capital, I plan to visit both of your parents first. Reading this message, Chenoi read this message and was instantly filled with joy as she excitedly followed up with, "Xin Yu, are you really planning to go see my parents?" It was important to realize that Xin Yu had already confessed to her before that she was not his only partner and that he would never enter the halls of marriage. Thus, she instinctively thought that Xin Yu would not be willing to meet her parents. However, she had never blamed Xin Yu for this because he had already given her a lot and she was deeply satisfied with that. However, her parents insisted on seeing Xin Yu, and she really couldn't disobey them, so she summoned the courage to call and ask. Xin Yu replied, "That's right, I really should visit these two elders, and I will prepare some gifts to bring to them then." Chapter 37, surrounded by a group of security guards? Okino's heart surged. Her eyes glittered with tears of excitement. The joy within her heart was hard to express, as if there was a warm current quietly flowing through her. "Brother you, why don't I tell mom and dad that when you're free, we'll go home together?" After the last fiasco at the shopping mall, Chen Lian was resentful and spread rumors all over her hometown, claiming that Okino's use of her position to seduce the rich and acting as someone's third party. These rumors caused the neighbors to cast strange gazes and talk about Chen Oaoa's parents. As simple rural people, how could they bear such humiliation? Without distinguishing, they scolded Chen Owakawa, insisting her to break up with Chinyu, or else they would cut off the relationship with her, claiming that the Chen family did not have such an unashamed person. Chen Oaoa's explanation seemed so weak that her mother finally asked her to bring Chinyu home so that her family could see for themselves to distinguish the truth from falsehood. Fu Mangyao asks Chinyu if he is going home for the National Day. The two are old classmates from middle school and high school, both from the same place. Now that he has a successful career, Chinyu naturally wants to go home to visit his parents so that they can enjoy a little bit of happiness. In the past few days, he told his parents that he had increased his salary and transferred $50,000 to the two old men. Although his salary was not high in the past, he would send money to his parents on a regular basis, but he just didn't dare to send too much, for fear that sending too much at once would cause his parents to worry, thinking that he had done something dishonorable, and he didn't dare to use that amount of money. It just so happened that when he went home on the National Day, he could take his time to explain things to his parents and settle them down in the meantime. After replying to the messages from a few important people, Shinyu was about to put down his cell phone to rest for a moment when Lei Jun's call came in. "Mr. Shin, your new car has arrived. Should I send it over to you or directly to the villa?" Shinyu replied after a little thought. "Send it to the villa. I don't want to drive this car. Don't you know someone who sells cars? Help me buy a sports car. A current car, the more expensive the better." Lei Jun couldn't help but be secretly staggered, thinking to himself, what is the origin of his boss? He is simply rich and generous. A $12 million Maybach didn't even bother to buy an even more expensive sports car. However, this seemed to be a business deal for him as well. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Mr. Sheen, my friend there has a Lake and Fennel supercar, a limited edition global sports car left over from the auto show, and there aren't many of them in the whole of China. A few days later, this car will be withdrawn and transferred to another location. Mr. Sheen, if you are interested, you can purchase it. Its total price is about $86 million. Without thinking, Sheen Yu instantly responded, "Okay, it's it. Please send it over after you've dealt with the relevant formalities. I'll be waiting at the IFS and plan to drive straight back for lunch." In addition, That lake in Fennel is too conspicuous. Please purchase another white Porsche 918 for me and send it directly to my villa. I think the total price of the two cars should be able to make up 100 million. Lei Jun heard. The heart secretly marveled at Qin Yu's choice. Lake in Fennel is already high profile, and he turned to the Porsche 918, although its top version also needs about 14 million. But in Qin Yu's eyes seems to have become a low-profile choice. I really don't know what's the real flair. However, the more Qin Yu buys, the happier Lei Jun is. After all, he also holds shares in this car sales center. Understood, Mr. Qin. I'll start making arrangements right away. About an hour later, the vehicle can be delivered. There is one more thing I need to report to you, Mr. Qin. Zhao's group has sensed that it was me who purchased the gravel to put pressure on them. Zhao Long plans to visit this afternoon, hoping to meet with you. I don't know if you are willing to meet him? A cold smile surfaced on Qin Yu's face as he heard this. It seems that Mega Dragon, the local snake, is quite crafty and knows that there are still tall people behind him. Alright, if I am free this afternoon, I will personally come to meet him. Mr. Qin, I understand. Lan Beibei drove smoothly, and after half an hour parked steadily at the gate of IFS. Qin Yu then pushed the door out. Stepping into the IFS membership center, Qin Yu did not hesitate to apply for a top membership card, which would allow him to enjoy top VIP privileges at any IFS in any city. Strolling through the mall, Qin Yu suddenly felt that shopping alone was tasteless. He walked into a skincare store and found numerous men's skincare products displayed in the store, and could not help but realize that those men with fair and delicate skin were originally maintained in this way. Just as he was planning to study it carefully, the phone rang, another unfamiliar number from Magic City. Hello, may I ask who is it? At this moment, inside a towering commercial building in Magic City, a gentle man wearing a white shirt, black suit pants, and glasses was holding the phone. Hello Mr. Qin, I'm Yuan Long. I was previously in charge of Lafayette Rothschild's business in Asia. People used to call me David. Mr. Qin, regarding the status of the Asian market, do you need me to report in detail? Qin Yu decisively refused. No need. You have been operating in Asia for many years. You have always managed well. The estate has great trust in you. If there is any situation you can just report directly to the headquarters. Your work is as usual. Although I am now in charge of the Asian region, I will not interfere in your affairs. If I have a need, I will take the initiative to contact you. When David heard this, a glint flashed in his eyes and a joyful look appeared on his face. Alright Mr. Qin, if you have any orders, I will do my best to do it beautifully for you. As the head of Lafayette Rothschild Manor in Asia, David had deep roots and extensive influence in the Asian region. Qin Yu's arrival made him worry that his position would be threatened. However, he was well aware that although he had a huge amount of power, he would never dare to act rashly against Qin Yu. After all, Qin Yu owned 40% of the manor's shares, and this status made him not dare to take the slightest offense. From a strict sense, Qin Yu was still his superior. Now that Qin Yu still delegated power to him, David's mood was naturally incomparably happy. To be able to work for Qin Yu, he felt eager to do so. The headquarters review of each regional supervisor was extremely strict, and the position of regional supervisor was even more competitive. Without unique features, it was impossible to sit in this position. Qin Yu, as the second largest shareholder of the manor, if you can get its favor, his throne as Asia's regional director will be considered to sit firmly. The corner of Qin Yu's mouth gently raised, looking quite satisfied. Right now I have a matter of trust. I have a villa in Tianfu City. The wine cabinet is slightly empty. Please select some of those fine wines in our Lafayette Rothschild winery that have a collection value, and send it over to fill it up. Qin Yu commanded. David's tightly locked brows instantly stretched. Mr. Qin, I will immediately contact the agent in China and ask him to proceed with this matter, and I will definitely make your wine cabinet full. David responded in a hurry. David then dialed the phone number of ASC's chairman. The Magic City ASC Wine Company included the agency rights of almost all the famous international red wine brands, and the general agent of Lafayette in China was also precisely the ASC company. Su Dong, I think you must have heard that the person in charge of our winery in the Asian region has been changed. I can tell you clearly, this new person in charge holds 40% of the shares of Lafayette Rothschild. He has a villa in Tianfu City, and the wine cabinet needs some red wine. I have created the opportunity for you. Whether you can seize it depends on yourself, David said. When Chairman Su heard this, his pupils suddenly dilated and his face was full of shock, being the news of the total change of China. However, what he never expected was that the new person in charge held up to 40% of the shares of Lafayette Manor. To know, Lafayette Rothschild Manor never sells shares. This is a well-known fact. This new person in charge is the second largest shareholder of the winery. Its identity background is obviously not trivial. If he could take this opportunity to make friends with him, his social level would undoubtedly be raised significantly. David, let me congratulate you first. The Asian region is still under your jurisdiction. Chairman Su congratulated David. David smiled slightly and responded, "Thank you." Chairman Su also laughed, revealing an unconcealable joy in his laughter. "David, don't worry, I understand what you mean. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I know deep down that with your ability, I can hardly help much, but I will definitely keep this favor in mind. In the future, whenever you need it, I will definitely return this favor." David's smile grew even wider. "Dong Su, it's up to you whether or not you can grasp this opportunity. I will send you the basic information of our new head later." "Good." Chairman Su agreed with alacrity. After hanging up the phone, Chairman Su stood up violently, his spirit refreshed. "Secretary Shang, no matter what method you use, book me a ticket to fly to Tianfu City immediately. Also, notify our Tianfu City branch to prepare all the best vintage red wines from the company's collection, in addition to air freighting the company's collection of wines to Tianfu City immediately." The business secretary's eyes widened, revealing a look of surprise. Her chairman was considered a prestigious figure in China, and had never seen such an eager look before. She subconsciously asked, "Chairman, you still have to meet a client from the imperial capital this afternoon, and there are still 2 meetings to attend?" Chairman Su glanced at her without hesitation. "Put them all off for me. I'm going to meet a very important person in the imperial capital." Secretary Shang froze. What important figure in Tianfu City could make the chairman so anxious? Could it be one of Tianfu City's top leaders? But on second thought it was also unlikely. The chairman did have a certain amount of power in Magic City, but Tianfu City was after all far away and out of reach. Although full of curiosity, but she did not dare to be slow, and hurriedly went to handle the things explained by the chairman. And at this time, Xinyu still knows nothing about this matter. Out of the cosmetics store, I stepped into a tea room located in the IFS, where the convergence of the industry's well-known tea brands. The environment is elegant and extraordinary. Adding to the elegance was the fact that a woman in a long white Chinese dress was leisurely playing the zither, her posture dignified and elegant. "Sir, welcome, may I ask which kind of tea you would like to taste?" A woman wearing a white embroidered cheongsam stepped forward with a charming smile on the corner of her mouth, her hands folded in front of her belly, and she gracefully made a bow. "Would it be too stingy?" the woman complained. Feng Xiao's eyes widened as he responded angrily. "Still less? Do you know that this is authentic pu'er tea? A caddy costs $1 million. This 100 grams is $100,000, and you're still smugly staring at Xinyu, your face full of disbelief, that look full of all sorts of complex emotions." When Feng Xiao heard this, his face sank. His girlfriend even smacked him for not buying enough, when a person suddenly appeared next to him, threatening to buy 10 pounds of each kind of tea. This was clearly embarrassing him. To know, this kind of expensive tea, usually people buy 1 caddy at most. To buy 10 caddy all of a sudden, simply makes people incredulous that Xinyu has such financial power to pay. He let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with contempt as he looked at the man obliquely. "Where are you showing off? 10 pounds of each type of tea? Do you think this is buying cabbages? The price of a caddy of top quality tea leaves can soar to $5 million, and you still want to buy 10 caddy? Xinyu's brows instantly tightened. A wave of displeasure welled up in his heart. Buying something by himself. There was even someone who took the initiative to provoke. "What? You can't afford to buy it, so you don't allow others to buy it?" Xinyu retorted, his tone carrying a few points of displeasure. Looking askance at the woman next to him, Xinyu opens his mouth and commands, "Prepare all the tea leaves for me, 10 pounds of each kind, and calculate how many silver taels in total." At these words, several women in the store are stunned. One of them quickly returns to her senses, waves of light flowing in her eyes, looking at Xinyu with apologies. "Sorry, sir, Wui de Hongpo is an extremely high-quality product. The quota of the national branch is extremely small. This store just happened to be allocated a caddy. The rest of the teas are also limited in quantity, unable to meet your needs. I'm really sorry." A hint of coldness flashed in Feng Xiao's eyes and he snorted coldly. 10 pounds of each? How many of these rare things do you think you can have as many as you want? Knowing that it's insufficient and still purposely posing? Xinyu did not pay attention, turned to the woman and said, "How many you have is how many. Each kind of give me according to 50 grams of packaging. All packaged, counting money is." The woman heard, stunned for a moment, and then ordered others to prepare. They began to calculate the total price for Xinyu. "Sir, 1 caddy of great red robe is 5 million. 3 caddy of top quality poor is 1 million per caddy. 8 caddy of iron goddess of mercy is 300,000 per caddy. 10 caddy of Shihu Longjing is 50,000 per caddy. And 1 caddy of golden melon tribute tea is 3 million per caddy. A total of 13,900,000. After reporting the price, her gaze is stunned, her voice is as thin as a gnat, stealing glances at Xinyu from time to time. Incredulous at such a large purchase of tea, Xinyu took out his bank card and handed it over. Swipe your card. I'll leave my address later. Please send it to my door. The woman's eyes widen again, hurriedly running to the cashier to operate. After confirming the collection, she is finally convinced, respectfully returning the bank card with both hands. Sir, this is your bank card. Congratulations on becoming a valued member of this tea house. After the tea is packed, we will arrange for a special person to deliver it. Feng Xiao's eyes were rounded. His face seemed to be on fire, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Kid, don't think you can be arrogant just because you have a few stinking dollars. Dare to insult me. Believe it or not, I will make it difficult for you to move an inch in Tianfu City. Qin Yu's anger was all over the place at the moment. His handsome eyes flashed with a brilliant light, and he responded with a cold smile. Then do you believe that I will make it impossible for you to leave the gates of this IFS? Feng Xiao had a cocky face and laughed disdainfully. With a disdainful glint in his eyes, he said provocatively, "What a laugh. This is the first time in my life that I've come across someone who dares to talk to me like this. Come on. I'd like to see what you're capable of that can make it difficult for me to move an inch in this IFS building." The atmosphere in the tea house suddenly became tense, as if the air was filled with the scent of a confrontation. At this point, a waitress hurriedly intervened and tried to calm the conflict that was about to erupt. "Both gentlemen, please calm down. Why don't you sit down and let us resolve the misunderstanding with a cup of new tea? This is a new product from our tea house, and I very much hope that the two of you will enjoy tasting it." Feng Xiao disdainfully glanced at the waitress, his tone full of arrogance. "You're a part-time worker. How dare you come and meddle? Get lost. Don't let me find you." Afterwards, his gaze turned sharply towards Qin Yu. "Kid, I've been hanging out in Tianfu City for so long, but I've never seen someone as arrogant as you. You said that you'll make me unable to walk out of IFS. I'd like to see if you have the ability to do so." Qin Yu responded coldly, his eyes revealing disdain. "Don't think of yourself as a character. The Four Seas is not your home. I still have something to do at noon today, so I won't play with you." After saying that, Qin Yu turned around and left the tea house in large strides. Seeing this, Lu Feng's face instantly grimaced, a trace of viciousness flashed in his eyes, and he chased after him. "You seek death." Lu Feng roared angrily and violently swung his fist towards Qin Yu. However, Qin Yu was no longer a wushi or meng nowadays. His reaction speed was comparable to that of a soldier king, and he easily sidestepped the blow. Immediately after, he quickly turned around and flew up with a heavy kick on Lu Feng's body. Bang! Lu Feng's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings and fell hard on the ground. His features twisted as he covered his stomach in pain. This scene instantly attracted the gazes of the surrounding people. A fight within IFS. This was something unprecedented. After a while, Lu Feng only slowed down. He stared at Qin Yu with wide eyes and a face full of grimace. "How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am?" With that, he took out his cell phone and dialed a number. "Uncle Peng, I've been beaten up in the Golden Country Center. This is your territory. You have to help me out with this. Arrest that person." Qin Yu has been completely enraged at this point. His eyes are ice cold. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. "Are you done with the phone call?" Lu Feng struggles to get up from the ground, his eyes filled with madness and viciousness. "Kid, you want to play right? If I don't play you to death, I'm not Lu Feng." As soon as the words fell, Qin Yu's figure suddenly disappeared in place and pounced towards Lu Feng like a bolt of lightning. Lu Feng's pupils suddenly enlarged. A trace of panic flashed in his eyes. He simply did not expect Qin Yu to strike again. "We must know. This is the heart of the Golden Country. If there is not enough strength, dare to commit an act of violence here, the people in the center of the Golden Country will never let it go." Qin Yu suddenly struck out and clutched Lu Feng's wrist. Not waiting for Lu Feng to react, he violently twisted it. Ka-ching! A crisp breaking sound rang out. Lu Feng's arm even drooped bizarrely. He was sweating profusely from the pain and almost fainted. The surrounding crowd had their eyes widened, a shocked look on their faces as they stared straight at Qin Yu. Striking so recklessly in this Golden Kingdom Center was undoubtedly provoking the people of the Golden Kingdom Center. There were even quite a few people who recognized Lu Feng's identity. This Lu Feng's father is the head of the Public Security Bureau of this district. His mother is the second in command of this district. His uncle is also the owner of Yuan Tai Financial Company, and quite a few of his family's relatives hold important positions in the officialdom, all of them relying on their connections to get to the top. Someone explained from the side. When the surrounding people heard this, they couldn't help but look at the person who spoke. This person might have come from a rich family. If not, I'm afraid he wouldn't dare to openly cause trouble in the IFS shopping center in Tianfu City. So what if he's from a rich second generation? Lu Feng's father has power in his hands and this place is right under his jurisdiction. Someone retorted. You're all looking at it wrong. It was clearly Lu Feng who started the trouble. Just at this moment, IFS's security team hurriedly arrived, and a dozen security guards quickly assembled. Qin Yu's face was calm and collected, calmly taking out his cell phone and dialing a number. "Mr. Qin, David's respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Yingguo briefly explains the situation. I've encountered some trouble at IFS. Time is running out and I still have to rush back for dinner. David's eyes flinched at the words and took off his glasses, his complexion becoming grave. Mr. Sheen, I understand. The call had just ended when an unfamiliar number followed. Hello, Mr. Sheen. I'm the driver that June sent to deliver your car. Yingguo responds in a bashful tone. You drive the car first. There's a bit of a situation on my side. Tell Manager Lei that I might have to go into a nearby police station. The driver understands. Mr. Sheen, I'll inform Brother June right away. At this moment, more than 10 security guards have already surrounded Yingguo and Lu Feng. A security chief frowns and takes a step forward. Sir, fighting is prohibited here. Please follow us to the security room. Yingguo looked sharply at the security captain with a slight frown. Won't you guys check the surveillance? He was the one who started the fight. If we are to go to the security room, it should be the two of us going together. The security captain glanced at Lu Feng, clearly recognizing him. Sorry sir, this gentleman is seriously injured. You are already suspected of breaking the law. We have the right to take you to the security room and wait for the police to arrive. Yingguo's face is instantly grim as he says in a deep voice. I don't have the time to go to the security room with you guys. If the police want to find me, tell them to go directly to my residence. When the security chief heard this, his pupils suddenly shrunk and a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. As the security chief of the Golden Country Center, he had never been treated with such contempt. Stand still. With a command, a dozen of security guards acted swiftly, blocking Yingguo's path. Yingguo's face was grim as he looked straight at the security captain with a stern tone. I'm warning you, it's best if you don't do anything that you'll regret. When the security chief heard this, his face instantly sank as he said coldly, You have a big mouth. I'd like to see what you have to make me regret. Don't forget, I am the security guard here. Maintaining order and safety here is my natural duty. Yingguo's voice carried an unquestionable sternness. Maintaining order must also be fair. Yingguo retorted. The security chief sniffed and shouted angrily, Take him to the security room. With that, two security guards quickly approached, ready to subdue Yingguo. However, a hint of coldness flashed through Yingguo's eyes that were as bright as stars as he took the first step to strike. Only heard bang, bang, two dull sound. The two security guards were actually kicked by him and flew out backwards, fell out more than 2 meters away, hit the ground heavily. Today's Yingguo, the power has been comparable to a military king. These two kicks he poured all his strength. The two security guards instantly lost the power to fight back. The security chief's pupils shrunk violently, flashing a hint of viciousness as he ordered loudly, Everyone together. Yingguo's pupils could not help but expand when he saw this. Although after taking the Dragon Tiger Vajra kidney, his strength, speed and reflexes were far beyond normal people. He was ultimately just an ordinary person who had not received professional martial arts training. A few security guards he might not be afraid of, but facing a group of up to a dozen security guards, he knew deep down that he was by no means an opponent. Immediately, he turned around and retreated quickly, but with his outstanding speed, if he were to get away, no one would be able to stop him. However, just at the moment when he was about to withdraw, a majestic and angry stop, it resounded through the surroundings, coming from a man's mouth. Chapter 38, Yingguo arrested. On both sides of the mall's corridor, the figures of multiple police officers were clearly visible, with a middle-aged man closely followed by 6 police officers. Lu Feng caught a glimpse of this middle-aged man and immediately greeted him with quick steps. Pointing at Yingguo, he said, The middle-aged man, i.e., Pang Runhao, gently waved his hand, and 4 policemen quickly stepped forward, ready to arrest Yingguo. Yingguo's face did not change as he coldly gazed at Pang Runhao. I hope you won't regret your decision today. Yingguo's voice was low and firm. Pang Runhao sniffed and frowned, then snorted coldly and took 2 steps forward, saying in a condescending manner, How dare you, a criminal, talk to me like this? Now, you're going to add one more charge openly threatening a public official. Take them away from me. 2 policemen quickly stepped forward and cuffed Yingguo. Yingguo did not resist, knowing that resisting now would only make things worse, and that would constitute resisting arrest. Send the injured to the hospital, Pang Runhao commanded, then led Yingguo away from the scene. Beside Pang Runhao, he glanced at Yingguo contemptuously and snorted coldly. I think you're just a rich second generation. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because your family has a few dollars. The corner of Yingguo's mouth hooked into a smile as he looked sideways at Pang Runhao. If you let me go now, it's still not too late. Once you leave this IFS, it will be too late. After hearing this, Pang Runhao's eyes widened and he let out a cold laugh. Fine. I want to see how you can make me regret it. You'd better hurry up. Otherwise, it'll be my turn to make you regret it in a while. After leaving the Golden Country Center, Yingguo was taken onto a police car. Meanwhile, inside Daguri's office, Lei Jun immediately picked up the phone and dialed out after learning the news of Qin Yu's arrest. The police station belonging to the Golden Country Center? I want you to bail someone out, Lei Jun said. The man on the other end of the phone froze and looked a little embarrassed. Lei Jun, you should be well aware that I'm in an awkward situation right now. The Golden Country Center site is a commercial area and is not under my jurisdiction. Moreover, I'm about to transfer my position, so you can't cause trouble for me at such a critical moment. Lei Jun's brows furrowed as he said unhappily, remember, this time it's not about me, it's about my boss being arrested. This is also an opportunity. This new boss of mine is unfathomable. If you can grasp this opportunity, if he is willing to help you, you will get twice the result with half the effort. The man was obviously shocked by Lei Jun's words and replied in surprise. Really? This, Deguri has a new owner? Okay, I'll find someone to probe the bottom. You know very well that I usually don't run over to the business district much, unless I can make a trip over there myself. After the call ended, Lei Jun pondered a little. What's going on? Find me all the relevant people, and don't leave the relevant supporting documents behind. Most importantly, no matter what means you use, the surveillance video of the place where Mr. Qin's accident occurred. You must get it for me. After receiving the phone call, Yi and Shuaishi both felt very helpless. Although Shuaishi had some connections in Tianfu City, she could do nothing about this matter. Su Jingyi had to first notify the assistant of Manhwa Group, Jia Meng, then contacted Sun Ruoyang in Mordor, and finally found lawyer Luo of the Berserker lawyer team and promised on Qin Yu's behalf that no matter how much it cost, he would definitely pay him when Qin Yu came out. Lawyer Luo said that he would immediately take a plane to Tianfu City and guaranteed to arrive within 2 hours. As for the others, even if they were notified, it would not help. Lan Beibei and O Dandan both froze when they returned home fully loaded with the news of Qin Yu's arrest. They had managed to find a job that was both comfortable and well paid, and just after they went to work their boss had an accident. The two of them could only silently pray in their hearts that Qin Yu was safe and sound. Su Jingyi and Shuaishi simply packed up and hurried to the police station. Inside the ward of an orthopedic hospital in Tianfu City, Lu Feng had an angry face, his eyes round and agitated. Dad, absolutely can't let that guy go. Hurry up and call Uncle Pang. I want him to look good. A middle-aged man in police uniform, Lu Jingkai, glanced at his son and responded in a cold tone. You think the police station is run by our family? If he wanted him dead at the police station, Uncle Pang would get into big trouble. According to Uncle Pang, that guy seems to be uncomplicated. He looks like he's got it all figured out, and he's offering tens of millions of dollars. This kind of person is by no means an idle person. I've already checked the rich second-generation people in Tianfu City who are similar to your age and have power, but he's not on the list. Either his background is extremely deep and our police department system can't find any clues, but this is highly unlikely. Unless someone up there deliberately hid his information and I don't have enough authority to access his information. There is also a possibility that he belongs to the military department, and I don't have the authority to access the secret files of the military department. Lu Feng firmly shook his head with a look of disbelief. Impossible. How could someone from those departments spend tens of millions of dollars in Yingguo Zhongxi? He is at most a rich second generation. That doesn't rule out that he's the son of a powerful noble from another city. Lu Jingkai glared at his son and said sternly, you can't act rashly until you figure out his identity. Fenger, I have indeed indulged you too much these years, so restrain yourself in the future. Although our Lu family has some influence in Tianfu City, you have to understand that there are still many people in Tianfu City that we can't afford to mess with. The Tian family can't even do whatever they want in Tianfu City, let alone the fact that we are working for the Tian family. Lu Feng disdained his father's words and was filled with thoughts of revenge. Dad, if that guy was really a son of a powerful noble, he would have revealed his identity a long time ago. He's at most a rich second generation. I don't believe how hard his background can be. In our Tianfu City's acreage, no one is good enough. Lu Jingkai frowned, looking at his son's bandaged arm. A hint of concern showed in his eyes. After all, this was his son, and it was hard on his heart to be beaten like this. After a moment of silence, his eyes turned cold. I'll give Uncle Pang a call. It's best if that guy can confess to the crime, so that even if things get out of hand, we still have room to maneuver. We are equally in possession of conclusive evidence. If the other guy refuses to admit his guilt, we will immediately send him to the detention center. Once he is behind bars, we will then arrange for people to go in, and you will then be able to retaliate as you wish. When Lu Feng heard this, his pupils shrunk violently, and his face was overflowing with excitement and thrill. I'm going to find someone to waste one of his legs and one of his arms. I'll contact my uncle right now and ask him to arrange for someone to enter the detention center. Lu Jingkai gently nodded his head in approval. This is the right thing to do. In case this person really has something to offer, we don't need to worry about it because it wasn't us who did it. What you need to learn is to kill someone with a borrowed knife, and at the same time, It's just the right time to use this opportunity to probe him. In the depths of the Dynasty International Casino in Magic City, Sun Ruoyang instantly froze on the spot after receiving Su Jingyi's call. Learning that his boss Qin Yu had been arrested, he realized that this was by no means a small matter, and he was afraid that rescuing Qin Yu would require the use of some special connections. However, despite the fact that Qin Yu was his top boss, this matter was clearly beyond the scope of his work, and he could have chosen to stay out of it. It was well known that behind Sun Ruoyang stood the prominent family of Magic City, the Huang family. At the moment, Dynasty International Casino has been transferred to Qin Yu by the Huang family. Faced with such a situation, Sun Ruoyang was caught in a dilemma. He was not sure if he should take action to help. Once he took action, he would most likely be misunderstood by outsiders as acting on behalf of the Huang family, thus involving the Huang family. He knew the Huang family's modus operandi all too well, and anyone who dared to take advantage of the Huang family would face their severe retaliation. After a long internal struggle, Sun Ruoyang finally decided to pick up the phone and dialed a number located in Tianfu City. After the call was connected, he politely introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Yi. I am Sun Ruoyang, the general manager of the Magic City Dynasty International Casino. I wonder if you still remember me. When Yi Mo Tian heard this, his brows slightly knitted as he tried to search for memories of Sun Ruoyang in his mind, but came up empty-handed. However, for the name Magic City Dynasty International Casino, he was deeply impressed as he had patronized this place many times. More importantly, he knew that this place was originally the property of the Magic City Huang family. Therefore, when Sun Ruoyang called himself the general manager of Dynasty International Casino, he subconsciously assumed that Sun Ruoyang was related to the Huang family. Oh, so it's Manager Sun. I wonder what Manager Sun is looking for me for, Yi Mo Tian asked politely. Sun Ruoyang didn't beat around the bush and directly stated his intention. Mr. Yi, our Dynasty International Casino's new boss, Qin Yu, was arrested in your Tianfu City. I think there must be a misunderstanding, so I implore Mr. Yi to be able to see clearly and do justice to our boss. When Yi Mertian heard this, his pupils shrunk violently and he asked in surprise, the new boss of your Dynasty International Casino? Is it Qin Yu? Sun Ruoyang replied affirmatively. Yes, Mr. Yi, please do help. Yi Mertian didn't hesitate for a second, his eyes revealing a determined look. Don't worry, if your boss really doesn't have a problem, I will never let him be wronged. I'll go and find out the situation now. The Huang clan of Magic City was by no means unusual. Its members were involved in business and politics, and there were even those who occupied a place in the official circles of the capital. Yi Mertian, who was ranked as the fourth person in Tianfu City, held the power of urban construction and was responsible for the approval of all kinds of urban development projects. However, compared to the Huang family, his influence seemed to be insignificant. If he can attach himself to this high branch of the Huang family, Yi Mertian's career will undoubtedly have more room for development. After ending the call, Yi Mertian picked up the phone on his desk and dialed a number. At the same time, Jia Meng of the Manhwa Group learned of the news and also quickly pressurized the officials and led the company's lawyers and legal team to prepare to bail Qin Yu out of detention. Inside an independent villa in Tianfu City, a man picked up the phone on the table. A hint of surprise flashed through his deep eyes, then the corner of his mouth hooked up into an arc and laughed. David, I really didn't expect that you would take the initiative to contact me. It really surprises me. David's voice came out coldly. I don't have time to chat with you. My boss Qin Yu was arrested in Tianfu City. I'll send you his basic information right away. He was taken away from the Golden Kingdom Center. When the man heard this, his brows tightened and the look of surprise in his eyes increased as he asked incredulously, David, you're not kidding, are you? Your boss? You're the head of Lafite Group in Asia. Could it be that someone from your headquarters came over? That's right, it's someone from the headquarters, and he's also the major shareholder who owns 40% of the shares of Lafite Rothschild Manor. So you can say that he's my boss, David replied. When the man heard this, his pupils shrunk violently, and waves of shock surged in his heart. Lafite Manor was not listed and its shares had always been firmly controlled by a certain legendary family, but now there was someone who held 40% of the shares, which made him unable to help but guess that Qin Yu had a deep connection with this legendary family. David, so this boss of yours is related to that legendary family? The man asked tentatively. David sneered. Well, it depends on what you think. Anyway, I don't have any information that suggests he is related to that legendary family. My boss says he wants to go home for lunch, so please take care of it as soon as possible. I'm already at the airport, and I'll be in Tianfu City in an hour and a half. The corners of the man's mouth rose once again, and his eyes flickered with a bit of cunning. Someone in Tianfu City actually dares to touch your boss's tiger's whiskers. It's really bold. Please rest assured, as long as I am here, namely Jiang Wei, he will be safe and sound. My primary concern is the safety of my boss. but upon arrival, I still need to take care of some matters, so I hope you can lend a hand. Jiang Wei smiled bitterly and shook his head. Looks like I'll have to prepare for another scolding from the elders at home. However, it's rewarding to be acquainted with such a character, so I'm sure the elders at home can sympathize. Make sure to keep a low profile when you act, and don't embarrass me too much. After all, in Tianfu City, I'm just an insignificant secretary. David smiled bitterly even as the tension in his heart lessened slightly. This secretary of yours is really something. Often living in other people's mansions and still absent from work from time to time. Jiang Wei froze, then laughed out loud. Where? I have to go back to the company today. This is all for you. David, remember, you owe me a favor. Inside the police station in the commercial area of the city's North Road, Xinyu was sitting in the interrogation room, and no matter how the two police officers tried to entice him, he remained unmoved. If you are unwilling to confess your crimes, then wait until you are willing. The officers brought him to the detention room, in which there were 11 other prisoners besides him. As soon as Xinyu stepped in, the gazes of these 11 people immediately focused on him with ill will. Stay honest and tell us when you are willing to confess your crimes. A man with a red scorpion pattern tattooed on his neck walked straight towards Xinyu and asked in an arrogant manner, "Kid, how did you get in here?" Immediately afterward, the remaining 10 people surrounded in a fan shape, tightly encircling Xinyu. Xinyu's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of sharpness flashed in his eyes. He had just entered this room when someone provoked him, and these 11 people were obviously familiar with each other, which was outside of common sense. Detention centers were usually only places for short stays, and most people would not stir up trouble here unless they did not intend to leave. For these 11 to act like this, it was obvious that they had come prepared. As for the person behind the scene, he already had a number in mind. Since the other party took the initiative to provoke him, it no longer mattered whether he was polite or not. Xinyu reported his provocation with a cold smile. He walked straight towards the bed as if he did not hear him. "Hey, young man, I'm talking to you. Did you not hear my voice?" The scorpion man's tiger eyes were furious, and the horizontal cluster of more than a dozen henchmen made him seem even more reckless. "I'm asking you." Scorpion man roared loudly. Xinyu secretly sneered in his heart. This was exactly the moment he was waiting for. It was indeed difficult for him to deal with so many people if they surrounded him together, but with the scorpion man as the leader, as long as he was subdued, the others would not be enough to worry about. Seeing that Xinyu remained unmoved, the scorpion man became completely enraged and a scowl surfaced on his face. "What are you pretending for?" He roared angrily and raised his hand to slap Xinyu. However, Xinyu had prepared for this, and before the scorpion man's palm could touch his cheek, he quickly shot out and clasped his wrist, twisting it with force. Ka-ching! A crisp breaking sound rang out, and Scorpion Man's entire body half-kneeled on the ground, wailing in pain. Before he could regain his senses, Xinyu kicked him in the chest again, sending him tumbling to the ground. This kick caused him to completely lose his fighting power, and he could only lie on the ground, unable to even let out a scream. Xinyu then stomped on his face, the whole set of movements smooth and swift. The 10 henchmen behind the Scorpion Man looked dumbfounded. Xinyu took advantage of the fact that they hadn't regained their senses yet and scanned the circle of the remaining 10 men, a cold smile appearing on his face as the force under his feet became heavier. "Who else wants to make a move?" he asked coldly. The 10 people froze for a moment, shocked by Xinyu's strength. Their gazes fell on the Scorpion Man, only to see his eyes glaring round, his face pressed tightly against the ground. Sweating profusely, he managed to catch his breath and roared, "What are you guys still waiting for?" As soon as the 10 people heard this, they came back to their senses. 2 of them were the first to rush forward, waving their fists and attacking Xinyu, with the remaining 8 following closely behind. However, this room was not spacious and there were beds on both sides, so the advantage of being outnumbered could not be fully utilized and could only be fought in groups of 2. A cold light flashed in Xinyu's eyes as he kicked the Scorpion Man in the face before quickly meeting him. The Scorpion Man nearly fainted from the kick. Blood kept flowing out of his nostrils and his eyes were blurred. Bang bang! Several loud bangs came as Xinyu engaged in a fierce battle with the 2 men who rushed forward. Xinyu rushed forward with the speed of lightning and fire, and quickly executed 2 powerful kicks. Those 2 people were instantly overturned by the powerful force, falling backwards like a kite with broken strings, and crashed heavily into the companion behind him. These 2 kicks he poured out all his strength, causing those 2 people to fall to the ground, pale, hands tightly covering the abdomen, painfully rolling around on the ground, completely lost the ability to fight. Seeing this, the rest of the people swarmed up. If not for the limited space here, restricting Xinyu's stance, I am afraid it would take a lot more effort to deal with these people. As the Scorpion Man witnessed this scene, his pupils suddenly shrunk and his fear overflowed. Thinking about it? If you don't open your mouth again, I'm going to step on your fingers one by one. Xinyu's words were cold and determined. causing the Scorpion Man's pupils to dilate dramatically once again as he looked at Qingyu in horror. Speechless. You, how dare you? His words revealed an obvious lack of bottom. Immediately afterward, with a crunching sound of click, Qingyu mercilessly stomped on his finger and crushed his heel hard. The Scorpion Man hissed in pain, his eyes widened, and suddenly, as if drawing strength from an unknown source, he magically drew out a dagger with his other hand and viciously stabbed at Qinyu's foot. Qinyu reacted quickly and instantly drew back his foot, while the dagger pierced into the back of the Scorpion Man's own hand with unerring precision. The Scorpion Man's mind was on the verge of collapse as he attempted to pull out the dagger, but Qinyu firmly stepped on the dagger's hilt with his foot, not only stopping him, but further turning the dagger with his foot, deepening his pain. Carrying a dagger inside a detention center was undoubtedly an attempt to put someone to death. A cold glint flashed across Qinyu's deep eyes as he sternly questioned. Speak, who instructed you guys? Did Brother Sure send you all here? How did he tell you guys to deal with me? The Scorpion Man painfully nodded his head and admitted, it was Brother Sure. He told us to wait for you in a room and then waste your arms and legs. Qinyu continued to pursue. What is Brother Sure's real name? Does he know Lu Feng? The Scorpion Man nodded laboriously and replied, Brother Sure's real name is Jiang Sure, and he does business with Lu Feng's uncle. Outside the detention center, the 4 police officers had long been instructed not to enter no matter what screams were happening inside. They just had to pretend they didn't hear it and wait for half an hour before going in to deal with it. As a result, they were all relaxing outside, smoking and chatting. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the City North Road police station, 5 black Mercedes-Benz cars slowly stopped, and Lei Jun stepped down from the car with a cold face, followed by 20 men following in an aggressive manner. Lei Jun also stood beside a man in a suit. Hand held official bag. Tang lawyer. Lei Jun politely said to Lawyer Tang, Lawyer Tang, I'm counting on you for everything. Lawyer Tang responded with a faint smile. Brother Jun is polite, not to mention that I'm also considered a part of Deguri, and Mr. Qin is also considered my boss, so it's only right to serve my boss. Inside the police station, a police officer hurriedly came to Pang Runhao's office to report. Director, a lawyer came outside, saying that he came to bail out Qinyu. Pang Runhao frowned and rebuked unhappily. Didn't I say that this person cannot post bail? The junior police officer looked embarrassed, and after hesitating for a moment, he continued, Director, the lawyer outside is a famous lawyer in our Tianfu city, and Lei Jun also came with him. I suggest that it would be best for you to go there in person. Pang Runhao's brows furrowed gently. The name Lei Jun was not unfamiliar to him. That was the man of the hour in Tianfu city in the past. He then ordered, take them to the hall and wait. Even though he was the director, Lei Jun, even though he was not what he used to be, was by no means something he could easily offend. Thus, he dialed his top boss Lu Jingcai's phone, and it was by Lu Jingcai that this matter was explained. Lu Jingcai received a phone call. The heart cannot help but be surprised that Qinyu was involved with Lei Jun was very surprised. However, he did not fear Lei Jun. After all, as a hand of the commercial district branch, he is confident that he will not be Lei Jun's momentum. Inside the hall, Pang Runhao was also less fearful of Lei Jun after learning about Lu Jingcai's attitude. After all, as official officers, they had their own backbone. Hello Director Pang, we are here to handle the bail procedures for Mr. Qin. Before Lei Jun could open his mouth, the lawyer on the side hurriedly handed over the bail information. Pang Runhao froze at the words and looked at them suspiciously. May I ask which general manager Qin? He asked, pretending not to know. Lei Jun's face instantly sank, and a harsh light flashed in his deep eyes, clearly seeing through Pang Runhao's knowing question. He replied in a deep voice, the new boss of Deguri, Mr. Qin Qin. Pang Runhao's heart trembled violently. He had never expected that Qinyu was really the new boss of Deguli.